Chapter 1. I, the king of East Sea Mountain Bandits with a bounty of 80 billion. I, the undisputed sovereign of the East Sea Mountain Bandits, Sig, am currently in Windmill Village of the East Sea, poised to undertake a monumental endeavor. A venture that will surely be etched into the annals of pirate history. Should I execute this plan successfully, I shall ascend to the status of Emperor Sig, and the new world shall await my arrival. Should I falter, I will be relegated to the insignificance of little Sig, destined to meet my end at the hands of the Nearshore King. As this thought crossed his mind, Sig felt a surge of fervor coursing through his veins. On the road to Windmill Village, a group of individuals advanced at a steady pace. Before them lay the banquet bar of Windmill Village. The leader of the group suddenly halted, gazing towards the bar, his expression paling as he heard the clinking of glasses emanating from within. "Steady now, do not falter." Sig rallied himself mentally. "I'm the man who cracked open the four emperors with a mere beer bottle, destined to tread the path of the future pirate king." Sig had been engrossed in the latest chapter of One Piece, when he was unexpectedly jolted into another world. Damn it! Others either traverse as esteemed members of the Rocks Pirates, or as Marine Admirals at the very least. They emerge as supernova-level figures. Yet here I am, reduced to a character who won't survive even half an episode. Sig, a mountain bandit with a bounty of 8 million berries, had experienced 3 monumental battles in his life. Sig versus red-haired Shanks, one of the future 4 emperors. A single blow from a beer bottle sent him sprawling, leaving Shanks too intimidated to utter a warden absolute victory. Sig versus Monkey D. Luffy, the future pirate king. A single kick sent him tumbling into the sea, marking him as the second man to nearly end the life of the future pirate king. A resounding triumph. The reason he was the second was due to the infamous Stewards, the captain of the safety pirates, who was reputed to have taken millions of lives. Sig's encounter with the Nearshore King ended in a narrow defeat. However, there was a silver lining despite being thrust into the role of an underdog. He had just received a fortuitous boon. Ding! The ultimate loot system has been activated. The system was straightforward yet immensely powerful. Whenever there was a battle nearby, or he engaged in combat himself, there was a chance to obtain loot. Loot ranged from low to high, categorized as red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, gold, and rainbow 9 tiers in total. The identities, statuses, and strengths of the combatants determined the quality of the loot dropped. Loot was not limited to tangible goods, weapons, materials, attributes, knowledge, devil fruits, and anything that existed within this world could potentially be obtained. The moment the system activated, a thought flashed through Sig's mind. I must participate in the Summit War. Sengoku, Garp, Whitebeard, Blackbeard, Mihawk, Boa Hancock, and the 3 Marine Admirals. With such formidable figures gathered, a single skirmish would undoubtedly yield bountiful rewards for Sig. Yet, a pressing issue arose given his current attributes. Merely arriving at Marineford would spell certain doom for him. Host Sig. Strength, 20. Speed, 20. Constitution, 20. Skills, Swordsmanship LV1, Marksmanship LV1, Taunt LV Max. The average person's attributes typically hovered below 10 points, and although Sig's attributes were all at 20, he could handle a dozen ordinary individuals without issue. However, the problem lay in the fact that even a moderately strong pirate could easily dispatch him. Moreover, his skills were utterly inadequate for survival. Swordsmanship and marksmanship were both at the most basic level, yet his taunt skill was maxed out. What the predicament? Fortunately, it was the year 1512 of the sea calendar, with a decade remaining until the Summit War. Moreover, he had been granted a divine opportunity. The future 4 Emperor, red-haired Shanks, was currently within the very bar he stood before. If I can just engage him in a scuffle, I could at the very least secure some purple loot. With a stroke of luck, golden or even rainbow loot might just be within reach. Sig was now a bundle of nerves, trembling slightly from the tension coursing through him. His complexion had turned ashen. Thankfully, his subordinates behind him were oblivious to his current state. Could he not be anxious? After all, Sig's bounty was a mere 8 million berries, while the individual within had a starting bounty of at least 2 billion. Steady now. Sig once more bolstered his resolve. According to the narrative, Shanks wouldn't stoop to my level. Knowing the plot was one thing, executing it was another. Forget about Shanks, even a mere trainee from the red-haired pirates could easily eliminate him. Bang! With a swift kick, he shattered half of the bar's door. Inside, every patron, save for the straw hat Shanks at the bar, turned to look. That little brat must be Luffy. He hasn't even eaten the gum-gum fruit yet. That gray-haired fellow smoking is Ben Beckman, vice captain of the red-haired pirates. Sig found himself struggling to breathe. Luckily, he's still smoking and shows no intent to approach. His gaze shifted once more. That chubby fellow munching on meat is Lucky Roo, thank goodness he's still eating. That curly-hair man is Usopp's father. Yasopp, thankfully, he's still drinking. That explosive-haired newcomer is Rocksta, with a bounty of 94 million berries waifs standing up. Sig felt his heart leap into his throat. You blockhead, don't come over here. Sig internally screamed. Can't you see the big shots aren't moving? What are you standing up for? Just as Rocksta was about to draw his sword, Ben Beckman handed him a bowl of alcohol. Shoo, don't disturb the captain's display of strength. Sig released a breath he didn't realize he was holding. Thankfully, the blockhead didn't approach. He had nearly bolted for the door. It seems we have pirates here. It's my first time seeing one so foolish looking. Huh, why did I say that? Sig felt as though he had swallowed a bitter pill. Could it be that my max taunt skill is a passive ability? Ha ha. The laughter of his subordinates echoed behind him, taunting the members of the red-haired pirates. As expected, I should dismiss this group of fools upon returning. Disregarding his subordinates, Sig quickly approached the bar. I am a mountain bandit, but I am not here to rob. I wish to purchase 10 barrels of alcohol, and I shall pay double. No, 10 times the price. Surely, this would earn him some goodwill. The barmaid, Makino, quickly replied, I'm sorry, but we've run out of alcohol for today. Sig had not looked at Makino throughout, though she was youthful and radiant. All his attention was fixated on Shanks, who was less than a meter away. Oh dear, my apologies, we've consumed all the alcohol in the bar. Shanks turned, smiling, as he extended a bottle towards Sig. Hey, raise one that remains unopened if you don't mind, consider it a gift. As Sig stared at the bottle extended by Shanks, his anxiety only intensified. What should I do? Should I strike him with the bottle? After a moment of contemplation, Sig steeled his resolve. Let's do this. I have a bounty of 8 million. I must exude the aura of an 80 billion bounty. With a powerful punch, he shattered the bottle. The contents splashed all over Shanks. No loot dropped. Sig, resolute, decided to go all in. He glanced at Shanks, who was crouched picking up the shards, and swung his blade. The long knife grazed the straw hat atop Shanks' head, shattering every empty bottle on the bar. Since you enjoy picking up, then pick up to your heart's content. At that moment, a flash of light appeared out of nowhere. Golden radiance. Sig barely had time to observe the reactions of others with a thought. He activated the loot collection and turned to depart. Chapter 2. The beer bottle versus the 4 emperors, treading the path of the future pirate king. As soon as he exited, raucous laughter erupted from within. Ha 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 ha. Our boss has truly been humiliated. What a blunder. Moments later, Luffy's furious voice rang out. How can you still laugh? Sig exhaled deeply, nearly stumbling to the ground. Fortunately, the plot had not deviated. Let's go. Do not look back. Sig commanded in a hushed tone, hastening away. Ding. The host has unclaimed golden loot. Would you like to open it? Open it. Sig's heart raced with anticipation. This was golden loot, second only to rainbow loot. Even if his luck was abysmal, it couldn't yield something utterly worthless, right? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Conqueror's Haki. Would you like to activate it? A smile blossomed on Siggy's face, evolving from mild amusement to exuberant joy, then from great delight to wild ecstasy, and finally spiraling into sheer madness. The Conqueror's Haki. This is an extraordinarily powerful ability that awakens in only one among millions. Unlike observation Haki and armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki is innate. It cannot be cultivated through training nor inherited genetically, but is solely determined by one's destiny. Activate. Siggy was overwhelmed with excitement, already envisioning himself using Conqueror's Haki to intimidate multitudes. With a single thought, the heavens trembled, and the winds shifted. In comparison to the myriad flamboyant devil fruits, Siggy placed far greater value on Haki, particularly Conqueror's Haki, though the true might of Conqueror's Haki had yet to be revealed before he traversed into this realm. Siggy firmly believed that it possessed an unparalleled power, one that even the devil fruits could not rival. Come forth. Let me witness the true power of Conqueror's Haki. Siggy suddenly extended his arms. In the next instant, he felt something within him awaken. Immediately, he intuitively grasped all applications of Conqueror's Haki without any formal instruction. This sensation was profoundly mystical, akin to an infant instinctively knowing how to nurse. It was an innate ability imprinted in his very genes. A tremendous force surged forth. Yet, he felt as though there was no significant change. Ding! Host destiny is too weak. The system incurs a loss and barely awakens Conqueror's Haki, automatically deducting 1 purple quality loot in the future. Siggy exclaimed, what the hell? Should I even mention this? This absurdity comes with a debt. Siggy was unable to perceive the true might of Conqueror's Haki at this moment. While he could control its duration, range, and even its power according to his will. The essence of Conqueror's Haki remained at a rudimentary level. Conqueror's Haki, with a desire to experiment with its power, Siggy focused his intent, unleashing an overwhelming aura that enveloped his subordinates behind him. It was precise, without a margin of error. The mountain bandits, engulfed by Siggy's aura, turned pale as they felt an invisible force constricting every inch of their being. This sensation was akin to drowning, as if the surrounding air had thickened. Thump, thump, thump. The suffocating feeling quickened their heartbeats dramatically. Fortunately, this dreadful sensation lasted only for a fleeting moment. As the bandits neared the brink of unconsciousness under the pressure, the weight receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace. Had it not been for their disoriented minds, they might have believed that moment was merely an illusion. Siggy trembled, his complexion pale, feeling utterly drained within. The toll was immense, merely unleashing Conqueror's Haki for an instant felt as though he had run a marathon. He felt as though his very essence had been siphoned away. This power is rather feeble, Siggy mused, somewhat dissatisfied. When Luffy first awakened Conqueror's Haki, he had knocked countless foes unconscious, including pirates bound for the New World. Yet here he was, unable to even daze a few incompetent subordinates. Alas, it must be due to my inferior attributes. Siggy understood the reason. I need to find a way to acquire more loot. Bang! Weaklings like you cannot accompany the great Captain Siggy to the Grand Line. So, get up quickly. Siggy stood amidst his subordinates, who lay strewn about. Beside them lay a trove of loot, vibrant red and utterly uninteresting to Siggy. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 38 berries from red loot. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 berries from red loot. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 250 berries from red loot. Congratulations to your sister. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a new human experience card. New human? Gazing at the new human experience card nestled in his bag, Siggy envisioned figures with alluring physiques, sporting unkempt beards, and adorned in heavy makeup, sprinting in the sunset. EW, how revolting. Impossible. Siggy, would rather perish than resort to a new human experience card. It seemed futile to expect any valuable loot from these incompetent subordinates. Thus, he was left with just 2 choices. The first was to set sail once he left the East Blue for the Grand Line. He was confident there would be ample opportunities to acquire high-quality loot. The second was to seek an opportunity from Karp. A fierce battle with Karp would surely yield formidable spoils. As for remaining in the East Blue, Siggy had no interest whatsoever. The East Blue is known for having the lowest average bounty for wanted criminals, a mere 3 million berries, and is dubbed the weakest sea. With his bounty of 8 million, Siggy was considered relatively strong in the East Blue. Of course, bounty does not entirely reflect strength, for instance. The future chopper has a bounty of only 50 berries. Yet it suffices to indicate that the East Blue lacks formidable opponents. However, as the saying goes, every profession has its specialization. Siggy, being entrenched in the mountain bandit scene, knew that venturing out to sea with his current strength was not a prudent decision. And it seems I must take a risk. Iron Fist Karp, I hope you uphold the principles of martial ethics. Siggy resolved firmly. Since Karp spared the mountain bandit Dadan's family, it would stand to reason he would not target him. After meticulously preparing his plan, Siggy returned to the banquet bar with his subordinates. Deliberately taunting Shanks in front of Luffy, he easily ignited Luffy's fury. Ridiculous. I am a master of taunting. Why should I take pride in provoking a mere 7-year-old brat? As Luffy charged at him recklessly, Siggy extended a single finger, effortlessly blocking his whip-like punch. With a swift kick, he sent young Luffy sprawling beneath his feet. The thrill of thrashing the future Pirate King is quite exhilarating. Having just dealt with red-haired Shanks yesterday, and now trampling Luffy today, his achievement points soared to their zenith. At present, Luffy was still a spirited child, yet to awaken his foolish attributes. By the way, could it be that Luffy's foolishness is a trait passed down from the Straw Hat? The Straw Hat truly possesses an enigmatic charm. Whoever dons it seems to become a fool. From Roger to Shanks, and now to Luffy. This foolishness is a legacy that endures. Just as Shigo was lost in thought, a ball of yellow light emerged. To his astonishment, it exploded into an orange-quality loot. Chapter 3. The Successful Redemption. This was something Shigo could never have anticipated. To think that he could obtain orange loot by merely bullying the 7-year-old Luffy. With a flicker of thought, Siggy directly activated the spoils of war. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an orange loot granting 1 to strength. Although this increment may seem modest, for Siggy at this moment, it represents a significant enhancement. The increase in strength not only amplifies physical power but also fortifies the density of muscles and bones. This implies that Siggy's offensive and defensive capabilities have been notably augmented. Similarly, an elevation in speed enhances agility, reaction time, and maximum velocity. The constitution follows suit, affecting stamina, energy, and resilience. To think it could manifest in such a way. As he sensed the transformations within his own body, a radiant gleam ignited in Siggy's eyes. In this instant, Luffy transformed in his perception into a veritable cash machine. Little brat, can you now perceive the disparity in strength? Shiga grasped Luffy's face, stretching it to an exaggerated length before casually tossing him aside. You just wait. When I grow up, I shall send you flying with a single punch. Luffy gritted his teeth in frustration, having already consumed the gum-gum fruit. He felt no pain from Shiga's earlier assault. In fact, it had inflicted no harm whatsoever. Yet, despite the minimal physical damage, the humiliation was profoundly intense. With a disdainful smile, Siggy remarked, Little brat, are you suggesting that I, due to my age, am bullying you? As he spoke, Siggy caught a glimpse of red-haired Shanks and his companions approaching nearby. It was the perfect opportunity to redeem himself. Siggy's plan was astute. Serving multiple purposes, it would connect him to Luffy, preparing him to reap the spoils from Karp in the future, while simultaneously allowing him to cleanse his reputation. He intended to craft an image of a reclusive sage who, having recognized Luffy's exceptional potential, offered guidance. The significance of Luffy to Shanks was indisputable. Shanks had pinned all his hopes for the new era on Luffy, even going so far as to sacrifice his left arm. If he could successfully cultivate the persona of a wise hermit, Shanks' admiration for him would undoubtedly soar. Is it not true? You ruffians who prey solely on the weak. Luffy stood his ground resolutely. Shige raised his hand and pointed at Luffy, saying, if that's the case, when you grow up, should I also consume a rubber fruit to ensure fairness? At this remark, Luffy stood there, utterly stunned. Siggy continued, stating that the weak will always remain weak, perpetually finding excuses for their frailty. Age, strength, and the devil fruit are not valid justifications for one's weakness. I have heard you aspire to become a pirate. Yet, with your propensity for excuses, how could you ever conquer the seas? Would you, upon encountering a sea king, claim, your size is too great, it is unfair. Wait until I grow as large as you, then I shall send you flying with a single punch? Upon hearing these words, Luffy's youthful and naive heart resonated like thunder. He suddenly grasped why Shanks had refrained from taking him to sea. A person who must make excuses for their own weakness is unworthy of trust. Meanwhile, observing Luffy's silent contemplation, Shanks wore a look of satisfaction. He then turned his gaze towards Siggy, pondering if this mountain bandit was indeed different. Perhaps he had misjudged. Youngster, since you have consumed a devil fruit, you must harness its power with all your might. Siggy felt immense satisfaction, believing he had successfully impressed others. In that moment, he became even more exhilarated. The fundamental power of rubber lies in its elasticity. If you cannot even utilize this, you might as well jump into the sea and end it all. Despite being merely 7 years old, Luffy's potential was evident, having caught Shanks' discerning eye. A single remark from Siggy illuminated Luffy's mind. I understand now. In that case, let us engage in another battle. Luffy suddenly lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Seizing the opportunity, Siggy found himself in a position to claim the spoils of victory. Now, that is more like it, he mused. I stand right here. If you can strike my body or force me to take even a single step back, I shall concede and promptly apologize to those foolish pirates. Luffy, unperturbed, refrained from launching an immediate attack. Instead, he cast his gaze downward, picking up a stone roughly the size of his palm and gripping it tightly. With his left hand resting on his shoulder, he began to swing his right arm in a circular motion, pivoting from his shoulder. The stone, caught in the momentum, accelerated as his arm swung faster, elongating with each movement. I have declared that my fists possess the potency of a firearm, he proclaimed. Thus, I shall name this technique the rubber gun. With that declaration, Luffy exerted all his strength, retracting his elongated arm with tremendous force. Now, Siggy must concede that Luffy's combat prowess is indeed innate. He merely offered a single piece of advice, yet Luffy has already devised the technique known as the rubber gun. With a dull thud, Luffy's punch was effortlessly intercepted by Siggy. The little brat shows some promise, but his strength is still lacking. He won't be able to defeat me like this. With that, Siggy forcefully yanked Luffy aside. The orange glow reappeared. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an orange loot, Speed 1. Shiga felt an overwhelming sense of comfort that nearly elicited a groan of pleasure. The sensation was utterly delightful. By merely toying with a child, he could enhance his own strength. As his speed escalated, Shiga perceived a significant improvement in both his reflexes and physical agility. Meanwhile, Luffy's stubborn temperament flared up once more as he rolled over and sought a larger stone. Rubber pistol. Although the increased size of the stone allowed for a swifter attack with the rubber projectile, the recent augmentation of Shiga's speed rendered Luffy's punches comparatively slower in his eyes. Youngster, this approach simply won't suffice. Siggy once again hurled Luffy away. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an orange loot, granting a power boost of 1. Oh dear. This is too exhilarating. Shiga endeavored to suppress his expression, striving to prevent himself from appearing excessively grotesque. Inflicting torment upon a child and deriving a perverse pleasure from it seemed undeniably sordid. A rubber hand cannon. Little imp, you still fall short. It appears that I, the venerable Shiga, need not offer an apology. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an orange loot. Constitution 1. Siggy felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him, unable to suppress a shudder. Luffy charged time and again, only to be hurled away by Siggy with equal fervor. Luffy's fighting spirit grew ever more fervent, while Siggy reveled in the thrill. Eventually, he could only mask his uncontrollable pleasure with mocking laughter, striving to appear less twisted. I must make you apologize. Luffy, despite nearing his physical limits, was imbued with an indomitable spirit. He sprinted to a distant corner, grasping it with determination, and began to advance step by step towards Siggy. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, 6 meters. Luffy's arms elongated, stretching to nearly 10 meters, yet his current physique could barely endure such strain. Fine cracks appeared along his slender arms. Yet he showed no sign of surrender, his eyes ablaze with resolve as he continued to approach Siggy. Luffy, let go. If you continue like this, your arm will break. The villagers, along with Shanks, felt a collective anxiety. Shanks could sense that Luffy had reached his breaking point. Each step forward inflicted immeasurable harm upon his body. Even rubber has its limits. Luffy had only recently consumed the gum-gum fruit. His body simply could not withstand such damage. Captain Ben Beckman whispered in concern. Shanks opened his mouth but ultimately shook his head gently. No need. A true warrior's strength lies in their fighting spirit. If losing an arm could grant invincible fighting will, wouldn't that be a worthwhile trade? Luffy pressed on, the wounds on his right arm multiplying and deepening. Yet, his fighting spirit showed no signs of waning. Instead, it surged even stronger. I will. Luffy articulated each word with conviction. Though his voice was sweetly innocent, it left Siggy, Shanks, and even the villagers of Windmill Village utterly awestruck. I will defeat you. In that moment, Luffy released his grip on the corner wall. Under the tremendous force of elasticity, his right arm surged towards Siggy with an astonishing speed. The velocity was akin to a bullet fired from a gun. Had this been the Siggy of earlier, he would have been unable to evade such a rubbery assault, even with all his might. However, the circumstances had shifted. Host, Siggy strength, 22 speed, 30 stamina, 21 skills, swordsmanship LV1, marksmanship LV1, taunt LV max's speed had escalated to a terrifying 30 points, propelling his reaction time and agility to an entirely new level. To Siggy, Luffy's rapidly approaching fist did not seem exaggerated. Yet, it appeared he need not concern himself with that fist. Whoosh. The rubbery projectile whizzed past, barely grazing Siggy's hair. It missed its target. Just as Siggy contemplated whether to unleash his masterful taunt skill again, Luffy's diminutive form was propelled backward by the force of his own punch. As Shigeru gazed at the receding figure of Luffy, he found himself momentarily bewildered. How should one interpret this? Would it yield spoils or not? Shanks wore a look of deep satisfaction. Indeed, he had not misjudged this young lad, who was worthy of his hopes. Jesus Burgess, leaning against a makeshift shelter, glanced towards the direction in which Luffy had disappeared. Captain, your hopes have sunk into the sea. Oh no, what a disaster. In an unfortunate turn of events, Luffy had fallen overboard. What to do? What to do? Just moments ago, Shanks had exuded an air of composure, but in the next instant, his demeanor shifted to one of sheer panic, hands pressed against his head as he anxiously surveyed his crew. Roronoa Zoro remained clutching a leg of lamb. Captain, do not panic. You must hurry and rescue Luffy. There may still be hope for his survival. A complete body would be good. But what use is a complete body in this scenario? In an instant, Shanks vanished from his spot. Ben Beckman, with a resigned expression, exhaled a puff of smoke. Honestly, this fellow. As Saigosh strolled over to Ben Beckman, he inquired, Hey, not so foolish pirate, do you have any cigarettes left? Ben Beckman glanced up at Saigosh and suddenly broke into a grin, saying, Indeed, I am the only one in the entire pirate crew who is not so foolish. With that, he handed a cigarette to Saigosh. Suddenly, the sound of a gunshot rang out, startling Saigosh, who instinctively activated his Conqueror's Haki. Beckman and the others were taken aback, gazing at Saigosh in disbelief. Remarkably, he possessed the qualities of a king, just like their captain. The Conqueror's Haki was unleashed and then retracted, while the cigarette that Saigosh had just placed between his lips was ignited by the bullet. Looking at Yasopp, Saigosh finally comprehended the strength of the red-haired pirates. Aside from the gunfire, he had sensed no anomalies. In fact, even his lips, which held the cigarette, had not perceived the slightest tremor. The bullet had merely set the cigarette alight. Oh, my apologies, I've become accustomed to lighting up, Yasopp chuckled at Saigosh. Saigosh's display of Conqueror's Haki had indeed startled them. Moments later, Shanks returned, carrying the tear-streaked Luffy, his left arm mysteriously absent. Shiga was equally astonished. Although he had undergone a transformation, it appeared that others remained unchanged. Observing Shanks' demeanor, the members of the red-haired pirates were initially taken aback, only to erupt into uproarious laughter, mocking him relentlessly. Our captain truly looks utterly disheveled, having left an arm behind. Once again, our captain has been bested by this mountain bandit. Last time he was drenched in wine, and now he has lost an arm. Shiga was at a loss for words. How can this be blamed on me? This fellow is clearly doing it on purpose. Beside him, Ben Beckman muttered to himself, is it truly worth sacrificing an arm for an indomitable fighting spirit? What a remarkable trait indeed. This individual continues to be a source of unease. He then turned to Shiga and added, my lord Shiga, there is no need to take offense. These imbeciles have always been this foolish. At this moment, the expression on Shige's face was less than joyful. For he had just triumphed in the battle against Shanks and the King of the Sea, acquiring a prized loot of purple quality. However, before he could even unveil it, the system promptly deducted it. The debt incurred from awakening the Conqueror's Haki had to be settled after all. This sensation was utterly disheartening. Hey, stop crying. A man should not be so pathetic. But Shanks, your hand. Slap. Suddenly, Shanks removed his cherished straw hat from his head and placed it upon Luffy's. This is my dearly treasured hat. I shall leave it with you for now. When you feel strong enough one day, return it to me. Luffy, striving to hold back his tears, lifted his head and declared, I will become the Pirate King. Senpai, may I have a moment of your time? Upon learning from Ben Beckman and others that Shige possessed the Conqueror's Haki, Shanks could no longer regard Shige as merely an ordinary mountain bandit. To him, Shige seemed enveloped in a veil of mystery, opaque and unfathomable. Although he appeared weak, he boldly proclaimed, only the weak make excuses for failure. Such resounding words that echoed profoundly. He could even discern the essence of the rubber fruit's ability at a glance. Now, with a slight manifestation of Conqueror's Haki, how could such a person be ordinary? Yet, despite his earnest efforts to recall, he could never connect Shige with any of the predecessors etched in his memory. Seago deliberately displayed a look of impatience on his face, saying, Kid, I know what you are about to say. Although you are a foolish pirate, your eyesight is commendable. Rest assured, that little boy will undoubtedly grow into a man far stronger than you, the gambler. If one is to put on airs, one must do so thoroughly. Kid, gambler? Shanks was momentarily taken aback. It had been many years since anyone had referred to him as a kid. Yet, considering the other's age, perhaps he truly was just a child. Moreover, he seemed to embody the essence of a gambler, aspiring to wager on a new world as a grand gambler. With a senior figure present, Shanks believed in Luffy's potential. He had countless words he wished to share with Seago, but at this moment, they felt unnecessary. This elder was indeed quite enigmatic. Chapter 5. The Pirate King can yield, but Momonosuke must perish. Ultimately, Shanks departed. As a pirate, how could he linger in one place for too long? Inside the bar, Siggy gazed at the reluctant expression of Luffy and the somber demeanor of Makino, feeling a quiet sigh escape his heart. This seemingly delicate and kind-hearted woman, with her resilient spirit, truly evokes a sense of compassion. Mr. Siggy, we have ample wine today. Should you require more, simply call for me, Makino said, bringing over a large vat of wine for Siggy. After setting it down, she flashed him a sweet smile. At that moment, Shiga was overwhelmed with emotions. How could such an exceptional girl remain here while she ran away? Foolish red-haired brat, just wait. Once I become powerful, I shall smash your wretched ship and drag you back to tend to your diapers. After taking a hearty drink, Shiga began to ponder that it was time to head to Gulpo Mountain. Just as he was continuing with his plans, a small sound suddenly echoed as a figure knelt before him. Ah, little brat, have you surrendered? Observing Luffy kneeling before him, a mocking expression involuntarily appeared on Shiga's face. This damned max-level taunting skill had become ingrained in his very being. One could see that Luffy had struggled deeply with his thoughts before arriving at this decision. Please take me as your disciple and teach me to grow stronger. To accept a disciple destined to become the Pirate King would be an immense source of pride. In due time, his name would resonate throughout the entire world. Rayleigh, your disciple is now mine. Although Shiga entertained such thoughts, he did not immediately acquiesce, saying, You are quite clever for a little brat, but unfortunately, I am about to leave this place. If fortune smiles upon you, perhaps you might encounter me again, and then I may consider taking you on as my disciple. In his heart, Sig harbored his own plans. It was indeed effortless to accept Luffy as his disciple, and the opinions of others mattered little. However, the crux of the matter lay in the cunning nature of that old fox, Garp. He would surely perceive that Sig was deliberately approaching Luffy, attempting to deceive him into becoming his apprentice. This is a fundamental trait of humanity, akin to the behavior of wealthy individuals in romance. When one has toiled diligently to win affection, it is naturally cherished. Yet, if love arrives unexpectedly, doubts inevitably arise regarding the other's intentions, particularly concerning monetary gain. In simpler terms, it boils down to one word: cheap. Little girl, keep the accounts, he declared, dismissively taking a bottle of liquor while ignoring Luffy, who remained kneeling and pleading. With an air of arrogance, he strode away. Mr. Sig, take care, came the response from Makino, who, unfazed, tilted her head and smiled sweetly. Do not worry, I shall not partake of your liquor in vain. When the time is right, I shall present you with a grand gift. Sig's resolve to capture red-haired Shanks solidified further. He had initially contemplated rescuing Ace, but given the current pace, That seemed increasingly unlikely. As his understanding of this world deepened, Sig realized that even with a system, achieving the prowess necessary to influence the outcome of the Marineford War in a mere decade was no simple feat unless Garp, Whitebeard, and others lined up to assist him in harvesting spoils. The endeavor appeared daunting. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. If possible, saving Ace would be ideal. If that proved unattainable, he would settle for fulfilling his secondary aspiration. The title of Pirate King could be relinquished, but Momonosuke must perish. At the base of Mount Gorbo, the Dadan family stronghold, Shiga arrived here alone, devoid of his subordinates. As he surveyed the band of bandits surrounding him, he unleashed his maximum level of taunting. TSK, TSK, TSK. I have heard that this is the stronghold of the Dadan family. Yet, I see no bandits, only a group of villagers wielding hoes. Alas, the presence of Ace is conspicuously absent. It is likely that he is currently rummaging through the uncertain goods transfer station with Sabo, gathering treasures for their pirate endeavors. Indeed, under the weight of Shiga's incisive taunts, none could maintain their composure. How dare you underestimate the Dadan family? Show your true strength, or prepare to meet your demise. A look of disdain crossed Shiga's face as he languidly extended a finger, surveying the crowd. Come at me all at once. But do not blame me for being a bully, he proclaimed. To dare insult the Dadan family, regardless of who you are, you shall pay the price. In the face of Shiga's ultimate taunt, the band of mountain thieves, having lost all sense of reason, charged forth in unison. With a contemptuous smile, Shiga suddenly exuded an invisible aura that erupted from within him. The Conqueror's Haki. A silent explosion seemed to emanate from Shiga's center. The members of the Dadan family, the mountain bandits, were swept away by this overwhelming power, each one rendered dazed and collapsing to the ground. In that moment, aside from Shiga, only Callie Dadan, wielding a long-handled axe, remained standing. A deathly silence enveloped the scene, as a bead of cold sweat trickled down Dadan's face. She had just felt an unseen force pressing down on her, akin to the sensation of drowning. The Conqueror's Haki. Dadan finally comprehended the caliber of the individual before her. It was laughable that she had dared to brandish her weapon against him. Even if he stood still, she could not inflict even a single hair's worth of harm upon him. Shiga is currently striving to maintain his composure, suppressing any signs of abnormality. At this moment, utilizing the Conqueror's Haki feels rather excessive. The battle has concluded, leaving a plethora of crimson spoils scattered across the ground, alongside a solitary orange prize. Clearly, the orange item is a drop from Dadan. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received Eternal Men's underwear from the red loot. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received Eternal Men's trousers from the red loot. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received Eternal Men's shoes from the red loot. Remarkably, he has assembled a complete set of indestructible attire, while lacking any additional defensive capabilities. Their value lies in their durability, effectively averting the embarrassment of wardrobe malfunctions during future skirmishes. Indeed, after a fierce battle, the sight of undergarments flying about is rather disconcerting. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, childcare technique, matched to the initial level based on your talents. Host, Shiga strength, 22 speed, 30 constitution, 21 skills, swordsmanship LV1. Gunmanship LV1, taunt LV max, childcare technique LV max. Damn, this is the initial level based on my talents? Max level, truly max level. With such a fierce appearance, how could they possibly deduce that I am adept at childcare? My combat talents are utterly useless, yet I excel in life skills. Senior, you may take everything here. If you are unsatisfied, I stop. Seeing Dadan casting flirtatious glances, Shiga nearly spat blood. I am merely here to instruct a junior on behalf of an old friend. This was a premeditated excuse. Rather than appearing without reason, it is wiser to fabricate a plausible identity that cannot be scrutinized. Old friend? Junior. Dadan's heart skipped a beat. Instantly recalling Ace. He is a friend of GOLD. Roger. With this realization, Dadan's doubts dissipated. It is entirely plausible that Roger had several old friends during his reign over the Grand Line. Furthermore, this individual possesses Conqueror's Haki, indicating he is no ordinary person. Senior. You have finally arrived. In that case, I entrust Ace to you. He is now 10 years old. Although we have developed a strong bond over these 10 years. Since you are here, I must reluctantly allow you to take him away. If you wish to compensate me, you need not offer too much belly. Just Shiga felt a throbbing pain in his head. Who says I am to be taken away? I am merely here to instruct him for a brief period. Prepare a room for me. I require rest. Furthermore, do not disclose my identity. Merely state that I am the gentleman you have engaged specifically for their training. Dadan naturally dared not oppose him and hurriedly kicked his unconscious subordinate awake, then busied himself with arranging a room for Shiga. Although he could not rid himself of that bothersome little imp, having someone else to discipline him was certainly a relief. Dadan felt quite pleased. After all, they were bandits, notorious for their misdeeds. Spending their days watching over children was hardly fitting. Moreover, she was still an unmarried woman. It was high time to contemplate her future. That said, this Mr. Shiga seemed to be a person worthy of trust. Wait, they? Was he their only ace? Where did this notion of they come from? Dadan found it peculiar but dismissed it, assuming it was merely a slip of Shige's tongue. Chapter 6. Ace exhausted, Shige reclined upon his bed. Having just expended an immense amount of energy with his Conqueror's Haki, this body was proving somewhat inadequate to bear such strain. He required a substantial period of rest. After all, one must pay a price for ostentation. How feeble he felt. The mountain bandits of this world were indeed incomparable to the pirates. The disparity was staggering. Primarily, apart from the red line that encircled the globe, there was a distinct lack of significant land masses. The landscape was dominated by islands. Each slightly larger one could be deemed a nation. Take the kingdom of Goa, for instance, where Shige currently resided. At best, it could be considered a moderately sized island, with a population scarcely reaching a few 100,000. In such a diminutive locale, the prospects for mountain bandits were exceedingly bleak. Unbeknownst to him, Shige had drifted into slumber. Just as he was immersed in deep sleep, a sudden crash reverberated through the room. The door was forcefully kicked open. Blinking awake, he beheld a diminutive figure silhouetted in the doorway, clutching a signature steel pipe. It was none other than Ace, one of the Pipe brothers, the son of Roger, who had ignited the great pirate era at the cost of his own life. "Hey, you little brat, you've disturbed my slumber," Shige bellowed, unleashing a full-throttle taunt. Not even Ace, or his father resurrected, could withstand such provocation. He had heard from Dadan and the others that Ace had been specially summoned to discipline him. "Who do you think you are to try that?" With that, Ace sprang into action, swinging the steel pipe towards Shige. The young scamp was indeed akin to a ferocious little tiger, wild and untamed. Yet, this was precisely what Shige desired. With a resounding bang, Ace was sent hurtling backward at a speed surpassing that of his advance. The steel pipe clattered to the ground with a sharp clang. Shige had not held back in that strike. Despite possessing only 22 points of strength, he was no match for a mere 10-year-old. With a single punch, he felled Ace, rendering him unable to rise for a considerable time. Such a feral little creature required a firm hand. A flash of yellow materialized. Remarkably, a yellow loot had emerged. Ding. Congratulations, host. A yellow loot has unlocked the skill, martial arts, which has been matched to the host's initial level according to their aptitude. Despite knowing the likely outcome, Shige glanced at his attributes, clinging to a last glimmer of hope. Host, Shige strength, 22 speed, 30 constitution, 21 skills, swordsmanship LV1, marksmanship LV1, taunt LV max, childcare LV max, martial arts LV1. Alas, hope appeared to have been dashed. As anticipated, martial arts was only at level 1. This aptitude was simply abysmal. Swordsmanship, marksmanship, and now martial arts were all lacking. After finally unlocking Conqueror's Haki, he found himself indebted to the system for a purple loot. Curse it, little brat. Do I now possess the means to discipline you? With a steel pipe in his hand, Siggy performed a flourish, pressing it against Ace's throat. Though he possessed only a basic level of skill, it was nonetheless a display of swordsmanship, exuding a certain charm, at least in Siggy's own estimation. Ace wished to speak, yet his body betrayed him, leaving him only able to glare at Siggy with venomous eyes. Those eyes were filled with murderous intent, despair, and malice toward the world. This world was a grotesque distortion, driving countless individuals to madness. Ace, standing before him, was rather fortunate. Before he could fully succumb to insanity, he encountered figures like Dadan, Luffy, and Sabo, those who offered him a glimmer of hope. Had it not been for them, he might have become the second Don Quixote da Flamingo. To forge a hero, one need only present a shroud of darkness, coupled with a sliver of hope. Conversely, to create a madman, one simply needs to strip away that last flicker of hope. "Kid, it seems you're not quite inclined to submit to me," Siggy remarked, a hint of challenge in his tone. "Since that's the case, I shall grant you an opportunity." With that, Siggy drew the blade from his waist and hurled it toward Ace. The razor-sharp edge grazed Ace's skin before embedding itself into the ground. The mirror-like surface of the blade reflected Ace's astonished expression. "Within 10 days. Regardless of the time or method, if you can inflict even a single hair's worth of harm upon me, I shall reward you with a pirate ship, a genuine pirate vessel." Siggy's voice brimmed with seductive allure. At the mere mention of a pirate ship, a radiant light blossomed on Ace's youthful face. He and Sabo had toiled tirelessly, navigating through forests and uncertain pathways, all in pursuit of enough treasure to acquire a pirate ship. "Is what you say true?" Ace struggled to rise, meeting Siggy's gaze with determination. On Shigo's face lingered a mischievous expression, as he scoffed at the idea of deceiving a mere child still unweaned. "Within 10 days. Feel free to seek out any assistance you desire. As long as it can inflict harm upon me, the pirate crew shall immediately fulfill their promise." What kind of allies could Ace possibly muster? Perhaps only Sabo. What a splendid opportunity to amass spoils of war. Both Luffy and Ace could acquire rewards that did not align with their combat prowess, and surely Sabo would not disappoint either. Was it due to their potential? Shigo pondered. Previously, Luffy's initial bounty of orange spoils could be attributed to the powers of his devil fruit. Yet Ace had not yet consumed the Mera Mera no Mi. And yet he had astonishingly unveiled yellow spoils on his very first try, which seemed rather peculiar. It was worth noting that neither Shigo's subordinates nor the other members of the Dadan family had managed to produce anything beyond red spoils. Very well. It is settled, Ace declared as he unsheathed the blade from the ground, casting a glance at Shigo before turning towards the forest, seemingly in search of Sabo's assistance. Dadan, panting as she jogged in place, exclaimed, Mr. Shigo, is this truly wise? She was acutely aware of Ace's stubborn nature. However, her concern did not stem from fear of Ace harming Shigo, but rather from the potential for Shigo to inflict harm upon Ace. Witnessing that recent punch had caused her considerable distress, although she had often wished for someone to take Ace away. The truth was that after a decade of raising him from a mere infant, she had come to regard him as her own son. Otherwise, following the Marineford War, she would not have resorted to striking Karp, blaming him for not rescuing Ace, who was so near at hand. To tame a wild beast, one must first subdue it completely. After Shigo's remarks, he observed Dadan, who was still lifting her legs in place, and inquired, What are you doing? Dadan paused, a hint of bashfulness akin to that of a young girl creeping onto her plump visage. I am currently on a weight loss journey, Mr. Shigo. Surely you do not prefer a corpulent partner? A chill surged from the soles of Shiga's feet, racing up to his crown, leaving him bereft of 2 souls and 6 spirits. Is it too late for me to escape now? Chapter 7. Navigation Techniques. As Shiga had anticipated, the ferocious little tiger, Ace, was indeed seeking out Sabo. Upon discovering that defeating Shiga would grant them a genuine pirate ship, Sabo was instantly captivated. A pirate vessel. The two of them had sacrificed so much in pursuit of this dream. And now, the mere act of attacking Shiga could bring it within reach. How could they not be thrilled? The following day, as Shiga stepped out of his room, he suddenly felt the ground give way beneath him, sending him plummeting downward. It was a trap. Within the pit, several sharpened wooden stakes stood poised. At that very moment, as Shiga lost his footing, 2 figures emerged from behind the dense foliage, grasping ropes and rushing towards him. How intriguing. Shiga remained utterly unperturbed. Although he had not anticipated the existence of the trap, his quick reflexes compensated for this oversight. A typical individual without specialized training could achieve a maximum speed of merely 10 points, whereas Shiga currently boasted an impressive 30 points. His reaction speed and physical agility were vastly superior. With a swift kick of his toes, he propelled himself backward, narrowly evading the attacks of the 2 little adversaries. As he supported himself with one hand on the ground behind him, he seized 2 stones. The sound of slicing air resonated as the ropes clutched by the 2 assailants snapped in an instant. Grinning, Shiga remarked, utilizing traps demonstrates a certain cleverness, though it is hardly impressive. Such mechanisms are only effective against mindless beasts. To contend with me, you are woefully inexperienced. He then flung the pair away with considerable force. It appeared they had been busy throughout the night, likely having missed breakfast. Ace and Sabo glared at Shiga in indignation, declaring, We have long since outgrown milk. With a dismissive smile, Sig remarked, What I just mentioned was drinking milk. Are you 2 little ones yearning for some? This matter is beyond my jurisdiction. You ought to consult Dadan and see if she consents. Engaging in a verbal spar with someone like Sig is futile. Even 100 of them would be no match. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an orange loot item, strength 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a yellow loot item, navigation skills. Matched to the host's initial level based on their aptitude. Navigation skills. This valuable asset has emerged from the yellow loot dropped by Sabo. It is a coveted skill that Sig has long desired. However, as thrilling as it is, it turns out that the navigation skills are only at level 1. Alas, this body truly seems incapable of anything. When it comes to mocking children, it excels. To sail the seas, one must undeniably possess navigation skills. Unlike Luffy, who began his journey with merely a barrel and relied on his companions to scavenge, such a privilege is reserved for protagonists alone. Perhaps in a place like the East Blue, the significance of navigation skills is not as pronounced. Yet, on the Grand Line, without the genius navigator Nami, Luffy would have faced demise countless times. Lost in thought, Sig suddenly reminisced about Nami, a look of longing gracing his face. He pondered whether, in reality, Nami possesses that scientifically improbable physique. Tama must perish. And Absalom too. Once I set sail, I shall ensure your demise. Shiga would never confess that his desire to eliminate his opponent stemmed from coveting their transparent fruit. Just as he was lost in his pleasurable thoughts, a voice emerged that sent chills down his spine. Mr. Shiga, this is a heartfelt bento specially prepared for you by me. In his imagination, Nami's devilish figure instantly transformed into a veritable demon. Her ample form, feigning shyness with deliberate intent. I am full. Bang. Shiga decisively shut the door with a resounding bang. Bang. Not swift enough. Let me try again. With a powerful punch, Shiga sent Ace flying, following it with a swift kick that sent Sabo sprawling. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an orange loot, granting 1 to strength. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an orange loot, granting 1 to strength. Such meager strength. Surely. I did not consume enough earlier. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an orange loot, granting 1 to constitution. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2,000 berries. Observing the 2 little fellows gasping for breath on the ground, unable to rise, Shiga returned to his room with a sense of satisfaction. He had begun to grasp the patterns of the loot system. Much like the loot that had fallen from Luffy, most of it consisted of trivial items such as money, alcohol, food, and undergarments. When it came to attribute points, speed was the most common outcome. Ace's loot tended to yield strength attributes, while Sabo's leaned more towards constitution. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. During this time, the two had racked their brains, striving to win the wager. Yet, no matter what strategies they employed, they could not touch even a fraction of Shiga's prowess. Moreover, they sensed, albeit vaguely, that Shiga seemed to grow increasingly formidable. Certainly, Siggy has grown increasingly formidable. Although the drop rate for attribute points is not particularly high, over the course of these days, his attributes have seen a notable enhancement. Not only have his attributes improved, but his skills have also experienced significant advancement. Host, Siggy Strength, 32 Speed, 30 Constitution, 29 Skills, Swordsmanship LV1, Spearmanship LV1, Taunt LV Max. Childcare LV Max, Fist Fighting LV5, Navigation LV3. Both fist fighting and navigation have been elevated. Furthermore, he now harbors an almost ethereal sensation, as if he is on the verge of breaking through a certain bottleneck in his abilities. This fills Siggy with excitement. Could it be that his Conqueror's Haki is about to reach a new level? Throughout this period, Siggy has never ceased his training and exploration of this formidable power. However, in terms of progress, it has been somewhat disappointing. One might even say he is utterly at a loss. He has no idea how to enhance his Conqueror's Haki. Must he truly sever a limb to achieve this? As Shiga reminisced about the comics he had perused before his journey through time, he felt a stirring at the thought of the clash between the fiery red-haired and the white-bearded figures, both embodying the formidable will of Conqueror's Haki. The sheer strength that could influence the very fabric of the world was undeniably awe-inspiring. To sever an arm was out of the question. Living and battling would become exceedingly inconvenient without a limb. For instance, even the simple act of tearing toilet paper would pose a considerable challenge. Sigabon had believed that the two little rascals would not return to ambush him today. However, he had underestimated their insatiable desire for the pirate ship. Meanwhile, at the port of Windmill Village, a naval vessel had docked. Yet, this ship bore an unusual decor, a large dog ornament clutching a bone at the bow. Chapter 8, The Fire Fist. In the stillness of the night, two small figures stealthily rose. They quietly made their way into the nearby thicket, retrieving bundles of dry firewood that had long been prepared. After a considerable time, illuminated by the moonlight, the two stood together. Ace, is this truly permissible? Sabo hesitated, feeling reluctant to proceed. Yet, on Ace's youthful face, a devilish expression emerged. He spoke in a low tone. There is no other way, Sabo. We are doing this for the pirate ship, for freedom, are we not? Sabo's uncertainty deepened. Freedom? Yes, with a pirate ship, they could set sail, completely departing from this seemingly beautiful yet revolting country. All right, I understand, he conceded. Unbeknownst to them, as they prepared for their actions, Sigabon was quietly observing. The thought of setting fire to confront him had crossed a line for Sigabon. This is excessive. Anger flashed in his eyes. This devilish little rascal was indeed willing to resort to any means for victory. However, Sigabon did not act hastily. He waited. He awaited Ace's decision. If his opponent truly crossed that line and transformed into a demon, Sigabon would thereafter regard him merely as a tool for plundering spoils. Life or death. What did it matter to him? Ace had already ignited a torch and was slowly moving forward. The pirate ship, freedom. As long as I ignite the firewood, I can possess it all. Ace's steps were resolute. In that moment, he seemed to envision a blazing inferno amidst the roaring flames. A beautiful future materialized before him, a world where no one would ridicule his origins, a realm where he could attain anything through his own strength, a world once dominated by his father. He slowly extended his hand, presenting the torch. Yet, inexplicably, he halted. Images resurfaced before his eyes, flames, destruction, screams, and the reflection of himself, grinning devilishly amidst the fire. The malicious yet profoundly disappointed gaze of Dadan seemed to linger before him. The notorious bandit, who had once wreaked havoc, had inexplicably ceased his marauding ways. Was it for his sake? To set a commendable example for himself? With a clatter, the lit stick slipped from Ace's grasp and fell to the ground. Sabo, this is not the freedom I desire. Nor is it yours, is it? Sabo chuckled, genuinely amused. Haha, I knew you wouldn't go through with it. Now, let us tidy up. We must continue our efforts tomorrow to overcome that guy. Shiga smiled, his joy evident. He quietly returned to his room, reflecting on the two little ones. After 10 years, the battle at the summit has become rather challenging. From this moment on, Shiga altered his perception of merely being a bystander in the fierce competition. While the spoils of victory were still worth pursuing, he realized that he could no longer afford to remain passive. Siggy clenched his fists tightly. In the battle atop the summit, Shanks alone does not possess sufficient face. I wonder if my presence will suffice. What sound is that? Just as Siggy's blood surged with excitement, a barely perceptible voice suddenly reached his ears. Following that, the frantic screams of Ace and Sabo echoed. You idiot, Siggy. Wake up. There's a fire. What the hell? With a sudden jolt, Shiga attempted to dash towards the door. only to be obstructed by the searing flames that blazed in his path. The crackling sounds echoed incessantly, and the billowing fire resembled a demon intent on devouring the world. Thick smoke encircled him from all directions, choking Shiga to the brink of unconsciousness. By the time the Dadan family emerged, they beheld only a multitude of shadowy figures. Their gleaming swords and daggers illuminated by the crimson flames, while the ominous muzzles of guns were aimed directly at them. Dadan's expression darkened. Brujum, I never expected to find you here. The intruders were none other than the Brujum pirates, stationed at the uncertain transit hub. Dadan family, ha ha ha, surrender your treasures. The Brujum pirates had come to the kingdom of Goya with the intention of delivering their accumulated riches to the royal family, seeking noble titles that would grant them residence within the lofty, walled town. After years of piracy, they had grown weary of their precarious existence and longed for the stability of a noble life. However, the appetite of the Goya royal family exceeded their expectations, leading them to set their sights on the nearby mountain bandits. You've been bandits for so long. Do not tell me you have failed to amass any treasure. Brujum aimed his gun at Ace and Sabo, who were being restrained nearby. Dadan's heart raced. They truly had no riches left. Ever since adopting Ace, they had not committed a single robbery in the past decade. Living off their dwindling resources, there was nothing left to offer. Dadan, don't worry about us. Put out the fire. Shiga is still inside. Ace shouted desperately. Mr. Shiga? Upon hearing Ace's voice, Dadan found herself surprisingly calm. Indeed, Mr. Shiga was still within. She did not believe that the flames posed any real threat to him. In her eyes, as long as Mr. Shiga took action, these pirates would be nothing to fear. With this thought, Dadan smiled, casting a look of pity at Brujum and his crew. You set this fire, Haven to you? How bold of you to provoke Mr. Shiga. Unbeknownst to her, the very person she placed her hopes upon, Mr. Shiga, was contemplating whether to urinate on himself to dampen his clothes and shield his mouth and nose from the suffocating smoke. In the chaos of a fire, it is often the smoke that poses the greatest danger rather than the flames themselves. As the fire grew fiercer, delaying any further would likely result in severe burns, even if escape were possible. With a curse, Seago unfastened his belt. Outside, Brujum's patience was nearing its breaking point. I shall repeat myself. Hand over the treasure. Or not only these two brats, but all of you shall face dire consequences. Before Brujum could finish his sentence, a voice filled with profound fury echoed. Fire fist. In the next instant, to the astonishment of everyone, especially Ace, Seago emerged engulfed in flames. Moving with lightning speed, he reached Brujum before the latter could react. With a resounding thud, Brujum's face contorted as he was struck, the area where he was hit scorched by the flames. I will see you dead. Shiga had never been this furious before. The Conqueror's Haki was unleashed, delivering a precise strike that rendered the remaining pirates unconscious. In a flash, he surged forward, engulfed in flames, towards the flung Brujum. With a series of resounding punches, he struck his opponent relentlessly. The flames enveloping his fists ignited Brujum's garments, releasing a noxious scent of charred fabric. Amidst the acrid aroma, a faint undertone of urine lingered. Fortunately, Brujum had succumbed to unconsciousness after the first blow, sparing him the agony of the searing flames. After a brief moment, Shiga's rage began to subside. Although it was his inaugural act of taking a life, the former owner of this body had traversed such a path before. Perhaps due to the remnants of memory, Shiga felt no discomfort. At that moment, Brujum lay utterly lifeless, with flames still dancing upon his form. Shiga slowly straightened his body, gazing into the endless azure sky. Ugh, how utterly disgusting. Chapter 9, Armament Haki. Once Shiga finally regained his composure, he began to collect the scattered spoils from the ground. Aside from a singular orange loot dropped by Brujum, the rest remained consistently red. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 320 berries from a red loot. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill of gunmanship from an orange loot. You have learned gunsmanship, which will automatically convert into skill experience. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your gunsmanship skill has improved. Indeed, in the East Sea, acquiring high-quality loot seemed nearly impossible. The bounty for the Brujum pirates stood at a staggering 7 million berries, with Brujum himself nearing a bounty of 10 million. In a region where the average bounty was merely 3 million, they were undoubtedly a prominent pirate crew. Yet, despite this, their spoils paled in comparison to the riches earned from tormenting Ace, Luffy, and Sabo. Were it not for Karp and the continual loot generation from the three youngsters, Shiga would have long sought a way to venture into the Grand Line. You two did well just now. Shiga regarded Ace and Sabo with satisfaction. Regardless of the circumstances, the pair had preserved their final line of defense. Faced with the immense temptation of a pirate ship, their ability to hold firm was truly commendable. Ace and Sabo lowered their heads, mouths agape. Very well, as a reward for your efforts, tomorrow I shall present you with a pirate ship, a true pirate ship. With Brujum's demise, it was the perfect opportunity to deal with his remaining subordinates and seize the ship and treasure for themselves. Ace and Sabo were overjoyed. feeling both guilty for their previous actions and grateful that they had not lost their true selves. That's wonderful. Tomorrow we can set sail and become real pirates. They were but children. No matter how mature they appeared at times, their excitement bubbled forth in joyous leaps. Bang! Before Ace could revel in his joy, a massive figure suddenly appeared, striking him on the head with a fist. A visible lump began to swell. Ace, what did you just say you wanted to do? Bang! Another punch landed. I couldn't hear you clearly. Say it again. Another fist was thrown, though this time it did not connect with Ace's head. A large hand intercepted Karp's punch. Ace, wincing and shielding his head, slowly opened his eyes to see Shigu and Karp standing defiantly against each other. Dadan and the others were already stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief as they scrambled to find a safe place to hide. How dare one obstruct Karp? This stronghold might well need to be rebuilt. They were all too aware of Karp's temper. Once provoked, they would surely bear the brunt of his wrath. Karp slowly raised his head to gaze at Shiga. Shiga now finds himself in a state of disarray. Yet, despite the turmoil within, he maintains an unyielding faade. In fact, due to his unparalleled capacity for provocation, a countenance emerges that seems to invite retribution from anyone who lays eyes upon him. Though he is but an inexperienced youth, he possesses the right to make his own choices, Shiga asserted. Kapu's eyes widened with intensity. A seasoned warrior's formidable aura bearing down upon Shiga. In that fleeting moment, Shiga envisioned a landscape of corpses and rivers of blood. Countless pirate ships lay shattered, their crews' anguished cries echoing through the air. Such a murderous intent could only be born of one who has taken many lives. It was utterly terrifying. At this instant, Shiga completely cast aside the image of a character from a comic. Kapu, having fought for the better part of his life, has dispatched innumerable pirates. Regardless of his jovial demeanor and whimsical nature, he remains a battle-hardened veteran. A legendary figure within the Navy, Iron Fist Kapu. I am his guardian. If I decree that he shall join the Navy, then he shall do so. Who are you to question my authority? Shiga was now exceedingly anxious, fearing that a single punch from his opponent could shatter him entirely. Confronted by the formidable presence of Karp, he summoned all his strength to wield the Conqueror's Haki. An invisible force suddenly emanated from him, bearing down on Karp with full intensity, yet leaving the others untouched. Even Karp was momentarily taken aback by the precise control exhibited over this formidable Haki, which, while powerful, showcased an extraordinary mastery. The overwhelming presence of Sig undoubtedly failed to affect Garp. Instead, Garp found himself bewildered by Sig's peculiar aura. The disparity between control and intensity was utterly disproportionate. In the moment that Garp was momentarily distracted, Sig reached out and pulled Ace closer. For reasons unknown, Ace suddenly experienced an unfamiliar sensation, one he had never felt before. Raising his youthful visage, he gazed at Sig's countenance, which he usually regarded with disdain, and for a brief moment, Ace was utterly entranced. As his mentor, I naturally possess the authority to involve myself in matters pertaining to him. Sighing loudly, Siggy positioned himself sensibly to avoid being unexpectedly knocked down by the elderly man, who might not adhere to the principles of combat. Karp had regained his composure and was about to take action when, suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from afar. Grandpa, save me, came the distressed cry of Luffy, who was currently being relentlessly pursued by a ferocious black bear. Were it not for his rubbery physique, he would have undoubtedly met his demise countless times by now. Just as Karp retracted his imposing aura, a glimmering shade of purple caught Siggy's eye. It was the second purple trophy of his life, the first being an arm of Shanks, devoured by the Sea King. Alas, he had yet to unlock that purple treasure before it was confiscated by the system. Unlock. Within his heart, Shiga could barely contain his excitement, fearing that the system might once again deceive him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the armed color Haki from the purple loot. It has arrived. Finally, it is in my grasp. Although the King's Haki is rare and cannot be enhanced through training, the armed color Haki is a different matter altogether. With my innate talent, I certainly deserve at least the minimum level. Indeed, it is merely level 1. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that I do not owe the system another piece of loot this time. As he watched Luffy running towards him from a distance, accompanied by a black bear swinging its massive paw as if playing with a ball, Shiga felt a surge of anticipation. A flicker of inspiration ignited within Shiga. This was indeed the opportune moment to display his prowess. How could he allow it to slip by? Lowering his gaze to the ground, he lifted his foot and sent a stone, roughly the size of a palm, soaring through the air. It struck the black bear with a resounding thud, accompanied by a whistle of wind. Armament Haki, perhaps? Karp's heart raced with understanding. It appeared that his opponent had indeed mastered the 3 forms of Haki. Although the strength of the armament Haki entwined around the stone was not particularly formidable, the control exerted was nothing short of terrifying, solid, and unyielding. With not a trace of dispersion, it seemed the adversary had intentionally moderated the intensity, merely aiming to frighten the black bear away. Such was Karp's conclusion. Little did he know, from the very beginning, he had fundamentally erred. Shiga is not deliberately controlling his intensity. He is clearly exerting himself to the utmost. However, even at level 1, The application of armament Haki can only reach such limits. As for control, it is akin to Conqueror's Haki, where control is maximized. It is understandable that Garp might be lost in thought, for he bears the title of the strongest armament Haki, possessing unparalleled familiarity with it. To enhance control over armament Haki, one must first achieve a certain level of intensity. Such an extraordinary situation involving Shigo is truly beyond comprehension. Chapter 10. Acquiring the devil fruit. Luffy stumbled over, and upon catching sight of Shigo, a radiant smile blossomed on his face. Master, we meet again. Please take me as your disciple. Previously, Shigo had promised that if they were to meet again, he would accept him as a student. Luffy had not anticipated encountering Shigo so swiftly once more. Shiga feigned surprise, exclaiming, "So it is you, little rascal. I never anticipated encountering you again so soon." "Mr. Shiga, do you know him?" Sabo inquired. After the events of this evening, both Ace and Sabo were thoroughly impressed by Shiga. Before Sig could utter a word, Luffy spoke first. "Of course I know this move, it's one my master taught me." As he said this, he vigorously swung his arm. Rubber pistol. His arm elongated, delivering a punch to a nearby tree. In the next instant, his fist rebounded and struck his own face. "Wow, your arm can stretch," Sabo exclaimed, as if he had discovered an amusing toy. "Of course, I'm a rubber man who has consumed the gum-gum fruit." Ace, unlike Sabo, wore a stern expression. "Is that what you call a pistol? It's weak and flaccid, like a strand of noodles." Luffy instantly took offense and rushed over to argue with Ace. Observing the commotion among the three young boys, Sig felt a peculiar sensation arise within him. In that fleeting moment, an incredibly profound feeling resurfaced, as if he were on the brink of a breakthrough in some aspect. Nearby, Garp furrowed his brow. From the village chief of Windmill Village, he had learned of the recent events, including Shanks' appearance and Sig's indirect guidance to Luffy through their battles. Now, upon encountering Sig again, Garp instinctively suspected that Sig had ulterior motives regarding Luffy. However, upon further reflection, he realized that if Sig truly had designs on Luffy, he could not have anticipated Garp would bring Luffy here. Could it be that he was overthinking? Garp shook his head and looked at Sig. "So, you are the one who taught Luffy to harness the powers of the devil fruit in Windmill Village. Your ability to guide him towards the development of the gum-gum fruit in such a short time indeed marks you as a competent mentor." Furthermore, Sig's recent defense of Ace led Garp to believe that entrusting Luffy and Ace to him was a prudent choice. "Dadan, I leave Luffy in your care. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Dadan was nearly in tears, exclaiming, "This is a mountain bandit hideout, not a nursery. One Ace is already too much. Now you bring another." Just as she was about to refuse, Garp shot her a stern glance. "Rest assured, Mr. Garp. We will take care of everything." Dadan conceded on the spot. Garp then turned to Sig. "Since you share a bond with Luffy, I kindly ask you to keep these two little rascals in line." With a cordial smile, the Dadan family bid Garp farewell. Yet, at the very moment Garp's figure vanished into the night, Dadan exclaimed, "Damn, has that rascal Garp truly mistaken this place for a nursery? We are mountain bandits. Mr. Sig, do you require a late-night snack? I shall prepare it at once." Just then, Dadan's fury subsided as she noticed Sig's gaze upon her, transforming her from an irate matron into a bashful and kind-hearted maiden. Shiga could not help but tremble slightly. "Ace, Sabo, Luffy, I entrust you both with this." Having said that, he turned and entered the vacant room, locking the door behind him. Early the next morning, the three young ones were already waiting outside Shiga's door. They had spent an exciting night without sleep, filled with the thrill of soon possessing a pirate ship. Of course, the primary reason was the prolonged debate among the three regarding who would become the captain. Taking possession of the Brujum pirate cruise ship presented no obstacles. Shiga merely tossed Brujum's lifeless body onto the deck, casually unleashing a hint of Conqueror's Haki to heighten the atmosphere, prompting the pirates to kneel as they disembarked the vessel. Standing on the pirate ship's deck, Luffy and his companions were illuminated with excitement in their eyes. A pirate ship. This was a genuine pirate vessel. Luffy was crying uncontrollably, his tears echoing his overwhelming joy. Sabo was also in tears, while Ace fared slightly better, though his eyes were already reddened. "Wow, I finally have a pirate ship. I am one step closer to becoming the pirate king. Freedom, I can truly feel the essence of freedom here." Ace, embodying the spirit of a captain, raised his pipe high. "Crewmates, set sail." As Siggy gazed at the three exuberant little ones, the sensation of an impending breakthrough surged within him, growing ever more potent. Simultaneously, enigmatic currents of energy quietly emerged from his being, gradually enveloping him. He was indeed on the verge of a breakthrough. So this is the feeling of transcending into the Conqueror's Haki? It was utterly intoxicating. In the next moment, tears streamed down Siggy's face. Luffy, tilting his head to gaze at Siggy, observed the uncontainable tears cascading down his master's cheeks. "Master, you truly are a man who yearns for freedom. How I long to embrace your freedom. How I wish to board your pirate ship. How I yearn to witness your ascent into the realm of Conqueror's Haki." Shiga was overwhelmed with frustration. He felt an overwhelming impulse to set the pirate ship ablaze. Just moments ago, he had achieved a breakthrough. Ding! Congratulations to the host for his extraordinary talent. The child observation technique has successfully transcended its limits, transforming into a devil fruit, granting Luffy and his companions a pirate ship, thereby enabling Shiga's skill to reach new heights. However, the transformation into a devil fruit was something Shiga could never have anticipated. Could it be that all devil fruits are born from the pinnacle of a strong individual's abilities? Host, Shiga Power, 32 Speed, 30 Stamina, 29 Skills, Swordsmanship LV1, Marksmanship LV2, Taunt LV Max, Hand-to-Hand Combat LV5, Navigation LV3, Armament Haki LV1 Devil Fruit, Bottle Fruit, Puff. Upon seeing the name of this fruit, Shige felt a profound injury, almost to the point of vomiting blood. The cursed bottle fruit. Simultaneously, a stream of information flowed into Shige's mind, enlightening him about the capabilities of the bottle fruit. The system's production is indeed extraordinary. It possesses the ability to swim, since the bottle fruit is a devil fruit born from his skills reaching their zenith. Rather than a power bestowed by a devil fruit, he is unburdened by the usual fear of seawater. This implies that he can continue to cultivate and create devil fruits by surpassing the limits of his skills, while also being able to consume other devil fruits. However, should he choose to eat a devil fruit, the immunity to seawater will vanish. After all, acquiring power that does not originally belong to oneself inevitably comes with its own set of consequences. Shiga felt a slight alleviation in his heart. Thankfully, that startled me. I thought the transparent fruit was beyond my reach. Like the majority of men, he harbored a peculiar obsession with the transparent fruit. While Shiga was engrossed in understanding the powers of the milk bottle fruit, the three little ones had already engaged in a brawl. The reason was quite simple, a contest for the position of captain. I am the biggest. I am the captain. I boarded the deck first. I am the captain. I aim to become the pirate king. You all will be my crew in the future. Observing the three of them entangled in their fierce struggle, Shiga remained silent, quietly harnessing the powers of the milk bottle fruit. He activated the first ability of his milk bottle fruit. Milk bottle fruit. Milk powder is ready. In the next moment, the trio, who had been tugging at each other, paused and began to indulge in their respective bottles. Chapter 11. No mischievous child can resist a bottle of milk. Shiga has now descended into a state of utter despair. Indeed, it seems the artistic style has shattered. The thought of future confrontations evokes a vivid image, initiating with the bottle fruit, milk powder ready. Following that, one might employ the bottle fruit, disobedient bottle knocked away, and ultimately conclude with the bottle fruit, milk powder thrown in your face. The scene is too exquisite to behold. The pirate ship has been secured, yet challenges loom ahead. How shall they navigate the vessel to the port nearest to the Dadan family stronghold? Luffy and his companions gaze at Shiga with eager anticipation. Theoretically, I possess the knowledge to operate a ship. As Shiga spoke, he began to search for something around him. However, after a thorough glance, he found nothing. Master, what are you looking for? Luffy inquired, smacking his lips. He still desired a bit more milk, but felt too shy to ask Shiga for it. Where are the oars? Why can't I see the oars? This was not Shiga's fault. His sailing skills were merely at level 3, and such a complex three-masted ship was beyond his capabilities. Ace, on the side, remarked sarcastically, Indeed, master, you are only adept at rowing. Shiga felt somewhat embarrassed. Hey, I am a mountain bandit, after all. Do you expect a mountain bandit to navigate a pirate ship that sails solely by the force of the waves? Well, for now, let's leave it here. I believe that for the time being, no one would dare to covet it. Shiga planned to return and see if he could further enhance his nautical skills, as it would not be too late to set sail afterward. He estimated that once his nautical skills reached level 30, he would likely be in a good position. As for the methods to elevate his nautical skill level, Shiga cast a sinister smile towards Sabo. His nautical skills had originally been acquired from Sabo, and the subsequent advancement to level 3 had also been attributed to Sabo's contributions in skill experience. Upon noticing the gaze directed at him by Shiga, Sabo was taken aback. Master, perhaps we should inquire with Dadan and the others about who can navigate a ship, or wait for Grandpa Karp to arrive and ask him. In Sabo's estimation, it was highly likely that Luffy's grandfather possessed the ability to sail. Shiga choked slightly, realizing that having Karp navigate their pirate ship was indeed the mark of a little genius. With a swift motion, he handed milk bottles to the three young ones. If this pirate vessel could withstand 10 seconds before sinking in Karp's presence, it would be a testament to Karp's blindness. During their first enforced feeding by Shiga, the trio felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. However, by the second round, aside from Ace, Sabo and Luffy had ceased their resistance. They understood that until they finished the milk in their hands, liberation was a distant dream. This was the peculiar nature of Shiga's milk bottle fruit. One had to maintain a grasp on the bottle with both hands and mouth until the milk was consumed. While it seemed to have limited immediate utility, it could, at the very least, temporarily restrict an adversary's movements. Upon returning to the Dadan family's hideout, a sumptuous dinner awaited. Come and eat. Afterward, rest early. Tomorrow we commence our training, Shiga called to the three youngsters while sipping his drink. The trio, filled with excitement, had not slept a wink the previous night, and after a long journey to retrieve the pirate ship, they were utterly exhausted. The return trip was no short distance. And now their eyes struggled to stay open. Ace's eyelids drooped heavily. I'm tired. I can't eat anymore. Me too. I'm so sleepy, echoed Sabo. Only Luffy, the voracious eater, mustered the last remnants of his energy. Can I take a piece of meat to bed with me? With a wave of his hand. Sig conjured another milk bottle for the 3 individuals. What meat to eat? Drink a bit more milk before bed, and a good night's sleep will ensure you grow tall. Indeed, the power of this milk bottle fruit proved to be remarkably useful. It was undeniably convenient when it came to caring for children. Noisy and bothersome? 1 bottle of milk would suffice. Not eating properly? A bottle of milk would resolve that too. Thirsty or hungry? A single bottle of milk would take care of it. Dadan and the others stood before this spectacle, utterly astonished. Could this be the power of Mr. Sig's devil fruit? Shiga never intended to conceal anything. He had already braced himself for the scorn of the onlookers. However, to his surprise, the band of mountain thieves from the Dadan family exhibited not a hint of mockery towards him. Instead, they regarded Shiga with envious glances, as if to say, no wonder Mr. Shiga can effortlessly tame these 3 little miscreants. Indeed, Mr. Shiga is extraordinarily formidable. A single imp like Ace has nearly driven us all to despair, yet Mr. Shiga manages to handle 3 with such ease. Long live Mr. Shiga. Seigo gazed upon Dadan and the others with a look of compassion, pondering the depths of their suffering, which had led them to envy something as trivial as his milk bottle fruit. After finishing his meal, just as Seigo was about to retreat to his chamber for rest, Dadan handed him a newspaper. The celestial dragons were soon to visit the kingdom of Goa. A wave of memories washed over Seigo. It was this very visit from the celestial dragon Charlemagne that had compelled the kingdom of Goa to order the incineration of the uncertain terminal. Moreover, it was at the hands of the celestial dragon Charlemagne that Sabo had been struck down, surviving only by a stroke of luck, yet losing his memories in the process. It was only upon hearing the news of Ace's demise, amidst overwhelming sorrow, that his memories were restored. In this distorted world, the celestial dragons wielded supreme power and status. The world government, a colossal entity, was merely a tool employed by the celestial dragons to subjugate the world. In the eyes of the celestial dragons, all others, all races, were but slaves, subject to their whims, capable of being bullied or even slain at will. However, Seigo was not naive enough to believe that the celestial dragons maintained their dominion over the world for 8 centuries solely due to their lineage. They must possess terrifying powers. As for Charlemagne and the celestial dragons who were bested by Luffy in the Sabaody archipelago, they seemed to Seigo to be the lower echelons of their kind, those who, despite their lack of capability, reveled in their exalted privileges. The true elite among the celestial dragons would undoubtedly not be so inept. Perhaps one might consider abducting a celestial dragon to amass some spoils. A bold idea took root in Shiga's mind. The spoils of war are not solely determined by combat prowess. Status and identity significantly influence the quality of the loot. The status of a celestial dragon is indisputable. At a minimum, it would be ranked as blue, and with a stroke of good fortune, it could even be golden. By abducting a celestial dragon, one could infinitely amass high-quality spoils. This is a considerable temptation, yet it carries tremendous risks. An assault on a celestial dragon, even one as ordinary as Charlemagne, would inevitably provoke the intervention of Marine Admirals and CP0. Given Shiga's current strength, should the Marines or CP0 take action, he would scarcely have the means to escape. The potential losses far outweigh the gains. It would be wiser to wait for Karp's next arrival and seek an opportunity to spar with him. Shaking his head, Shiga relinquished this notion. His immediate concern was to prevent Sabo from following the same misguided path. With a month remaining, he simply needed to keep a close watch on Sabo. If all else failed, he could resort to binding him. Shiga was not overly anxious, as long as Sabo refrained from surfacing when the celestial dragon ships arrived. There should be no significant issues. Chapter 12. A swift dog paddle reclining on his bed, Shiga continued to strategize for his future. In the span of 10 years, prior to the onset of the Marineford War, he must elevate his combat capabilities to the level of an admiral. Only then would he stand a chance of effortlessly collecting vast quantities of high-quality loot during the battle, while simultaneously rescuing Ace. This raises the question, should he wait for an opportune moment to set sail ahead of others, or should he embark on his journey alongside Luffy? As for joining Ace or Sabo on their voyage, Shiga had not entertained such thoughts. Primarily, he was entirely unaware of Ace's or Sabo's maritime routes and the experiences they had encountered. It would be a waste to disregard the advantages of prophetic memories. Thus, he faced a choice. Either set sail independently following Luffy's path or accompany Luffy on his journey. Shiga made a resolute decision. The following day, he was awakened early in the morning by the fervent knocking of 3 little rascals at his door. "Master, please rise." The trio, brimming with enthusiasm, aspired to advance their training to the level where they could venture out to sea. Shiga emerged, yawning, and first handed each of the 3 a bottle of milk. Once they had finished their drinks, he beckoned them with a casual flick of his finger, inviting them to join him. As soon as they made contact, he sensed something extraordinary. The physical constitution of the 3 little ones had improved slightly. Though the enhancement was minimal, it was undeniably real. Could it be that my milk bottle fruit possesses such an effect? Shiga contemplated the power of his milk bottle fruit within, further affirming his discovery. However, this ability bore limitations, as it could only enhance the physical qualities of those under the age of 18. Shiga felt a tinge of disappointment, as he had initially intended to indulge in a secret feast himself. The battle raged on. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained an orange loot item, dustless men's underwear, which has now been endowed with attributes from indestructible men's underwear. Ding. Congratulations, the host has received another orange loot item, dustless men's trousers, which has similarly been enhanced with attributes from indestructible men's trousers. Well then, this certainly makes things more convenient. Henceforth, there will be no need to wash clothes. Alas, despite this attire being impervious to fire, blades, and axes akin to that found in comic books, it still lacks any defensive capabilities. Ding. Congratulations. The host has gained 1 strength from the orange loot. Ding. Congratulations. The host has gained 1 speed from the orange loot. At last, after delivering a decisive blow to the pirate kindergarten, a yellow loot item was revealed. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions lay exhausted and in pain, gasping for breath upon the ground. Ding. Congratulations. The host has acquired a yellow loot item, skill, swimming, which has been matched to the host's innate talent, level, and posture. A look of confusion manifested on Shiga's face. He understood the talent matching level, yet the significance of this posture eluded him. Host, Shiga strength, 38 speed, 34 constitution, 36 skills, swordsmanship LV1, spear technique LV2, taunt LVMAX, unarmed combat LV5, navigation LV3, armament Haki LV1, dog paddle LVMX. Devil fruit, baby bottle fruit. Damn, swimming is one thing, but having to assume a specific posture is absurd. Dog paddle, and it even comes with fully maximized skills. Shiga has increasingly grown concerned about his artistic style, which seems to have become more distorted, rendering it nearly impossible to behold. You all continue to drink your milk. I shall take a swim by the seaside, he declared, as he gestured. Simultaneously, the 3 little ones, rendered immobile on the ground, began to eagerly grasp their bottles and gulp down the milk. Once a bottle was consumed, they slightly regained their composure. Ace slowly sat up, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the forced feeding, yet he mused that the master's milk seemed to enhance their strength. Sabo chuckled. Ace, I must correct you. It is the milk from the master's bottle fruit, not the master's milk. Luffy, smacking his lips, expressed his lingering desire. I still want more milk. Ace glanced in the direction where Shiga had vanished, saying, let us return and wait for the master. He is likely enjoying a swim at the seaside. Suddenly, Ace's realization struck him, and he leaped up, exclaiming, what did the master just say about going to the seaside? Upon Ace's reminder, Sabo's eyes widened in understanding. This is bad. The master has gone swimming. Sego, a wielder of the devil fruit's powers, is susceptible to drowning even in a simple bath. Yet he dares to venture into the ocean. The 3 little ones, disregarding their own fatigue and weakness, split up to take action. Ace and Sabo stumbled and dashed towards the shore, while Luffy ran to seek help from Dadan and the others. Surely, Mr. Sego cannot be that foolish. Upon hearing Luffy's cries for assistance, Dadan and the others found it hard to believe. A devil fruit user swimming in the sea. Could that not be tantamount to suicide? Let us head to the nearest shore. Choosing to believe rather than dismiss, Dadan swiftly tucked Luffy under her arm and sprinted towards the ocean. Shiga was indeed the man who ignited her youthful heart. How could any misfortune befall him? When Dadan and the others arrived at the seaside, they found Ace and Sabo standing atop a height, gazing out at the boundless ocean. Where is Mr. Shiga? Dadan inquired anxiously. Ace and Sabo turned back, momentarily taken aback, then simultaneously pointed towards the sea. Just moments ago, our master was greeting us, but now we have no idea where he has gone. Dadan erupted with anger. Why didn't the 2 of you save Mr. Shiga? He is a devil fruit user. He will perish in the water. Ace and Sabo were on the verge of tears. We couldn't catch up. Master swims too swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. At this, Dadan and the others were left in a state of bewilderment, feeling as though their minds were failing them. Swim too fast. What kind of phenomenon was this? However, in the very next moment, the meaning became clear to them. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the endless sea. The figure was moving with such incredible speed that the water on either side was cleaved apart, creating 2 inclined curtains of water. Initially, the figure was still hundreds of meters away, but in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared before them. It was none other than Shiga. Even Ace and Sabo, who had seen him once before, could not help but gasp in astonishment, gazing at Shiga in disbelief. That speed was nothing short of astonishing. Not even a fully sailed ship could compete, let alone a torpedo. Who could have imagined that this was a devil fruit user? Dadan's mind was blank. With only a single thought remaining, Mr. Shiga's dog paddle is astonishingly swift. Shiga is exceedingly pleased with his dog paddling skills. Although his form leaves much to be desired, his speed is truly alarming. Observing Shiga's figure striding ahead, Dadan quietly commands, everyone, especially you 3 little ones, and particularly you, Luffy must not reveal that Mr. Shiga is unafraid of the sea. Chapter 13. The Radical Ace. Subsequent days unfolded in a delightful and fulfilling manner for both Shiga and Luffy's group. This existence was profoundly enriching. Each day brought a palpable sense of progress, leaving them exhausted enough to drift into slumber clutching their milk bottles. Of course, under the influence of Shiga's milk bottle fruit ability, even in their sleep, the three little ones continued to embrace their bottles, indulging in generous sips. Dadan and the others also enjoyed a comfortable life, free from the concerns of the rambunctious trio. They need not worry about sustenance, as Shiga adeptly led the three little ones on hunting excursions. They lived in a state of leisure, seemingly having retired ahead of time. If there was one source of discontent for Luffy and his companions, it was their utter inability to land even a single blow on Shiga despite their myriad attempts. In the innocent hearts of the trio, Shiga had become an invincible figure. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Perhaps due to Shiga's rigorous training or the effects of the milk bottle fruit, the progress of the three little ones was remarkable. Ace and Sabo were both merely 10 years old, while Luffy was a mere 7. Yet, aside from Dadan, no one else could match the trio in terms of strength, speed, endurance, or defense. Luffy, your punch lacks speed, strength, and precision. With such abilities, how can you claim your fist is like a pistol? What you possess is more akin to a squirt gun. Sharp tongue was as relentless as ever. Sabo, how many times must I remind you? The dragon claw fist is not employed this way. What you wield is not a dragon's claw, but a cat's paw. Over the past month, Siggy's improvements were evidently more pronounced than those of Luffy and the others. His attributes and skill levels had progressed significantly, and he had acquired 2 new skills, culinary arts and dragon claw fist. Host, Siggy strength, 51 speed, 48 constitution, 62 skills, swordsmanship LV8, marksmanship LV10, taunt LV max. Conqueror's Haki LV1, hand-to-hand combat LV15, navigation LV8, armament Haki LV1, dog paddle LV max, culinary arts LV max. Dragon claw fist LV9 devil fruit. Bottle fruit. The culinary art skill was unlocked as a spoils of war, directly elevated to maximum level through the system's simulation of talent. Indeed, apart from his combat prowess, he excelled in various other domains. Mastery in taunting, dog paddling, childcare, and culinary arts was evident. As for the dragon claw fist, it was derived from Sabo. Its initial level remained at the base level of 1. This technique was destined to be Sabo's forte in the future, and Siggy took the liberty of imparting it to him early on. Ace, I've told you countless times. Your singular focus on offense without any regard for defense is untenable. Ironically, Siggy was most concerned about Ace, who was advancing the quickest. Ace's excessively radical personality led him to adopt an equally extreme approach to combat. In battle, he neglected defense entirely, opting for relentless aggression. While this might suffice against weaker opponents or those of comparable strength, it presented significant drawbacks when facing adversaries far superior to him. During this period, Siggy had been diligently working with Ace to enhance his defensive awareness. If this continued, the tragedy of the Summit War might well repeat itself. Master, isn't the best defense simply a good offense? Ace argued with a smile. With a gesture, Siggy directed a large milk bottle into Ace's mouth. This was no ordinary bottle that could be emptied in mere minutes. It was as substantial as half of Ace's body, rather than a bottle. It resembled a barrel of milk. This was the manifestation of Siggy's milk bottle fruit ability. A generous supply of milk powder had been prepared. Clutching the oversized bottle, Ace found himself unable to articulate his thoughts, reduced to fervently sucking away at the bottle. Listen closely, you little rascal, he admonished, to triumph over adversaries. Mere aggression is insufficient. Life is of paramount importance. Without it, how can one hope to conquer enemies? Commenced an elaborate discourse, endeavoring to alter Ace's perspective. Phew. Ace finally finished his milk, exhaling deeply before articulating, I could simply seek a natural type fruit in the future. Before he could complete his sentence, a gesture from Sig compelled him to clutch the large milk bottle and continue drinking. Luffy approached, and Sig waved him over. Luffy felt a tinge of envy towards Ace, who could indulge in such copious amounts of milk. He joyfully dashed over, mistakenly believing Sig intended to present him with a large milk bottle as well. Bang! Without uttering a word, Shige landed a powerful punch on Luffy's head. It hurt immensely. Struck by Shige, Luffy felt tears welling up in his eyes. Shige's recent punch has indeed been imbued with the full force of Haki. Unfortunately, his mastery of Haki remains at a mere beginner level. As you can see, the devil fruit is not invincible. While the powers of the gum fruit are resistant to physical blows, the application of Haki can still inflict damage. The same holds true for Logia-type devil fruits. As long as the Haki is sufficiently potent, it can seize the elusive form of a Logia user, causing harm and even leading to their demise. Although Ace's expression has shifted slightly, it is clear that he still regards the situation with a degree of nonchalance. Shiga remained unhurried, a reflection of Ace's inherent disposition. It was inconceivable to expect a complete transformation in such a short span. Moreover, Shiga did not intend to entirely alter Ace's character. He merely wished for Ace to pay a modicum of attention to defense. to avert a potential demise at the hands of a Kainu in the future. Very well, since you express a desire to acquire a Logia-type devil fruit in the future, let us use the flame devil fruit as an illustrative example. Shiga transformed an educational approach, subtly influencing others through their interests. If you possess the power of flames, how would you harness that power? Shiga inquired. Upon hearing this topic, not only Ace but also Sabo and Luffy were intrigued. I can utilize the explosive force of flames as propulsion, transforming my arm into a fiery weapon against foes. I can also use flames as bullets, create a flaming spear for attacks, or condense it into an enormous fireball for offensive maneuvers. Ace, energized after finishing his milk, spoke exuberantly. Yet his discourse invariably revolved around one word: attack. Every method he proposed was intended solely for offense. Even Luffy, the little rascal, understood that he could inflate himself like a balloon for defense, whereas in Ace's mind, the concept of defense was entirely absent. After a thorough discussion, although Shiga did not completely persuade Ace, he at least instilled a nascent awareness of defense within him. All right, we shall conclude for today. Ace, ponder this and tomorrow present me with at least one method of flame-based defense. Sabo delved deeply into the Dragon Claw Fist, discovering how to inflict maximum destruction with minimal effort. Luffy, ensure you consume more milk. With a wave, Shiga handed Luffy a large bottle of milk and retreated to his room for rest. He had intended to remind Sabo not to wander aimlessly, firstly because, according to the newspaper, the celestial dragon Charlemagne would not arrive for another 3 days, and secondly, because Sabo was the most obedient among them, having caused no trouble over the past month, so Shiga did not overly concern himself. As Shiga settled in his room, the distant rumble of thunder heralded an impending storm. Sabo gazed up at the sky, while Ace and Luffy approached their quarters, only to notice Sabo standing still. Hey, Sabo, let us head inside, Ace called out. Oh, you go ahead. I need to relieve myself, Sabo replied, sprinting toward a distant tree. Ace and Luffy paid him no mind and entered the house. Standing at the bow of the pirate ship amidst a tempest must feel vastly different, Sabo murmured to himself. Chapter 14. The assault on the celestial dragon. Sabo had always demonstrated remarkable decisiveness, evident from his resolute departure from home and his ascent to the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army in just over a decade. Exhausted, Luffy and Ace collapsed onto their beds, instantly falling into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Sabo's small figure appeared at the uncertain terminus port, where exhilaration eclipsed his physical fatigue. Standing at the ship's bow, he reveled in the brisk sea breeze, feeling momentarily like a captain navigating the vast ocean. With closed eyes, he embraced the essence of freedom. However, at that moment, the kingdom of Goa's plan to incinerate the uncertain terminus commenced, in preparation for the arrival of the celestial dragon Charlemagne in 3 days. The uncertain terminus must be set ablaze. The kingdom of Goa epitomized a segregated realm, with towering walls completely isolating the nobility, commoners, and so-called lower class. Presently, the only entrance to the kingdom was locked, creating a stark divide. Outside lay a wasteland of burning refuse and countless downtrodden souls, while within resided the apathetic aristocracy and bourgeoisie. Flames raged like a colossal beast consuming the earth, incinerating the entire uncertain terminus, as anguished cries echoed amidst the inferno. Witnessing this devastation, Sabo felt as though struck by lightning. He had never fathomed that the value of life could vary so drastically among humans. Yet, upon reflection, what difference did it make for him? Although a noble son of the kingdom of Goa, in the eyes of the royal family, he was merely an ordinary person. And how did the celestial dragons perceive him? Perhaps as one of the lower class or even as a slave. Suddenly, Sabo snapped back to reality, realizing the flames were advancing toward him. The pirate ship. The flames will consume the pirate ship. Panic surged within him. Damn it, there's no time. Sabo yearned to seek Shiga's assistance, but time was fleeting. This is Ace and Luffy's dream, and mine as well. I cannot allow anyone to destroy it. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Sabo resolved decisively. I can do this. I have mentally simulated piloting a pirate ship countless times. The ropes. Release the ropes first. And the anchor. Raise the sails. The speed of the flames far exceeded Sabo's expectations, and as they threatened to engulf him, he remained undeterred. At that moment, Sabo seemed to forget even the concept of death. His sole thought was, I must protect this ship, safeguard our shared dream. Galbo Mountain, the Dadan family's base. Shiga suddenly awakened. Outside the window, a vibrant red hue enveloped the sky, resembling a celestial canvas set ablaze by fiery clouds. Even from such a considerable distance, the glow of the flames was palpable. A fire had erupted. Following the recent events, Shiga was now as apprehensive as a startled bird at the sound of a bowstring. He had no desire to cover his face in fear again. It was an uncertain destination. As he dashed out of the room, Shiga finally grasped the gravity of the situation. In the far distance, the flames appeared to merge with the heavens. Shiga shook his head, preparing to return to his room. This matter was beyond his control. Moreover, Luffy's father should have already arrived nearby to assist in the evacuation of those trapped in the inferno. I must continue to endure. It is best not to involve myself in such affairs. Shiga shook his head and walked into the room. Just then, A loud crash echoed as Ace and Luffy burst forth. Both wore expressions of profound anxiety. Master Sabo. Sabo has yet to return. A sudden jolt coursed through Shige's heart. Sabo. Dadan. Shige bellowed. Keep an eye on those two. I shall seek out Sabo. At this moment, there could be no further unexpected developments. As Shige dashed towards the shoreline, Ace and Luffy also yearned to follow, yet they were resolutely restrained by Dadan and her companions. Shige did not take the land route, but rather headed straight towards the ocean. At present, the entire uncertain terminus is engulfed in flames, making it impossible for him to rush through. Furthermore, with the fully leveled dog paddling, although the distance by water is significantly greater, it ironically becomes the swiftest path. Without a moment's hesitation, Siggy leaped into the sea. Utilizing his full-strength dog paddle, he surged through the water like a torpedo, navigating along the coastline towards an uncertain destination. The pirate ship had set sail. In mere moments, Siggy found himself near the harbor of this ambiguous endpoint. Gazing at the port, which was engulfed in flames and desolate, he turned away. It seemed his suspicions were indeed correct. Sabo must have piloted the pirate ship away from the harbor. Yet on his way, he had seen no trace of the vessel. The fierce sea winds continued to rage, and the waters roared tumultuously. However, no matter how immense the waves, they could not hinder Siggy's dog paddle. Half an hour later, the pirate ship. At last, he had found it. Shige gazed at the pirate ship on the distant sea, feeling a slight sense of relief. This little rascal shall certainly receive a proper lesson upon our return. A look of relief spread across Siggy's face as he was about to pursue the pirate ship. Suddenly, a cannonball exploded. The entire pirate vessel was cleaved in two, engulfed in flames. Siggy's mind buzzed as he incredulously gazed at the colossal warship, its sails emblazoned with the insignia of the world government. Celestial Dragon Charlemagne. Siggy watched in astonishment as another cannonball detonated, shattering the already devastated pirate ship into countless fragments. How could he possibly be here? The opposing force was not supposed to arrive for another 3 days. Why had they appeared now, and fortuitously encountered Sabo piloting the pirate ship? Shige's mind is now in turmoil, not solely due to Sabo, but also because of Ace and his own circumstances. A vague sensation suddenly arises within him, a feeling that stirs his emotions and leaves him in disarray. This is not the first time that Sig has experienced such a feeling. The last instance of this disquieting sensation occurred in Windmill Village, in the presence of Shanks. Even though his arrival precipitated a series of transformations, in the end, fate took a turn, and Shanks ultimately lost his left arm. And now, the situation remains unchanged. The emergence of Sig has significantly altered the original course of Sabo's life. Yet, in the end, all outcomes remain unchanged. Sabo's words carry little weight. Even if things revert to how they were, there would be no peril. At worst, he might join the revolutionary army after amnesia. But what of Ace? Is it truly impossible to alter the outcome of the battle at Marineford? If that is indeed the case, what then becomes of the self that should have perished in the belly of the Sea King? Perhaps, one day, I too shall meet my demise in the depths of the ocean. Shige suddenly felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. This sensation of witnessing his own fate was truly the greatest terror in the world. A wave of fear instantaneously enveloped his entire being. No, it cannot be. Suddenly, Siggy let out a fierce roar, activating his dog paddling skill, transforming into a shadow that surged through the night towards the massive warship, which loomed like a small mountain. He was determined to alter fate, to change Ace's destiny, and indeed, to reshape his own. Beneath the howling winds of the tempestuous sea, the remnants of the pirate ship had long since succumbed to the depths, and Sabo's figure was nowhere to be found. I want you all to perish. On the deck of the world government's warship, an enigmatic figure materialized, unnoticed by anyone, as if he had descended from the heavens. The alarm echoed throughout the vessel, and countless soldiers armed with swords and guns encircled Siggy. The sounds of gunfire echoed relentlessly, yet Siggy's reactions were astonishingly swift, so rapid that even the bullets could not find their mark. Siggy, with his upper body bared and his garment wrapped around his head, strode purposefully towards Charlemagne Saint. The flames of fury within him had ignited beyond control, yet he clung to the last vestiges of reason. The celestial dragons are not to be killed. Should he take the life of one, the world government would likely unleash a massacre edict, condemning all within the borders of the Goya kingdom to death. Such scum are not worth the sacrifice. Who are you and what do you seek? Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Siggy, Charlemagne Saint was now in a state of panic. He fired his weapon repeatedly, but his aim could not find its mark. On this warship, no one could stand in Siggy's way. Anyone who approached would be rendered unconscious by an invisible force. Regardless of your identity, Lord Charlemagne Saint is a celestial dragon. If you dare to harm him, the world government will not let you escape. The Navy admirals and CP0 will pursue you relentlessly. Chapter 15. Only pets regard lineage. Shige disregarded the frantic warnings of the naval soldiers and continued his advance towards the increasingly flustered Charlemagne Saint. The celestial dragon, in their excessive arrogance, believed their noble status rendered them untouchable, convinced that no one would dare to assault them. World aristocrats? Descendants of the Creator? Masters of the world? Step by step, Shigo advanced towards his adversary, his fists clenched tightly in determination. Back in my hometown, only pets are concerned with lineage. Thus, when dealing with disobedient creatures such as yourselves, one can only resort to the fist. Bang! Amidst the horrified gazes of onlookers, Shiga delivered a solid punch to the head of Charlemagne. The transparent helmet shattered under the force, and the contours of his face visibly contorted and distorted. Simultaneously, a flicker of blue light ignited in Shiga's eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the blue loot. Observation Haki. Indeed, Shiga was not disappointed. Although this celestial dragon was weaker than even a formidable ordinary person, his status allowed for the emergence of blue loot. At long last, he had also gathered the 3 types of Haki, though all were in their most rudimentary awakened state, and he was uncertain how to cultivate them. Shiga remained unperturbed. Once awakening was achieved, a means of cultivation would surely present itself. Bang! Seizing the moment, Shiga unleashed another punch, causing the opponent's cheek to cave in. However, no loot materialized this time, as his adversary had already succumbed to unconsciousness from the initial blow, and the system did not classify this strike as combat. TSK. What a waste, unable to withstand even a single blow. With little desire to continue, Shiga kicked Charlemagne, who lay on the deck like a lifeless dog, sending him flying. He glanced towards the direction of the Kingdom of Goya, where the royal fleet was rapidly approaching. The naval admiral would soon be mobilized as well. Shiga leaped gracefully into the sea, vanishing amidst the tumultuous waves. He deliberately took a circuitous route before quietly returning to Mount Galbo. Shiga had initially contemplated seizing the opportunity to visit Frostmoon Village or seek out Luffy's father, hoping to augment his spoils. However, the situation had changed. He could no longer afford to remain exposed, for if he did, the arrival of the Marine Admiral would spell his doom. Nevertheless, Shiga possessed a measure of confidence in evading the pursuit of the Navy. Simultaneously, the Revolutionary Army, having just rescued individuals and preparing to depart from the Goya Kingdom en route to Frostmoon Village for supplies, became aware of an unusual occurrence. The Goya Kingdom had mobilized warships. They had presumed the vessels were directed at them, but soon intelligence arrived indicating that someone had attacked the celestial dragons. This revelation left Dragon in a state of shock. It was prudent to vacate the East Blue, he mused. Were the supplies on board sufficient? Without hesitation, Dragon resolved the matter. This place had become a realm of turmoil, and it would not be long before the Navy headquarters dispatched a fleet of warships. Though he harbored no fear of the Marine Admiral, he preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict. The mission of the Revolutionary Army this time was solely to rescue individuals and subsequently cultivate them into revolutionaries. With the mission accomplished, there was no reason to linger in the East Blue any longer. A large face squeezed into view. As for supplies, they were indeed adequate at first. However, with the influx of so many people, they had become insufficient. Yet, fret not, for I can transform them into new humans. Oh, would transforming them into new humans alleviate the scarcity of resources? Regrettably, it would not. Dragon sighed in resignation. So, your intent is merely to convert them into new humans. Upon returning to a stronghold of the Dawn, Siggy, wielding his formidable ability to transform into the bottle fruit through his childcare technique, successfully assuaged the anxieties of the 2 young ones, Ace and Luffy. However, what took Siggy by surprise was the astonishing swiftness with which the Navy arrived. Even before the dawn had fully broken, the Navy had encircled the entire Goa Kingdom. As anticipated, the admiral leading the charge was none other than the Yellow Monkey, renowned for his relentless pursuit of the 5 insurances and 1 fund. It seems he has a particular penchant for handling such matters. Siggy harbored doubts that his presence here was largely motivated by a desire for leisure. Confronted by the naval admiral renowned for his phrase with salary assured, the 4 emperors are rendered impotent, Siggy certainly had no intention of provoking him. The yellow ape was no comparison to Garp. A single flash kick would be beyond Siggy's capacity to withstand. Naturally, given his esteemed position, the yellow ape could not personally pursue the assailants. Instead, he remained stationed in the Kingdom of Goa, delegating the task of seeking out leads to his subordinates. Here, Sigo could not possibly evade the Navy's search. He gazed at the man before him, silver-haired, bare-chested, draped in a Navy officer's coat, with 2 cigars clenched between his lips. Instinctively, Sigo's eyes flickered to the side, where Luffy was drinking milk. The newcomer was none other than Smoker, the user of the smoke fruit, and a future formidable rival of Luffy. Their relationship bore a resemblance to that of the legendary Roger and Garp. I am Navy Lieutenant Smoker, dispatched here to investigate the assailant of the Celestial Dragons, he declared. Smoker, though only in his early 20s, had already attained the rank of lieutenant, a testament to his exceptional capabilities. Yet, it was evident that a decade later, he would still hold the rank of colonel, a clear mismatch for his evident prowess, suggesting that this individual was indeed a maverick, unbound by constraints. The Navy's investigative methods were straightforward yet effective. They began with a thorough search, eliminating the weak. Although the combat capabilities aboard the warship last night were unimpressive, they were not something an ordinary person could withstand. It was evident that the suspect had been narrowed down to Sigo, for apart from him, No one else possessed the capability to assault the celestial dragons. Shiga remained utterly unconcerned, for he had already devised a comprehensive strategy. Ah, a naval major, you say? Feel free to investigate as you wish. However, there is one question that arises. A contemplative expression emerged on Seago's face. Smog felt a stir of emotions within, quietly awaiting Seago's subsequent words. For reasons unknown, ever since his arrival in this place, he had been plagued by an inexplicable restlessness. This unease seemed to emanate from the tiny creature over there, fervently sucking on an enormous baby bottle. Shiga pointed at Smoker with his finger. Aren't you cold? What? Smoker instinctively glanced in the direction Shiga was pointing before realizing his implication. Kindly refrain from such trivial inquiries, sir. I must insist on your cooperation, otherwise. In a sudden movement, Siggy swiftly appeared beside Smoker. Startled, Smoker instinctively reached for his signature weapon, the 10 hands, but Siggy had already retreated, a cigar now in hand. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Skill Marine 6 styles with the initial level adjusted to your talent. Borrowing a smoke should pose no issue. Siggy languidly stood there, tilting his head in anticipation. After a brief moment, he delivered a hefty punch to Ace's head, exclaiming, You little rascal, light up a cigarette. I've struck a pose here. Can't you cooperate a bit? Smoker's eyes gleamed with intensity. The other party's speed was astonishing. Such agility undoubtedly qualified him to confront the celestial dragons. Certainly, the actions of Smoker are quite deliberate. On one hand, it allows for the acquisition of spoils. On the other hand, it serves to confound the adversary. At this juncture, concealing one's prowess is not advisable. Rather than shrouding his strength in suspicion, it is far more advantageous to display it openly. Of course, if you desire a cigar, you may have as many as you wish. However, for now, I kindly ask you to accompany me. Before Smoker could finish his statement, he suddenly felt an unfamiliar object in his mouth, and simultaneously, his arms involuntarily drew together in front of him. What is this? Chapter 16. Young people should smoke less and drink more milk. Smoker's mind was a blank canvas. He stared incredulously at the baby bottle clutched in his mouth. His usually stoic face now flushed with embarrassment. Uffed. The absurdity of the scene before them proved too much for Ace and Luffy to contain. One doubled over, clutching his stomach in laughter, while the other held the baby bottle, sucking and laughing uncontrollably. Dadan and the others soon joined in, erupting into raucous laughter, tears nearly streaming from their eyes. Meanwhile, the naval officers trailing Smoker found themselves in a predicament. They desperately wanted to laugh, but dared not. Forcing themselves to suppress their amusement, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This was none other than the infamous White Hunter, Captain Smoker, a figure that struck terror into the hearts of countless pirates, now reduced to suckling from a bottle of milk. The cigar is delightful, thus, I offer you milk. Seigo displayed an air of indifference, igniting a fervent ire within Smoker. The power bestowed by the devil fruit in the hands of his adversary was undeniably peculiar. Even he found himself utterly unable to resist its influence. Just moments ago, he had attempted to utilize his own devil fruit ability to transform into an elemental form, only to discover that even in his fully elemental state, he could not extricate himself from the bottle of milk in his mouth. Rest assured, it's merely a bottle of milk. It will vanish once finished, Seigo remarked, adding, moreover, drinking milk promotes a robust physique. Smoker clutched the milk bottle as he walked, while his subordinates trailed behind at a distance, hesitant to approach. They feared that the sound of Smoker sipping from the bottle might provoke retaliation from him. The power of the devil fruit? In the kingdom of Goya, Admiral Kizaru lounged in his chair, listening to Smoker's report. A devil fruit that conjures a milk bottle is rather intriguing. This suggests that the suspicion of him assaulting the celestial dragons can be dismissed. This was precisely the source of Seigo's confidence. Just the previous night, he had plunged into the sea in full view of everyone, swimming away like a dog paddling. Now, he deliberately revealed the capabilities of his devil fruit. No one could reasonably suspect him anymore. After all, even someone as formidable as Admiral Kizaru could not disregard the existence of water. The inability of devil fruit users to swim was a universally acknowledged truth. Yet, it was this very fundamental knowledge that became Seigo's greatest asset. Although Smoker felt humiliated, he had to concede. Indeed, this person's suspicion can be dismissed. However, the two youngsters accompanying him possessed somewhat unusual identities. Intelligence indicated that both had been dispatched here by Vice Admiral Garp. Kizaru yawned lazily and waved his hand dismissively. Oh, if it pertains to Mr. Garp, there's no need to dwell on it. Our current task is to locate the perpetrators who attacked the celestial dragons. Let us not concern ourselves with other matters for now. By the way, Smoker, may I casually inquire, is the milk enjoyable? Smoker, with the formidable power granted by the devil fruit, Shige managed to escape the relentless pursuit of the Navy, an occurrence that starkly defies logic, all while still possessing the ability to swim. A month later, the Navy finally decided to temporarily abandon their search efforts. In an attempt to provide an explanation to Charlemagne Saint and simultaneously to instill fear in others, thereby maintaining the reverence towards the celestial dragons, the world government issued a peculiar bounty notice. The notice featured an image of a man with his upper body exposed, his head wrapped, and his name replaced with a question mark, accompanied by an astonishing bounty of 500 million berries. This bounty is indeed substantial. According to the original narrative, Luffy's bounty amounted to 400 million berries due to the burning of the world government's flag at Enies Lobby, the events that impelled down the Marineford War, and the attack on the Celestial Dragons. Yet, Shige, solely for assaulting a Celestial Dragon, has already reached a bounty of 500 million berries. The underlying reason for this is simply the Navy's attempt to placate Charlemagne Saint, whose face was severely disfigured, through this expedient measure. Yesterday, Kizaru had already retreated with a large contingent, along with the royal family of the Goa Kingdom and all officials involved in devising the destruction of uncertain objects terminal plan. The Goa Kingdom's royal family's indiscriminate slaughter of civilians has egregiously violated the laws of the world government. As members of the Navy, they could not remain passive in the face of such actions. What awaits them may be an inconclusive outcome or a life behind bars. Seago was unaware of the circumstances, yet he was profoundly astonished by the ascension of the new king, Odaluk III, who happened to be Sabo's father. Upon receiving this revelation, Seago felt a sense of unexpectedness but was compelled to momentarily acknowledge the terrifying grip of fate. In the original narrative, Odaluk III harbored a singular ambition for Sabo to wed a royal princess. Following Sabo's departure, he adopted Sturley, who, after the passage of a decade, indeed married a princess from the royal family of the Kingdom of Goya. Subsequently, due to the inexplicable demise of the king and his princes, Sturley successfully ascended to the throne, becoming the king of Goya and attending the World Conference in the sacred land of Merigios. Much like Shanks losing his arm and Sabo suffering from amnesia, the appearance of Seago had caused numerous events to deviate from their original course. Yet, in the end, everything returned to its former state. Although the majority of the Navy had retreated, a small contingent remained behind, led by Smoker. The Gorbo Mountain had once again embraced its erstwhile tranquility. Ace, how many times must I say it? Defense. Defense. Luffy, stop drinking milk and go practice your marksmanship. You must hit the target 1,000 times this morning, or there will be no food. Milk? There isn't any. Siggy reclined comfortably in the rocking chair. A cigar nestled between his lips, with a cocktail resting on the adjacent table. This bourgeois lifestyle was undeniably delightful. Beside him, Smog puffed on a cheap cigarette. Mr. Siggy, regarding the direction of my development for the smoking fruit, I still find myself rather perplexed. Seago exhaled a smoke ring and cast a glance at the cocktail beside him. Despite Smoker's fierce appearance, his perception was quite keen. Without waiting for Seago to sit up straight, he had already lifted the cocktail and placed it into Seago's hand. Mr. Seago, could you elaborate further? Over these days, Smoker had nearly made this place his second home, visiting frequently to seek Seago's counsel on matters concerning the development of devil fruits. With each visit, not only were his shoes wearing thin, but his wallet was also becoming alarmingly empty. In an effort to curry favor with Seago, he spent his own wages on fine cigars and exquisite wines for him, leaving himself with nothing but cheap cigarettes, unable to indulge in cigars he could scarcely afford, all in homage to Seago. Ah, young Smoker, your comprehension skills leave much to be desired. I was quite explicit last time. How can you still not grasp it? Did I not make myself clear? Ahem. Smoker had been eagerly awaiting Seago's next words when he was abruptly caught off guard by Seago's comment, causing him to choke on the smoke. In the midst of a violent coughing fit, he suddenly found something additional in his mouth. Seago gently rocked in his chair, saying, "You are still young. Smoke less and drink more milk." Smoker, in Chapter 17, Luffy's lifelong rivalry, exhibited a seemingly gruff exterior paired with a kind heart, a quality that Seago found rather endearing. After all, one should not bite the hand that feeds. Observing Smoker crouched in a corner, cradling a milk bottle and sucking on it with a look of indignation, Seago decided not to tease him further. Listen carefully, for I have stated this before, while the powers of devil fruits may vary in strength, the true measure lies in the wielder of such abilities. A weakling, even bestowed with the mightiest of fruits, will fail to unleash its potential. Conversely, a strong individual, even with the most insignificant of fruits, or lacking any powers altogether, remains formidable. You ought to understand this well. After all, Luffy's grandfather is a prime example. What of the absence of a devil fruit? With mere fists, who would dare underestimate him? Smoker, still holding the milk bottle, nodded in agreement. Indeed, the power of a devil fruit may hasten one's ascent to strength, yet it can never transform an inherently timid individual into a true warrior. Shiga took a sip of his wine and continued, your smoke fruit, theoretically speaking, is considered quite weak among the natural type fruits. However, it possesses unique advantages. To truly harness the power of this fruit, you must first understand the essence of smoke. Seago harbored no secrets. He was genuinely prepared to impart his knowledge to Smoker. He intended to craft a formidable opponent for Luffy, one capable of spurring Luffy's rapid advancement. Upon hearing Seago's words, Smoker was momentarily taken aback, even forgetting to continue his nursing. What is the essence of smoke? This was a question he had never contemplated. However, there was no need for him to ponder it further, as Seago continued, elucidating. Smoke and mist are distinct. Mist comprises tiny droplets of liquid, whereas smoke is fundamentally composed of solid particles, countless minuscule solid fragments invisible to the eye. Yet, no matter how small, they remain solid. If you can transform all the tiny particles within smoke into instruments of attack, each particle akin to a bullet or a razor's edge, what would the outcome be? It was an epiphany. In that instant, Smoker experienced a revelation. Indeed, if he could develop his abilities to such a level, not only could he consolidate all the tiny particles into a powerful assault, but he could also manipulate these particles to infiltrate the bodies of his foes for a direct attack. A spark ignited in Smoker's eyes as he raised his bottle and swiftly drained its contents. Mr. Seago, thank you for your invaluable guidance today. Smoker solemnly bowed to Seago and turned to depart, unable to contain his eagerness to train in this newfound direction. Are you leaving already? I haven't yet revealed the other layer of Smoke's essence. The calm voice of Mr. Siggy resonated, causing Smog to halt abruptly in his tracks. Please, Mr. Siggy. Do go on, Smog exclaimed with palpable excitement, feeling that Siggy was undoubtedly the wisest individual in this realm. Although he often appeared somewhat frivolous, every word and gesture seemed imbued with profound significance. Even when he regarded others through his nostrils, the unbearable mockery seemed to carry an ulterior motive. Squeak. Squeak. Seated in his rocking chair, Siggy declared, the essence of smoke is, in fact, the cigar, which is its most crucial nature. What? Smoker was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss regarding Siggy's intent. Fool. The cigar, of course. My cigar is nearly finished. Siggy exclaimed with irritation. Smoker suddenly comprehended. Oh, I see. I shall bring more cigars tomorrow. He readily acquiesced, yet internally, he felt a pang of despair. He was out of funds. His salary had already been advanced for 2 months, and it seemed he would need to continue this trend. Moreover, for the foreseeable future, he feared he might not even afford regular cigarettes. He resolved to search for discarded butts to sustain himself. Smoker was prepared for the days ahead, scavenging for remnants of smoke. In the afternoon, Siggy, having just administered a thorough beating to 2 young miscreants, welcomed 2 guests at the Dadan family's base. Sister Makino, how I have missed you. Luffy, his head swollen from Siggy's armored punches, rushed toward Makino and the village chief, seeking solace. Ahem. The village chief, somewhat displeased, rapped Luffy on the head with his cane. You little rascal, have you not noticed me amidst your joy for Makino? Oh, you're here too, chief? Luffy responded. The chief remarked, indeed, I seem to have been overlooked. Makino brought an abundance of delectable treats for Luffy and Ace, and she had prepared fabric to tailor new garments for the two. Thoughtfully, she also brought an assortment of wines, all of which Siggy had relished during his time in Windmill Village. As Makino measured Luffy, she said, you see, it was the chief who worried about you. Hence he took the trouble to write to Mr. Karp, inquiring about your whereabouts. Luffy turned to the chief. If he hadn't opposed my desire to become a pirate, I would have quite liked him. The chief's previously benevolent expression instantly transformed into one of fury. Brandishing his cane as if to strike Luffy, he exclaimed, you rascal. Becoming a pirate would bring disgrace upon the village. Luffy merely stuck out his tongue and ran away. While savoring the exquisite wine brought by Makino, Seago chuckled. Although this old man incessantly proclaimed that Luffy's aspirations to become a pirate would bring shame upon the village, he genuinely cared for him. Mr. Seago, may I take your measurements as well? Makino, as charming as ever, elicited a peculiar urge in Seago to abduct Shanks whenever he beheld her. Ah, no need for that. My attire is quite satisfactory, he replied. Indeed, Seago had no requirement for new garments, as his clothing, from top to bottom and inside out, was impervious to wear and taint. Upon Seago's polite refusal, Makino glanced around and, puzzled, inquired, Mr. Garp mentioned there were 3 little ones here. Why haven't I seen them? Just as Makino's words faded, Luffy, who was evading the village chief, abruptly halted. Bang! The chief's cane struck Luffy squarely on the head. Observing the tears streaming down Luffy's face, the chief immediately panicked. Luffy, don't cry. Aren't you made of rubber? How can you feel pain? Siggy gazed up at Luffy and Ace, letting out a long sigh. Sabo has been away for some time. Makino also sensed the unusual atmosphere, as if she grasped the underlying sentiments. Luffy has grown up, you mustn't cry anymore. Did you not promise to become strong enough to protect those around you? Makino leaned down to wipe away Luffy's tears. And remember, you still owe me a great deal for the juice. You mentioned using the pirate treasure to settle that debt. So you must grow up quickly. Luffy, struggling to hold back his tears, nodded vigorously and replied with a quivering voice, yes, I will definitely use the One Piece treasure to pay you back. His endearing demeanor lifted the spirits of those around him. Makino and the village chief did not linger for long and soon took their leave. With Mr. Siggy teaching the two of them, we all feel reassured. Thank you, Mr. Siggy, for your hard work. I shall bring you some wine in due time. Shigo waved his hand, reminding, be sure to bring plenty. Let Luffy take the blame. The village chief, somewhat displeased, muttered, I truly cannot fathom what Garp is thinking, allowing a mountain bandit to teach Luffy. If this continues, it will inevitably bring shame upon the village. Shiga remained unfazed. The elderly man, who had knelt without hesitation to save Luffy from his grasp. Even expressing his willingness to relinquish all his possessions was indeed deserving of respect. Chapter 18. The enhancement of Haki. The following day, Smoker, adorned with prominent dark circles beneath his eyes, once again sought out Shiga. It appeared he had not slept a wink throughout the night. Mr. Shiga, I pondered tirelessly all night, yet I remain at a loss. Shiga cast a sidelong glance at Smoker and extended his hand toward him, demanding, hand it over. What? Smoker momentarily failed to comprehend the request. The cigar, of course. You didn't forget to bring it, did you? A dangerous glint flickered in Shiga's eyes. And no, I forgot. Smoker stammered. Shiga rose to his feet, leisurely stretching his limbs and loosening his body. It doesn't matter if you didn't bring anything. Come, spar with me for a while. A cigar, a trophy. One must seize something, lest one dreams of self-guidance in vain. Upon hearing this, Smoker felt a surge of excitement. He was aware of Shiga's formidable strength, yet he lacked a precise understanding of its extent. However, given that a mere casual remark from Shiga could yield substantial insight, it was reasonable to assume he possessed at least the prowess of a vice-admiral, if not that of an admiral. Smoker indeed overestimated Shiga. Presently, Shiga's combat capabilities were only comparable to a nascent Luffy a decade hence, barely surpassing Smoker's current abilities. This illusion stemmed from Smoker's recollections of a past life and his prophetic awareness of the future. I shall suppress my strength during our duel, Shiga stated. Smoker nodded in agreement, perceiving this as appropriate. In his view, without such restraint, he would have no standing to engage in combat with Shiga. As for you, Shiga continued, you should also temper your strength. Smoker questioned, what is the purpose of such restraint? If we both suppress our abilities, what is left to achieve? You need only regulate the power of your smoke fruit. Shiga replied, aim for 1/10 of your full strength. Shiga harbored no intention of suppressing his own prowess. Such assertions were merely a means to accentuate his image as a reclusive sage. As for instructing Smoker to restrain the powers of the smoke fruit, it served dual purposes. Firstly, to guide him in harnessing the fruit's potential, and secondly, it stemmed from the fact that his mastery of Haki was still insufficient to sustain a truly balanced confrontation. It must be acknowledged that the power of Logia-type fruits is exceedingly formidable in the early stages. Without the mastery of Haki, one cannot even hope to touch their opponent, let alone defeat them. Naturally, Shiga intended to cultivate an image of a reclusive sage for himself. However, to Smog, the entire situation appeared quite different. It became evident that Mr. Shiga aimed for me to initially harness a small fraction of the fruit's power, gradually escalating my mastery over its full potency. As Shiga and Smog prepared to engage in combat, Ace and Luffy, who were training nearby, gathered around in anticipation. Even the members of the Dadan family brought over small stools and settled in neatly. Here it comes. Dadan, clutching a large watermelon, delivered a powerful punch, shattering it open. Shiga had grown accustomed to the audience-like demeanor of these individuals. Although their capabilities were rather modest, they exhibited a commendable sense of loyalty. Even during the Navy's meticulous interrogations, not a single soul betrayed Shiga by revealing his possession of a devil fruit that allowed him to swim. Smoker bowed deeply to Shiga, uttering, my apologies, Mr. Shiga. However, seizing the moment of Smoker's bow, Shiga launched a surprise attack, delivering a powerful rising dragon fist that sent his opponent flying. Shiga brushed away the non-existent dust from the hem of his garment. Having resolved to engage in battle, one must be prepared for death. How dare you bow while failing to pay attention to me? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the naval technique's 6 styles, shave. And this skill has automatically converted into skill experience. Smoker lay on the ground, the confusion in his eyes gradually dissipating. Indeed, since it is a battle, one must give their all. Luffy and Ace contemplated Shiga's words carefully, sensing that his message was directed not only at Smoker, but also at them. With a playful bite of watermelon, Luffy spat the seeds onto Dadan's face, exclaiming, Shanks has said something similar. You little brat. How can you be so rude as to spit on my face? Smoker rose from the ground, his entire demeanor transformed. White fist. Smoker's arm elementalized, and his clenched fist surged towards Shiga with fervor. Observation Haki. In an instant, Siggy activated his observation Haki, only to retract it just as swiftly. Alas, his level was insufficient, and every moment counted. Though it was merely a fleeting activation, he had already discerned the essence and emotional shifts of Smoker, allowing him to predict the trajectory of the impending strike and the opponent's subsequent actions. As he observed the fist propelled by white smoke hurtling towards his face, Siggy remained motionless, merely tilting his head slightly. The fist grazed his hair, but ultimately failed to land a blow. Crack. With the swiftness of lightning, Sigo extended his right hand, a strand of armament Haki enveloping his palm, and firmly grasped Smoker's elemental arm. Your speed is woefully inadequate, and your strength falls short. How is it that you hold the rank of major? It appears the Navy is devoid of capable personnel. Having uttered these words, Sigo exerted a powerful tug, drawing the distant Smoker towards him. As he unleashed a punch, he activated his observation Haki once more. With a resounding bang, despite Smoker's utmost efforts to evade, He found that no matter how he maneuvered, Seago's fist connected squarely with his face. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have unlocked a yellow loot with a speed enhancement of 5. Now, endeavor to harness the full potential of your current fruit's power. As Siggy offered reminders to his opponent, his movements remained unhurried. Ding! Congratulations, the host has acquired a yellow loot granting 3 strength. Ding! Congratulations. The host has acquired a yellow loot granting 5 speed. Ding! Congratulations, the host has acquired men's underwear that never becomes odorous. Ding! Congratulations. The host has acquired men's socks that never become odorous. Smoker was repeatedly sent flying, only to rise again each time. As the battle progressed, coupled with Siggy's occasional words of guidance, a flicker of inspiration emerged in his mind, yet it remained elusive, impossible to grasp. Bang! Once more, a punch struck Smoker squarely in the chest, propelling him backward to collide with a tree. Leaves cascaded down, covering Smoker entirely. That will do for today, Siggy declared, opting not to continue his assault. It was not that he was disinclined to farm for loot, nor was it out of concern for Smoker. Rather, his armament Haki had been depleted and required time to recover. With a thought, he opened the last yellow loot that had fallen to the ground and turned towards his rocking chair. Just as he lifted a bottle of wine to drink, he suddenly heard the system's notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, the host has acquired a yellow loot granting 6 speed. Ding! Congratulations, the host's speed attribute has surpassed 100, enhancing the level of observation Haki. Chapter 19, The 6 Powers of the Navy. Shigo was momentarily taken aback, his heart swelling with delight as he hastily opened his attribute panel. Host, Shigo's strength, 69 speed, 101 constitution, 83 skills, swordsmanship LV 15, spearmanship LV 20, taunt LV max, hand-to-hand combat LV 30, navigation LV 10, armament Haki LV 1, dog paddle LV max, culinary arts LV max, dragon claw fist LV 13, observation Haki LV 2, navy 6 techniques, shave LV 2, iron mass LV 1, paper drawing LV 1, moonwalk LV 1, gale step LV 1, finger gun LV 1, devil fruit, baby bottle fruit. No wonder he had not been able to awaken Haki from treasures ever since he unlocked the 3 types of Haki. As for training, he was utterly perplexed. Moreover, Shigo was somewhat aware of his own talents. Even if he were to learn the methods to cultivate observation Haki and armament Haki, he feared he would be unable to utilize them effectively. Initially, Shigo had believed that his inability to awaken Haki stemmed from the insufficient quality of the treasures. However, it now appeared that Haki was intrinsically linked to one's attributes. An enhancement in speed would correlate with an increase in the level of observation Haki. Consequently, the elevation of armament Haki levels was likely connected to the strength attribute. As for Conqueror's Haki, it either corresponded to the constitution attribute or was related to all 3 attributes. The specifics would need to be determined in the future. Nevertheless, Shigo surmised that it was primarily connected to his overall attributes. After all, Conqueror's Haki could not be cultivated. It would only enhance once one's power reached a certain threshold. According to the system, all skills could reach a maximum level of 99. Every 33 levels represented a significant tier. Similar to Haki, level 133 signified the beginner stage, level 3466 indicated the intermediate stage, and level 6799 denoted the advanced stage. However, Shigo was aware that upon reaching level 99, any further breakthroughs would transform into a devil fruit, one that was uniquely his, devoid of any side effects. He pondered whether this phenomenon was exclusive to him due to the system or whether it applied to everyone. A sudden thought struck Sig. Could it be that the red-haired fellow has truly acquired his own face fruit? Smoker sat there, unmoving for a considerable time. The cigarette in his mouth had long since burned out, yet he remained oblivious. He sat there in a daze, striving to capture the elusive spark of inspiration in his mind. However, despite his earnest efforts, success eluded him. With a wry smile, Smoker shook his head. He remained undeterred, believing that as long as he could follow Sig in his training, success would eventually come. Have you given up? Sig reclined in his chair, squinting at the sun. If you've given up, you might as well leave. Next time, don't bother coming without cigars. Smoker flinched, retracting his neck, and promptly agreed, resolving that his first task upon returning would be to purchase cigars. You 2 little rascals, have you had enough? If you're done, drink your milk. Soon it will be your turn. With a wave of his hand, 2 large milk bottles appeared in front of the 2 children. Watching them diligently suck from the bottles, Sig contemplated. Their physical condition should be ripe for beginning the 6 styles training. During this time, under Sig's rigorous training, coupled with the physique-enhancing properties of the milk fruit, their physical prowess had become quite remarkable. However, it was unfortunate that Sig had a limited repertoire of skills. When he had previously taught Sabo the Dragon Claw Fist, he had also attempted to instruct Ace and Luffy. Yet, their progress had been rather mediocre, so Sig refrained from pressuring them further. Ace's future martial arts would largely revolve around the true power of the Flame fruit. As for Luffy, although he now possessed the Gum fruit, Sig was aware of the unique principles behind his Gear Second, Gear 3rd, and even Gear 4th, yet he could not manifest them at present. After much contemplation, Sig resolved to teach them the Marine 6 styles. Although imparting this knowledge now might lead to some misunderstandings later, he deemed it inconsequential. After all, misunderstandings about Karp were not his concern. It was irrelevant if others speculated whether Karp had secretly taught the Marine 6 styles, as it bore no relation to him. Regarding Karp, it mattered little. His son was deemed by the world government as the most notorious criminal in the world, yet they had never troubled Karp over it. Moreover, the Marine 6 styles were hardly significant in the grand scheme of things. Master, you are going to teach us martial arts? Upon hearing Sig's words, Luffy and Ace were naturally exhilarated. Over the past period, they had endured monotonous training day in and day out. Had it not been for their dreams and Sig's promise that they would see Sabo again in the Grand Line, they would have long since crumbled under the pressure. Watch closely, I will demonstrate at once. Shiga summoned the energies within him, concentrating them in his feet. With a resounding thud, his figure vanished in an instant. Luffy and Ace stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. They had never witnessed such a phenomenon. One moment he was right in front of them, and the next, he had completely disappeared. Did you see that? Shiji's voice echoed from behind them. It seemed he had overexerted himself in his attempt to display the most impressive visual effect, resulting in a cramp in his leg. Luffy appeared bewildered, utterly clueless about what had transpired. Ace, however, wore a contemplative expression as he observed the impressions left on the ground where Shigu had stood, cautiously inquiring, Master, did you not just step on the ground once? Indeed, when it came to innate talent, both Ace and Sabo surpassed Luffy. Yet, fortune favored the foolish. Luffy was exceptionally fortunate. The aura of a protagonist surrounded him, evoking a sense of awe. In that fleeting moment, less than half a second, I had managed to strike the ground over 100 times. By harnessing explosive force, I achieved a speed that appeared almost instantaneous to the naked eye. The principle is straightforward, yet its execution is far from simple. Even with the requisite physical condition, prolonged practice is essential to master it. Now, observe this technique, Dadan. Fire at me, Shiga commanded. Iron block. The bullets erupted forth, striking Shiga and producing a sound akin to iron clashing. When the onlookers turned their gaze again, they discovered the bullets had completely deformed and fallen to the ground. This technique, known as iron block, is one of the 6 styles, allowing the practitioner to concentrate their strength, granting their body a temporary hardness comparable to iron. Following this demonstration, Shiga showcased the paper drawing and moon step techniques. Now, you two youngsters, choose a technique that appeals to you. It is better to master one than to dabble in many. Although Luffy was young, he possessed a strong sense of determination. I want to learn paper drawing. It looks like so much fun. Paper drawing is the only technique among the Navy's 6 styles that offers no offensive capabilities. It involves relinquishing all strength, rendering the body as light as paper, and evading attacks by sensing the changes in airflow caused by the enemy's movements. There is a hint of Tai Chi in its essence, yet it is purely defensive, lacking any offensive aspect. Shiga nodded in agreement, acknowledging that paper drawing was indeed well suited for Luffy. The opponent's body could naturally inflate, taking on the form of a balloon. Mastering paper drawing would enable him to evade attacks by transforming his body, much like the paper drawing technique of the owl in CP9, known as soft mud. Luffy had made his decision, yet Ace remained silent. Master, is this not the Navy's 6 forms? You have only demonstrated 4 techniques, and none of them involve offensive maneuvers. Shiga gazed at Ace in silence, realizing that altering the mindset of this little fellow, who only knew how to attack, would not be an easy task. His deliberate choice to refrain from demonstrating the Gale Foot and finger gun was intended to emphasize the importance of defense to Ace. Ah, you've chosen the iron block, have you? Very well, it's settled then. Ace protested. Hey, master, I didn't choose the iron block. He had begun to deduce why Shiga refrained from showcasing the complete Navy 6 styles. However, compared to the iron block, he would much prefer to select the Soru or the Jeppo, and he would even consider the seemingly foolish paper drawing. The iron block, it seems, was well suited for him. Since both of them had willingly made their selections, it was time to earnestly pursue their training. Ace continued to struggle. Master, can I choose Jeppo instead? Luffy had said that within a year, one should be able to dodge arrows. Yet, Shiga ignored Ace's defiance. Although Ace despised being forced into the passive role of the iron block, Shiga was resolute in his decision to have him train with it. During the Marineford War, if Ace perfected the iron block, it might just save his life from Akainu's onslaught. Ace, within a year, you shall hone the iron block to withstand the full force of Dadan's cleaving strike. Shiga decisively confirmed the matter with a single statement regarding Ace's resistance. Shiga directly utilized the capabilities of the milk bottle fruit to conjure an enormous milk bottle, rivaling even the stature of Dadan. Should he fail to achieve his objectives, he intended to present this gift during their voyage. Ace wisely chose to remain silent. Just how long would it take to consume such a vast quantity of milk? To carry such an object on the high seas would surely invite ridicule from other pirates. A mere child, how could he possibly be a match for Shiga's milk bottle fruit? Chapter 20, Setting Sail Alone. the rabbit flies, and the crow runs. In the blink of an eye, a year had elapsed. Smoker had been promoted to lieutenant commander and reassigned 2 months prior. He had initially contemplated disobeying orders to remain in the kingdom of Goa, but Seago convinced him to depart, stating that he had imparted all the necessary guidance. The rest was now up to Smoker himself. Naturally, Seago seized the opportunity to send Smoker off with a hefty farewell gift, though Smoker had been somewhat reluctant to leave. Upon witnessing his 1-year advance salary as a lieutenant commander transformed into Seago's cigar, he hastily made his exit. Straw Hat Kid, and you too, Ace. Aren't you both heading to the Grand Line? I shall await you in Lobetown. To enter the Grand Line, let us see if you possess the capability, he chuckled. Smoker, embracing the giant milk bottle, felt an uncommon flush of embarrassment. Without turning his head, Shige remarked, here is some food for your journey. Ha! Smokers, you certainly one tea lack for sustenance this time. He chuckled heartily. Just take this bottle of milk with you to Rogue Town. Despite the considerable age difference and their divergent beliefs and ideals, Luffy and Ace held a favorable impression of Smoker. As Smoker departed, Shige prepared to embark on his own forthcoming plans. However, before that, he needed to assess the 2 young ones. Luffy, you go first. Let me see how well you have mastered paper drawing. Rubber, Shige said, reaching for a bow that Dadan had been holding. The sharp arrow glinted ominously as it was aimed at Luffy, ready to be unleashed at any moment. Dadan, sensing the tension, became flustered and exclaimed, Mr. Shige, this doesn't seem appropriate. If you insist on doing it yourself, perhaps we should switch to wooden arrows. Shige disregarded Dadan, turning instead to the others. Listen closely. Anyone who shows mercy will find themselves facing an enormous baby bottle. The crowd bore expressions of bitter resignation, yet dared not defy Shige's command. An enormous baby bottle. The kind that would leave one's cheeks numb from sucking. Rest assured, unleash your attacks. Luffy declared with unwavering confidence. With a single command from Shige, everyone simultaneously drew their bows and released their arrows. Only Shige remained still, drawing his bow into a crescent, patiently awaiting the moment. Paper drawing, rubber. Luffy inhaled sharply, filling his body with air until he transformed into a buoyant balloon, weightless and airy. Meanwhile, dozens of arrows rained down upon him. As the paper drawing technique took effect, Luffy's once light form began to sway like a feather in the breeze. He did not even glance at the arrows speeding toward him. Instead, he relied on the paper drawing to sense the shifts in the air, floating gracefully through the sky. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, arrows threatened to pierce his body, yet Luffy consistently managed to twist and maneuver just in time to evade them. Throughout the ordeal, he kept his gaze fixed on Shige, awaiting the latter's judgment. Wave after wave of arrows flew forth, yet not a single one could harm Luffy in the slightest. A faint smile appeared on Shige's face. He was somewhat pleased with Luffy's performance. However, whether Luffy could evade his arrow would depend on the latter's true strength. Observation Haki. As Shige directly harnessed the power of observation Haki, in the next moment, the entire world appeared transformed before his eyes. Everything slowed down, the aura emanating from Luffy, along with his current emotions, became vividly clear within Shige's mind. To the left, suddenly, Siggy made his move. A streak of light flashed as the arrow soared towards the location where Luffy would next appear. Of course, Siggy did not overstep his bounds. Employing the observation Haki could be seen as bullying a child. He afforded Luffy a glimmer of opportunity. If Luffy could sufficiently alter the shape of his body, he might evade this arrow. Upon witnessing Siggy's action, an involuntary shiver coursed through Luffy, every hair on his body standing on end. The arrow completely obstructed all his avenues of escape. It felt less like the arrow was aimed at him, and more as though he was willingly charging towards it. There was no way to evade. Luffy's heart sank as he realized he could not dodge this arrow. At that critical moment, he expelled a portion of the air he had just inhaled. As the air escaped, his entire form contorted into an exaggerated shape due to the recoil. His legs elongated while his upper body shrank by half. With a swift whoosh, the gleaming arrow grazed the root of Luffy's thigh, piercing through several trees in the distance before finally coming to a halt. Luffy broke out in a cold sweat as he looked down at the hole now in his pants. Master, you are too ruthless. I almost wouldn't be able to relieve myself. Shige extended his hand and retrieved a card, which was indeed the new humanity experience card acquired from their previous spoils. No worries. This is an opportunity to transform into a new human. He remarked, you are still young. Becoming a new human will surely render you a beauty in the future. Ace, it is your turn now. Although Luffy's approach could be deemed somewhat underhanded, it was merely a testament to the unique qualities of his rubber fruit. Overall, his performance could be classified as satisfactory. Ace, despite his aversion to metal, diligently trained under the looming threat of Shige's giant feeding bottle. At first, Dadan hesitated to strike with full force. After several cautious attempts, she finally unleashed her slashing attacks. However, despite her efforts, her blade dulled without inflicting a single wound upon Ace. Only her attire suffered irreparable damage. Well done, you barely passed. With that, I felt reassured that I could depart without concern. As soon as Siggy's words fell, everyone was taken aback. Master, where are you going? Are you setting sail? Only Luffy, the carefree little fellow, was not anxious at all. Instead, his face was filled with anticipation. Since that's the case, I shall reluctantly take you along with me. What do you say, become my first mate? Bang! With a swift punch, Siggy struck Luffy on the head, causing the latter to nearly shed tears from the pain. You must remain here obediently, he asserted, addressing both of them. Listen closely, you are not to set sail until you are at least 17. He dared not alter the destinies of Luffy and Ace carelessly. If they ventured out to sea prematurely, lacking the necessary training, the outcomes could be unpredictable. For instance, what if Luffy never encountered his companions, or Ace failed to acquire the Mera Mera no Mi? Noticing their discontent, Siggy leisurely added, unless, of course, you wish to forego meeting Sabo. Instantly, their spirits dampened, heads hanging low, uncertain whether it was due to Siggy's departure or their inability to embark on their journey sooner. Mr. Siggy, I shall accompany you. Dadan's abrupt declaration startled Siggy profoundly. Stop. He quickly interrupted her. I will be away for a time, but I shall return once matters are settled. Therefore, it is imperative that you two do not become complacent. Otherwise, you might as well take a bottle and set sail. Given Siggy's current attributes, embarking on a journey posed no threat. Not only could he traverse the East Blue, but even the Grand Line's initial segment would present little challenge. His decision to set sail at this moment was to validate certain matters. Calculating the time, he surmised that Arlong should have received a pardon from the Marines and was likely en route to the East Blue. Chapter 21. The floating restaurant. Not only Arlong and his crew, but Sanji should also have crossed paths with Zeph by now. He felt the need to visit Kuna and Zoro as well. Additionally, he intended to stop by Water 7. The renowned shipwright, Tom, who had crafted Roger's pirate ship, was nearing completion of the sea train. A plethora of events had transpired within the year, leaving Siggy feeling rather occupied. That evening, Siggy meticulously planned his route for the journey ahead. At dawn the following day, he officially departed from the kingdom of Goa, where he had resided for over a year. Before leaving, he took the time to thoroughly discipline Ace and Luffy once more. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained orange loot. Speed 2 ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained orange loot. Constitution 1. Listen well, you little rascals, remember to train diligently. I will return within a year at most. Do not let me catch you slacking off, or you know the consequences. Leaving behind Ace and Luffy, who were left with bruised heads, Siggy embarked on his journey for the first time. Host, Siggy's strength, 92 speed, 135 constitution, 100 skills, swordsmanship LV 32, marksmanship LV 29, taunt LV max, Conqueror's Haki LV 1, martial arts LV 36, navigation LV 25, armament Haki LV 1, dog paddle LV max, culinary arts LV max, dragon claw fist LV 25, observation Haki LV 2, 6 powers of the navy, shave LV 12, iron body LV 21, paper drawing LV 19, moonwalk LV 11, storm leg LV 12, finger gun LV 10, devil fruit. Bottle fruit. Shiga's physique has finally surpassed 100 points. However, it is unfortunate that the Conqueror's Haki has not seen an enhancement. It appears that the Conqueror's Haki is likely linked to the overall attributes. Splash. Shiga plunged directly into the ocean, activating his fully mastered dog paddle as he ventured into the depths of the sea. He needed no possessions. All the rewards from the system, whether they were Bailey's or new human experience cards, resided within the confines of the system's space. There was no need to change clothes, and as for sustenance, the milk bottle fruit, albeit somewhat unrefined, proved to be exceedingly convenient. There was no necessity for a pirate ship. It was far more efficient to navigate with his own adept dog paddle. Unlike Luffy, who began with merely a barrel, relying entirely on scavenging for companions. In an exaggerated manner, Shiga began with a dog paddle, relying entirely on explosive strength to grow stronger. 10 days later, amidst the boundless expanse of the ocean, one could discern a figure floating upon the surface of the water. Siggy now finds himself in a state of utter boredom. It has been a full 10 days, and not a single soul or even an island has graced his sight. He underestimated the challenges of navigation. Despite having achieved a sailing proficiency of level 25, he remains utterly helpless without a navigational chart. All around him stretches an endless expanse of water, devoid of any reference points. Were it not for the sun and the stars, he would be utterly lost. Lying on a makeshift raft constructed from enormous empty milk bottles, Siggy drifts into a hazy slumber. With no clear direction to pursue, he resigns himself to fate, allowing the tides to carry him wherever they may. Suddenly, with a splash, a colossal fish, measuring over 10 meters in length, breaches the surface of the sea, heading straight for Siggy. Startled by the sight of the enormous creature, Siggy instinctively fears it to be his arch-nemesis, the Sea King, coming to attack him. However, given his current combat prowess, even the Sea King would fall with a single blow. Yet, after experiencing the forces of destiny in the events involving Shanks and Sabo, Siggy cannot shake a peculiar sense of dread regarding the Sea King. He feels it to be a looming threat. Nevertheless, upon realizing it is merely an ordinary fish, Siggy pays it no mind. He employs the power of the milk bottle fruit to envelop himself in a massive air-filled bottle, allowing himself to be swallowed whole by the fish. After all, he has no idea where to go. Being inside the fish is surely preferable to drifting aimlessly on his raft. In the East Blue Sabaody Sea, a Grand Sea restaurant named Bartai floats majestically. The ship boasts 3 levels, with its most striking feature being a decorative fish head at the bow, gaping wide. "Patty, there's a bite. Reel it in," a youthful voice exclaims excitedly. A burly bald man grips a fishing rod with hands so large they make the rod appear as delicate as a reed. "Oh, I see. The impatient little brat, Sanji. I don't know what the boss was thinking. He could have used a net instead of a fishing rod," Patty mutters with discontent. The 10-year-old boy beside him is, in fact, Sanji. "You clueless cook, what do you know? Bartai has just opened, and there are no customers. If we use a net, we'll catch too many fish, and that would waste good ingredients." Patty dismisses him. "This is the ocean. Fish are abundant, so what is the waste?" Sanji, incensed, retorts. "You ignorant cook. You should be marooned on a deserted island for a year, no, 2. As Sanji lunges at him, Patty simply extends a finger as thick as a carrot and presses it against Sanji's forehead, rendering him unable to land a blow. With Sanji restrained, Patty focuses on reeling in the fish. However, as he exerts force, the fishing rod bends to its limit but fails to bring the fish aboard. "Looks like we got a big one," Patty exclaims, pushing Sanji aside and standing tall, gripping the rod tightly. "Huh, little brat. This isn't my fault for wasting ingredients. It's the fish that took the bait." With that, Patty yanks the rod with all his might. Crack! The rod snaps in 2. "Ha ha ha. You let the big fish get away, you stinky cook." Sanji bellows with laughter. Patty discards the broken rod and leaps into the water. The ingredients Patty, have my eyes on one tea escape so easily. Moments later, standing triumphantly on the deck, Patty boasts, "Ha, little brat, do you see? This is the strength of a true warrior." He then begins to fillet the massive fish. Sanji, intrigued, observes intently as Patty explains the process of butchering fish, emphasizing the importance of cutting the heart to drain the blood, preventing the flesh from becoming foul. As Patty skillfully dissects the fish, he discards the unwanted entrails into the sea. "This is the stomach. Toss it aside." He throws the enormous stomach overboard. But in his vigorous motion, a milk bottle is dislodged from within the fish's stomach, arcing through the air before splashing into the sea. "What was that?" Patty exclaims. Astonished, Sanji stares in disbelief. "It looks like a milk bottle, a gigantic one." Thump. Patty smacks Sanji on the head. "You little brat. All you think about is milk. I'm asking if there is a person inside that bottle." Sanji, still dazed, nods. This is indeed bizarre. Not only is there a giant milk bottle, but there is also a person inside it. How on earth did they get there? Patty strides to the edge of the deck, peering into the colossal bottle containing Siggy. Clad in tidy attire with no hair out of place, and adorned with a sparkling gemstone ring on his finger, Siggy appears somewhat comical with drool at the corner of his mouth. Yet, it is clear he is a man of means, a true customer. "Oh, dear patron, it is I, your most devoted chef, Patty, come to rescue you." Chapter 22. The first crew member, Shigu, slowly opened his drowsy eyes, only to find a large face pressed against the baby bottle. The exaggerated expression bore a hint of flattery and anticipation. This fellow was the chef from the maritime restaurant. Was I really at the maritime restaurant? In an instant, Shigu recognized Patty, primarily due to his distinctive appearance. With a sailor's hat perched atop his head and a pipe in his mouth, he resembled Popeye the Sailor Man. Noticing that Shigu had awakened, Patty became even more attentive. "Welcome to the maritime restaurant, sir. Please take your bottle and follow me." To think I had directly arrived at the maritime restaurant, not too far from Rogue Town. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous, as Shigi's original plan was to first seek out Tom in Water 7, and then on his return, he should conveniently encounter the Dragon Pirate crew. Turning his gaze around, he noticed the absence of Sanji and Zeph. With a flick of his hand, the bottle vanished. Ignoring Patty's astonished expression, he sauntered over to the dining table and seated himself, just in time. "After drinking milk for so long, I feel as though I might vomit. Waiter, I shall place my order." After so many days, having finally encountered a customer, Patty hurried over, his steps quickening. "Dear customer, what would you like to eat?" "You can have anything you desire. The most considerate Patty is here to serve you. By the way, may I be so bold as to inquire if you have any money?" A cold sneer curled upon Shiga's lips. This individual was indeed, as he remembered. Raising his eyelids to regard him, he uttered nonchalantly, "I lack funds." The others in the vicinity had already begun to retreat into the distance, fearful of becoming collateral damage. "No money? Yet that ring upon your finger could cover the bill," came the retort. "The ring is a mere imitation," he replied. The onlookers withdrew even further. It was over. Someone must summon the proprietor and Sanji immediately, lest this escalate into a dire situation. Chef Patty was perpetually like this. Had not the owner admonished him multiple times against such behavior? The expression on Patty's face had morphed into one of ferocity. "Without money, you are no longer a customer." No sooner had the words left his mouth than his burly arm swung towards Shiga in aggression. With a cold snort, Siggy extended a single finger to block the impending strike. The onlookers gazed at him as if he were a fool, envisioning the imminent shattering of his bones. How audacious it was to attempt to withstand Paddy's assault with merely a finger. Paddy was once a notorious pirate of the East Sea. Yet, in the next moment, everyone was left astounded by the spectacle before them. Paddy's fist, capable of sending a tiger flying, was effortlessly halted by Siggy's solitary digit. Throughout the encounter, Siggy's body, along with the chair beneath him, remained completely still, as if Paddy's punch were nothing more than a mere pretense, lacking any genuine force. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an orange loot, strength 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing a strength attribute of 100. The level of armament Haki has increased. Ding. Congratulations to the host for exceeding a total attribute of 100. The level of Conqueror's Haki has risen. Such feeble strength. Not even sufficient to lift a knife? How could one possibly cook? Siggy regarded Paddy with indifference, his spirits elevated, opting not to engage in the same folly. During this period, although he had not encountered many individuals, he had faced several ferocious sea beasts. Yet, he had been unable to elevate his strength attribute to 100 until now, finally achieving it. As he had previously surmised, the enhancement of Conqueror's Haki was indeed linked to overall attributes. Paddy stared in disbelief at the finger that had thwarted his attack. It seemed less like a finger and more akin to an unyielding iron rod. Although he had not exerted his full strength, it was inconceivable that a mere finger could withstand such force. Well, can I place my order now? Of course, anyone who arrives here may place an order. The sound of footsteps and the clatter of a wooden stick against the deck announced the arrival of Zepp, who approached with a noticeable limp. Following closely behind him was the still youthful Sanji. Hey, brat, come here and take my order. This oaf is so unattractive that I lack the appetite to look at him. Siggy's maxed-out taunting skills surfaced uncontrollably in the presence of strangers. Although Sanji was young, he was far more mature than even the carefree Luffy, let alone the current Ace. His tragic childhood had fostered a rapid maturation. Siggy held a great appreciation for Sanji. Growing up in such an environment, and still maintaining an optimistic outlook was no small feat of course. The greatest credit belonged to Zepp. Had Zepp not illuminated Sanji's path like a beacon, it was uncertain what fate awaited him. What do you need? Sanji inquired as he approached. Shiga placed his foot upon the dining table, a cruel smile gracing his visage. I desire shattered entrails, congealed blood, contorted limbs, withered flesh, and scarlet fruits. The onlookers gazed at Shiga in horror. Could he possibly be a deranged cannibal? Sanji, too, was momentarily stunned by Shiga's unsettling demeanor. Cannibalism. He had witnessed the gruesome act of consuming human flesh before, during his time stranded on Huang Island with Zeff. The latter had survived by resorting to his own right foot. Yet, given the availability of delectable food, to still crave human flesh was utterly perverse. While the crowd remained bewildered, only Zeff, after a brief pause, quickly grasped the situation. A subtle smile appeared on his face as he cast an intrigued glance at Shiga before commanding, Sanji, prepare the meal this gentleman has ordered. Zeff, having spent a year on the Grand Line and emerging unscathed, certainly recognized Shiga's inexplicable fondness for Sanji, realizing he was merely toying with him. All right, everyone. You may take your leave, Zeff said, seating himself across from Shiga, dismissing the others. He then inquired, do you know Sanji? Zeff was entirely uninformed about Sanji's origins, only aware that he hailed from the distant North Blue. As for his arrival in the East Blue, that remained a mystery. Oh, that little fellow? I do not know him. However, I am quite familiar with you, Shiga replied, his gaze piercing as he addressed Zeff with deliberate clarity. The former captain of the Cook pirate crew, Redleg Zeff. Zeff's expression remained unchanged, yet he instinctively glanced at his severed right leg. Had it not been for the loss of his leg, which had diminished his strength, he would likely still be pursuing the Grand Line. Alas, that captivating vast sea would probably elude him for the rest of his days. Observing the sorrow that involuntarily flickered in Zeff's eyes, Shiga smirked disdainfully. What is this? Did your fighting spirit and dreams also shatter along with your leg? With a sudden crash, Zeff rose violently, slamming his hands onto the table with such force that the sturdy wooden surface splintered into fragments. Wood shards pierced his palms, blood dripping down. Yet Zeff seemed oblivious to the pain. In the face of Zeff's wrathful demeanor, Shiga was not angered. Rather, he laughed with delight. It appears you are not yet old. Your constitution remains robust. However, is it wise for a chef to bleed so profusely? Zeff paused, quickly realizing the implication and hastily removing the splinters from his hand. What exactly are you trying to convey? Zeff sensed an ulterior motive behind Shiga's words. Shiga gazed intently into Zeff's eyes and asked, do you wish to accompany me in the quest for Allbyue? Chapter 23. The second devil fruit is about to be born. Allbyue. Zeff trembled, incredulous as he stared at Shiga. You need not respond immediately. I shall return in 8 years. By then, you shall be an elderly man in your 60s. If you still dare to join me as my chef, I will take you on the journey to find Allbyue. This was precisely Shiga's plan. He intended to set sail alongside Luffy, recruiting his crew members along the way, each pursuing their own path without interference. Luffy had his Straw Hat Pirates, while Shiga had his own sunset crew of the elderly and the weak. Suddenly, Zepp burst into laughter. How amusing. It seems there are still those who would see value in this frail old man. Yet he added, but in 8 years, you two will be close to 60. This statement held truth. Seago's body was already 48 years old, and in 8 years, he would be 56, barely qualifying as an old man. As Zep chuckled, tears began to flow unbidden. 8 years, very well. Just 8 years. If I were to leave now, I could not muster the resolve. In 8 years, that young lad will have grown into adulthood, and I, with my weary bones, can once more embrace madness, even if it leads to my demise. Let it be upon the Grand Line. After a considerable pause, Zep finally regained his composure. Captain, I shall prepare your first meal at once. Though Seago had granted him 8 years to ponder, Zep had already made his decision. He had accepted Seago as his captain. Sig waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need. Let that little imp handle it. A rare softness appeared on Zep's face as he remarked, Captain, do you truly believe that Sanji can prepare a meal to your specifications? That little rascal, like you, genuinely enjoys cooking, does he not? If he cannot even comprehend the requests of his guests, how can he aspire to be the greatest chef? Zep paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter, fully at ease as he settled into his chair to await Sanji's arrival. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Sanji stood in a daze for quite some time. The shattered entrails, coagulated blood, twisted limbs, withered bodies, and crimson fruits occupied his thoughts as he muttered mindlessly to himself. Patty and the others gathered around him, urging, Sanji, pay no heed to that deranged cannibal. Just whip up a seafood fried rice and send it over. However, Sanji remained lost in contemplation until suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He reached for an ingredient nearby and began to cook. Shiga had been waiting for quite some time, yet he remained unperturbed. However, someone else was anxious. Zeppu frequently glanced towards the kitchen and then back at the meditative Shiga. Fortunately, his wait was not prolonged, as Sanji soon emerged, bearing a grand platter. Esteemed guest, here lies the dismembered entrails, congealed blood, contorted limbs, and shriveled appendages. Not to mention the crimson fruits. Upon witnessing the dish Sanji presented, Zeppu finally relaxed and smiled. Realizing that there was no need to wait for an eternity, this little fellow required no further guidance. Shiga opened his eyes, gazing at the duck intestines, blood tofu, squid tentacles, salted fish, and tomato soup laid out on the table, before sitting up straight to indulge in the long-awaited delicacies. After finishing his meal, Shiga wiped his mouth and remarked, the little brat isn't entirely foolish. In light of this, I shall make an exception and offer you some guidance. However, there are only 2 days at my disposal, as I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot squander too much time on you. For the next 2 days, Shiga remained at the seaside restaurant, indulging in food and drink. Whenever he found himself idle, he would mercilessly beat Sanji, under the guise of mentoring him in his training. Of course, Shiga was indeed providing Sanji with instruction, but it was equally a means to showcase his prowess. Besides Sanji, both Zeph and Patty also found themselves on Shiji's list of targets. Despite Patty's constant fixation on money, his obsession with becoming a chef was no less fervent than Sanji's. Moreover, it was inevitable that Sanji would be whisked away by Luffy in the future. As for Zeph, he had already been earmarked by Shiga. Eventually, the seaside restaurant would be entrusted to Patty's stewardship. Shiga was uncertain about Zeph's strength during his prime. However, considering that the latter had managed to survive a year in the Grand Line, it was likely that he was somewhat stronger than Shiga in his current state. Even though Zeph had lost a leg and his advancing age had diminished his physical prowess, the wind generated by his prosthetic leg was sufficient to halt bullets fired from ordinary firearms. Shanks did not linger for long. After imparting the training methods of moonwalk, shave, and tempest kick to Zeph and Sanji, he departed on a small boat, taking with him the logbook gifted by Zeph. Of course, compared to Sanji's improvement, Shanks' own progress was far greater. This voyage had indeed been a wise decision. Even though Zeph was no longer at his peak, he still contributed numerous yellow and green spoils to Shanks. Not only did they provide substantial boosts to his attributes and skill experience, but most importantly, a familiar sensation surged within him, the feeling of being on the verge of a breakthrough. Host, Shanks' strength, 171 speed, 185 constitution, 166 skills, swordsmanship LV, 32, marksmanship LV, 29, taunt LV, max, Conqueror's Haki LV, 2, fist arts LV, 36, navigation LV, 25, armament Haki LV, 2, dog paddle LV, max, culinary arts LV, max, dragon claw fist LV, 25, observation Haki LV, 2, rokushiki, shave LV, 15, iron body LV, 23, paper art LV, 19, moonwalk LV, 13, tempest kick LV, 15, finger gun LV, 10, devil fruit, bottle fruit gazing at his 3 maxed out skills, taunt, dog paddle, and culinary arts. Shanks brimmed with anticipation. He wondered which one was nearing its breakthrough and what kind of devil fruit would manifest afterward. He harbored no illusions about obtaining a Logia-type devil fruit. These 3 skills bore no conceivable connection to the Logia class. His only hope was that they wouldn't culminate in a Zoan-type devil fruit. Damn it. Would dog paddle truly evolve into something like the waterhound fruit? A vague sense of foreboding began to stir within Seago. After distancing himself from the seaside restaurant, he initially contemplated abandoning the ship to swim, for the vessel's speed paled in comparison to his own dog paddle. Yet, upon reflection, he hesitated. A water dog was simply a water dog. Why should he care? Seago remained unconcerned, for he had already acquired the devil fruit known as the milk bottle fruit, a notorious harbinger of chaos. And one more sea dog fruit would not make a difference. With his course determined, Seago leaped into the sea, swimming towards Logtown. Logtown, the birthplace of the pirate King Joel D. Roger, was also the site of his execution. It was renowned as the place of beginnings and endings and served as an essential waypoint from the East Blue to the Grand Line. Meanwhile, in the waters surrounding Logtown, several naval warships were anchored. Commodore Smoker, the fleet is fully assembled. The recently promoted Commodore Smoker had been exceedingly busy of late. Driven by the desire to purchase cigars for himself and, more importantly, to eradicate the whispers of his moniker milk bottle Commodore through his iron-fisted methods, he declared, "Set sail. This time we shall utterly annihilate the Krieg pirates." Chapter 24. Riding the Wave of Fury. Shiga now finds himself in a state of bittersweet agony. He has been swimming vigorously, propelling himself through the water with fervor, when suddenly, a colossal pirate ship unexpectedly loomed before him, crashing down with an overwhelming force. It is indeed a most literal and audacious affront, as if it were riding upon his very visage, yet discharging its wrath upon others. Bah! What a scoundrel! Shiga concealed himself in the bottom of the ship, too afraid to show his face. He could only listen to the thunderous sounds of cannon fire echoing from the surface of the sea, accompanied by the roars and howls of the combatants. "Admiral Smoker, you shall not escape today." Smoker's voice resonated from afar. It was precisely because of Smoker that Shiga, who had been seething with rage and desiring to sink the pirate ship outright, was forced to hide. He now found himself regretting why he hadn't come aboard with a small boat. Had he done so, he could have acted more openly. At this moment, Shiga was determined to keep his ability to swim a secret from Smoker. "Smoker, you are truly an insufferable nuisance." As Shiga quietly activated his sight, everything around him materialized vividly within his mind. A colossal three-decked sailing ship adorned with a Black Panther figurehead loomed before him. On the deck stood a towering figure clad in resplendent golden armor, Admiral Creek. Beside him were a gaunt specter resembling a ghostly wretch, and Iron Wall Barrow, entirely encased in shields. Indeed, it was that arrogant scoundrel. When Shige heard Smoker's voice, he initially thought it was mere coincidence that they shared the same name. However, it turned out they were indeed part of the same wretched crew. Unlike Luffy and his companions, who pursued freedom and dreams, this man was a quintessential pirate. Initially imprisoned for his transgressions, he had escaped from confinement and, through unknown means, became a sailor in the Navy. Subsequently, he murdered the ship's captain, thus officially embracing a life of piracy. He employed unscrupulous tactics to secure victory, hoisting the Navy's flag to infiltrate unsuspecting ports and plunder treasures. Alternatively, he would deceitfully raise a white flag to feign surrender, seizing the opportunity to ambush his foes. Gradually, he developed the largest pirate crew in the East Sea, commanding a fleet of 50 ships and 5,000 men, all while brandishing his opulent armaments as he roamed the East Sea. They had previously operated unchallenged in the East Sea, a region that, despite occupying nearly a quarter of the world's surface, was the weakest of seas. Yet, in a stroke of folly, they ventured into the Grand Line, leading to their inevitable misfortune. Barely having left the novice village, they encountered the formidable boss at the end of the stage. In just 7 days, before they could even grasp the essence of the Grand Line, they crossed paths with a man, Dracula Mihawk. Of the 50 ships, only the flagship managed to escape back to the East Sea due to a tempest, while the rest succumbed to the depths. Out of 5,000 men, nearly 100 remained. The reason for Mihawk's intervention was maddeningly trivial: to pass the time. What ill fortune it was to collide with such a hapless crew. I hope I do not share their misfortune. The battle raged on, the thunderous roar of cannon fire echoing relentlessly. Shiga was thoroughly enjoying the opening of his loot at the bottom of the ship. However, the only disappointment was that it consisted solely of the most basic red loot. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1,000 berries from the red loot. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 300 berries from the red loot. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 strength from the red loot. The drop rate for red loot is exceedingly low. It takes hundreds to yield even one truly valuable item. Haha. Colonel Smoker, with such meager forces, how could you possibly capture the illustrious Captain Creek? The arrogant voice of Creek echoed. Shiga released his observation Haki and surveyed the surroundings, discovering that Creek had brazenly obstructed Smoker at the cost of 2 pirate ships, seizing the opportunity to flee. In his eyes, the lives of his crew were utterly worthless, easily discarded. Smoker, do not presume that your devil fruit powers grant you the right to oppose me indefinitely. Should our paths cross again, it shall be your demise. With those menacing words, Krieg completely evaded Smoker's grasp. The ocean returned to tranquility. Krieg and Agent reveled on the deck, indulging in libations. That Smoker is exceedingly bothersome. Ever since he arrived in Lobe Town, our activities have been severely hindered, Iron Wall Baroque growled. Krieg scoffed. He won't be arrogant for long. Once my sea prism stone weapons are forged, it will mark the end for him. Seizing the moment, Iron Wall Baroque lavished praise. Splendid. Let us raise our glasses to the illustrious Captain Krieg. The pirates laughed and cheered, oblivious to the figure gradually surfacing from the depths of the ship. As Krieg sipped his drink, an unusual sound caught his attention. What is that noise? In the next moment, he comprehended the unfolding events. To the astonishment of all, a figure was walking on air, the sonic boom emanating from Shiga's feet. Who are you? Krieg scrutinized Shiga, while discreetly signaling behind his back. Iron Wall Baroque instantly grasped the situation and retreated cautiously. You are not worthy of knowing my name, Shiga declared, his gaze fixed solely on Ajin, ignoring the others entirely. As a pirate enthusiast, Shiga was curious whether Ajin was indeed Green Bull. However, it seemed increasingly irrelevant. In Shiga's estimation, while Ajin's talents were commendable, they hardly ranked among the elite. It was implausible for him to ascend to the level of an admiral within a mere 3 years. Hey you, the sickly one. What is your name? Shiga directly disregarded the others and posed the question. Everyone was taken aback, particularly Krieg, whose fury ignited at Shiga's blatant disrespect. You. Krieg pointed at Shiga, but before he could utter another word, a baby bottle appeared in his mouth. Krieg held the bottle. Noticing the expressions of his subordinates, caught between laughter and restraint, his face flushed crimson. However, he felt no panic. Rather, he secretly rejoiced. Indeed, a devil fruit user. Perfect for testing my yet-to-be-completed weapon. At that moment, Ajin was also perplexed, unsure why this seemingly formidable man had singled him out. I am Ajin. And you? Who are you? And why have you come here? Ajin replied, his hand instinctively reaching for the weapon at his waist. Shiga continued to inquire, what color do you prefer? Akin's hand, which was reaching for the weapon at his waist, abruptly halted. Green, he replied. The others were utterly bewildered, completely unaware of Shiga's intentions. What animal do you favor? Siggy continued to inquire. So, if you were to bestow upon yourself a new title, what name would you choose? Green Bull Akin, came the spontaneous reply. With a satisfied smile, Siggy realized that Akin was indeed the Green Bull. However, he remained blissfully unaware that he was currently engaging in a form of entrapment. Just as the crowd stood in bewilderment, Siggy suddenly sprang into action. In Chapter 25, the Supreme Joy Shu, he unleashed the shave, one of the 6 marine techniques, causing his figure to vanish instantaneously. Setting aside other matters, he could not easily forgive those who had previously rammed their ship into him and had the audacity to assault him directly. Furthermore, he was in need of a small vessel. Upon witnessing Siggy's abrupt disappearance, the onlookers were struck with terror. Many pirates instinctively fired their weapons, attempting to pinpoint Siggy's location. Yet, they could only manage a single shot. A formidable and overwhelming presence suddenly converged from all directions. The crowd experienced a resonating hum in their minds before collapsing onto the deck, utterly incapable of lifting their weapons. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 120 berries from the red loot. It must be noted that the Conqueror's Haki proved remarkably effective against lowly minions. What have you done? Krieg finally ceased his sucking and, with a series of crackling sounds, revealed the hidden weapons beneath his armor. However, he could not discern Siggy's silhouette and could only roar in frustration. Damn it! Everyone, put on your gas masks. Krieg shouted, and his subordinates, including those sprawled on the ground, hurriedly donned their masks. Die. Behold my MH5 toxic gas bomb. Oh, damn it. Just as Krieg launched the gas bomb, he suddenly felt a lightness on his face. The gas mask had vanished. Siggy had appeared before him, nonchalantly donning the mask that had once adorned Krieg's face. Ignoring the urgency, Krieg frantically rushed to the nearest subordinate, seizing their mask to wear for himself. The sea breeze swept across, and the toxic gas vanished without a trace. The deck fell into a profound silence, leaving only a single pirate lying on the deck, frothing at the mouth in his death throes. A cold sweat trickled down Krieg's forehead. He understood that he was utterly powerless against Siggy. Do not be alarmed, Siggy said with a grin. For Akin's sake, I shall not take your life. However, a beating is certainly in order. Spear hand. Suddenly, Shige pointed a finger at Click. The spear, enveloped in the formidable armament of Haki, pierced through Click's incredibly tough armor, simultaneously penetrating his ribcage. Shigu approached slowly, placing his hand upon the kneeling Krieg. His index and middle fingers were brought together, while his ring and little fingers were also joined, resembling the posture of 3 dragon claws. The claws of the dragon. With a sudden exertion of strength, Shigu shattered the armor encasing Krieg, scattering the fragments across the ground. The impact was so forceful that Krieg coughed up blood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the orange loot, which has unlocked the skill of marksmanship. The marksmanship skill has been obtained and will automatically convert into experience points. Without hesitation, Shiga struck again, his finger piercing the air to point directly at the spherical double crutch held by Akin. A resounding chime echoed, heralding the arrival of a yellow loot, a pair of men's underwear imbued with a slight defensive attribute. This peculiar item, labeled as never rotting, never accumulating dust, never emitting odor, surprisingly bore a defensive quality. While its protective capacity was almost negligible, it nonetheless represented a promising beginning, suggesting that perhaps, one day, his entire ensemble could evolve into a legendary artifact endowed with over 100 attributes. Behold the unparalleled great blade of 12 works, slippers, if you will. It is commendable to express gratitude, yet one must consider the worthiness of the recipient. Is it truly fitting to bestow such reverence upon a self-important fool? Shiga cast a sidelong glance at Akin before, in the blink of an eye, reappearing before the bewildered Baro. Baro, now rendered speechless, had just retrieved an incomplete sea stone weapon from the armory, only to find all others sprawled lifelessly upon the deck, while a demonic figure loomed ominously before him. As Shige delivered a punch, it landed squarely on Balu's nose. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring an orange loot item, a men's top with slight defensive properties. Blood gushed forth from his nose. Oh no! Akin's expression shifted dramatically. Balu was indeed bleeding. The pirate sprawled on the deck struggled to restrain Balu, exclaiming, Mr. Balu, it's nothing serious, merely a nosebleed. Please remain calm, or we shall all meet our demise. The pirates were utterly panicked, fearing that Balu's anger towards Shige would result in their immediate downfall. The overwhelming might of Shiga has now become evident to the masses. A force beyond their capacity to withstand. He is truly a demon, an embodiment of malevolence. Under the terrified gazes of the crowd, in the intrigued eyes of Shiga, sweat cascaded down Baralu's face, his pupils a vivid crimson. He trembled violently, as if shaken by a sieve. I, the impenetrable Baralu, who cannot be harmed even by the cannons of a naval warship, am now bleeding. This is dire, truly perilous. Clang, clang, clang. Baralu began to rapidly strike the two small shields in his possession, the pearls embedded in them clashing together. Danger looms. Danger looms. Baralu's demeanor resembled that of a madman. He shouted loudly while incessantly beating the shields. Suddenly, white flames erupted from the surface of the shields. Shiga regarded the situation with utter indifference. The flames emanated merely from the igniting pearl on the shield, posing no threat to him whatsoever. As for his attire, a mere chuckle escaped him, crafted by the system. It was inconceivable that even the combined might of the 4 emperors and the 3 admirals could mar his garments. With a sharp crack, Shiga delivered a resounding slap to his opponent. The man's teeth shattered, mingling with the blood that spilled forth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring orange loot, a pair of men's trousers with slight defensive properties. Alas, more blood flowed. Baru's speech began to falter, his body trembling uncontrollably. Just as he prepared to strike the shield again, Shiga unleashed a flurry of 5 pinpoint strikes. Bang! 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 Aside from the massive shield on his back, Baru's other shields were shattered with ease, his limbs and abdomen pierced through, blood gushing forth. Continue with your flames. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring orange loot, a pair of men's shoes with slight defensive properties. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring orange loot, a men's coat with slight defensive properties. A complete set of garments with slight defensive qualities was successfully assembled. With his body severely wounded, Baru could no longer maintain his stance and collapsed onto the deck. As the ensemble was complete, Shiga could hardly be bothered to engage further. He bent down to retrieve the weapons that had fallen onto the deck. While the weapon itself was nothing remarkable, merely a standard rocket launcher, the ammunition was peculiar. Surely it was the sea stone weapon they had mentioned earlier. The shells exuded an aura reminiscent of the ocean. Such a treasure indeed. Shiga felt a stirring within. He was in dire need of sea stone. With it, he could forge a pirate ship akin to a naval warship, capable of traversing the windless zones flanking the Grand Line at will. Bring me all the sea stone you can procure, and additionally, prepare a small vessel. Shiga commanded, kicking Baru away before turning to Ajin. Chapter 26. Rogue Town. Upon meeting Shiga's emotionless gaze, even Ajin, known for his notorious coldness and lack of empathy, felt a chill seep through his entire being. A sense of foreboding arose within him, although the other had seemingly shown him some respect moments ago. He sensed that uttering even a single syllable of dissent would surely lead to his demise in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, Shiga departed, leaving behind a trail of devastation for Click and his companions, yet he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Until he possessed absolute power, he endeavored to preserve the narratives etched in his memory. The ramifications of eliminating Click, the intermediary who linked Luffy and Sanji, were shrouded in uncertainty. Who could guarantee what unforeseen consequences might arise? Fate, indeed, is exceedingly elusive. Captain, are you all right? As Shige retreated, Akin hurried to assist Click, tending to his wounds. Click gazed at the wreckage of his armor, obliterated by Shige, and furiously shoved Akin aside. Damn it! How can a single individual wield such overwhelming strength? My treasure remains intact. I must forge an even mightier weapon. One day, I shall make him grovel before me. Observing Click's frenzied demeanor, Akin found himself questioning his steadfastness for the first time, particularly in light of Shige's prior remarks. Unbeknownst to Shige, as he diligently propelled the small boat forward with a dog paddle, he pondered the potential impact of his words on Akin. Having grown accustomed to the swift pace of dog paddling, the sluggishness of the small boat became intolerable for Shige. Moreover, He was acutely aware of the urgency of his journey. The trek to Water 7 would consume considerable time, and following that, he needed to hastily confront Arlong. After dealing with Arlong, a visit to Frost Moon Village to confront Zoro awaited him. Upon finishing with Zoro, he would have to return to continue his onslaught against Luffy and Ace. Indeed, he was exceedingly busy, either engaged in a fight or en route to one. With the rapidity of his dog paddling, it wasn't long before Shige arrived at Town. Upon receiving a report from the soldiers, Smoker eagerly approached to greet him. "Mr. Shige, I never expected you to come here. Had I known, I would have dispatched a ship to receive you." Despite his own arrogance, Smoker held Shige in the highest regard. In Smoker's eyes, Shige was the wisest man in existence, surpassing even his former instructor, Admiral Zephyr, with an uncanny ability to perceive the essence of all things. The naval officers accompanying Smoker were taken aback by his demeanor. Although Smoker had not held his position for long, his reputation resonated throughout Town and the surrounding seas. Initially, whispers circulated, referring to him as bottle-feeding lieutenant, but after a series of pirate hunting endeavors, the title White Hunter had taken root. Pirates in the nearby waters derogatorily dubbed him the Mad Dog Lieutenant of the Navy. It was indeed astonishing to witness this lieutenant. Known for his caustic remarks about the 5 old men of the government and the incompetent superiors of the Navy, treating an apparently ordinary man with such deference. However, to call Shige ordinary would be a gross understatement. The man who commanded such respect from Smoker exuded an indefinable aura that incited an inexplicable urge to confront him. It was no wonder, considering the sheer dominance of his taunting prowess, even in mere stillness, he incited a desire for confrontation within others. Shige cast a sidelong glance at Smoker, remarking, "What brings you here with such undue attentiveness? Speak, do you wish to partake in my resources?" Smoker, grappling with his admiration and respect for Shige, struggled to suppress the impulse to confront him, though it seemed increasingly difficult to contain. "Go. Bring down that bag from my ship," Shige commanded, for it contained sea stone, which must not be lost. Smoker paid little heed to the command. Directly employing the power of his smoke fruit to transform his arm into vapor, reaching out towards the bag. However, upon contact, he suddenly felt a weakness overcome him. And the smoke dissipated. He stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Sea stone. Smoker quickly recognized the contents of the bag and gestured for his subordinates to assist in moving it. He hurried to catch up with Shige, inquiring, "Mr. Shige, from where did you acquire such a quantity of sea stone?" Challengingly remarked, "I encountered a band of inept pirates on the road and casually seized their possessions." "Pirates?" Smoker mused, a suspicion forming in his mind. Ordinary pirates would not possess sea prism stone. "Are you referring to the Krieg pirates, Mr. Shige?" "Oh, indeed. There was a fellow clad in golden armor," Shige replied dismissively. "I can't recall the color of the armor. In any case, I smashed it to pieces," he continued. Smoker couldn't help but smile wryly. The Krieg pirates, whom he had pursued relentlessly on 3 separate occasions without success, had been effortlessly subdued by Shige. It was quite a blow to his pride. "By the way, you should choose a piece later. It would fit perfectly atop your jetty." A single utterance from Siggy deeply moved Smoker. However, before he could fully relish the sentiment, Siggy's subsequent remarks swiftly extinguished the flicker of emotion. "A worthless individual who cannot even cultivate the armament Haki is indeed a source of shame for me. For now, let us make do with sea prism stone to avoid meeting an untimely demise outside. By the way, sea prism stone is not given away for free. It must be exchanged for a box of premium cigars." Smoker's heart ached. Must I really trade for the sea prism stone? Siggy halted his steps, turning his head to cast a perilous glance at Smoker. "What do you think?" "Well, coercion is inevitable. It seems I shall have to advance my salary for another 6 months." Within the confines of the Navy headquarters, Siggy reclined in Smoker's chair, idly swirling the cocktail in his hand. If one disregarded his demeanor, appearance, and physique, he might indeed resemble a figure of nobility. "Mr. Siggy, are you planning to go to Water 7? Smoker inquired, bewilderment evident in his voice after Siggy had spoken. Shige nodded slightly, without elaborating on the reason. "Is there a problem?" Smoker shook his head repeatedly. No problem at all. I initially hoped that Mr. Shige could stay a bit longer to offer guidance in my training. Since Mr. Shige has matters to attend to, I shall arrange for a warship to escort him." This was precisely Shige's intention. There were 2 routes from here to Water 7. One could either traverse the Grand Line, but that would be a significant waste of time and fraught with peril. Indeed, the first half of the Grand Line is referred to as Paradise. Yet this is merely in comparison to the latter half, the New World. The dangers of the Grand Line are far beyond what the East Sea could ever present. If one were to travel via the Grand Line, by the time they arrived at Water 7, Tom's body would have long since cooled. Thus, Shige opted for an alternative route, navigating through the vast whirlpool currents connecting the 3 major institutions under the world government: Enies Lobby, Marine Headquarters, and Judicial Island. This not only saved considerable time but was also devoid of danger. However, this current is under the control of the world government, necessitating passage through the gates of justice. Hence, Shige sought out Smoker. Smoker's response was quite satisfying to Shige. "While there is still a bit of time, allow me to offer you some guidance. It's truly embarrassing to not be able to handle that ship full of trash." Chapter 27. Listening to the voices of all things in the face of Shige's reprimand. Smoker simply wore a smile. Mr. Shiga, given your stature, you naturally wouldn't concern yourself with them. He felt utterly ashamed in front of Shiga. After grasping the essence of smoke from Shiga's instruction, he had struggled for over a year to seize the flicker of insight within his mind. Consequently, although his power had increased, it had not undergone any fundamental transformation. The two stood opposite each other, surrounded by a circle of curious marines. They were acutely aware of Smoker's formidable strength. The mere fact that he possessed a Logia-type devil fruit was, in their eyes, a symbol of invincibility. It was precisely for this reason that they held great expectations for Shiga, the one whom Smoker revered so deeply. Smoker took a deep breath, uttered no words, and initiated the attack. Ever since he had been schooled by Shiga on Gold, Roger Mountain, once he resolved to engage in battle, he would invariably give it his all. White gun. Suddenly, Smoker's entire arm transformed into a spear several meters long, thrusting toward Shiga. Although the tail end of the spear appeared somewhat ethereal due to the properties of the smoke fruit, the tip was solid and seemed to glint like a metallic spear under the sunlight. Shiga smiled broadly, remarking, "There is indeed some progress. To be able to solidify the ethereal smoke into such a form is commendable. However, it remains far from sufficient." Suddenly, Siggy moved, extending his index finger directly toward the tip of the gun. The surrounding Navy officers gasped in astonishment at his audacity, seemingly envisioning the horrific scene of Siggy's finger being obliterated by the spear. However, contrary to their gruesome expectations, a resounding clang echoed through the air. To their astonishment, Smoker's spear began to bend inward as if it were piercing not flesh and blood, but the incredibly hard substance of sea prism stone. With a deft twist of his wrist, Siggy pinched the gun's tip between two fingers and flicked it with a snap. A sharp whoosh pierced the air as the solid projectile, accompanied by a howling wind, hurtled toward Smog. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, causing Smog's form to disintegrate into an elemental state. Once he reformed his body, Smog refrained from launching another assault, instead standing there with a countenance as dark as stormy waters. He was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Siggy. Yet he had not anticipated the chasm to be of such magnitude. Shiga did not even resort to using his armed color Haki, and yet he was utterly defeated, a clear indication of their disparate levels. Originally, Smoker felt quite pleased with his progress during this period. The solidified tip of his spear could even penetrate thick steel plates. He had once taken great pride in the belief that he could at least hold his own against Shiga for a few exchanges upon their next encounter. However, the reality now was starkly different. Sig waved his hand, and suddenly, a baby bottle appeared in Smoker's mouth. As a man, one must possess both strength and tenderness. Isn't it exhausting to remain steadfast all the time? As he spoke, Sig strode towards the warship, leaving Smoker contemplative with the bottle in hand. It turns out that the ability to be both strong and gentle is manifested in such a manner. In response to Sig's fierce words, Smoker found himself experiencing a profound realization. Suddenly, the thoughts that had once been hazy in his mind began to crystallize. Shiga wasted no time and promptly boarded the warship. Standing at the bow, he gazed out at the boundless sea, feeling an inevitable sense of insignificance in the face of such vastness. Even the mightiest figures, such as the three admirals of the Whitebeard pirates and even Roger himself, seemed as diminutive as grains of sand against the ocean's expanse. Humanity often delights in adorning its trivial pursuits with grandiose titles. Conquering mountains, conquering oceans, conquering the world. How ludicrous. Does the arduous ascent of a mountain truly equate to conquering it? Does a perilous circumnavigation of the seas merit the title of conquering the ocean? Does wielding authority over the world government signify the conquest of the world? Absurd. Little do they realize that mountains may crumble, oceans may surge, and the world may transform beyond recognition. Who can genuinely stand against such forces? The swirling currents and crashing waves propelled the warship forward with great haste. The thunderous sound of the crashing waves became the sole melody of this realm. All the sailors had retreated from the deck back into the cabin. At this point, their navigation of the vessel was no longer necessary. They simply needed to follow the rhythm of the waves. Smoker had arranged for a major to approach Shiga, raising his voice to ensure Shiga could hear him clearly. "Mr. Shiga, please return to the cabin. It is too noisy out here." Shiga remained undisturbed, still immersed in the profound state of marveling at the grandeur of the cosmos. Mr. Shiga's major called out to him 3 times in succession. But upon seeing that Shiga appeared oblivious, he could only relent. The entire deck lay desolate, with only Shiga standing proudly alone. If one were to stand before Shiga, they would perceive the peculiarity of his condition. The expression on his face was a captivating blend of enlightenment and confusion, while his gaze, seemingly lost, shone with an extraordinary brightness, reminiscent of the most resplendent stars. Shiga remained entirely oblivious to his current state, lost in a profound contemplation of the mysteries of the universe. He had forgotten everything. Even the thunderous roar of the waves crashing nearby gradually faded into silence. Time became an abstract concept, and in Shiga's ears, the world transformed into an extraordinary stillness, devoid of any chaotic sounds. Yet, at that very moment, he suddenly perceived a voice. It seemed to resonate right beside him. It also felt as though it were echoing from the distant heavens. It was as if the sound had just been uttered, while simultaneously emanating from the eternal depths of time and space. It appeared to whisper unconsciously, Yet it also seemed to be articulating a narrative intended for all sentient beings capable of hearing his voice. Shiga suddenly awakened to the realization that he possessed the extraordinary ability to hear the voices of all things. For reasons unknown, this rare gift had manifested within him. The capacity to listen to the voices of the universe is exceedingly uncommon. For instance, the mermaid princess, White Star, can hear the voices of the Sea Kings, thus becoming one of the 3 ancient weapons capable of obliterating the world, known as the Sea King. Similarly, Tama has the ability to hear the voice of the Elephant Master. Moreover, both Luffy and Roger are capable of truly comprehending the voices of all things. Shiga harbored suspicions that Roger's ability to listen to the voices of all things transcended mere biological entities, extending even to the winds, the tumultuous seas, the very fabric of the earth, and perhaps even the dimensions of time and space. During the fateful Battle of Eightwall, when Roger found himself cornered by the formidable Golden Lion Shiki, an unexpected tempest arose, devastating a significant portion of Shiki's fleet. The Golden Lion Shiki was no ordinary adversary, and his crew comprised elite warriors, handpicked from across vast distances. Yet, remarkably, no one had foreseen this calamity at sea, which struck as rather anomalous. Thus, it is highly plausible that Roger, through his unparalleled ability to commune with the voices of all existence, orchestrated this extraordinary and terrifying disaster by beckoning the wrath of the winds and the ocean. Shiga felt an overwhelming joy, fully concentrating on deciphering the sound emitted by an unknown creature. What are you attempting to convey to me? The history of this world, or the very essence of its existence? As Siggy awaited, the voice grew increasingly distinct until it was fully discernible to him. The moment he comprehended the speaker's words, the expression of intertwining clarity and confusion on his face vanished instantaneously. He stood dazed upon the deck, the enigmatic voice having faded away, replaced once more by the thunderous roar of the waves. Shiga bowed his head in silence. After a long pause, he suddenly lifted his gaze, his face ablaze with unbridled fury. Who dares to insult me? Chapter 28. The entire venue's expenses will be covered by me. Shiga jumped in frustration, cursing for an extended period, yet his anger remained unabated. This is utterly intolerable. After hurling insults, they simply walked away, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Although Shiga could not comprehend the language of the voice he had just heard, he fully understood the meaning behind that peculiar utterance. Can you fool, hear me speaking? Entering the cabin, Shiga angrily plopped down on a chair and took a few swigs from a bottle of liquor, ton. With a resounding bang, the bottle was forcefully slammed onto the table, startling everyone present. The naval officers exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting utter confusion. They could not fathom why Mr. Shiga had suddenly erupted in anger. After all, he should have been the only one outside, with not even a fish in sight. Whom was he angry with? Of course, Siggy was enraged. He had anticipated an enlightening revelation about the essence of the world or the concealed history, only to be met with a vulgar insult. Damn it. Should I ever catch you, I shall hang you up and berate you for 3 days and nights. How utterly exasperating. While others who listened to the voices of all things discerned the truth and essence of the world, he was left with nothing but a scathing remark, one that was uttered before hastily fleeing. In the ensuing days, Siggy spent prolonged hours on the deck, yet he could not recapture that state nor hear that voice again. The sailors, observing his perpetually disgruntled demeanor, instinctively kept their distance, fearful of incurring his wrath. Even upon reaching Water 7, he remained filled with pent-up frustration, seeking an outlet. Mr. Siggy, we are pressed for time and cannot linger. Please take this transponder snail. It will allow you to contact Colonel Smoker directly. Inside is your sea prism stone, conveniently packed in this box for ease of transport. Additionally, here is a cigar prepared for you by Colonel Smoker. It is worth noting that Smoker, now merely a colonel, had already stretched the limits of his authority to grant Siggy any favors. Naturally, it was impossible for the warship to remain stationed here indefinitely for Siggy's convenience. Shiga's pent-up fury had yet to dissipate as he donned a stern expression and hoisted the suitcase onto his shoulder. After clarifying the route, he boarded the water train, setting his course towards the desolate shipwreck island. Sir, you have not purchased a ticket, the elderly Koko Luo kindly reminded Shiga. Without turning his head, Siggy shouldered the box and strode directly into the carriage, stating, I'll owe you for now. I shall repay you in a couple of days. The elderly Kiki Luo was taken aback for a moment, but shrugged it off, intending to pay for Siggy's ticket herself. Just then, a group of individuals entered the scene. My goodness, it seems there are quite a few ruffians around here. They cannot even afford a single ticket, yet audaciously claim they will pay back in a few days. This group consisted of 5 persons, each adorned with an emblem representing the world government on their attire. At the forefront stood a man with short purple hair, his face shadowed by pronounced dark circles, concealing eyes that occasionally flashed a menacing glare. This was none other than Spandam, the commander of CP9 8 years hence. However, at this moment, he had yet to inherit the title from his father, Spandane, and merely led CP5, though both organizations were directly affiliated with the world government. The disparity between CP5 and CP9 was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Shigu turned his head to gaze at the other person, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity wash over him. Why does this face seem so familiar? At that moment, Spandam was also taken aback, staring blankly at Shigo. He too sensed an uncanny familiarity in Shiji's visage. How peculiar. This face seems so recognizable. It was not just the two of them. The surrounding passengers shared the same sentiment. They glanced at Shigo and then turned to observe Spandam. Despite the evident lack of resemblance between their features, an unnameable similarity lingered in the air. "Commander, you two bear a striking resemblance," one remarked. "No, it's not merely a resemblance in appearance. It's in your demeanor." "Huh." Another member of CP5 suddenly came to a realization. "Indeed, Commander, I felt an overwhelming urge to confront him when I first saw him. Now it all makes sense." Ziggo, Spandam, everyone. Shiga finally comprehended the source of his inexplicable familiarity. This fellow was simply a reflection of himself. No, rather, he resembled the version of himself from years past, clearly devoid of any real talent, yet perpetually sporting a provoking demeanor. His sarcasm was at its peak. "Who did you just refer to as a petty thug?" Shiga, burdened with a box, advanced step by step, harboring a belly full of frustration with no outlet for release. Spandam remained blissfully unaware of his current predicament, maintaining that infuriating expression. Unable to afford even a single ticket, he audaciously resorted to credit. How could he not be deemed a petty thug? "Observe closely, you miser." With that, Spandam brandished a hefty stack of berries, declaring, "All expenses on the vehicle today will be covered by me, Spandam." Shigun nearly lost his composure, almost bursting into laughter. "This fellow is truly a quintessential example of a useless second-generation official. It appears you possess considerable wealth." Shigu regarded him with a menacing gaze. Yet, in the next moment, he suddenly recalled something, sneering as he shouldered the box and departed. Spandam sat down in the adjacent seat, momentarily stunned. Unbeknownst to anyone, his legs were trembling slightly. The look Shigu had cast upon him before leaving made him feel as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, intent on devouring him. In that fleeting instant, he believed he was on the brink of death. Seigo sat there with his eyes closed, his shoulders still bearing the weight of his two boxes. He had indeed contemplated killing the other party, but upon reflection, he realized that if he truly went through with it, persuading Tom to board the ship would not be an easy endeavor. Keywords: Liangshan, Linchong, the Temple of the Mountain God in the snowstorm. Without Spandam's interference, Tom would likely be declared innocent in 3 days. After all, the merit of single-handedly saving the entire Water 7 was monumental. Even the world government could not overlook such a significant feat years ago. Tom had been sentenced to death for building a ship for Roger. Now, the successful development of the sea train was enough to absolve him of all his transgressions. "Just you wait, you troublesome scoundrel. Once I secure Tom's freedom, I will make you pay." Seigo resolved to endure for 3 days. Waste Island. This was the location of Tom's workshop. The greatest shipwright in the world had personally crafted the Oro Jackson, a legendary pirate ship that circumnavigated the Grand Line. Furthermore, after more than a decade of effort, he had designed and constructed the sea train, which would save Water 7. Yet, such a magnificent craftsman had been exiled to this landfill, reminiscent of a chaotic end point in the kingdom of Goa. How twisted this world truly was. The celestial dragons and the world government had ruled this world for 800 years, and their decay was indeed profound. Seigo stealthily followed Spandam and his entourage as they descended from the sea train. Amidst the countless derelict ships, Seigo suddenly found himself once again entranced in that enigmatic state he had experienced in the whirlpool currents. The entire realm fell silent, as if time itself had come to a standstill. In the profound stillness, only a voice, reminiscent of ancient tales, whispered softly. Chapter 29, The Mocking Fruit Dam. You finally arrived. Having learned from previous encounters, Seigo held little hope for this voice. He merely wished to seize the opportunity to retaliate verbally. However, in the next moment, the curse he was about to utter was abruptly halted. For Seigo distinctly recognized that this voice was different from the last. It was not the same individual. Siggy was instantly intrigued, attentively listening to the voice that resonated. "Adam, I am the great Adam of the treasure tree." Ouch, ouch, ouch. The voice emanating was none other than the legendary treasure tree Adam. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say it was merely a fragment of the fabled tree. According to legend, there lies an island in an unknown sea, perpetually engulfed in fierce warfare, where eventually all cities and life forms were reduced to ashes by relentless cannon fire. Yet, regardless of the turmoil or the extent of the conflict, one colossal tree stood unwavering. This tree was the treasure tree Adam, possessing an extraordinary resilience. By an exceedingly fortuitous incident, a small portion of the treasure tree Adam was severed. The Roger pirates once sailed the Grand Line aboard a vessel crafted from the very wood of the treasure tree Adam. Years later, Luffy and his crew's Thousand Sunny was similarly constructed from its principal materials. And now, Siggy had heard the voice of the treasure tree Adam. Just as he contemplated commissioning Tom to build a ship, the treasure tree Adam had come forth unbidden. This was truly a privilege reserved for the fortunate. This segment of the treasure tree Adam was likely not the same as that which adorned Roger's ship, which had presumably been obliterated by the world government. Even if it had survived, it would certainly not manifest here. As for whether this fragment might have circulated through the black market over the years, ultimately becoming the primary material for the Thousand Sunny, Siggy was apathetic to such matters. Luffy was the true favored child of destiny, not needing to concern himself with such trivialities. Where are you? Siggy pondered how to communicate with the entity, resorting to silent contemplation. A prolonged silence ensued. Although the unique state of attuning to the voices of all things had not dissipated, Siggy received no response. Was this approach ineffective? He presumed that his method of communication was inadequate for reaching the treasure tree atom. Just as he contemplated how best to convey his thoughts, the voice of the treasure tree atom resounded once more, filled with astonishment. You insufferable pest, how is it that you can hear my voice? The veins on Shiga's forehead bulged, almost ready to burst. He must have been on the verge of uttering an expletive, perhaps fool. Most certainly. My apologies. It is simply that you possess an extraordinarily unique aura. Sighing in resignation, Shiga reflected on the overwhelming nature of max-level taunting. It was not merely individuals who found themselves the subject of ridicule. Even Baoshu Adam and that enigmatic stranger were not exempt from its effects. You harbor intentions towards me. Yet I shall not divulge that I reside at the very depths of this island. Oh dear, it seems I inadvertently revealed it. In the next moment, Baoshu Adam severed all communication with Shiga. Shiga gazed down at the desolate shipwreck island, a smile illuminating his face. It appeared that the tree atom was not particularly astute. As the connection with tree atom was severed, an arcane force surged from within Shiga, swiftly enveloping his entire being. It was the exhilarating sensation of imminent breakthrough. Ding! Congratulations, host, for your remarkable talent. Taunt has successfully transcended its limits and transformed into a devil fruit. Having previously acquired the bottle fruit, Shiga was not overly surprised by this breakthrough. He had sensed this impending evolution while at the floating restaurant, yet he had merely awaited the final catalyst. Now, having taunted that enigmatic entity and the current tree atom with his extraordinary abilities, it was only natural that Shiga's taunting skill would surpass its previous constraints. Host, Shiga's strength, 189 speed, 192 constitution, 178 skills, swordsmanship LV32, marksmanship LV29, Conqueror's Haki LV2, hand-to-hand combat LV36, navigation LV26, armament Haki LV2, dog paddle LV max, culinary arts LV max, dragon claw fist LV25, observation Haki LV2, navy 6 styles, Soru LV15, tech eye LV23, shave LV19, moonwalk LV13, tempest kick LV15, finger pistol LV11, devil fruits, bottle fruit. Taunt fruit indeed. The name taunt fruit bore an oddly endearing charm. A deluge of information suddenly flooded Shiga's mind, unveiling the powers of the taunt fruit. Just as Shiga was attuning himself to the essence of the taunt fruit, Spandam and his entourage had already begun to knock on the door. The door swung open, revealing the rotund Tom and his pet, Yakagawa, standing at the threshold. Just as Spandam was about to speak, a distant voice cried out, "Watch out! Get down!" Whoosh! The sound of a cannonball slicing through the air echoed, heading straight for Spandam. Frankie, clad only in his underwear, shouted, "Don't worry, Commander. Watch me send that cannonball flying." One of CP5's members instantly materialized before Spandam, wielding a weapon resembling a tennis racket. With a vigorous swing, he struck the incoming cannonball. Meanwhile, Shiga, now fully cognizant of the taunt fruit's capabilities, wore a sly grin as a coin materialized in his hand. Taunt fruit, no need for change. With a flick of his fingers, Siggy's coin appeared in the hand of the man wielding the tennis racket at an astonishing speed. In the next moment, the man seemed to be entranced. The racket, which had been poised to swing like a cannonball, suddenly halted, and he charged towards Siggy. This unexpected turn of events caught Spandam and the others completely off guard. Boom! The cannonball struck Spandam on the head. Fortunately, Spandam's resilience prevented an explosion. Meanwhile, Siggy casually slapped the approaching racket wielder across the face, sending him spinning through the air until he finally collapsed, unconscious. The coin, worth 1 berry, rolled to Siggy's feet. Bending down to pick it up, Siggy smiled with delight. The power of the taunt fruit proved to be remarkably effective. The first ability required merely a single coin to forcibly redirect an enemy's attack. This dual psychological and physiological assault compelled the opponent to disregard everything and turn their aggression towards Siggy. The second ability mirrored the first, albeit with an even stronger compulsion. The only drawback was the lack of elegance in execution. It necessitated turning one's back to the enemy, then bending over, raising one's rear, and finally giving a middle finger gesture to trigger the effect. The complexity of the steps, the peculiarity of the actions, and the difficulty of the motions were quite evident. Most importantly, it was undeniably humiliating. The posture of bending over and raising the middle finger, even without the power of the taunt fruit, was already quite deserving of a beating. Coupled with the fruit's power, the intensity of the mockery was astonishing. Chapter 30. Shipbuilding deposit. What brings you here? Spandam shouted, one hand clutching his head where the cannonball had struck, the other pointing accusingly at Siggy. Yet there was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. The bizarre scene that had just unfolded, along with Siggy's formidable strength, left Spandam feeling somewhat apprehensive. Shiga let out a cold snort, saying nothing, merely tossing a coin into the air and catching it. This overt gesture of warning immediately calmed Spandam. Do not act recklessly. I am the commander of CP5. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you will be opposing the world government. Tom glanced first at Spandam, then at Shiga. It seems you two are not aligned, he remarked, somewhat perplexed. Despite their differing appearances, there was an inexplicable resemblance between them. To his surprise, they were not allies. What business do you have with me? Siggy remained silent, languidly leaning against a derelict vessel, his head bowed as if immersed in contemplation. The dim-witted Adam, the tree of treasure, had just claimed that it lay beneath this very island. Although this island of abandoned ships was not particularly vast, it was indeed an island. To excavate, it would be akin to chasing phantoms. Furthermore, in a few years, this island would be entirely submerged by the sea due to the sinking of its foundations, rendering it non-existent. Should this opportunity be missed, any future pursuit of the Tree of Treasure would entail competing with Luffy. The emergence of the Tree of Treasure had disrupted Siggy's meticulously crafted plans. He required time to recalibrate his strategy before engaging in discourse with Tom. Noticing Siggy's silence, Spandam seized the moment to request a private conversation with Tom. As for the content of their discussion, Siggy was well aware. Spandam, driven by ambitions of promotion, had unearthed records indicating that a warship named Pluton was constructed by shipwrights from water 7-8 centuries ago. Thus, he surmised that the blueprints for Pluton must be preserved here through generations. The individual most likely to possess these blueprints was none other than Tom. Universally acknowledged as the world's greatest shipwright, a fishman of great stature had undoubtedly attained such recognition due to his extensive study of the Pluton blueprints. Curiously, Spandam's errant conjecture proved fortuitously accurate. Indeed, the blueprints for Pluton were currently in Tom's possession. Tom had retained this volatile asset not only because Pluton represented the pinnacle of shipbuilding history, but also, and more crucially, due to Nico Robin. Having safeguarded the blueprints for so long, Tom was acutely aware of Pluton's terrifying potential. In his view, despite its disappearance nearly 8 centuries ago, it could not have been obliterated. It surely lay hidden in some corner of the world. With regard to such an ancient weapon capable of annihilating the world, Tom's caution was entirely warranted. He feared that Nico Robin might fall into the hands of a certain faction, who could then decipher the historical texts to unearth Pluton's location. The re-emergence of Pluton would spell catastrophic disaster for the world. His retention of the blueprints was a precaution against such an eventuality. Should Pluton be found, he would be prepared to construct a new Pluton to confront it. As long as Nico Robin remained alive, he would never consider destroying the blueprints. Before long, the door swung open, and Spandam emerged, predictably ejected by Tom. This wretch, possessing a mere 9 points of fighting capability, stood no chance against Tom, who could effortlessly lift a ship. Even an average strongman could easily overpower him. Weakness in combat was one thing, but his audacious demeanor, mocking the very heavens, was utterly insufferable. As Siggy was cast out by Spandam, he gradually approached Tom, as it was now his turn to converse with him. Useless fool. Siggy did not spare a glance at Spandam, casually shoving him aside with his foot as he passed. You obstruct my path. Be cautious next time, lest you find yourself inadvertently crushed beneath my feet. Such a scoundrel was unworthy of his attention. Siggy lacked even the inclination to inflict torment upon him. However, recalling the massacre decree initiated by this fool 8 years hence, Siggy resolved to muster his spirits, waiting for the moment when Spandam would push Tom to the brink, so he could offer him a final send-off. Lying on the ground and watching Siggy's retreating figure, Spandam's heart swelled with rage, yet there lingered a hint of admiration within. Every gesture, every word, perpetually draped in mockery, rendered him a model for their kind. Carry him, let us depart, Spandam commanded, maintaining a stern facade. In the room, Siggy dispensed with pleasantries and spoke directly. I have come for Adam the Atom Tree. I require a ship, a vessel constructed from Atom, one capable of circumnavigating the globe. Tom's corpulent frame trembled, his gaze fixated on Siggy, even his usually cheerful eyes widening in shock. The essence of Siggy at this moment, in tone, expression, and even language, struck a familiar chord. In a moment of reverie, he found himself transported back over a decade. That man had been equally forthright, articulating nearly identical words. And it was indeed because of that man that he now found himself in this predicament. Regret? The question resurfaced in his mind. No. A man must face the vessel he has created with pride. A smile returned to Tom's face. To lend my efforts to a man as illustrious as Roger is a true honor. In a fleeting moment, reality shifted back to the present, and the figure before him transformed from Roger to Siggy. You two bear some resemblance, yet seem entirely different, Tom remarked, leaving Siggy perplexed. He instinctively glanced towards the door, presuming Tom referred to himself and Spandam. Of course, entirely different. How preposterous. I am in no way comparable to that fool. Even now, he was leagues beyond that incompetent wretch. Indeed, even the version of himself prior to the four emperors would far surpass him. Certainly, he was significantly stronger, having once commanded a bounty of 8 million berries as the leader of East Blue's pirates. Alas, I must regretfully disappoint you. Were it a conventional vessel, as a distinguished shipwright, I would not decline. However, I currently possess no noteworthy atom. Tom chuckled heartily before continuing. To Siego's surprise, he did not expect Tom to so readily agree to his request for shipbuilding. What if I could find the precious atom tree? There are only 3 days left. I wonder if that will suffice. Observing Siego's earnest expression, Tom was momentarily taken aback. If your excellency can indeed locate the atom tree, as a renowned shipwright, I would be most delighted to craft a vessel using such exceptional material. Excellent. Siego beamed. In that case, you may commence the design and production of the other components of the ship at once. Within 3 days, I shall deliver the atom tree to you. Of course, I will not burden you without compensation. Here is a deposit. Should I fail to procure the atom tree within 3 days, you need not return this sum. Siggy spoke as he placed the deposit firmly on the table, then turned and pushed the door open, stepping outside. With his robust fingers, he struggled to lift the solitary coin of 1 belly. Gazing at this so-called deposit, Tom felt utterly disheartened. Chapter 31. For the dream what audacity it must take to use a mere belly as a deposit for shipbuilding. The remarkable part was the demeanor with which the other party presented the deposit, as if it were not 1 belly, but a staggering 100 million bellies. After a long moment of contemplation, Tom burst into hearty laughter at the coin in his hand. Indeed, he was a remarkably amusing man. As he chuckled while stowing away the coin, he turned to the imposing figures of Iceberg and Frankie standing outside and declared, "Prepare to commence work, having accepted the deposit. We must honor our commitment with great integrity." Shiga did not venture far, instead arriving at the shore of the abandoned ship island. Noticing the absence of onlookers, he plunged into the sea, descending towards the depths. Although he was aware that locating the atom tree would not be a straightforward endeavor, he felt compelled to make the attempt. After all, fortune might favor him. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. With the aid of the capabilities bestowed by the milk bottle fruit, Shiga had already descended to a depth exceeding 600 meters. However, he was nearing his limits. According to the definitions of his previous life, a depth of 200 meters was already considered deep sea. Even with professional gear, one could only dive to about 300 meters before being unable to withstand the immense underwater pressure. Beyond a certain depth, each additional meter descended subjected one to tremendous pressure. The terror of the ocean was indeed beyond human endurance. In the depths of over 600 meters, Shiga paddled while utilizing his observation Haki to survey his surroundings. Meanwhile, Frankie, burdened by the wooden planks on his shoulder, exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Old man, have you lost your mind? That design was the culmination of your efforts over the past decade, and you intend to devote it to that scoundrel. Moreover, that insufferable fellow only provided a single belly as a deposit." Frankie gesticulated furiously at Tom. "Ha ha ha," Tom replied, still wearing a cheerful grin. "If the design cannot be transformed into a remarkable ship, what purpose does it serve? Furthermore, I have already accepted the deposit, so I must honor my commitment." Iceberg, accustomed to Tom's demeanor, could only shake his head in exasperation. However, Frankie remained irate. "No way. I must confront that fellow. 1 belly is utterly unacceptable. At least 10 million belly will suffice." Observing Frankie's retreating figure, Iceberg inquired, "Mr. Tom, are you certain everything will be all right?" Tom, unfazed, replied, "No worries. Let us continue our work. We must deliver on our final promise within 3 days." Iceberg shook his head in disbelief. "Mr. Tom, do you truly believe he can procure the atom tree as the primary material within 3 days?" Engrossed in thoughts of the atom tree, he failed to notice Tom's earlier remark about the final promise. Not only Iceberg, but everyone in Water 7 had tacitly accepted that Tom would be absolved of any wrongdoing. This magnificent sea train had not only salvaged Water 7, but also represented a tremendous achievement for the world government. In comparison, Tom's past endeavors in constructing Roger's pirate ship seemed insignificant. Yet, only Tom understood that he was now entangled in the matter of Pluton and could not simply gloss over it. The atom tree? Tom's corpulent figure came to a halt, and the image of a young Roger surfaced in his mind. Perhaps he truly could deliver the atom tree with resounding success. After searching high and low, Siggy ultimately found himself without any clues. Reluctantly returning to the derelict ship island, he sat by the sea, feeling utterly despondent when suddenly, Frankie, clad only in his underwear, stormed towards him in a fit of rage. "You deceiver, so you were here all along." Sigo cast a sidelong glance at his counterpart, exclaiming, "Ah, it's you, that peculiar lad. Why aren't you diligently crafting ships for me instead of loitering here?" At present, Frankie appeared to be merely in his mid-20s. A spirited youth who had yet to fully embrace the label of peculiar, even taking a certain pride in it. Frankie, initially seething with anger, began to stomp his feet in frustration, retorting, Hey, it seems you've only paid a deposit of 1 belly. With your attitude, how dare you make demands of me?" In the face of Frankie's provocation, Seago remained unfazed, merely lighting a cigar and exhaling a plume of thick smoke. Amidst the swirling haze, he gazed at Frankie and inquired, "So, you build ships solely for monetary gain? As a man, I assent at dreams and commitments that hold the utmost significance?" He continued, "Since Tom has accepted my deposit, he must commit fully. Don't you agree? Moreover, don't you yearn to witness the vessel you've crafted with your own hands circumnavigate the globe? That is an achievement that cannot be measured in belly. Do you truly wish to quantify your dreams with mere currency?" As he concluded, Seago's voice rose sharply. Frankie stood in stunned silence for a moment, blinked, and then turned away to resume his work. "TCH, just a kid," he muttered, daring to challenge me. Perhaps it was due to the recent breakthrough in his child viewing technique that had transformed into the milk bottle fruit. Shiga felt as if he had developed an uncanny ability to perceive the hearts of others. From merely dealing with mischievous children, he had now evolved to confront passionate young adults in their 20s. And by the way, in pursuit of my dreams, I am in urgent need of a drilling machine. Once Frankie departed, Shiga took the helm of the drilling machine crafted by Frankie himself, embarking on his aimless quest for the fabled Adam's tree. Meanwhile, Tom and his companions were fervently engaged in their tasks. Frankie was particularly spirited today, embodying the essence of a true man. Observing the industrious Frankie, Tom felt a swell of pride in his heart. Unbeknownst to them, these two young lads had matured significantly. Even in Tom's absence, they would likely manage on their own. Bingshan wiped the sweat from his brow, remarking, "Indeed, I wonder what has gotten into that lad today. He has been like this ever since returning from Shiga." "Ha ha ha." Tom laughed even more heartily. Mr. Shiga truly has a way with things. However, as Tom turned to Bingshan, his smile faded, and he spoke with solemnity. "After dinner, please come to my room." Taken aback by Tom's seriousness, Bingshan felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding arise within him. "Hey, old man, the boss wants me to tell you it's time to eat." Shiga was aimlessly digging a hole when Frankie approached and remarked, "Your drilling machine is rather unimpressive. The excavation is exceedingly slow." Shiga leaped from the drilling apparatus, expressing disdain. Frankie's words ignited a spark of anger and determination within him. "This is merely my Frankie drill machine number 1. Just wait, uncle. I shall promptly upgrade it to Frankie drill machine number 2. Oh, by the way, I only need to detect if there are any treasure trees underground. You might consider refining the drill bit." Noticing Shiga's continued air of critical scrutiny, Frankie opened his mouth to retort, but was swiftly silenced by Shiga's resolute declaration, "This is for the sake of our dreams." After finishing his words, Shiga satisfiedly walked away with his hands behind his back, leaving Frankie alone to refine the drilling machine, neglecting even his meal. Chapter 32, Frankie's Submarine No. 0. "Mr. Shiga, do you have any leads?" Iceberg inquired curiously. They had been on this deserted ship island for over a decade, and had never heard any rumors regarding the legendary treasure tree, Adam. They were puzzled as to where Shiga had obtained such information, which instilled in him such unwavering confidence. As for leads, none at the moment. "Coco, bring me another bottle of wine." Siagu exhibits no awareness of being a guest. It is truly inconceivable how this exaggerated figure, even referred to as Monster Granny by Luffy, Coco Luo, has transformed from the alluringly beautiful Miss Mermaid into her current state. It is no wonder she has become Sanji's nightmare. Do all merfolk undergo such a transformation after the age of 30? In Shi Ji's heart, concern for the mermaid princess by Xing had already taken root. "We have resided here for over a decade, yet we have never heard of the existence of the treasure tree Adam." Bingshan subtly dissuaded Shiga, not out of worry for him, but rather out of fear that Mr. Tom's efforts, along with his own, might ultimately come to naught. Observing the demeanor of his companion, it appeared that if the treasure tree Adam were not found within 3 days, he was unlikely to fulfill the remaining payment. Bingshan's apprehensions were not unfounded. Indeed, Shiga had no intention of completing the payment. Regardless of whether the treasure tree Adam could be located, he was resolute in his decision not to pay. Payment was out of the question. Not only would he refuse to pay, but he also intended to take the person along with him. The absence of prior knowledge does not equate to non-existence, does it? Shiga picked up a bottle of wine and strode outside, cigar clenched between his teeth. By the time he found Frankie, he had already perfected the drilling machine. Without uttering a word, Shiga plunged directly into action. Time waits for no one, and 3 days is indeed an exceedingly brief span. Meanwhile, Tom summoned Iceberg into his chamber, unveiling a highly concealed compartment from which he retrieved a stack of blueprints. This revelation astonished Iceberg, who had accompanied Tom for many years and immediately recognized the immense value of the design. It depicted a vessel of terrifying capabilities, one that should not exist in this world. Indeed, this was one of the 3 ancient weapons, the design schematics of the Pluton. Tom recounted everything, including the conversation he had with Spandam earlier that day. Understanding this matter would not be straightforward, he entrusted the blueprints to Iceberg for safekeeping. Should any calamity befall him, it was imperative to safeguard the designs until it was confirmed that the girl had perished. As Tom spoke, he placed a bounty notice on the table. The notice featured the image of a girl who appeared no older than 8 or 9. Astonishingly, the bounty for this child amounted to a staggering 78 million berries. At that moment, Iceberg realized the source of his earlier ominous premonition. Before he could voice his thoughts, Tom interrupted. Listen to me first. With the sea train, Water 7 will inevitably undergo a renaissance. I hope you can diligently work to restore its former glory, at the very least to possess the means to construct the Pluton. No one understood the Pluton better than Tom, and it was precisely this knowledge that instilled such fear within him. It was a force capable of obliterating the world. Iceberg was at a loss for how he exited Tom's chamber. The following day, everything seemed as if nothing had transpired. Tom and his crew were still busily crafting the ship's components, while Seago operated a drilling machine, boring holes in the ground. The area of the shipwreck island was not particularly vast, yet the size of the atom tree was undoubtedly substantial, sufficient to construct a ship. Thus, Seago found no need to drill meticulously. He merely needed to create holes at intervals. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Seago remained empty-handed. Was it possible that the atom tree truly lay at the island's deepest depths? He recalled the atom tree's words, at the very bottom of this island. That seemed utterly implausible. Although Shipwreck Island was not large, it was still an island connected to the continental plate. How could the atom tree possibly be at the very bottom? Dismissing his doubts, Seago resolved to take a risk. He turned to Tom and inquired, "Is there any way for me to dive into the sea?" Tom set down his utensils, his expression contemplative. "Do you truly believe the legendary atom tree resides beneath the ocean? That's impossible." Frankie was the first to burst into laughter. "Uncle, have you lost your mind? Even if the atom tree existed, it could not be submerged in the depths. Given its wooden nature, it would not sink like ordinary wood. It would float. What if something is weighing it down?" Seago suddenly recalled the atom tree's initial exclamation, "It hurts." The atom tree had claimed to be in pain. Frankie, uninterested in debating with a novice like Seago, flashed a mischievous grin. "Uncle, I have a way for you to dive into the depths, but I cannot guarantee your safe return. Are you brave enough to try?" Frankie cautioned against reckless behavior, for endangering lives was no trivial matter. Iceberg knew Frankie all too well. Seago was unconcerned, as long as he could submerge into the depths of the sea. With his current physique, enhanced by the power of armament Haki, the 6 forms of the Navy, and the abilities granted by his devil fruit, he believed that the pressure of seawater would pose little challenge. There was nothing he feared. Upon hearing Shiga's words, Frankie promptly discarded his utensils and dashed outside, eager to witness Shiga's potential blunder. It was not long before Frankie returned. "I shall name it the Frankie Submarine No. 0 foot, he exclaimed, panting heavily as he gestured towards the enormous spherical object resting beside him. "Nonsense," Iceberg interjected with a glare. "Frankie, you are becoming increasingly ridiculous. This is merely a metal ball." Indeed, this so-called submarine was a large iron sphere, measuring over 5 meters in diameter. However, it was designed to open from the middle, revealing a cramped interior space barely sufficient for Shiga to curl up inside. "Come on, the waters near the island, while not as profound as those far from shore, are still at least 5,000 meters deep. Where would I find the means to construct a submarine capable of reaching such depths?" Frankie was convinced that Shiga would hesitate to enter the sphere and dive into the abyss, casting a challenging look in his direction. To Frankie's disappointment, Shiga showed little reaction. He simply patted the nearly solid iron sphere and declared, "Perfect, this will do." With that, he hoisted the massive ball onto his shoulder and strode towards the shore. Wait. You can't seriously intend to take that into the ocean." Frankie was taken aback. He had only sought to tease Shiga, not to endanger him. "There are no windows. Even if you reach the seabed, you won't see anything outside." Seago remained silent, casually tossing a coin to Frankie. "This is your tip." Chapter 33. The great ship carrying the island. Watching Seago's retreating figure, burdened with the iron ball, both Frankie and Iceberg were rendered speechless. "Mr. Tom, that old man." Tom maintained his jovial demeanor, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, he truly is a remarkable man. Let us hurry and work through the night to complete the remaining parts of the ship." He increasingly perceived in Seago a quality reminiscent of the bygone Roger, equally mischievous and defying all reason. What others deemed absurd appeared entirely reasonable to them. At the shore, without a moment's hesitation, Seago plunged into the sea, clutching the massive iron ball. In midair, he exhibited remarkable agility, swiftly entering the cramped confines of the ball and sealing it shut. Thus, he descended with the iron ball into the depths below. Despite the resistance of the water, the iron ball sank at an astonishing speed. With the power of observation Haki, Seago, though the ball lacked windows, sensed his surroundings. He had reached the ocean floor, where the ball was nearly engulfed by the sediment. As the reach of his Haki expanded, Seago suddenly perceived something extraordinary. The shock rendered him wide-eyed within the confines of the iron ball. With a click, the lock of the ball disengaged, and Seago exerted himself to push it open. The immense pressure of the water bore down upon him, nearly causing him to spit blood. Yet, he paid no heed to such discomfort. Fixated instead on the astonishing sight before him, a ship, he beheld a vessel that supported the entire scrap island. A flurry of thoughts erupted in Seago's mind, intertwining to reveal the truth. No wonder Scrap Island would sink beneath the waves in a few years. It was not due to subsiding foundations, but rather because this ship, crafted from atom wood, could not bear the weight, leading to the submersion of both the vessel and the island. Moreover, 8 years later, Frankie's acquisition of atom wood from the black market was likely because part of this ship had surfaced. Who constructed this ship? Who possessed the capability to upheave an entire island, placing Scrap Island upon this vessel? Were there ships beneath the other 6 islands as well? Could it be that the 7 waters were supported by 7 ships? Ugh. Shiga let out a muffled groan. Under the immense pressure of the water, he had sustained minor injuries. Blood could not be expelled, instead flowing down his throat into his abdomen. 6th technique, iron block. 6th technique, paper drawing. Armament Haki. Shiga employed 3 consecutive skills, barely enabling his body to withstand the pressure of the seawater. After accomplishing this, he exerted all his strength to swim like a dog towards the colossal vessel. Given his current capabilities, he could not remain here for an extended period. Furthermore, the pressing concern was to construct a ship first. As for the vessel that supported the entire island, it would have to wait for another opportunity to be explored. Indeed, Shiga's decision proved to be astute, for there was no entrance to this immense ship. The thickness of its hull was astonishing, and after great effort, Shiga managed to dislodge a substantial piece of wood using his finger gun combined with a whirlwind kick. Although this segment of the atom tree was sufficient to construct a pirate ship as grand as the Sunny, it was merely equivalent to a railing on the deck of the gargantuan ship. Aside from the legendary ancient weapon, the Pluton, and the Noah, the Ark of Fishman Island, this was likely the largest vessel known. On the shores of Scrap Island, Frankie remained uneasy, waiting at the water's edge. He had initially intended to play a prank, but he never anticipated that Shiga would take it seriously. Damn that old bastard, if you die, I won't feel guilty. Frankie paced back and forth, occasionally glancing at the tranquil sea. Although only a short time had passed, it felt to him as if a century had elapsed. Suddenly, the water's surface began to boil violently, churning furiously under the moonlight, creating an eerie spectacle. Was it a sea king? Frankie remained on high alert. The sea kings varied in size. Those summoned to Fishman Island by Shirahoshi towered over 5,000 meters, while the smaller ones, like the Nearshore King that had bitten off Shanks' left arm, were merely dozens of meters tall. In an instant, the entire sea surface surged upward, and the water cascaded outward. A nearly 100-meter-long, square section of atom tree emerged from the depths, propelled several meters into the air by the immense buoyancy of the seawater. Standing atop the atom was a figure. Frankie's mouth fell agape in astonishment as he looked up at the silhouette merging with the moon. He had truly found it. At this moment, the image of Sigu was profoundly etched in Frankie's mind, just as Roger's silhouette had been indelibly inscribed in Tom's memory, remaining vibrant despite the passage of many years. In this instant, Frankie finally comprehended why Tom was willing to construct a vessel for Sigu in exchange for a deposit from a belly. Whoosh. Sigu leapt directly from the atom tree. Little one, we have located the atom tree. Let us harness its power to construct our vessel. Frankie gazed at Sigu with concern. Uncle, are you all right? With a disdainful snort, Sig declared, what could possibly trouble me? Observing the blood upon the ground, his expression remained unyielding. I've merely been experiencing some heat, resulting in gum bleeding. Frankie interjected. Come on, old man. I'm not foolish. It's obvious that. But before he could finish his sentence, Sig collapsed face down. This was indeed a perilous moment. A brush with death, teetering on the edge of oblivion. Just a fraction more, and Sig would have been lost forever. The terrors of the deep sea far exceeded his expectations. Had he not fortuitously heard the voice of the precious tree, Adam, at that critical juncture, he would have been entirely drained of strength. With the last vestiges of his power, he executed a powerful kick, severing the final connection between the precious tree, Adam, and the vessel. Utilizing the buoyancy of the precious tree, he ascended rapidly to the surface, for otherwise, he would have perished in the depths. The injuries sustained by Siggy were not overly severe. However, he was utterly fatigued, despite possessing nearly 200 points in physical attributes, endowing him with endurance and stamina that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. Frankie was startled and was about to check on Siggy's condition when he heard the sound of his heavy snoring. You, old man, are indeed a true embodiment of masculinity. After an extended slumber, Siggy awoke to find the sun high in the sky, signaling the arrival of noon. To his dismay, he discovered that everyone had vanished. Silence. A profound, deathly silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the sight of a pristine vessel standing solitary in the nearby clearing. Panic surged within him. Siggy's heart raced with anxiety. Tom had likely been apprehended by the enforcers of Justice Island. Spandam had ordered CP-5 to pilfer the ships crafted by Frankie, laden with an arsenal of weaponry, to bombard the judicial vessels and implicate the trio from Tom's workshop. Consequently, Tom had been dispatched to Justice Island. Behind Justice Island loomed the monumental gates of justice, which served as a conduit to the Navy headquarters and impelled down. Since the inception of the world government, no prisoner who entered Justice Island had ever returned alive. Chapter 34, Taking Action. Even 8 years later, when Luffy and his companions arrived, It was only through the gates of justice that they were able to rescue Nico Robin. Once one crossed through those gates, not even Luffy and his crew stood a chance. Whitebeard himself had been unable to save Ace, ultimately meeting his own demise in the battle atop Marineford. Shiga is indeed concerned about this matter. Tom is the crew member he has set his sights on, destined to become the carpenter of his old, weak, sick, and disabled Sunset pirate crew. Once he is escorted to Judicial Island, rescuing him will prove exceedingly difficult. Shiga initially believed that he possessed foresight in this matter, operating from the shadows, and that the handling of it would not prove overly troublesome. After all, given his current strength, the ineptitude of the CP5 agents could hardly impede his actions. While Judicial Island was indeed fortified with a garrison of 10,000 soldiers, and manned at the secondary gate by the giants Oimo and Kashi, former members of the giant pirate crew, the distance between Water 7 and Judicial Island was not insurmountable. Even with the need to travel via the sea train, Shiga felt confident he had ample time to depart with Tom. However, fate has a way of thwarting even the most careful plans, and he could not have anticipated such unforeseen complications. Shiga inexplicably awakened to the whispers of the world, leading him to discover the enormous vessels beneath the ghost ship island, which precipitated a cascade of transformations. But where is Tom now? Upon arriving at the square from his memories, Shiga was met with a chaotic throng and the sight of the iceberg slumped on the ground. In an unexpected display of emotion, the usually composed iceberg burst into tears upon seeing Shiga. Mr. Tom had been apprehended and taken aboard the maritime train he had ingeniously designed, bound for Justice Island. How deeply ironic it is that a man who once saved the entire Aqua 7 met such a fate in the end. Mr. Shiga, I implore you, rescue Mr. Tom. The iceberg now resembled a drowning sailor, with Shiga as the sole lifeline within his grasp. How much time has passed? This was the question that weighed most heavily on Shiga's mind. If too much time had elapsed, and Tom had already reached Justice Island, it would be beyond his power to intervene. However, a glimmer of reassurance came from the knowledge that Tom had not been gone for long. Go to Ghost Ship Island and install the power unit on my vessel. Do not disclose this to anyone, not even Frankie. Seago commanded with authority. He held a profound trust in Iceberg, for the latter had unwaveringly refused to relinquish the blueprints of the Pluton, even in the face of death. This steadfastness earned Iceberg Seago's confidence. Whoosh. Having completed his task, Seago vanished from his original position, pursuing the sea train with fervor. He instructed Iceberg to never disclose this to Frankie, as he did not wish to alter Frankie's destined path. The transformation of talent was the journey Frankie ought to embark upon, a means to truly harness his innate abilities. While Seago felt capable of guiding Luffy and his companions, he found himself utterly at a loss when it came to Frankie. The unparalleled speed of his enhanced swimming skills came into play once more, and within a mere 10 minutes, Seago discerned the silhouette of the sea train in the distance. Fortunately, all was not yet lost. Shiga felt a slight sense of relief and was about to hasten his pursuit when he suddenly spotted Frankie. Standing on the soft tracks of the sea train, he bore a colossal rocket launcher, swaying with the undulations of the ocean. Despite the precariousness of his stance, Frankie exhibited no inclination to retreat. Boom, boom, boom. Frankie raged, launching an assault on the sea train known as Smoking Tom. Smoking Tom, halt. Where do you intend to take the creator of your very existence? Frankie, in a frenzy, shouted hysterically while unleashing his relentless barrage. Siege observed the unfolding events from the sidelines, ultimately refraining from intervening. Indeed, Frankie possessed an extraordinary talent for weaponry. However, this maritime train was the culmination of Tom's tireless efforts. Not even the colossal tsunami capable of submerging 7 islands, conjured by the gods of water, could obliterate it. What could Frankie possibly do? A resounding whistle of the train echoed across the heavens and the earth. No miracle transpired, and Frankie was unceremoniously hurled away by the oncoming maritime train. With a heavy heart, Siggy shook his head and swiftly made his way towards Frankie. Observing Frankie, whose body was nearly obliterated, even Siggy felt a pang of sorrow. Despite being on the brink of death, Frankie murmured, "Return Mr. Tom to me. Return him to me." Alas, Sig sighed deeply and waved his hand, causing Frankie to be trapped inside a colossal empty milk bottle, drifting away with the tumultuous waves, unaware of its destination. On the mysterious Tom, watching Frankie being hurled away, Spandam's face, previously deformed by Frankie's strike, broke into a maniacal grin. "Die, you bastard." Yet, before Spandam's smile could fade, one of his subordinates rushed in, exclaiming, "Commander, someone, another person is standing on the tracks." Spandam's grin widened even further as he snatched the telescope. "Is it an iceberg? Ha ha ha." Tom's 2 apprentices are truly foolish, coming one after another to deliver themselves. However, before he could finish the word die, Spandam's mouth fell agape in terror. The wounds on his face, bound with bandages, were torn open by the exaggerated expression. Yet, Spandam appeared oblivious, his entire being frozen as he peered through the telescope at the figure standing on the tracks. He is the one who attacked Lord Charlemagne 2 years ago in the East Sea, with a bounty of 500 million berries. Spandam was utterly astounded. although the bounty did not entirely reflect combat prowess. The audacity to assault a celestial dragon and escape unscathed was beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. Even the Marine headquarters Admiral Zoro had failed to trace him. Could it be true, as speculated, that he is a remnant of Joel D. Roger? His appearance here could only be for Tom. Only those from Roger's pirate crew would have the reason to come to his aid. At this thought, Spandam trembled uncontrollably. Roger's crew were formidable beings, deserving of utmost caution even from Marine vice admirals and admirals. Even Shanks, who once served as an intern on Roger's ship, was now making waves in the New World. It was said he was heading towards the throne of the New World. Accelerate, ram it now. Spandam's eyes bulged with rage, blood streaming down his face into his neck, staining a significant portion of his chest. Chapter 35, Spandam die? The mysterious Tom surged forward with tremendous force, reminiscent of how it had just sent Frankie flying. Spandam gazed at the empty tracks ahead, momentarily stunned, before erupting into boisterous laughter. Die. Everyone must die for me. As he laughed, he suddenly noticed the terror and disbelief etched on the faces of those around him. Though they were looking in his direction, their focus was not on him, but rather on the space behind him. A chilling sensation crept from his feet, penetrating to the crown of his head. Like a robot, Spandam stiffly turned to look behind him. A face completely wrapped in clothing met his gaze. Staggering back in fright, Spandam screamed, retreating in haste. Everyone stared at Sig in horror, completely unaware of when he had appeared there. Sigo strode past the nearly paralyzed Spandam, who was rendered petrified with fear, and entered the carriage. He cast a glance at Tom, who lay unconscious from the effects of the tranquilizer, and gradually took a seat. It appears that you have come to recognize my identity, Sigo mused, lowering his gaze towards Tom, as if addressing Spandam and the others, yet also seemingly conversing with himself. The enigmatic bounty of 500 million berries loomed overhead. Shigo was momentarily taken aback, pondering the cultural literacy on display. Why not simply refer to oneself as nameless? Tom, I wish to take you away. Who is in favor, and who opposes? Shiga stated calmly. At that moment, Spandam astutely sealed his lips, yet his menacing gaze directed towards the racket-wielding man urged him to speak. The color drained from the racket man's face, inwardly cursing Spandam to no end. However, he dared not resist, whether it was CP5, CP9, or even the CP0 directly under the Celestial Dragons. They all belonged to the same intelligence agency. Defiance would reveal that some horrors in this world are infinitely crueler than death itself. I oppose, the racket man began. But his words were cut short as he clutched his throat and fell backward. Crimson blood gushed from his neck and mouth, staining the floor of the carriage. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the orange loot, speed 3. Ding. Congratulations, host, for breaking the 200 speed attribute threshold. Observation Haki level has increased. A faint metallic scent of blood permeated the air, heightening the tension among the gathered. It appeared he had no further objections. If anyone else had grievances, they were welcome to voice them. There was no need for concern, for I have always championed democracy. What a farce of democracy. Silence enveloped the room, and Spandam ceased his intimidation of others, no longer urging them to meet their demise. He could only hope for his own survival, leaving the fate of Tom and the Enigma to the Navy headquarters. In a brief moment of stillness, only the sound of crashing waves and the friction of the smoking Tom's wheels against the tracks filled the air. It seems you all have no objections. Shiga slowly rose to his feet. His earlier display was not merely for show. He had been contemplating a matter of great significance. Now, he had resolved his course of action in his heart. Sigo gradually rose to his feet, hoisting Tom effortlessly onto his shoulder, and then approached Spandam. You must be the son of Spandane, Sigo inquired. Spandam was taken aback, unsure of Sigo's intent. Could it be that he feared my father? This notion was entirely plausible. After all, his father, Spandane, was the commander of CP9. The might of CP9 was incomparable to that of CP5, and now, CP9's power was further amplified by the presence of a man hailed as the strongest in the 800-year history of CP9, instilling a sense of dread far surpassing that of the past. Indeed, my father is Spandane. A surge of pride in his lineage welled up within Spandam, bolstering his confidence. Sigo strode past Spandam while carrying Tom, stating unequivocally that 12 years prior, the instigator of the massacre edict that obliterated O'Hara had been vanquished. Oh, and do convey a message to Spandam. Sigo abruptly halted, turning to address a CP5 member. He should take advantage of his youth and procreate once more, for his time is running short. The chilling calmness of his voice sent Spandam into a frigid state of dread. In the next moment, a sudden chill enveloped his neck. Instinctively, Spandam reached for his throat, only to grasp at emptiness. Thud. His head crashed onto the floor of the sea train, emitting a dull thud. Ding. Congratulations, host. Red loot yields 250 berries. Panic ensued among the onlookers, leaving them utterly bewildered. It was evident that he was irrevocably deceased, his head severed, rendering any hope of revival impossible. On the waste ship island, Iceberg had followed Sigo's directives, equipping the new vessel with a propulsion system. Upon seeing Seago and Tom approach, Iceberg, tears streaming down his face, began loading the prepared food and water onto the ship. "Mr. Seago, I shall repay this kindness in my lifetime," he exclaimed, before urging Seago to hurry and take the still unconscious Tom away. "Remember, this matter must remain a secret. The world government will likely suppress it. Let Frankie believe that Tom has perished. Given the world government's notorious nature, they would undoubtedly attempt to bury such a disgraceful incident, particularly one that could tarnish their reputation. If not for the widespread impact of the previous attack on the celestial dragons, it is likely they would have concealed it as well." As Iceberg watched Seago and Tom depart, his expression solidified with unwavering resolve. "Frankie, you were correct. Without armaments aboard, how can one safeguard oneself?" In the original trajectory of fate, Iceberg had attributed Tom's demise solely to Frankie's weapon-laden vessels, believing those arms had been the cause of Tom's downfall. Thus, he had harbored a deep-seated aversion to weaponry aboard ships. However, his perspective had now shifted. He gazed out at the boundless sea, whispering, "Mr. Tom, I fear I must defy your orders." Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to the sky, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "But did you not always teach us that all ships, regardless of their nature, are devoid of good or evil?" In Iceberg's mind, Tom's imposing figure stood before him, and the words Tom had spoken after striking Frankie during the trial echoed in the air. "No matter who suffers from the ships we create, even if they bring about the world's ruin, those who build them must cherish them, even if the entire world condemns and despises them. Only their creators are forbidden from reproaching or loathing them. As a man of honor, one must stand tall for the vessels they forge." The smile gradually faded from Iceberg's face as he turned away, taking resolute strides in his departure. "Mr. Tom, I shall guard you from now on. Should I fail to protect you, I will gladly bring ruin to this wretched world." Chapter 36. Return to the East Blue. Objective: subdue Arlong. The garrison at Judicial Island was the first to arrive, followed closely by 3 vice admirals from the Navy headquarters and CP9, led by Spandam himself. Yet, they found nothing, for Seago and Tom had already sailed to the calm belt flanking the Grand Line. By embedding sea stone into the ship's hull, they effectively shielded themselves from detection by sea creatures. This method had likely yet to be discovered by Dr. Vegapunk. Even if it were, such knowledge would remain a tightly guarded secret within the Navy. Therefore, it was utterly inconceivable to the Navy that Seago and his companion had stealthily traversed the calm belt. While Seago and Tom navigated the tranquil waters, a shocking announcement reverberated across the world. The enigmatic figure known as Question Mark, who had vanished for 2 years, re-emerged in Water 7. This time, the individual launched an assault on the enforcement team dispatched to apprehend the world's greatest shipwright, Tom. Attacking the enforcement team was tantamount to declaring war on the Navy and the world government. However, reports from the Navy indicated that although CP5 Commander Spandam had perished while resisting Question Mark, Tom, who was supposed to be transported to Judicial Island for execution, had also met his demise at the hands of the enforcement team during the clash. As Seago had anticipated, the world government opted to conceal news of Tom's death. Meanwhile, various factions in the New World received this information. Aboard the Moby Dick, the towering figure of Whitebeard, standing at 6 meters and 66 centimeters, sat upon the deck, his legendary blade, the 12-work, Songyun cut, resting across his lap as he held a wanted poster. "Gururara!" Whitebeard bellowed with laughter, as if recalling a particularly amusing thought. Curious, Marco approached. "Old man, you seem particularly cheerful today." Whitebeard handed the wanted poster to Marco. "From 500 million to 600 million. This matter is evidently more complex than it seems." Marco, puzzled, wondered why Whitebeard had taken such an interest in the individual known as Question Mark. However, to him, it mattered little. If Whitebeard was pleased, anything was permissible. Elsewhere, aboard the Red Fourth, Shanks scrutinized Seago's wanted poster. While the events in the East Blue were understandable, the situation in Water 7 left him perplexed. Shanks pondered the motives behind Seago's actions. 2 years prior, when rumors of a mysterious assailant targeting the celestial dragons emerged, Shanks had conjectured that the perpetrator was likely Seago. After all, he could think of no other individual capable of vanishing from the Navy's pursuit without a trace. It appeared that the elder had indeed ventured into the Grand Line, implying that the young Luffy had grown sufficiently to stand on his own. Remarkable progress, indeed. But with such a mentor guiding him, it was only to be expected. At this juncture, Shanks gazed out at the vast ocean, whispering, "Captain, do you see? It is finally beginning." A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed his face, replaced swiftly by unwavering determination. "I too shall commence my actions. It is time to reign over the New World. 2 years have been ample." With that, Shanks reached for a nearby bottle of liquor. Leaning forward, he lost his balance and tumbled to the ground. Ben Beckman, just entering, facepalmed in exasperation. "Idiot! How many times must I tell you not to use your left hand? It has already fed the fish." Shanks flipped over and stood up. "I forgot again." Unbeknownst to Shiga, his actions had triggered a significant upheaval akin to the butterfly effect. He had traversed the doldrums and returned to the East China Sea. The only source of his vexation was the disorienting feeling of being lost. After all, Zepp's nautical diary merely chronicled his voyages on the Grand Line, devoid of any references to the East China Sea. This world was indeed vast. Although the Grand Line was reputed to encircle the globe, its expanse was but a mere fraction of the oceans. The true vastness lay in the four great seas, separated by the Grand Line and the Red Continent. "Hey, Tom," Shiga shouted from the decorative figurehead at the bow of the ship, calling out to the direction behind him. "Raise the sails, release the helm, and set sail at full speed. Let the ship go wherever it pleases. Our priority is to locate an island or encounter another vessel. If time is of the essence, I can always swim to Cocoa Village once I ascertain our position." With a resounding crash, the cabin door swung open, and Tom's formidable figure hurriedly emerged. "Captain, you just ordered me to cook, and I haven't finished yet. Why must we raise the sails now?" Tom complained as he dashed towards the sails. These past few days had been exceedingly hectic for him. Every task fell upon his shoulders: raising the sails, steering the ship, preparing meals, cleaning, keeping watch at night, serving as a human punching bag, and even singing lullabies for Shiga. As for Shiga, his routine consisted solely of eating and sleeping. Yet, upon reflection, this constant cycle of indulgence was rather appealing, as it spared him from the unending stream of commands that would ensue once he had a moment of leisure. "Tom, prepare a meal. Tom, raise the sails. Tom, steer the ship. Tom, prepare a meal. Tom, spar with me. Tom, sing me a lullaby." As a Triton, despite Tom nearing 70, his strength was unmatched by any human. Effortlessly, he raised the sails and approached the bow, gazing at Shiga perched atop the figurehead. "Captain, as a man of stature, I have given this considerable thought over the past few days." "Oh?" Shiga assumed Tom had come to terms with his desire to craft a throne for the old, weak, ill, and ailing sunset at the ship's prow. "If you've reached a conclusion, let us begin its construction promptly. I previously sketched a design for you, did I not?" With a resigned expression, Tom replied, "Captain, although I have never seen it with my own eyes, I know that aside from the differing designs, is it not merely the void throne of Mariewa, symbolizing world peace? Moreover, that is not what I intended to convey. I feel it would be better to perish nobly on Judicial Island than to endure this hardship as your crew." Shigechuan feigned ignorance and casually remarked, "I believe I can smell the aroma of burnt food. Oh no, my exquisitely delicious shui roll." Tom swiftly dashed towards the kitchen. Just as Tom was preoccupied with cooking, Shiga suddenly spotted a sail on the horizon. At last, a ship. Shiga instantly perked up, his figure vanishing from the spot and appearing at the helm. "Turn left, 30 degrees ahead." Siggy discovered the presence of the other party, and in a similar manner, the other party also detected Siggy's trail. "Lord Shaba, there is a ship approaching us," announced a blue-skinned merman, adorned with fish fins atop his head. Chapter 37. Octopus Shaba had two arms crossed over his chest, two other arms holding a plate of octopus balls, while the remaining two were engaged in fishing. "Oh, are we expecting guests? Once I reel in this fish, I shall welcome them with this plate of octopus balls. I have yet to enjoy it myself," he exclaimed, exerting himself to pull the fish onto the hook. However, despite his vigorous efforts, the fishing rod bent dramatically without yielding any catch. "Wow, what a formidable fish. Even I, Octopus Shaba, one of the 3 elite members of Along's crew, cannot manage to catch it. It must be an extraordinary one," he mused. Shaba applied all his strength, and had it not been for the specially designed rod, it would have surely broken under the inherent strength of the merman race. "Though I know not your origins, your endurance is undoubtedly the finest in the East Sea." Xiaoba trembled from the exertion, one hand instinctively reaching for a piece of octopus ball to replenish his energy. "Oh no, I've eaten the octopus balls meant for our guests." Observing Xiaoba's flustered state, the other mermen could only shake their heads in disbelief. It seemed that having too many hands was not necessarily a boon. "Wait, that is not the crux of the matter. Lord Xiaoba, your hook has snagged yourself. How can you possibly catch a fish like that?" one merman shouted, prompting Xiaoba to pause, following the fishing line. "Ah, indeed. My endurance is truly unparalleled in the East Sea." He covered his head with one hand and laughed heartily, popping another piece of octopus ball into his mouth. "Oh no, I've eaten another piece. This was meant for our guests." The other merman sighed. "Lord Xiaoba, forget about the octopus balls for now. Lord Along has sent us to ascertain the power dynamics and geography of the East Sea. We have fortuitously encountered a ship, and it appears to be a pirate vessel. We can seize them for intelligence." Xiaoba clenched 3 of his right side fists lightly against his left palm. "Splendid. For information, we can simply purchase it. This will expedite our reunion with Brother Along and the others." He discarded the fishing rod and held the remaining 2 pieces of octopus balls. "Let us hurry to greet our guests. I hope they will not find the quantities insufficient." With that, Xiaoba prepared to leap from the ship and swim over. Suddenly, he halted and turned to the other mermen. "But we seem to lack funds. How shall we procure the information?" "Lord Xiaoba, please be sensible. We are esteemed members of the great dragon pirate crew, destined to rule the entire East Sea." "Oh, that makes sense." The mermen sighed in relief, believing they had successfully shifted Xiaoba's perspective to realize the righteousness of piracy. However, Xiaoba had already taken out paper and ink. "We shall have plenty of money in the future, so let us draft an IOU. We can borrow under Brother Along's name." The mermen were utterly speechless. They wondered what thoughts could possibly lead Lord Along to assign him the task of gathering intelligence and even elevate him to a leadership position. "What do you know? Lord Xiaoba has grown up playing with Lord Along in Fishman Street, and later joined the Sun Pirate crew established by Brother Tiger to navigate the seas. Although he may not be the sharpest, his prowess as a six-sword style swordsman merits his position. Moreover, he initially intended to sell octopus balls on Fishman Island. But it was Lord Along's persistent invitations that led him to join the pirate crew. So remember, do not underestimate Lord Xiaoba. As Shige stood at the helm, he suddenly spotted through his telescope a torrent of seawater splashing towards him with remarkable speed. Was it a speedboat? Regardless, since it was approaching of its own accord, it spared him the effort. Unfazed, Shige made his way to the deck to await the arrival of the intruders. With a swift whoosh and the sound of wind being sliced, a dozen figures leapt from the sea and landed on the deck. Upon closer inspection, Shige raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was indeed a group of fishmen, and leading them was none other than the infamous octopus Little Eight. Had they arrived too late? A sudden alarm surged within Shige. The news of Arlong's crew reaching the East Sea was notorious. They had attacked several villages, including Cocoa West Village, plundering vast sums of money. Adults were extorted of 100,000 berries, while children were ransacked for 50,000 berries. With this ill-gotten wealth, they constructed Arlong Park, a dreamland envisioned by the fishmen since childhood, marking the inception of their dominion over the East Sea. It was during the assault on Cocoa West Village that Arlong took the life of Nami and Nojiko's adoptive mother, Belmir. From that moment forth, Nami bore the heavy burden of rescuing her entire village. As Shigu was about to inquire, Xiaoba had already presented a plate containing the last 2 pieces of takoyaki, cradled delicately in both hands, before him. Sir, please indulge in the takoyaki I personally crafted, she implored. Shiga, as an octopus hybrid, do you not feel a sense of guilt when indulging in takoyaki? Upon noticing that Shiga did not accept the takoyaki from his hands, Xiaoba quickly slapped his forehead and produced a previously written IOU. Sir, this is an IOU I drafted in the name of Brother Along. Shiga found himself utterly confounded by the peculiar thought process of Xiaoba, who had brazenly issued an IOU to himself. What manner of strategy was this? Could it be that he anticipated a confrontation and thus paid a protection fee in advance? Shiga fancied himself somewhat immune to the eccentricities of such minds, having spent considerable time with Luffy. Yet, at this moment, he realized he had indeed underestimated the situation. Along, in a moment of bewilderment, accepted the IOU. To his astonishment, he had always been the one extending credit, and now he faced someone seeking to borrow from him. Xiaoba, with a simple smile, proclaimed, Brother Along is the captain of our Arlong pirates, currently pursuing a sea beast on the Grand Line with others. However, he shall return shortly, and then you may request your payment from him. Upon hearing Xiaoba's words, Shiga felt a degree of relief wash over him. It seemed Along had yet to arrive in the East Blue, a stroke of luck indeed. Bearmal was the sniper Shiga had earmarked for his crew, an indispensable member of the old, weak, sick, and disabled Sunset Pirates. If not for the considerable age gap, Shiga might have even considered her as a prospective mother-in-law. He could not let her perish so easily. As for the sea beast Xiaoba mentioned, it was likely the creature known as Moo, a sea cow. Leave the IOU and the takoyaki I have prepared, and you may take your navigation charts and depart. Shiga addressed them. Huh? Xiaoba exclaimed, glancing at his empty 6 hands. Then turning to the other fishmen, oh no, did I forget to mention that the IOU was intended for purchasing information and navigation charts? Seigo was at a loss for words. Without even mentioning what to purchase, he had simply handed the IOU over to himself. Indeed, it was not that he struggled to comprehend the other's thought process, but rather that the other party seemed devoid of any rationality. How despicable, these humans. Daring to toy with Lord Xiaoba. 100 vazzing fists. The blue-skinned merman could no longer contain his frustration, had it not been for Xiaoba. He would have long since attacked the man who was so infuriatingly punchable at first glance. Chapter 38. 6 Sword Style LV. Max. The vazzing fist is a technique of merman karate. The merman race inherently possesses strength exceeding that of ordinary humans by more than tenfold, and the members of the evil dragon pirate crew are selected warriors from Merman Street. Even the most ordinary crew member, like the blue-skinned merman preparing to strike, possesses the power to shatter over 100 tiles with a single punch. Coupled with the 30-meter-tall sea beast, Moo, brought from the Grand Line, they were able to swiftly dominate 20 villages, including Cocoa West Village, and tens of thousands of humans. The might of merman karate indeed surpasses the imagination of ordinary humans. Yet for Seigo, it was utterly insufficient. He didn't even need to employ any skills. With a casual swipe of his hand, he unleashed a terrifying force that instantly shattered the opponent's assault and maintained its momentum. Slap. With a crisp sound, Seigo's palm connected with the merman's face. The blue-skinned merman was sent flying back into the sea with a speed surpassing his charge. Ding. Congratulations to the host for unlocking Orange Loot. Strength 5. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing a strength attribute of 200, enhancing the level of armament Haki. Truly, the merman, endowed with formidable innate strength, yielded Orange Loot that far surpassed that of Luffy and his companions. Seeing Seigo dare to retaliate, the merman, who had long been taught by Arlong that humans were an inferior race, united to attack Seigo, intent on swiftly eliminating him. Xiaoba, however, hurried to intervene. How can we treat our creditor this way? We owe this gentleman money. No, it's not us. It's Brother Arlong who owes it. Shiga remained unperturbed in the face of the onslaught from the multitude of fishmen, even taking the time to retrieve a coin. With the power of the Chow Chow fruit, there's no need to worry about change. He activated the fruit's abilities, flicking his fingers, and the coin materialized directly in Xiaoba's hand. Stop. Do not strike the creditor. Even if we cannot repay the debt, we can simply defer it. No, wait. It is not our debt. Xiaoba exclaimed, suddenly finding an additional coin in his grasp. Instinctively, he bent slightly toward Shiga, saying, "Thank you for the generous tip, esteemed guest. Please have a safe journey." In the next moment, the true potential of the Chow Chow fruit erupted forth. Clang, 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 clang. Xiaoba drew the 6 swords from his back. His body compelled to charge towards Shiga. "Guest, please dodge. My swords are beyond my control." 6 sword style, sheath foot sword. Each of Xiaoba's 6 arms wielded a blade, wildly slashing towards Shiga. Remarkably, the chaotic flailing of the 6 swords proved to be quite intimidating. Iron block. With a sudden surge of thought, Shiga felt his entire body tense with power, simultaneously grasping the slippers from his feet. Supreme joyful shoes, chaotic strikes. Shiga, indifferent to the onslaught of the myriad fishmen, wielded his slipper with abandon, striking at anyone who dared approach, each blow aimed squarely at their faces. Crack. Ding. Congratulations, host. An orange loot has granted 3 strength. Ding. Congratulations, host. An orange loot has granted 4 strength. Ding. Congratulations, host. A yellow loot has granted 8 speed. As the fishermen cried out in despair, they relentlessly attacked. Yet the pride of their assaults proved utterly futile against the impenetrable defense of the iron block. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a pair of men's undergarments with a slight enhancement in defensive capabilities. The underwear's defense has been elevated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a men's top with a slight boost in defense. The top's defensive attributes have been enhanced. Ding. Congratulations to the host for securing a pair of men's shoes imbued with a slight increase in offensive power, which has now been affixed to the footwear. Shiga gazed at the slippers in his hands, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. It seemed that his ultimate footwear was truly coming to fruition. While his entire outfit had once again bolstered its defensive capabilities, the slippers, in contrast, had inexplicably enhanced his offensive power. Such irony. Shiga found himself increasingly engaged in a rather flamboyant style of combat, careening down a path of impropriety that seemed irretrievable. However, such matters posed no concern for him. The supreme delight of his footwear paled in comparison to the allure of the mocking fruit and the milk bottle fruit. With this thought in mind, Shiga indulged even more fervently. His 2 slippers soared and danced in the air, a spectacle of merriment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an orange loot. Increasing constitution by 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an orange loot. Increasing strength by 2. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a yellow loot. Skill has been matched to initial level based on talent. Oh, suddenly, the movements of Siggy slowed down, and he unexpectedly unleashed a skill that had not been activated for a long time. Host, Siggy strength, 225 speed, 238 constitution, 189 skills, swordsmanship LV32, gunmanship LV29. Conqueror's Haki LV2, hand-to-hand combat LV36, navigation LV26, armament Haki LV3, dog paddle LV max, culinary arts LV max, dragon claw fist LV25, observation Haki LV3, marine 6 styles shave LV15. Iron body LV23, paper drawing LV19, moonwalk LV13, storm leg LV15, finger pistol LV11, 6 sword style LV max devil fruits, bottle fruit, mocking fruit. Upon witnessing the newly activated skill and the influx of information in his mind, Siggy was at a loss. The 6 sword style was indeed the signature attack method of Little 8, although activating the skill itself was not particularly alarming. The crucial aspect was that its initial matching level was at maximum. This marked the first occasion Siggy had matched an attack skill at full level. However, before Siggy could revel in his good fortune, his expression darkened. To employ the 6 sword style, wielding 3 swords with one hand was insufficient. Nor could he mimic Zoro by using his mouth. It required 6 arms to grasp 6 swords individually. Damn it. Which of your eyes perceived that I possessed any aptitude in this regard? Shiga was rendered speechless. This was indeed a fully leveled skill, and an offensive one at that. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the dog paddle. Under the full force of the dog paddle, even the mermaid, renowned as the fastest swimmer in the world, would find herself outmatched by Shiga's prowess. Yet now, after much effort to attain a fully leveled defensive skill, he discovered that he was utterly unable to wield it. Shiga felt a profound frustration that nearly brought him to the brink of bloodshed. In his foul mood, he exerted more force, striking down the already exhausted crew who were on the verge of collapse, except for Xiaoba, who could barely maintain his consciousness. The other fishmen succumbed to unconsciousness, sprawled across the deck in disarray. With a creak, the cabin door swung open, and Tom emerged, carrying freshly roasted fish. Upon seeing the fishmen lying on the deck, their faces swollen and grotesque, Tom was taken aback. How could there be fishmen here? What had transpired moments ago? Even if he shared their species, Tom could hardly recognize these individuals based solely on their physical characteristics, struggling to retain a flicker of awareness. Xiaoba spotted Tom and weakly extended his hand towards him, uttering, You are a fish." Before he could finish, he too fell into a deep unconsciousness. "Captain?" Tom asked, bewildered. As Sigo beheld Tom, an ingenious idea for cheating suddenly crossed his mind. After all, Frankie was an artificial being, and he had constructed his own mechanical body. If Frankie could create such a body, there was no reason to believe that Tom could not do the same. With this thought, Sigo gazed at Tom with eager anticipation. "Surely, you can create a prosthetic arm, can't you?" In Chapter 39, The Weakest Sea, Tom, renowned as the world's greatest shipwright, set aside the succulent morsels he had just grilled. Without waiting for Sigo to finish his meal, he emerged, cradling 4 mechanical arms. Crafted primarily from adamantium, these arms bore intricate engravings and were adorned with vibrant colors. At first glance, they resembled the tattooed arms of a living person. The speed of this creation was nothing short of astonishing. With Tom's assistance, Siggy successfully attached the mechanical arm. Feeling a profound sense of satisfaction for having made this journey for Tom, he picked up the scattered knives belonging to Xiaoba on the deck, assumed a stance, and shouted, "Six sword style." The sea breeze swept through, dissipating the excitement from Siggy's face. Damn, how could they not allow cheating? Where on earth can I grow 4 more arms? Angrily, Siggy hurled one of the knives. With a thud, one of the blades pierced Xiaoba's arm. Oh whoa. Xiaoba jolted awake in pain. Fortunately, being an octopus hybrid, his anatomy differed vastly from that of humans. Such a piercing injury was merely superficial for him. Was I just battling against myself? Xiaoba sat up abruptly, realizing, indeed, no one in the East Sea could defeat him but himself. Muttering to himself, he withdrew the knife embedded in his arm. Using the blade as a mirror, Xiaoba gasped in astonishment. Oh no, why is my face swollen? How dreadful. I've turned from an octopus hybrid into a jellyfish hybrid. But what are these patterns on my face? They seem strangely familiar. At that moment, Siggy's voice floated over. Those are the patterns from the soles of my shoes. Do you like them? The memory surged back vividly, and Xiaoba, using all 6 arms and 2 legs, quickly retreated until he collided with the ship's railing, coming to a halt. He intertwined his 6 arms to shield his face, shouting in terror, "Don't come any closer. I'll contact Brother Along right away to repay you." Eh? When did I ever borrow money from you? Siggy found it utterly impossible to communicate with this individual, as he felt out of place due to a lack of absurdity. Tom, you handle him, he instructed. Tom had taken notice of Xiaoba from earlier. He glanced at the plate of takoyaki on the deck, approached slowly, and uncertainly asked Xiaoba, "Are you the little fellow who enjoys takoyaki, as Rayleigh mentioned?" Upon hearing Tom's words, Siggy suddenly recalled. Although Xiaoba seemed somewhat dim-witted, he possessed a kind heart. Moreover, for reasons unknown, he seemed to emit a halo of salvation. In his youth, he had fortuitously rescued the unfortunate Rayleigh during a maritime disaster. During their time at the Sabaody archipelago, he was the one who introduced Luffy and others to Rayleigh for the coding of the Mary. Not only Rayleigh, but also during his escape from a naval convoy. He had additionally saved a panda shark, a starving man, the mermaid Cammy, and the starfish Papago, along with the villagers of Catfish Village. It was highly likely that the person Xiaoba had saved was Jean. After all, Jean was quite notorious for his tendency to come close to starvation. The timing and distance all seemed to align perfectly, just as Siggy was either beating someone or on his way to do so. Xiaoba was either saving someone or on his way to save someone. Rayleigh? The octopus Xiaoba blinked at Tom and exclaimed, "Oh, you mean that disheveled old man? He's quite nice. He even bought me takoyaki." After saying this, Xiaoba appeared to have made a monumental discovery, his mouth agape as he pointed at Tom. "Ah, you're a fishman. Just how long was this fellow's reflex arc to only just realize this? Enough with the chatter. Quickly contact Arlong and have him bring money to ransom your lives," Siggy commanded, throwing a bone from the watery meat towards Xiaoba. He had no intention of killing Xiaoba. He merely wished to frighten him. As for Arlong, Siggy intended to reserve him for Luffy to gain experience, while he was not planning to kill Arlong immediately. Some necessary intimidation was in order. Anyone who dared to upset Nami and wished to eliminate him, he would not hesitate to make them wet their pants, considering they were not even wearing any undergarments. As for the other 2 officers of the Arlong pirates, Chu and Crocodile, Siggy had no intention of sparing their lives. Upon receiving Xiaoba's tearful call, Arlong, who had just caught the sea beast Momo and was heading towards the East Blue, was visibly enraged. Despicable race. How dare they lay hands on my kin? They must have used the sea to capture Xiaoba. Chu, one of the officers, nodded with his arms crossed, of course. Those lowly humans could never be a match for Xiaoba, especially in the East Blue, where the average bounty is only 3 million berries. The other fishmen were equally indignant, eager to rush to the East Blue to rescue Xiaoba. Those damned lowly beings, using vile methods against Lord Xiaoba. And they even demand a ransom. If that's the case, we'll deliver them a monumental ransom. Yes, we shall use the most valuable treasures in their eyes, their own heads, to pay the ransom. Seeing the collective resolve of his comrades, Arlong smiled with satisfaction. This was their first battle to dominate the East Blue and the world. They must win resoundingly. He had even devised methods to torment those who captured Xiaoba, ensuring they would find themselves in a predicament of wishing for life but unable to attain it. I have witnessed how humans have cruelly mistreated mermaids and fishmen since childhood. Brother Tiger died due to betrayal by humans. Now, it's time to return the favor to these despicable and shameless humans. The East Blue was merely a stepping stone for the Arlong Empire. Arlong would use it as a launch pad to lead the fishmen to rule the entire world. Arlong harbored no concern for the approaching enemies. Instead, he and his crew began celebrating their first feast. As an extreme racist, he viewed humans as a wretched race incapable of even breathing underwater, unworthy of being his adversaries. The fishmen laughed and reveled, celebrating the establishment of the Arlong Empire. At that moment, only Crocodile bore a worried expression, for reasons he could not fathom. He sensed an ominous premonition. Before deciding to head to the East Blue, he had conducted thorough research. Indeed, the East Blue was the weakest sea. With an average bounty of only 3 million berries, not even Arlong, but any one of their 3 major officers could easily sweep through the entire ocean. However, could this average bounty be trusted? The so-called marine hero, Vice Admiral Karp, reportedly hailed from the East Blue. And the enigmatic figure deemed the world's most evil criminal by the world government had intricate ties to the East Blue. Furthermore, over a decade ago, the pirate king Gold, Roger, who was executed in Logtown and ignited the Great Pirate Era with a single phrase, also originated from the East Blue. Even more recently, the mysterious individual who first attacked the Celestial Dragons and then caused chaos in Water 7, boasting a bounty of 600 million berries, also came from the East Blue. What sort of sea was this, which, despite its title as the weakest, birthed so many terrifyingly powerful individuals? At this moment, Crocodile suddenly felt that beginning their conquest of the world from the East Blue might not be the wisest choice. In the following 3 days, Siggy had the other fishmen directly bound and confined in the storage room, leaving only Shaba. After all, it was best that as few people as possible were aware of Tom's situation. If word got out, his own identity would be compromised. As for Shaba, the next day, when Tom appeared before him clad in a mechanical armor that enveloped his head and arms, Shaba was taken aback for quite some time. "Ah, uncle. So you're not a fishman. You're a robot, right? You tricked me so badly yesterday. I thought you were a fishman." "Siggy, Tom, indeed. This fellow possesses no semblance of intellect. Mr. Siggy, where are we truly headed?" Little 8 inquired cheerfully while savoring the takoyaki that Tom had prepared for him. Since yesterday, Siggy had entrusted the helm to Little 8. As for their destination, he was uncertain. Regardless, influenced by fate, Little 8 would likely steer the vessel directly to the island where Cocoa West Village resides. Siggy merely needed to indulge in flirtations while awaiting Aaron to come forth for a beating. "Go wherever you wish, just eat quickly. Once you finish, come over for your punishment," Siggy remarked. Little 8's features contorted in a bid to display a pleasing expression. "Mr. Siggy, can we forego the beating? Brother Aaron will soon be delivering money, and I can persuade him to offer you a higher interest rate." "Eh? Why on earth do I owe you money?" Shiga, indifferent to him, had even taken the slippers in hand, eagerly awaiting the moment. Striking someone with a slipper was indeed exceptionally satisfying, and Shiga had begun to develop a penchant for it. Observing the remnants of the slipper's sole pattern still faintly visible on Xiaoba's face, Shiga momentarily drifted into a reverie, reminiscent of Luffy's father, Dragon. One couldn't help but wonder, could the markings on Dragon's face have been imprinted by that rascal? Karp, wielding the sole of a shoe? Shiga has long lamented the missed opportunity of encountering Dragon 2 years ago, regretting his failure to acquire any spoils from him. Fortunately, there remains the possibility of obtaining some rewards from Gongsureo. However, Shiga contemplated that Gongsureo was not as simple as he appeared. The ability to mentor a disciple like Zoro, coupled with his connections to Dragon, Luffy's father, suggested that he was far from being merely a rural dojo master. Moreover, he had demonstrated the supreme swordsmanship described by Hanasaka Haigoro in front of Zoro, the ability to slice through anything, even paper, if he so wished. Such unparalleled swordsmanship was indeed astonishing. Yet, it was precisely because of his formidable strength that Shiga found himself in a quandary. Given his current capabilities, engaging in battle with such an opponent would be utterly futile. The clashes between swordsmen are no trivial matter, as Shanks once remarked. Once the decision to fight is made, one must be prepared for the possibility of death. If there is no engagement, it is manageable. The opponent's gentle demeanor poses little threat. However, should a confrontation arise without commensurate strength, the likelihood of being felled by a single stroke becomes exceedingly probable. Shiga has devised a method. Yet even this cunning approach is fraught with challenges. He encourages himself with determination, if all else fails. He may have to temporarily abandon this notion and instead take the opportunity to tease Zoro, which is also a worthwhile endeavor. Shiga indeed began to exert extraordinary effort. However, Xiaoba found himself in dire straits. For a full 3 days, aside from sleeping and eating, the remainder of his time was spent enduring the relentless strikes of Shiga's slippers. As he caressed the increasingly pronounced patterns on his face, Xiaoba felt tears welling up within him, yet he could not cry. At this rate, the patterns on his face might well become permanent tattoos. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. I could feign sleep. Just as Xiaoba was about to step outside to continue facing Shiga's slippers, this clever thought crossed his mind. With a creak, the door opened. Shiga gazed at the still slumbering Xiaoba and murmured, Why hasn't he awakened yet? Xiaoba, brimming with self-satisfaction, thought to himself, I am indeed the wisest man of the Eastern Sea. What is that delightful aroma? Takoyaki. Upon catching a whiff of the enticing scent, Xiaoba sprang up instantly. As he opened the door, he was met with Shiga's face, contorted in a menacing grin, and the slippers he held in hand. Feigning sleep, are we? Witness the might of my supreme footwear. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring an orange loot item that grants 3 to physique. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an orange loot item that bestows the skill of swordsmanship. You have now mastered swordsmanship, which has been automatically converted into skill experience. Congratulations, host. As your swordsmanship skill has reached level 34, achieving an intermediate state, and you are rewarded with a renowned blade. Ding. It has been detected that the host already possesses a weapon. The attributes of the renowned blade have been infused into the existing weapon. Shiga suddenly halted, gazing blankly at the slippers in his hand. No, they could now be referred to as the renowned blade, slippers. Although their shape was somewhat peculiar, theoretically speaking, they had indeed attained the status of a legendary weapon. Could it be that the supreme great blade, 12 works, slippers, was truly on the verge of realization? Shiga seemingly envisioned the battle atop the peak 8 years hence. Hawkeye, Supreme Great Blade 12 Techniques, Knight. Whitebeard, Supreme Great Blade 12 Techniques, Cloud Cleaver. Shiga, the Supreme Great Blade, 12 Arts, the Flip-Flop. Hiss. Seeing Shiga frozen in place, Xiaoba unexpectedly charged forward in a daze. 6-blade style, Octopus Jar. Xiaoba raised 6 blades, their tips converging as they lunged towards Shiga. Shiga, curious to test the strength of the legendary sandal, boldly met the oncoming strike with the sole of his footwear. Although Xiaoba's combat prowess paled in comparison to Shiga's as a merman, each of his swords bore a formidable weight of 200 kilograms. Coupled with his rapid approach, the force of his assault was not to be underestimated. Clang. The blade collided with the sandal's sole, emitting a resounding sound akin to metal striking metal, yet sustaining no damage whatsoever. 6-sword style, draw seizing the momentum. Xiaoba deftly split the blade in hand and swung it towards Shiga. Snap. Shiga has completed the strength test of the renowned blade, the flip-flop, and is too weary to continue the struggle with his opponent. He delivered a powerful strike, sending Xiaoba spinning in the air, performing a full 720-degree rotation before crashing to the ground. The intricate patterns on half of his face were strikingly vivid. If he donned a black cloak and tucked away his mouth and extra arms, he would indeed resemble a dragon, as Shiga anticipated 2 days later amidst Xiaoba's reckless wanderings. They astonishingly arrived at the very island where Cocoa West Village is situated. Shiga couldn't help but exclaim, fate is indeed remarkable. And it appears that destiny is not entirely adverse. Certainly, it is not all negative, at the very least. Shiga has now discovered how to leverage fate to a certain extent. Wherever he wishes to go, as long as he finds the right person and follows them, he can reach his destination. As Sigo disembarked from the vessel, Tom followed closely behind, bearing the unconscious Xiaoba, who had been rendered insensible by a strike from Sigo's flip-flop. Before they could even enter the village, a figure suddenly emerged from the adjacent forest, hand poised menacingly near the firearm at his waist, ready to draw and shoot at the slightest provocation. Are you pirates? Sigo inquired, his gaze fixed on the man before him, dressed in a police uniform, sporting a pair of mustaches, and notably adorned with a pinwheel atop his police cap. It was evident to Sigo who stood before him, a Jin, the local officer of Cocoa West Village, a paternal figure to Nami and Nokigo. Chapter 41, The Mysterious Number, 985888. The pinwheel on a Jin's cap had been affixed to amuse baby Nami, and nearly 8 years had elapsed without him wishing to remove it. Furthermore, during Nami and Nokigo's mischievous childhood, they often pilfered small items such as food and books, all of which a Jin discreetly compensated for. He genuinely regarded Nami and Nokigo as his own daughters. The sole lamentation remained that Balumel seemed indifferent towards a Jin, merely perceiving him as a relative. Love, it appears, is often but a fleeting infatuation. Shiga endeavored to soften his smile, while a Jin could essentially be regarded as Nami's father. If he were a few years younger, this gentleman would indeed be akin to his future father-in-law. We are not pirates. We are explorers, Shiga proclaimed with an unwavering gaze. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet was unleashed from a Jin's firearm, hurtling towards Shiga's shoulder. Stop your deceit. Your ship is flying the Jolly Roger. A Jin bellowed. Shiga did not flinch, his face still adorned with a benevolent smile, as he held in his hand the twisted and deformed bullet that had struck his shoulder. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill of marksmanship from the red loot, automatically converted into skill experience. That was his ship. He was a pirate. Yet he had been subdued by me, renouncing evil and choosing to follow me on an adventure. Shiga continued to point at Tom, chattering nonsensically, and casually discarded the distorted bullet onto the ground. Jin was now utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he had suddenly fired his gun. It seemed the man's smile had compelled him to attack against his will. However, he was even more astonished to find that the bullet, which had clearly struck the man, had instead been rendered useless, while the man himself emerged unscathed, his seemingly ordinary clothing not marred in the slightest. It was terrifying, Was this still a human being? Are you a pirate hunter? Ajien found himself leaning towards belief. Such a formidable individual had no need to deceive him. Yet, when he cast his gaze towards the pirate ship, he was taken aback to see that the massive figurehead at the bow bore an unmistakable resemblance to the man before him. Ajien raised his gun once more, aiming it at Shiga. Though he was acutely aware of his own inadequacy and strength, he could not retreat for the sake of the village behind him. Shiga snapped his fingers in realization. This ship was originally mine, but it was subsequently stolen by that wretched pirate and transformed into a pirate vessel. I have just managed to reclaim it. Tom discovered yet another role for himself, that of the scapegoat. Life under this captain was far from easy. Noticing Ajien's lingering skepticism, Shiga tiptoed to retrieve the unconscious Xiao Ba from Tom's shoulder, saying, I merely wish to stop by the village for some supplies. This octopus, freshly caught at sea, is my humble gift for our meeting. Tom felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least there was someone in a more unfortunate situation than himself. Shiga had deemed this seafood worthy of a greeting gift, although Shiga's demeanor struck him as somewhat peculiar. Upon glancing at the twisted and deformed bullet on the ground, Ajien pondered for a moment before stepping aside. Very well, since you wish to rest. Come to my home. With a single punch, Shiga rendered the recently revived Xiao Ba unconscious once more and followed Tom and Ajien toward the village of Cocoa West. Although it was merely a small village, its proximity to the sea brought a steady flow of merchant ships, allowing it to thrive. It was no wonder that, despite being on the same island, other villages often faced dire circumstances with finances, while only the Barumal family in Cocoa West struggled to gather enough money for survival. Tom's tall and peculiar figure stirred a mild commotion, but with Ajien's reassurance, no issues arose. As they strolled through the bustling streets, Ajien suddenly quickened his pace toward a nearby bookstore. As Shiga turned his head, he beheld Ajien lifting a young girl into the air. You little thief. Are you at it again? Ajien exclaimed, snatching the book concealed behind the girl. The young girl, with her short orange hair, appeared to be around 10 years old. Despite her tender age, there was an undeniable vivacity about her, complemented by her exquisite features. She was destined to blossom into a stunning beauty. However, Shiga knew better. Her allure extended beyond mere appearance. In terms of physical attributes, that was her most pronounced advantage. Yet, it was still premature to make any judgments, as she was merely 10 years old and yet to develop fully. Tom leaned closer to Shiga and whispered, Captain, I can't shake the feeling that you're harboring some questionable thoughts. Don't cast aspersions without cause. I'm not a pervert. What inappropriate thoughts could I have about a young girl? Shiga wiped away the drool that had escaped his lips as he pondered certain matters, sternly reprimanding Tom. After chastising Tom, Shiga swiftly turned, his face adorned with an unprecedented gentle smile, a transformation as rapid as a change of masks. If Luffy and Ace were to witness this side of Shiga, they would surely be astounded, for they had never encountered such a tender-hearted master. Children will be children. A little thievery now and then is hardly a grave offense. Girls deserve to be pampered, so let us not be too harsh, Shiga declared, producing 1,000 berries. Here, young lady, take this to pay for the book. Behind him, Tom was left in a state of shock witnessing this scene. Could it be that this young girl was the captain's recognized illegitimate daughter? Although their acquaintance had been brief, Tom had gleaned some understanding of Shiga's character. He was known for his penchant for freeloading, never one to pay his dues. According to Conqueror, he would even defer payment for tickets on the sea train. In fact, it was said that he had once paid a mere berry as a deposit for shipbuilding. Yet, this same man had just willingly offered 1,000 berries. Nami regarded Shiga, hesitating to accept the money. Ajien, that uncle feels rather strange. Does he have some ulterior motive towards me? She murmured, retreating behind Ajien. Balumal warned me that such odd uncles are often up to no good. Ajien, you must apprehend him. The gentle smile on Sigwin's face froze. The little girl was rather too clever for her own good. Tom, ever the instigator, chimed in with a teasing remark. Captain, did you see? Even the little girl has discerned your ulterior motives. Was it truly that conspicuous? Sigwin resolved to adopt a different approach. The little girl could take it or leave it. He was not about to yield easily. Officer, I believe I need not rest at your place anymore. Sigwin straightened his posture and declared, I shall procure some provisions and fresh water. Oh, and I mustn't forget to buy an abundance of fruits, particularly oranges. They are my absolute favorite. Indeed, Sigwin's words struck at Nami's weakness. She dashed over and snatched 1,000 berries from his hand, a mischievous grin playing on her lips. I know where to find delicious, inexpensive oranges. Consider this money as a guide fee. In his heart, Siggy secretly chuckled, yet outwardly maintained a facade of indifference. After all, she was merely a young girl. He was a man endowed with the power of the bottle fruit, capable of handling any situation. Chapter 42. The Power of Wealth to Avoid Any Misunderstandings. Siggy feigned a look of confusion as he turned to Ajien. Ajien shook his head with a wry smile. His attitude towards Siggy noticeably softened. Mr. Siggy, if you don't mind, you may wish to take a look. Nami is not lying. She knows where the oranges are. This single statement transformed the perceptions of both Nami and Ajien towards him, showcasing the profound insight granted by the bottle fruit. Captain, didn't you say you despised oranges? Tom questioned, puzzled. He distinctly recalled Siggy expressing his aversion to the fruit previously, yet now it seemed he had changed his mind. It's none of your concern. Under Nami's guidance, they soon arrived at the orange orchard near her home. See, uncle? I didn't deceive you, Nami exclaimed joyfully, spreading her arms wide as if to embrace the entire grove of oranges. Shiga stepped forward, plucking an orange from a nearby tree and tasting it, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Quite delightful. The 1,000 berries for the guiding fee belong to you. Nami's face lit up with joy as she leaped in excitement. Her love for wealth stemmed not only from her agreement with Arlong to purchase the entirety of Cocoa West Village for 100 million berries, but also from the impoverished circumstances of her upbringing. The tragic demise of Bel-Am-Ri due to financial constraints further deepened her attachment to money. Despite their expansive orange orchard, the proximity to the sea meant they were frequently beset by storms and tsunamis, and they considered themselves fortunate that their grove remained unscathed, even during a bountiful harvest. The oranges fetched little in terms of price. Merchant ships that occasionally visited sought to negotiate the lowest possible rates. Fruits like oranges could not be preserved for long, leaving them at the mercy of the buyers. This unfortunate reality perpetuated the cycle of poverty for Nami's family, barely managing to secure their daily sustenance. Throughout her life, Nami had worn the discarded garments of Nojiko, and her passion for reading was stifled by the lack of funds for books. Yet, regardless of their hardships, both Nami and Nojiko held genuine concern for Bel-Am-Ri. Before Arlong and his crew's arrival, after a quarrel over old clothes that led to Bel-Am-Ri's departure, Nami's first thought was, perhaps Bel-Am-Ri would fare better without us. The adage children of the poor mature early resonated deeply within Nami, whose innate kindness was truly heart-wrenching. Thus, when Shiga expressed his intent to purchase a large quantity of oranges, Nami and Aiken's joy was palpable. Hey, mister, don't just take someone else's oranges. A youthful voice interjected, followed by the sight of a girl with blue hair and sun-kissed skin rushing over, pointing accusatorily at Shiga. Shiga found himself at a loss regarding the inherent sarcasm that accompanied his very being. Having transcended limits to become akin to a devil fruit, it was perplexing that he still possessed a passive effect. In his current guise, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a wealthy patron in search of luxury goods. Was it truly necessary for him to brandish a thick wad of cash to light a cigarette? Little did he realize that the capacity for sarcasm he exuded was largely dictated by his appearance and demeanor. Nami hastily intervened, blocking the aggressive Noki Gao, and provided a succinct explanation. Noticing that Shiga exhibited no signs of anger, Nami finally felt at ease. This could potentially be a significant transaction, and it was imperative not to jeopardize it. Sir, you are here to purchase oranges. Welcome. How many would you like? Noki Gao instantly transformed her demeanor, speaking with a cheerful smile. Indeed, the two sisters bore a striking resemblance to one another. Shiga once again plucked an orange, holding it in his hand and tossing it up and down, while extending 2 fingers. 200 pounds, perhaps? Nuachi inquired tentatively. Shiga shook his head. 2,000 pounds. Nami felt a flicker of excitement. Shiga shook his head once more. Nuachi appeared somewhat disheartened, pondering whether it could possibly be 20 pounds. She had just heard from Name that the intention was to store them on the ship for personal consumption, not for resale. How many oranges could a ship full of people possibly consume? Shiga flashed a smile and said, "It's 2. I just consumed 1, and with this one. Let's settle the bill." The 2 young girls, instantly infuriated, clenched their teeth, pouted, and glared at Shiga. Ajin playfully tousled their hair and remarked, "You too, mister. Shiga is just teasing you. After traveling such a long distance, who would be so dull as to merely purchase 2 oranges?" Of course, Shanks was merely teasing them. With a flourish, he produced a thick wad of bills. "I'll purchase 2 years' worth. This should suffice, no?" Nami accepted the hefty stack of money from Shanks, its weight leaving her utterly stunned. 2 years' worth of oranges. Not only were Nami and Nojiko dumbfounded, but even Akiji was taken aback by Shanks' extravagance. Buying 2 years' worth of oranges in one go, and with such lavish generosity, that thick bundle of cash had to be worth at least 200,000 berries. The only one troubled was Tom. Behind his mechanical helmet, his face twisted with resignation. To think this man had such wealth, enough to buy oranges by the year, yet when it came to the shipbuilding deposit, he had only paid a single berry. For the first time, Siggy felt the formidable power of money. Indeed, the thrill of currency was exhilarating, especially when it came to charming young ladies. Currently, he lacked nothing but wealth. Over the past few years, his spoils of war had yielded an abundance of riches, with his system's space overflowing with cash, forming a small mountain of it, no less than 200 to 300 million berries, at the very least. Moreover, given his habitual indulgence in acquiring resources without cost, berries held little significance for him. "Sir, you haven't had your meal yet, have you? Why not stay and enjoy a simple dinner? When Balumel returns, we can help you load the oranges onto the ship." Naka's voice was laced with excitement, as she eagerly anticipated Balumel's reaction upon discovering this fortune. This sum represented a substantial amount of wealth that could significantly enhance their lives. However, at that moment, Aegean suddenly interjected, blocking the group. He regarded Siggy with caution and said, Mr. Siggy, I harbor no ill intentions, but your actions may indeed raise suspicions, wouldn't you agree? Having served as a constable for many years, Aegean naturally considered the broader implications. Shiga had anticipated this and spoke directly. They are the children adopted by Barumel, aren't they? She remains as kind-hearted as ever. I hail from the kingdom of Oikot, so you must be aware of that. Such ambiguous remarks relied solely on the listener's interpretation. However, Shiga had already revealed a crucial hint. The kingdom of Oikot is indeed the birthplace of Nami and Nokigo. It was also there that Barumel encountered the two after the battle had concluded. Shiga subtly guided the other party, as Boromir had once shown him kindness there, prompting him to come specifically to repay that debt of gratitude. Indeed, Aegean suddenly realized, glancing discreetly at Nami, who was elatedly clutching the money, and then thoughtfully nodded, I understand now. Shiga was uncertain about what Aegean had conjured in his mind, yet the dispelling of his suspicions sufficed. As for Boromir, having spent several years in the Navy, coupled with her benevolent nature, she must have rescued numerous individuals. Given the passage of time, it was improbable that she would recall every detail with precision. A little gentle guidance would suffice to steer her imagination. Chapter 43. A woman seeks to devour me. Upon arriving at the home adjacent to the orange grove, Nokiho busied herself with preparing a meal. Children of affluent families at the age of 13 still indulged in playful antics, whereas those from less fortunate backgrounds were already adept at managing household chores. Nami excitedly dashed into the house, likely intent on securing a substantial sum of money in a safe hiding place. Shiga paced back and forth in the living room, admiring the simple yet cozy decor. Is this a nautical chart painted by Boromir? He casually picked up a piece of paper from the table and feigned ignorance, saying, indeed. As expected of a former sailor, this nautical chart is quite impressive. As anticipated, Aegean detected no flaws and instead wore a proud smile. Mr. Shiga, you are mistaken. This is not the work of Boromir. He has watched Nami grow from infancy, and he never imagined that this little girl possessed such astonishing talent. This is a piece painted by Nami herself, and it was created 4 years ago. Shiga continued to feign ignorance, while subtly enhancing his rapport with Aegean, his face adorned with an expression of incredulity. Nami, this was drawn by a 6-year-old 4 years ago. Just as he spoke, Nami emerged after discreetly stashing away her money. Uncle, do you think my drawing is good? She asked with a sweet smile, though a hint of cunning lurked behind her cheerful facade. For many years, Sig and the mischievous child have engaged in a battle of wits, making it easy to discern Nami's intentions. However, he chose not to expose her, instead responding in kind. Of course. Uncle, would you care to purchase a navigational chart? They are quite affordable, only 100. No, a mere 1,000 berries each. Shiga chuckled inwardly, as expected, just as he was about to speak. The door was suddenly flung open from the outside. Beirumel burst in, cradling a pile of rather unimpressive vegetables, her face a canvas of unmistakable fury. With a resounding slap, she unexpectedly struck Nami across the face, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Isn't it your dream to chart the entire world as seas? Yet now you are willing to sell that dream. No matter how grand the aspiration, once it is tainted by filthy money, it ceases to be a true dream. Both Shiga and Aegean furrowed their brows, finding Boromir's reaction somewhat excessive. After all, the child was merely speaking in jest. They intended to intervene, placing their hands gently on each other's shoulders. The essence of a dream lies in its inherent improbability. Tom's grave voice resonated. In the pursuit of dreams, even the slightest influence can render them perpetually unattainable. In a moment of reverie, Tom was transported back to a decade ago, recalling a man who once uttered those very words. At that time, Tom struggled to grasp their meaning, yet now a flicker of understanding ignited within him. The fury on Boromir's face had not yet dissipated. Though directed at Nami, it was her own heart that bore the brunt of the pain. You can assign value to anything, but dreams are beyond valuation. Do you comprehend? Shiga gazed at Boromir, as if comprehending something profound. This resilient woman, whose fate was entwined with death, might be incomprehensible to many, even subject to ridicule. It was merely due to her unwillingness to concede her childlessness. To the vast majority, it appeared to be a feigned acknowledgement, insignificant enough not to warrant the sacrifice of one's life over such a trivial matter. Shiga seems to have gained some understanding now. Prior to her encounters with Nami and Nojiko, her dream was to become a Navy officer protecting civilians. To realize this aspiration, she resolutely departed from her hometown, without regrets even in death. However, after meeting Nami and Nojiko, she entrusted all her dreams to them, hoping that one day they would fulfill their own aspirations. For the sake of her dreams, as well as those of Nami and Nojiko, life itself seemed to lose its significance. She nurtured Nami's dreams, striving to maintain the purest form of herself. Nami, in disbelief, gazed at Boromir, feeling a sharp pain on her face, and ran out in tears. As she dashed past Shiga, she snatched the nautical chart from his hands. I will chase after Nami, Nojiko declared, placing the kitchen knife on the table and hurriedly exiting. Boromir stared at her hand, which had just struck Nami, lost in thought for quite some time, yet ultimately said nothing. She merely turned away, quietly wiping her tears. And then, with a radiant smile, exclaimed, "We have guests. I hope I haven't embarrassed you too." Ajian sighed helplessly, succinctly relaying the purpose of Shiga and Nojiko's visit to Balumel. Thank you so much. Please, take a seat. I will prepare some dishes right away. With that, Balumel picked up the scattered cheap vegetables from the floor. I apologize. With guests arriving, I haven't prepared anything special. Is this octopus you brought, Ajian? It would be perfect for treating our guests. Saying this, a disheartened Balumel dragged Xiaoba into the kitchen. Moments later, a scream pierced the air. Simultaneously, Shiga witnessed a yellow trophy, disregarding the wall's barrier, penetrate into his being. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a yellow trophy. Before Shiga could comprehend what trophy he had obtained, Xiaoba dashed out of the kitchen in a frenzy, wildly flailing his 6 arms as he hid behind Shiga. Mr. Shiga. There is a woman who wants to eat me. Balumel, equally terrified, rushed out, clutching her chest. Mr. Ajian, the octopus you brought has escaped. Shiga, with his hand on his head, realized that he had been so preoccupied with contemplating dreams that he had failed to notice Xiaoba being taken away. He stood up and hurriedly offered a brief explanation. The mention of the fishman? In contrast to Ajian's astonishment, Barumir quickly grasped the situation. Though she had never encountered a true fishman, her years of service in the Navy had acquainted her with the existence of such a formidable race. Mr. Shiga is indeed remarkable, capable of subduing even a naturally powerful species like the fishman, Barumir marveled. Just as she was about to articulate further, Ajian suddenly recalled his earlier speculation and exchanged a knowing glance with Barumir, prompting them both to stride into the kitchen. Shiga remained unconcerned, as Ajian was likely inquiring whether Barumir had ever rescued anyone during her time in the Navy. After all, it was entirely normal for Ajian to harbor some apprehension, given the overwhelming power he had displayed. Fortunately, Shiga had been astute enough to speak ambiguously in their previous conversation. It had been a decade. It was implausible for anyone to recall every detail accurately, so he could let them speculate freely. Shiga thought to himself with a sense of pride. However, he could never have anticipated the unfortunate turn of events that awaited him. What? Barumir exclaimed, her eyes widening as she looked at Ajian. He bought oranges for 2 years, claiming it was to repay a debt? Ajian pressed on, urging her to recall any encounters in the kingdom of Oikot where she might have saved someone. Without a moment's hesitation, Barumir confidently declared, no, I have never rescued anyone. The situation had turned quite absurd. No amount of pondering would lead Shiga to the conclusion that Barumir had never saved a single soul. Chapter 44, Nami's father? Ajian was momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Barumir seemed unperturbed, stating, isn't that perfectly normal? As a woman of weaker constitution, I am naturally at a disadvantage compared to men. Warfare is no child's play, lives are lost in an instant. During my years in the Navy, I devoted every spare moment to rigorous training, striving to survive the wars that could break out at any moment, even if I had wished to save others. Opportunities were scarce. Barumir was not lying, yet she had concealed some truths. In fact, she had only participated in one genuine battle, the grim conflict in the kingdom of Oikot. That war was so brutal that, despite her relentless training, she nearly lost her life. Had she not heard Nami's cries at a critical moment, she would have perished long ago. Ajian stared blankly for a while, his expression growing increasingly grave, tinged with an unmistakable sense of reluctance. No, you must have rescued someone. Ajian suddenly lifted his gaze to meet Barumir's eyes. She was momentarily taken aback, and her pupils trembled as if a memory had surged forth. Ajian sighed heavily, realizing his suspicions had been confirmed. He recalled Shiga's demeanor when he first encountered Nami, his eyes radiating an unusual tenderness. The joy that illuminated Shiga's face when he saw Nami happily clutching a stack of belly was even more pronounced than her own elation. And just moments ago, when Barumir had slapped Nami, the latter's hesitance spoke volumes. All these signs pointed unmistakably to one conclusion. He was either a relative or a father to Nami. If Shiga were to learn of Ajian's conjectures, he would surely be struck with disbelief. He had only intended to use the notion of gratitude to forge a closer bond with Barumir, hoping to invite her aboard as his marksman. After all, unlike Tom, who hailed from the East Sea, Barumir was from Cocoa West Village, not too distant from Rogue Town. Influenced by the world government's propaganda and the rampant violence of pirates, she held an instinctive aversion to piracy. Otherwise, she would never have joined the Navy. Shiga had meticulously calculated everything, yet he overlooked one crucial detail. Balumel had only participated in a single battle, saving merely Nami and Nojiko. In the kitchen, silence reigned, with the crackling of flames now sounding exceptionally intrusive. Balumel leaned against the table, striving to maintain her balance. Tears streamed down Nami's face uncontrollably. Mr. Aiken, I am Nami. She struggled to suppress her emotions, but her efforts failed, and she could only stifle her sobs from escaping. Over the past decade, Nami and Nojiko had become indispensable parts of her life. She could scarcely fathom what losing Nami might entail. However, if the individual truly was Nami's relative, perhaps even her father, then her selfishness would be unjust and unfair to Nami. Aiken, too, was engulfed in turmoil, utterly at a loss. After a long pause, he finally placed a reassuring hand on Balumel's shoulder. Let us prepare the meal, We must not keep our guests waiting too long. For the time being, there was but one path to tread, wait. Since the other party had already made their approach, they undoubtedly had their own intentions. With Balumal uncertain of what to do next, it seemed prudent to allow the other party to speak first. Shiga was in high spirits, sitting there with a silly grin as he gazed at the spoils he had just acquired from the system space. Moments ago, Barumal had struck Xiaoba with a knife, inadvertently causing a card to drop for himself. This marked the second occasion for Shiga to obtain a card-like item from his loot. The last one had been a new human experience card, which Shiga had buried at the very bottom of his inventory. What a joke. Even if he were to be killed, he would never resort to using that worthless card. However, the card that had just emerged was immensely satisfying to Shiga. He could now reap rewards from the sly-eyed Gung Silang, demonstrating that luck indeed improves in the presence of beauty. Shiga sat there, nearly humming with joy. Barumal had composed herself and, alongside a Jian, stepped out with their meals, apologizing profusely for keeping their guest waiting. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to heed a Jian's advice and pretended to be oblivious, waiting for Shiga to take the initiative to speak. Shiga certainly had no intention of speaking. He had no reason to do so. Observing Barumir's enthusiastic demeanor, Shiga even believed that his keyword guidance technique had proven effective. During the meal, the five individuals harbored their own thoughts. Barumir and Ajian were filled with a complex mix of reluctance, entanglement, and concern. Shiga pondered how to persuade Barumal to board the ship. Tom contemplated Shiga's peculiar behavior since his arrival, questioning whether he was an illegitimate child or had a penchant for the youthful. Was it the profound and restrained love of a father, or the unsettling quirks of a pervert? Only Xiao Ba remained blissfully unaware, exhibiting no consciousness of being a hostage. With 6 arms flailing about, he consumed nearly all the dishes on the table. Shiga shot him a fierce glare for his disgraceful manners, but Xiao Ba seemed oblivious. It was only when Shiga quietly reached for a flip-flop that Xiao Ba finally moderated his antics. Mr. Shiga, if you are not in a hurry, let us rest here for a while. I shall fetch Nami and the others, Barumal suddenly declared as she stood up after lunch. A shock ran through Ajian, who hurriedly gestured to Barumal. Was it fortuitous that Nami had gone out? Why summon her back? Barumal's expression grew serious. Some matters cannot be evaded. Even if one can escape for a moment, they cannot flee for a lifetime. With that, she fixed her intense gaze upon Shiga, asking, Mr. Shiga, do you not agree? Was utterly bewildered by the sudden inquiry, feeling a wave of insecurity wash over him as he instinctively recoiled slightly. Could it be that she knows I am a pirate? As observed's reaction, her spirits sank further. It appeared that her suspicions were indeed correct. But what was he truly concerned about? Was he afraid that revealing the truth might hurt? She too harbored similar anxieties. Watching's retreating figure fervently yearned for the arrival of and the others. At the very least, he hoped to maintain an air of bravado and garner some goodwill. By that time, even if he confessed to being a pirate, he could plead for understanding. Given his role in saving the entire village, sighed and rose to his feet. Mister, please wait a moment while I prepare some tea. The instant exited the parlor. Seized and commanded, you, call and tell him to hurry over. We can't delay any longer. If this continues, the sharpshooter I have my eye on will be lost. Chapter 45. The dreaded dragon pirate crew approaches just as had finished brewing the tea and was bringing it in, scurried back in, eagerly rubbing his 6 hands together, and promptly snatched 3 cups of tea, hastily pouring them into his mouth. His actions resembled an ancient irrigation wheel at work. Shiga harbored profound doubts, contemplating whether the other party had gone several days without a proper meal, merely trailing behind him to scavenge food and drink. Observing Xiaoba's demeanor, Aijian felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and hastily rose to his feet, exclaiming, I shall fetch 2 more teacups. Has the call been made? What was the response? Xiaoba smacked his lips, appearing as if he had not yet satiated his appetite. The call was made, but no one answered. Perhaps the phone bug was not carried along. Shiga anxiously ground his teeth, turning to Tom. He was contemplating whether to have Tom impersonate him. After all, they were both fishmen. When the dragon pirate crew arrived, he could simply shift the blame onto them. Upon catching Shiga's gaze, Tom felt a jolt of unease. Sensing that the other harbored ulterior motives, he shifted uncomfortably, the floor creaking beneath him. Captain, what are you doing? Oh, nothing. You really ought to lose a bit of weight. Ultimately, Shiga relinquished this notion. Tom's identity was, after all, exceedingly unique. Although the Cocoa West village was quite remote, it was better to be cautious than to face unforeseen consequences. He had intended to return to Galbo Mountain after visiting Frost Moon Village to continue his clandestine endeavors. Once Tom's identity was unveiled, Shige's own would inevitably be compromised, not to mention whether that rascal Kazuru would pursue him. Returning to the kingdom of Goya would be out of the question. Perhaps he could secretly send Tom to the ship to release those mermen? As Shige contemplated how to stir chaos in Cocoa West Village and make a grand entrance, a sudden clamor erupted. Following closely were hurried footsteps approaching. Mr. Ajian. Are you inside? Come quickly, something has happened. Without waiting for Ajian's response, Shige dashed out the door. Excellent, finally, something was amiss. What could it be? Shige inquired eagerly. This had nothing to do with him. Although he had indeed contemplated causing some trouble, he had yet to set anything in motion. The sudden appearance of Shiga startled the group. "Who are you? Where is Mr. Ajian?" Upon hearing the commotion, Ajian hurriedly emerged, asking, "What is happening?" "Mr. Ajian, you must go outside the village. A throng of individuals from other villages is rushing towards us, claiming there is a demon." "A demon? What kind of demon?" Ajian inquired, his heart tinged with unease. "A colossal bull, and countless devils resembling fish. Some look like sharks, others like silver-scaled fish, and some like kissing fish." The person continued. Just then, Xiaoba leapt forth, exclaiming, "Ah, have you seen any that resemble octopuses?" "Not at all. The octopus fishman is solely me." The newcomers, upon witnessing Xiaoba's appearance, were utterly petrified, gazing at him in sheer terror, and they retreated in alarm, exclaiming, "A demon." Shiga struck Xiaoba on the head with a punch, causing the latter to clutch his head with all 6 hands, rendered speechless by the pain. "Mr. Shiga," Ajian inquired. "You've arrived at just the right moment." However, unlike before, the approach was not from Cocoa West Village. Instead, they had landed on the island from the opposite side. "You all go and assess the situation. I will seek out Nami and the others," Shiga commanded, vanishing from his spot without a trace. He was indifferent to the fate of others, only concerned with ensuring that Nami and her companions remained unharmed, particularly Boromir, who absolutely must not encounter any misfortune. Ajian and the others stared in astonishment at the place where Shiga had just stood. He had been there a moment ago and had vanished into thin air. It was utterly terrifying. "Let us go. I shall accompany you to investigate," Tom stated. "As a renowned fisherman, it is truly disgraceful to come here and bully the weak." Shiga gracefully ascended into the air, surveying the fleeing individuals from the other 3 directions from his elevated vantage point. Indeed, as Aaron had remarked, the individual strength of humanity was woefully inadequate, rendering them incapable of contending with the formidable merman. The figure of Seago soared through the air, enveloped in the might of observation Haki, casting its gaze upon the ground below. In mere moments, he had scoured the entirety of Cocoa West Village. Yet, he was unable to find any trace of Nami and her companions. Shiga felt a surge of anxiety within him. They were not in the village. Could it be? Meanwhile, at the seaside on the western side of Cocoa West Village, several warships lay anchored not far from the shore, their cannons already positioned ominously. The sight of those cold, massive gun barrels instilled a sense of dread. In the underbrush along the shore, Boromir and her companions concealed themselves, gazing intently in the direction of the warships. "Is that a monster?" Nami's voice trembled. Barumel's expression was as dark as the depths of the sea. "No, that is not a monster, that is a fishman." She had fixated her gaze upon 2 figures on the deck. One, a fishman with hair styled like 2 rocket launchers and fins resembling shark fins protruding from his elbows. The other, a naval commander clad in a justice cloak. "What are they discussing?" Nojiko inquired. Though young, she sensed the gravity of the situation. Barumel's lips quivered, ultimately transforming into a bitter smile. "It's too far. I cannot hear." Nami pouted. "You're lying, Barumel. Can't you read lips?" Indeed, Barumel had the ability to read lips, a skill that had afforded her the opportunity to participate in the War of the Oikot Kingdom. Otherwise, with her limited strength, she would never have qualified for battle. Tap. Barumel lightly tapped Nami on the head. "I told you, it's too far. I can't see clearly. Now, both of you go home. I have matters to attend to." Nami, still nursing her grievance over that earlier slap, sulked. Nojiko turned to Barumel. "What will you do?" Lighting a cigarette, Barumel's gaze deepened with resolve amidst the swirling smoke. "It's nothing. I merely wish to meet an old friend. Don't forget, I was once a member of the Navy." Nojiko did not press further and led Nami back toward the village. "By the way, if anything arises, seek out Mr. Shiga. Though he may not seem friendly, he's a reliable person." Barumel's words caused Nojiko to pause. Yet, when she turned to look back, all she saw was Barumel's retreating figure. A nagging feeling that Barumel was concealing something from her. As Barumel approached the seaside, her expression morphed into one of fierce anger. As a naval officer, how could she conspire with the Fishman pirates? What extraordinary skills this individual had acquired over the years. In a moment of reverie, Barumel found herself transported back a decade to when she had joined the Navy alongside a comrade who was weaker than herself. Now, he had risen to the rank of naval commander. Without hesitation, Barumel leaped into the sea, swimming toward the warships. She intended to confront them about their actions. As a naval commander, how could he entangle himself with Fishman pirates and seek to dominate this island? Chapter 46, The King's Aura on board the warship. Commander Mouse and Kruby had just concluded a negotiation when a voice filled with fury erupted. "How dare you?" Barumel leaped onto the deck, pointing an accusatory finger at Commander Mouse. Initially taken aback, Commander Mouse soon recognized her and smiled, gesturing for the other sailors to lower their weapons. "Ah, Barumel. Is that you? It's been years. I never expected to find you here." They had been Navy comrades, training together and participating in the Battle of the Oikot Kingdom a decade ago. The only difference was that Barumel had vanished after that war, while he had been promoted for his achievements. Barumel's anger remained unabated. "Now that you recognize me, you should understand my capabilities. I saw everything you discussed with him from the shore. As a former comrade," she warned, "I advise you to reconsider. There is still time to turn back. Otherwise, do not expect me to be courteous." Commander Mouse chuckled, stepping closer as if to embrace her as in the past, only to be deftly evaded by Barummel. I know your abilities well. If it weren't for you back then, I wouldn't have earned my accolades. His words caught Barummel off guard. She couldn't fathom how her achievements were tied to his. Who is she? Kirby asked, eyeing Barummel suspiciously. Commander Mouse narrowed his eyes, resembling a rat. She is a former comrade of mine, skilled in lip reading. Lip reading. Kirby turned to Barummel, realization dawning upon him. So you overheard our conversation. A menacing aura emanated from Kirby, bearing down on Barummel. Oh dear, we're all on the same side. There is no need for hostility, Commander Mouse interjected, gesturing towards the village. This village is your home, correct? Let us collaborate. You can lead the villagers in managing this island alongside our fisherman friends. As for the profits, I can personally allocate a share to you. What do you say? He wore an expression that suggested he was doing her a favor. Kirby remained silent, awaiting Barummel's decision. Indeed, they needed assistance in governing the island, and with no need to share profits, it seemed advantageous. Barummel felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her body chilled. Aren't you afraid of the Navy headquarters discovering this? She asked, her voice trembling. Ha ha ha. Commander Mouse's gaze at Barummel was tinged with ridicule. My dear friend, you're as naive as you were 10 years ago. The headquarters is preoccupied with the ever-increasing number of pirates in the Grand Line. They have no time for trivial matters. Trivial matters. Barummel felt her understanding of the world shatter. Tens of thousands inhabited the island, and he deemed this a trivial matter? Moreover, I do this to uphold peace and order. With strict governance, we can eliminate the presence of pirates, can't we? Barummel could no longer articulate her emotions. She merely pointed a trembling finger at Kirby. So, you intend to collaborate with pirates to prevent the emergence of more pirates? Absurd, it is utterly ludicrous. Commander Mouse wore a look of helplessness, glancing at Barummel sideways. Surely you've heard of the 7 warlords of the sea? If the Navy headquarters can ally with pirates, why can't I? Boom. Barummel felt her mind cloud over, as if something within her had shattered. That was the dream she had guarded so carefully. Meanwhile, Shiga, having searched the village without finding Nami and the others, exuded a palpable aura of menace. If anyone dares to lay a finger on them, I shall personally send you on your way. Shigo's fury is not solely fueled by Nami and her companions. It stems more profoundly from the omnipresent grip of destiny. The sensation of fate's existence has grown increasingly potent, and it is evident that it will become even more pronounced in the future. It is not merely Shigo's strength that allows him to perceive the presence of fate, rather, it is his prophetic insight into the original trajectory of destiny that heightens his awareness. This was evident during his last encounter in Water 7, where serendipitous circumstances nearly prevented him from rescuing Tom. Had he not possessed extraordinary speed akin to that of a master swimmer, he would have surely failed to arrive in time. After all, in Water 7, no vessel could rival the speed of the sea train. Now, a similar scenario unfolds. Despite Shigo's premature encounter with Little 8, which enabled him to reach Cocoa West Village and meet with the Bellumel trio, fate once again intervenes unexpectedly. Do you wish for me to perish in the belly of the Nearshore King? Shigo's anger surged as he dashed towards the direction from which the refugees were fleeing. The fishmen were deliberately herding the panicked masses towards Cocoa West Village, with Arlong perched atop the 36-meter-high head of a manatee, observing the frenzied escape below. Ha ha ha. Flee, you feeble humans. Where could you possibly escape to? You cannot even breathe underwater, truly a substandard race. Arlong intentionally drove everyone towards Cocoa West Village, specifically towards the coastline where the Navy warships were anchored. With over 20 villages on the island, he had no desire to collect protection fees like a petty thug, knocking on doors as if begging. More importantly, he aimed to thoroughly entangle Colonel Mouse in his schemes. With so many witnesses, the colonel would have no choice but to collaborate with him henceforth, with no hope of escape. As he watched the crowd enveloped in terror, Arlong felt exhilarated, envisioning the establishment of Arlong's empire. Suddenly, as Arlong indulged in his daydreams of the future, he spotted an individual standing in midair, gliding gracefully, as if walking on the moon. This figure looked down upon him, their gaze filled with disdain and contempt, akin to a deity observing mere ants crawling upon the ground. Such a gaze repulsed Arlong, evoking memories of the disdain he felt as a child abandoned in Fisherman Street. Recalling the look his father cast upon him. Who are you? Siggy remained silent, gradually advancing towards Aaron with a measured pace. Moo! The manatee bellowed fiercely, roaring as it opened its massive mouth, attempting to swallow Siggy whole. Buzz. Shiga did not even cast a glance at it. His Conqueror's Haki enveloped the space. Do not move, Shiga uttered calmly, causing the creature, Mo, which had intended to flee, to come to an abrupt halt, paralyzed by fear. It was the aura of a king, one it had previously sensed from a much smaller sea creature. This diminutive creature, despite its mere 10-meter length, possessed eyes of an unnaturally crimson hue, a sight both unsettling and haunting. Now, it felt that same regal essence emanating from this human, who was so intimidating that even a mere glance was enough to provoke an instinctive urge to strike. Along perceived the fear radiating from Mo, and his expression grew solemn. In the midst of his astonishment, Shiga descended upon Mo. Without uttering a word, he gradually approached Along, casually picking up a slipper along the way. Chapter 47. the pummeling of Along in Along's incredulous gaze, the slipper in Shige's hand, slicing through the air with a distinct whoosh, struck his face. As a shark fisherman, Along inherently possessed a physique and strength far superior to that of ordinary fishmen. Even if a cannonball were to explode in his mouth, it would scarcely inflict any harm. Yet, faced with a slipper typically wielded by a parent to discipline a child, he found himself experiencing genuine pain. A searing agony coursed through him. Smack! A crisp sound reverberated, and Along was propelled through the air like a cannonball. In mid-flight, his consciousness momentarily faded. His teeth shattered completely, and he spat them out along with blood, which erupted like fragments from an exploded shell, penetrating through the sturdy walls and creating a series of holes. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The green loot has unlocked the skill Fishman Karate, matched according to the host's innate talent. Shave. Siggy did not let up on Aaron. He vanished in an instant and awaited him before he could land. With a flip-flop in hand, akin to a racket, he swung fiercely. Smack! Aaron was once again sent flying by the armed Haki-infused sandal. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a yellow loot that grants 12 to Constitution. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a yellow loot that grants 15 to Strength. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a yellow loot that grants 13 to Speed. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your Strength attribute has surpassed 300, elevating your armed Haki level. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your Speed attribute has surpassed 300, enhancing your Observation Haki level. Ding! Congratulations, host. All attributes have surpassed 300, raising your Conqueror's Haki level. The significant movements on Shige's side have drawn the attention of other fishmen. They observed a figure being launched into the sky, only to descend once more. Again. It was cast upwards, then dropped down again. As they strained their eyes to see clearly, they realized that the silhouette resembled their leader, Arlong. How could this be? They were in the East Sea, not the Grand Line. No one could rival Lord Arlong. The fishmen shook their heads, chuckling to themselves in self-deprecation. Yet, in the next instant, they confirmed that the indistinct figure indeed belonged to Arlong, for the massive form of Momo was also sent soaring into the air. Momo's face was etched with terror, appearing as though he were on the verge of tears. The fishmen stood in stunned silence, their minds far from the task of dispersing the crowd as they hurried towards the commotion. The panicked villagers, too, became aware of the unfolding spectacle behind them, staring in disbelief at the scene before their eyes. Their heads bobbed up and down in sync with the ascending and descending figures of Momo and Arlong. Little Eight, wrapped in a bedsheet, wondered aloud what Arlong and the sea beast were up to. Were they on a trampoline? Tom, observing Shige's effortless prowess, was filled with admiration. As a bull-headed fishman, he belonged to the strongest race among the fishmen. Although he was confident in his ability to lift the colossal sea beast, nearly 40 meters in length, he knew he could never achieve the same feat as Shige. The captain truly was a remarkable man. Shige's current thoughts are quite straightforward. Since she cannot locate Nami and her companions, she decides to lure all the fishmen over. Without the threat posed by the fishmen, her 3 allies will undoubtedly be safe. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a yellow loot worth 200,000 berries. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a yellow loot worth 150,000 berries. As the battle persists, the quality of the spoils diminishes. However, it is more than sufficient. All the fishmen have gathered from all directions. Similarly, the humans on the island have also congregated, each side occupying their respective territories. As the situation appeared to have stabilized, Siggy finally came to a halt, allowing Aaron and Momo to plummet to the ground, creating 2 deep craters, one large, one small. Dust billowed upward, dispersing into the surrounding area, while Siggy stood resolutely amidst the swirling debris and howling winds, untouched by the chaos around him. Host, Siggy strength, 312 speed, 325 stamina, 303 skills, swordsmanship LV34, spear mastery LV29, Conqueror's Haki LV4, hand-to-hand combat LV36, navigation LV26, armament Haki LV4, dog paddle LV max, culinary arts LV max, dragon claw fist LV25, observation Haki LV4, navy 6 styles, shave LV15, iron body LV23, paper drawing LV21, moonwalk LV20, storm leg LV17, finger gun LV26, 6 sword style LV max, fishman karate LV1 devil fruits, bottle fruit, taunt fruit attributes had significantly increased, and the 3 types of Haki had also been further enhanced. The only regret was the absence of another fishman experience card or something similar. Momo had completely lost consciousness, while Aaron, surprisingly resilient, quickly regained his senses and struggled to climb out of the deep pit. His mind was in a haze. Who am I? Where am I? What has happened? A peculiar human approached without uttering a word and proceeded to beat him senseless. The beating could be tolerated, for this was undeniably the adversary's territory. One must accept defeat when outmatched. However, the method of assault was bewildering, using a pair of slippers as if they were tennis balls. Lord Aaron, your face. The other fishmen cautiously observed Siggy, hesitant to act. If even Eren was subjected to such a merciless beating, what could they possibly do? Eren instinctively touched his face, feeling a stinging pain that he could barely endure. His skin was pocked and seemed to bear a peculiar pattern. Is everyone gathered? Siggy finally inquired. Eren nearly spat blood in response. It was evident that the mindset of the strong was interconnected. He had previously aimed to gather the humans on the island, and Siggy had just done the same to assemble the fishmen. Clearly, to Siggy, the fishmen were merely seen as weaklings, under the banner of the Arlong pirates. Join me in slaying him, Eren howled in a frenzy, charging towards Siggy. He could not fathom that such a formidable human could exist in the East Blue. The Arlong Empire was his dream, and he could not accept the reality of it being grounded before it even set sail. Brandishing his mighty saw blade, Shan Foam, he lunged forward, opening his cavernous jaws to bite at Siggy. His newly grown, razor-sharp teeth glinted in the sunlight like a mouthful of daggers, reflecting a chilling gleam. As Eren moved, the other fishmen also sprang into action, converging from all sides to surround Siggy, each shouting defiantly to obliterate the obstacle in their path to empire building. With a swift intake of breath, one of the 3 chief officers of the Arlong pirates, the Kiss Fishman Geo, unleashed a stream of water droplets from his elongated mouth at a speed surpassing that of a bullet, aimed directly at Siggy. Seeking death, Little 8, who had just pushed through the crowd, felt a surge of panic upon witnessing the scene. Eren, no. But it was too late. Siggy's figure vanished in an instant. The Conqueror's Haki surged forth, instantly rendering the smaller fishmen unconscious, while Siggy reappeared beside Eren. Grasping Eren by the throat, he hurled him like a javelin. The sound of flesh piercing echoed as Eren's serrated snout stabbed directly through Gio's heart. Everything unfolded with such rapidity that by the time Eren realized what had transpired, he had unwittingly slain his own kin. Little 8 rushed over, using all 6 arms to restrain the now irrational Eren. Brother Eren, please. Mr. Siggy will kill you. Siggo disregarded Eren, feeling somewhat dissatisfied instead. Such weakness rendered him utterly unworthy to be a rival capable of providing Luffy with any experience. Shiga was confident that before Luffy set sail, he could enable him to master the 2nd and even the 3rd gear. In such a case, Arlong would be utterly insignificant to Luffy. Perhaps it would be better to simply eliminate him altogether. As this thought flickered through Shiga's mind, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Someone was missing. Crocodile was not present. An invisible aura surged forth, enveloping the surroundings in an oppressive atmosphere. Under the chilling presence emanating from Shiga, silence reigned supreme. As they gazed upon the lifeless body of Gio, the mermen dared not breathe, fearing that they might be the next to perish. The villagers shared the same trepidation. The terrifying visage of Sigo, so inhuman in appearance, truly left them in a state of shock. At that moment, a youthful voice resonated. Mr. Sigo. The murderous intent that enveloped Shige dissipated in an instant, as he turned to face Nami with a beaming smile. Both the fishmen and the villagers let out a collective sigh of relief. Siggy smiled warmly at Nami, but before he could utter a word, he suddenly noticed the 2 individuals standing beside her. What on earth? How did you 2 end up here? Chapter 48, Siggy's Sole Adversaries. What the devil? How did you 2 little brats get here? As Sigo turned around, he noticed a considerable number of people behind him. In addition to the trio of Barumel and her daughters, there were also the injured and burned Colonel Mouse and Kruby, who bore the marks of a recent confrontation. Among them stood the figures he was most familiar with, the young boys Luffy and Ace, accompanied by a blushing Callie Dadan, who stood behind them. To his surprise, he encountered Mr. Sigo here, who remained as dashing and handsome as ever. Dadan, shyly gazing at Sigo as he approached, felt her heart racing uncontrollably. Is Mr. Sigo going to embrace me? What should I do? Should I pretend to refuse? Oh no, what if he takes it seriously? What a disaster. I seem to have forgotten to bathe this morning. Will Mr. Sigo be put off by me? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I never expected to be on the brink of embracing Mr. Sigo so soon. Shiga unleashed a flurry of 3 punches, each imbued with the formidable power of Haki, causing even Luffy to cry out in pain. Beirumel, astonished, inquired, Mr. Shiga, do you know them? With a scoff, Shiga glared at Luffy and his companions, gritting his teeth. Know them? They are nothing short of insufferable brats. Luffy, cradling his head, remarked, Master, your punches seem even more painful than before. Tears glistened in Ace's eyes as he echoed, Indeed, Master, your punches are excruciating. It turned out they were Mr. Shiga's disciples, which explained their remarkable strength. Beirumel, observing the defeated fishmen at Shiga's hands, marveled, at such a young age, even if those 2 consumed devil fruits, they shouldn't possess such prowess. However, since they are Mr. Shiga's disciples, it makes perfect sense. Her words filled Shiga with pride. Of course, their strength was undeniable. Luffy and Ace were born with extraordinary talent. One was the son of Gold, Roger, while the other was the grandson of Garp and the son of the revolutionary dragon. Such inherent ability was indeed remarkable. Moreover, they had undergone 2 full years of rigorous training under Shiga's tutelage. The power of the bottle fruit was vividly manifested in both of them. Without its subtle enhancement of their physical capabilities, their current strength would surely be significantly diminished. Ha ha ha, such praise for my wayward disciples is unwarranted. What did you just say? Shiga suddenly realized. They both consumed devil fruits? 2. Ace, with a triumphant glance at Shiga, slowly raised his hand into a fist. In the next moment, his right arm was enveloped in roaring flames. Shige's expression transformed dramatically. He appeared utterly bewildered. This was catastrophic. Everything had spiraled into chaos. Ace must have acquired the Maramara no Mi around the age of 18, yet now, he was merely 13. Where did you obtain the Maramara no Mi? Shige grasped Ace's shoulders tightly. Ace was taken aback by Shige's demeanor. He had never witnessed him in such a state. In Ace's mind, Shige always maintained an air of calmness, no matter the circumstances. Even when confronting the celestial dragons, a matter of utmost gravity, he remained unfazed. Why then did his master react so fervently upon learning that Ace had consumed the Maramara no Mi? Moreover, how did Shige know that it was the Maramara no Mi that he had ingested? He had acquired it from defeating the Sea King alongside Luffy. Thunder rumbled ominously. A thunderous roar reverberated in Sig's mind. I wish to be alone for a while, he uttered a solitary phrase before departing slowly. A profound silence enveloped the room as everyone stood transfixed, gazing at Sig's retreating figure, rendered utterly at a loss. My lord Aaron, we must flee, whispered a recently awakened merman to Aaron. He was utterly terrified by Sig, the overwhelming aura of dread extinguishing any flicker of defiance within him. Aaron, with a fierce glint in his eyes, fixated on Luffy and Ace, declared resolutely, no. To establish a true empire for the mermen, we cannot flee today. First, awaken the others. Soon, I shall command you to seize those 2 little ones. He discerned that those 2 were of paramount importance to Sig. Capturing them would provide him with leverage to negotiate with Sig. Shiga now finds himself in a tumult of emotions, wandering alone towards the coastline south of Cocoa West Village, where his pirate ship, the Welfare, is anchored. With a creak, he unlocks the hold that confines a dozen fishmen. Go. He releases them, standing solitary on the deck. The king of the near sea. It was already a surprise for Shiga to encounter Luffy and his companions here. But even more astonishing was the revelation that Ace had acquired the Maramara no Mi so soon. What truly unsettles Shiga is the realization that this fiery fruit was obtained from the king of the near sea. Without needing to be told, Shiga can surmise what has transpired. It is likely the reckless antics of Luffy, that fearless little rascal, at play. Thanks to Shiga's training, his prowess has surged. And he feels emboldened to avenge Shanks for the loss of his arm. The king of the near sea. Perhaps it is merely an illusion. Yet every time Shiga contemplates the king, an unsettling chill courses through him. It seems as though a vast trap awaits him, one that destiny has excavated. With the mechanisms of that trap being the king of the near sea, have you not yet abandoned the notion of my demise within the belly of the king? Shiga furrows his brow, gazing at the surging waves. Ever since he heard that enigmatic voice amidst the whirlpool currents, an unsettling sensation has taken root in his heart. As time passes, this feeling has not waned. Rather, it has intensified. My enemy is fate. This intangible adversary is utterly terrifying, and even with the system at his disposal, Shiga feels an overwhelming sense of impotence. What is fate, after all? A rule? The will of heaven? Or a being entirely different from ordinary life? Shiga found himself at a loss for words. In his current understanding, if one were to perceive this world as a game, then fate might be likened to the game server or perhaps the very game designer who conceived this realm. If that were indeed the case, Shiga would be akin to a glitch within the game, a superfluous anomaly that, to a certain extent, possesses foresight, aware of all impending events, and endowed with the power to disrupt and alter them. It is precisely for this reason that fate would undoubtedly seek every means to rectify this glitch. However, the manner in which fate would choose to amend it remains a mystery to Shiga. Chapter 49. The threat from the king of the sea. Having unraveled everything in his mind, Shiga slowly descended from the welfare vessel. Master, you are indeed here, they informed him. As the robotic uncle had conveyed, Luffy, Ace, and others hurried towards Shiga upon seeing him. Observing the myriad of injuries adorning Luffy's form, Shiga was momentarily taken aback. What happened to you? He inquired. Ace flashed a sheepish smile. Master, after you left, those fishmen attempted to capture me and Luffy. I intended to confront that shark, but Luffy got to it first, and thus, I ended up like this. Ace himself bore little harm. After all, the Maramara no Mi, being a Logia-type devil fruit, rendered him nearly invulnerable in the absence of Haki, impervious even to the mightiest of foes like Arlong. With a bitter smile, Shige shook his head. In the end, Aaron had become nothing more than a tool for Luffy to gain experience, merely 8 years ahead of time. It remains uncertain whether this is fate attempting to mend the disrupted trajectory of destiny or merely a series of coincidences. In Rowtown, Smoker was in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "Incompetence! Utter incompetence! You receive military pay, and this is how you conduct yourselves. Those bastards at the Navy headquarters and the 5 old geezers of the world government should just perish. This is Rowtown. The crucial passage from the east blue to the Grand Line, and yet they send such a bunch of useless fools here. Are they concerned that there aren't enough pirates on the Grand Line?" At that moment, the den mushy on Smoker's desk rang, its face wearing a mocking expression. Instantly, Smoker's fury dissipated. "Mr. Shige, is that you? Do you wish for me to send a warship to escort you back to the East Blue? Where are you? I shall contact the nearest Navy vessel at once." The surrounding sailors, who had just been berated by Smoker, were wide-eyed in disbelief. To earn such respect from Commander Smoker, One could only imagine that even the admirals at Navy headquarters would struggle to achieve such a feat. Indeed, it was likely impossible, as Smoker had just been lambasting them. East Blue? You have returned to the East Blue? Smoker exclaimed, astonished, completely unaware of how Shige had managed the journey. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable, given Shige's prowess. Traversing the calm belt in a small boat should not pose a significant challenge. After all, there were those capable of crossing the calm belt, such as Akiji, who meandered on the ocean on his bicycle, and Mihawk, who roamed in his small, shabby boat. It was merely the large sailing vessels that could not pass through due to the absence of wind in the calm belt, coupled with the ease with which sea kings could detect them. What? Fishmen? Smoker's expression turned grim upon hearing Shige's words. Very well, Mr. Shige. I shall personally head over at once. After hanging up, Smoker scanned his surroundings. Prepare the warship. Set course for the Sama Sea. A major, upon hearing this order, stepped forward hastily. Commander Smoker, the Sama Sea is under the jurisdiction of the 16th Division. We cannot simply go there without proper protocol. Smoker glared at him coldly. Protocol? Is your so-called protocol merely a means to transform the people you are supposed to protect into slaves who can be oppressed at will? The major quickly realized the gravity of the situation and promptly shut his mouth. I do not wish to repeat myself. I want the warship prepared immediately. We set sail in 10 minutes. After conversing with Shige, Smoker's already foul mood deepened. He felt the dust settle upon the word justice emblazoned on the back of his coat. Having concluded his business, Shige led the group towards Cocoa West Village. Let us take a moment to rest. When that fellow Smoker arrives, we shall leave the fishmen to him. In the Belmere household, what was once a relatively spacious room now felt quite cramped due to the influx of people. Particularly, the presence of Tom and Dadan together made the space seem considerably smaller. One could only wonder how Dadan was attempting to lose weight. The results, it seemed, were less than satisfactory. Back in Gorger Mountain, Dadan had proclaimed countless times her intent to shed pounds. Before embarking on her journey, Shiga confidently proclaimed that upon her return, she would be a completely transformed individual. Yet, it appears that not much has changed. Pray tell, what prompted this voyage? Seated with one leg crossed over the other, Sigu commanded attention, while Dadan occupied the center, flanked by Luffy and Ace on either side. The trio bowed their heads in submission, avoiding Siga's penetrating gaze. Speak up. Siga suddenly raised his voice. Whose idea was it? In unison, Ace and Dadan pointed towards Luffy, subtly shifting to the side, fearful of being caught in Sigu's wrath. Ah! Luffy exclaimed in a panic. It wasn't my idea. I merely wanted to capture the king of the near seas to feast upon his flesh. As Siggy was about to make a move, he suddenly paused, gazing expectantly at Luffy. Did you catch it? Luffy replied, his head hung low in despair. No. With a resounding bang, Siggy struck Luffy squarely on the head, a visible bump immediately forming. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked a speed bonus of 3 from the orange loot. Although Siggy was aware that the Sea King would not be easily defeated by Luffy, he couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment upon hearing this fact. The situation was straightforward. Luffy was aboard a small fishing vessel seeking revenge on the Sea King. In stark contrast to Siggy's prolonged search, Luffy swiftly located the Sea King. After a fierce battle, Luffy emerged victorious, managing to seize the Mera Mera Nomi from the Sea King's teeth, which was likely a gift intended for Ace. However, as Luffy attempted to capture the fleeing Sea King, the tumultuous waves capsized their boat. Driven by concern, Dadan and Ace rushed to rescue Luffy. In the chaos, Ace inadvertently consumed the Mera Mera Nomi, leading to his own misfortune. Dadan, unable to save both of them alone, clung desperately to the overturned vessel. Once the storm finally subsided, they found themselves on a deserted island. Fortunately, their luck held, as the island turned out to be a pirate stronghold. Dadan dutifully resumed her role, leading Luffy and Ace in plundering the enemy ship to set sail once more. The only regret was their lack of experience on this, their first voyage. Although they had acquired a treasure map from the adversaries, they were utterly incapable of deciphering it. Eventually, they found themselves inadvertently arriving at this location, fortuitously witnessing Crocodile trying to kill Belmere, and they intervened, subduing him. Did you just say you robbed a pirate ship? Siggy inquired curiously. What did those pirates look like? Chapter 50. The Goda Gomu no Mi. Luffy had already begun munching on an orange from the table. What did they look like? He turned to Dadan. The latter, feeling Luffy's gaze, erupted in fury, grasping Luffy's neck and shaking him vigorously. You little brat. How many times must I tell you? That fat woman bears no resemblance to me. Ace nodded in agreement. Indeed, that ugly, portly, self-absorbed woman does not resemble you at all, Dadan. Upon hearing Ace's words, Dadan's spirits lifted. Dadan, you are not self-absorbed in the slightest. Dadan stood there, stunned. Dream shattered. Pff. Siggy laughed so heartily that the cigar in his mouth spewed onto Dadan's hair, releasing a distinct scent of charred tobacco. The crowd could not help but burst into laughter. Especially Barumel, whose smile radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Were they truly pirates? Suddenly, he felt that compared to a naval officer like Colonel Mouse, they were far more deserving of the term justice. Dadan, utterly exasperated, leaped up to deliver a thorough thrashing to Luffy and Ace. You two little brats, go to hell. With a series of thuds, Luffy and Ace remained unfazed, particularly Luffy, who, while being sent flying by Dadan's punch, managed to pop an orange into his mouth. I know who you're referring to. That pirate is named Alrita. Siggy remarked with a grin at Dadan, by the way. It seems you've missed out on a devil fruit. I've heard Alrita possesses a rather intriguing one. Dadan glanced at the indifferent expressions of Ace and Luffy, feeling too weary to continue the discussion. One couldn't inflict pain, and the other was simply unapproachable. She huffed in annoyance, sitting there defiantly. A devil fruit? I have no desire to consume some wretched fruit and become a landlubber. Dadan did not wish to forego the prospect of great power, rather. She was contemplating that since Luffy and Ace were already landlubbers, if she were to consume a devil fruit, who would rescue those two little rascals in the future? Oh, is that so? Siggy leisurely lit another cigar, while offering one to Barummel. That particular devil fruit is the slip-slip fruit. Consuming it would transform one into a slender, stunning beauty. As soon as Seago's words fell, Dadan had already dragged Ace out. Luffy, stay close to Mr. Seago and don't wander off. Be cautious not to meet your demise in the sea. Barummel had just lit her cigar, staring blankly at the door that Dadan had flung open. Mr. Seago, we needn't concern ourselves with them any longer. We should tidy up and prepare to depart. Seago flashed a smile at Barummel before turning to Tom. Gather your belongings and get ready to set sail. After all, we are pirates now, and it would be best to avoid Smoker. Oh. And remember to bring a few orange trees on board, along with Nami's books and navigation charts. Barummel felt a surge of panic, fearing that Seago intended to take Nami away. Alas, Seago is Nami's father. Who am I to stand in his way? Just as she was about to turn and leave, Seago called out to her, don't you need to pack some clothes, my sharpshooter? Even as she watched Cocoa West Village recede into the distance, Barummel remained bewildered by the events that had unfolded. She was uncertain why she had indeed followed Seago aboard the ship. Seago sat in his exclusive VIP seat at the bow of the ship, observing with a smile as Nami, Luffy, and Nojiko excitedly dashed about the deck. This welfare ship is truly living up to its name, he mused. It's almost becoming a home for the needy. Just then, Barummel approached Seago. From now on, you may call me Seago, or like Tom, simply Captain, he interjected, cutting off Barumir's inquiry. I am aware of what you wish to ask. Sig pointed at Tom. This is Tom, the world's greatest shipwright of Water 7, the very man who crafted vessels for the Pirate King, Roger. Belmare felt little surprise. Although she was no longer a Navy officer, she remained aware of significant events. However, she had already surmised Tom's identity when he removed his mechanical helmet. Her current inquiry was not about that. Captain Belmare spoke again. Indeed, I am the enigmatic figure, the one who attacked the Celestial Dragons and then the Judicial Squad. Sig replied nonchalantly, confident in Belmare's character. However, I would prefer you to call me nameless. The title of Enigma seems rather uncultured. To deduce something and receive the affirmation from the individual concerned were entirely different matters. Belmare gazed at Sig, her mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. This was the mysterious individual with a bounty of 600 million berries, a person from whom even the Navy headquarters could not extract any information. Why would such a person be wanted? Why was he labeled a villain by the world government? Was he truly at fault, or was it the world government that erred? The image of Colonel Mouse flashed in Belmare's mind. Justice, how absurd. No, Captain, that's not what I meant to ask. After recovering from her shock, Belmare reacted once more. Had she guessed incorrectly again? My devil fruit is somewhat unique. It allows me to swim without fear of the ocean. It is precisely for this reason that I evaded the Navy's scrutiny. Belmare was at a loss for words. Could she not finish her statement? Observing Belmare's expression, Sig was utterly perplexed. What was going on? It seemed he had guessed wrong yet again. To miss the mark 3 times in a row was a humiliation for Sig, who possessed the bottle fruit. He sighed. All right, I am single. Belmare seized Sig by his collar and shouted, You rascal, let me finish. I wanted to ask if you were Nami's biological father. The entire deck fell silent, and the 3 young ones, previously engaged in playful banter, stared in astonishment. Smack. Nami had just yanked Luffy's arm, causing him to launch into a series of rolls before finally regaining his footing. Tom's face was alight with curiosity as he eagerly awaited Sig's response. What? Sig was utterly bewildered. Where on earth had this rumor originated? Shiga finally managed to clarify the situation and, in the process, joined Barumir in cursing Aegean, lamenting the perils of imagination. Shiga currently finds himself in a rather dismal mood. Although he has managed to offer a somewhat coherent explanation, he has ultimately succeeded in becoming Nami's guardian. His aspirations for a lowly cultivation plan have been completely dashed. It seems the time has come to redirect his ambitions towards formidable figures such as Hancock, Kazuki Oden, Nico Robin, Tina, Khalifa, Jewelry Bonnie, and Little Suddy. Without a hint of hesitation, Shiga swiftly shifts his focus. The sheer number of his aspirations is overwhelming, making it impossible to choose among them. Of course, he has temporarily overlooked the renowned first beauty, Princess Shirahoshi. Ever since encountering Granny Kokoro, he has grown increasingly concerned about the state of mermaids past the age of 30. Moreover, the significant disparity in physique poses certain inconveniences in marital life. Chapter 51. Monkey D. Dragon is captured. The welfare ship sails triumphantly across the East Sea. Nami has already assumed the role of navigator ahead of schedule. Although reluctant to concede, it is undeniable that this world is home to true geniuses. At present, Shigo's navigation skills have reached level 26, yet they pale in comparison to the prodigious talents of the merely 10-year-old Nami. It seems as though she was born for the art of navigation, displaying an almost flawless aptitude for weather changes, temperature sensitivity, directional awareness, and responding to unforeseen circumstances. As for Luffy, after enduring several harsh beatings from Shigo, he has finally decided to temporarily abandon his aspirations of becoming captain. Under Shigo's guidance, Balumel is beginning to acclimate to her role as a sharpshooter. The training methods employed are, in essence, quite simple. Shigo picked up a cigar and placed it between his lips. He lit it. With a resounding bang, a gunshot echoed, yet the cigar remained unscathed. Puff. With a sudden exhale, Shigo released a bullet. Back in Windmill Village, he had been envious of Usopp's father, Yasopp, who could ignite a cigarette in an instant. It was undeniably impressive. Shigo aspired to train Balumel to that level. However, such an endeavor would prove challenging. Although Balumel possessed a fair amount of talent, it paled in comparison to that of Yasopp. The latter was a sharpshooter capable of striking an ant's antenna from 100 meters away without harming any other part. For Balumel to reach that caliber was no trivial pursuit. The mastery of observation Haki was essential. After all, not everyone could be as extraordinary as Yasopp. Tom continued to juggle numerous responsibilities, raising the sails, steering the ship, cooking, cleaning, standing watch at night, and even singing lullabies to Shigo. He had hoped that with Balumel's addition, he might find some respite, but reality proved harsh. Not only had he taken on more tasks, including babysitting and dieting, but he had also lost his position as the human punching bag to Luffy. As Shigo and his companions made their way towards Frost Moon Village, Smoker finally arrived at Cocoa West Village. He paid no heed to the merman who had been battered by Luffy and Ace, instead making a beeline for the imprisoned Colonel Mouse. Upon seeing Smoker, Colonel Mouse was taken aback. How could it be you? Smoker took a drag from his low-quality cigarette, releasing a thick cloud of smoke. With a look of disdain, he regarded Colonel Mouse. You were probably hoping for your Division 16 commander to arrive. In that case, with a little extra money, you could have swept this matter under the rug. Perhaps you could even transfer to another division and continue your money-making schemes. Smoker, however, held no desire to sully his hands with such corruption, though he was well aware of these dealings. Suddenly, Colonel Mouse chuckled. Smoker, your presence here certainly disrupts the order. Once the commanders arrive, I could easily. Smoker exhaled another puff of smoke. Your commanders won't be coming anytime soon. They'll likely need to lie low for a month. What? Colonel Mouse gazed at Smoker in horror. You actually dared to lay hands on a commander? Smoker smirked condescendingly. It seems you still don't understand me. This isn't the first time I've acted. There's no need for such theatrics. Colonel Mouse collapsed to the ground, incredulous as he stared at Smoker. Madman, you're a madman. This is the end for me. Smoker would undoubtedly deliver him directly to the Navy headquarters. Just then, the door burst open, and a major rushed in. Flustered, Colonel Smoker, it seems we've captured the dragon. Smoker frowned, displeased with his subordinate's alarm. He knew precisely who they had apprehended, the Arlong pirates led by the merman Arlong. So why the surprise? All right, I understand. Lock Arlong and his crew aboard the warship. Smoker stood up, frustrated by the Navy headquarters' decisions to release those scoundrels merely because Jinbei agreed to become a warlord of the sea. Smoker was among those Navy officers who held a deep dissatisfaction with the warlords of the sea system. In his view, the warlords brought more harm than good, using the world government's name to engage in despicable acts that drew the ire of the world. Colonel Smoker, it's not Arlong. It's Dragon. The revolutionary dragon. What? Smoker felt as though he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in disbelief. After a moment, his lips twitched. How is that possible? The revolutionary dragon was deemed the world's most notorious criminal by the world government, having led the revolutionary army to overthrow numerous kingdoms. Such a formidable figure, whom even the world government could not contend with. How could they possibly have captured him? Even though he found it incredulous. Smoker swiftly transformed into a cloud of smoke and rushed towards the location, inside the room where Arlong was detained. Smoker scrutinized the man before him and then glanced at the bounty notice handed to him by his subordinate. Colonel Smoker, don't you think they look quite alike? Aside from the nose and mouth, they are practically identical. We just reported to Navy headquarters. They will send someone over shortly. Are you all fools? Just because of some markings on his face, you claim he is Dragon. Can't you see he is a merman? Before long, reinforcements from Navy headquarters arrived, including one of the 3 admirals, Kizaru. Of course, he had come alone to expedite his journey. The speed of the Pika Pika no Mi was beyond imagination. Oh? Kizaru observed Arlong with a look resembling Smoker's. Colonel Smoker, is this the dragon you mentioned? Smoker's face flushed with anger, directing his frustration at his subordinates. It's no matter. After all, Dragon is exceedingly enigmatic. Mistakes can happen. Kizaru produced a din mushi. In 1 minute, I will notify headquarters, and they will refrain from issuing a notice. As the minute passed, Smoker suddenly caught sight of a black object. Did you just use that din mushi to contact Navy headquarters? Looking at the black din mushi in his hand, Kizaru blinked. It seems I used the wrong one. In the seas above East Blue, near Frost Moon Village, Balumel was haggling with a seagull delivering newspapers, negotiating while urging Nami beside her to learn diligently. Shiga finally understands the source of Nami's frugality. It is a lesson learned through example. In contrast, Nuo Chi Gao displays remarkable maturity, consistently assisting Tom with his tasks, and her obedient demeanor is particularly endearing. By comparison, it is evident that boys at this age are often deemed undesirable, even by dogs. Shiga was comfortably lounging on the deck, basking in the sun, when Luffy suddenly crashed down onto his face. "What the hell? You little rascal, what are you up to now?" Shiga exclaimed, yanking Luffy off his face and throwing a punch. While pummeling Luffy, he didn't forget to call out to Nami and Nojiko, "Time for your milk. Drink plenty. It helps you grow." "Master, I want milk too." Luffy squealed, shielding his head in retreat. "You can eat nonsense. You smashed into me 10 times this morning and still claim it wasn't intentional." Chapter 52, the man whose intelligence is solely devoted to memorizing the names of techniques. Time passed unknowingly, and it had been nearly 2 months since they departed from Cocoa Village. Yet, there was still no news of Ace or Dadan. Shiga was not overly concerned. With Ace by his side, nothing catastrophic was likely to occur. Above the East Sea, a nature-type fruit was virtually synonymous with invincibility. "Father, that island ahead must be Frost Moon Village," Nami exclaimed as she dashed out of the control room to address Shiga. After more than 2 months of sailing, they finally caught sight of the village's silhouette. This was still the welfare, and had they embarked on another vessel, the journey would likely have taken twice as long. "Let us proceed and dock the ship by the shore. I am eager to explore," Shiga declared with enthusiasm, finally on the brink of a sparring match with Gunshiro. He felt fully prepared, with everything in place, save for the favorable winds. The true extent of Gunshiro's prowess remained shrouded in mystery. Yet Shiga surmised that having attained the enlightenment of if one does not wish to sever, even paper cannot be cut, he must possess considerable strength. Moreover, to have connections with dragons undoubtedly suggested he was no ordinary individual. If fortune smiled upon him in this clash, he hoped to acquire purple loot. At the very least, blue loot should be expected. Furthermore, based on Shiga's extensive experience over the years, the initial battle often yielded greater chances of exceptional spoils. He was filled with anticipation at the prospect of confronting Gunshiro, as this would be his first genuine battle against someone of such caliber. Previous encounters with figures like Shanks and Karp had merely been clever tricks. "Master, is there anything delicious here? You made a special trip for this," Luffy inquired, his face swollen, trailing behind Shiga. His question sparked excitement in Nami and Nojiko as well. After all, they were merely children of around 10 years old, perpetually curious about the mysteries that lay ahead. Shiga chuckled softly. "I am not entirely certain if there are any delectable treats around, but there exists a rather amusing little fellow here. Zoro should still be tirelessly challenging Kuina, though I wonder how many defeats he has accumulated by now." It truly reflects the saying, one must endure all defeats in advance to eliminate future failures. Zoro's journey exemplifies this perfectly. He challenged Kuina a staggering 2001 times, suffering defeat each time. Subsequently, he faced Haki at the floating restaurant and lost once more, but from that moment onward, he embarked on an undefeated streak. "You, my friend, should closely observe that green-haired lad and learn how to name techniques properly," Shiga remarked to Luffy. Luffy, unfortunately, lacks creativity in naming, often resorting to simple terms like gun or cannon. Just look at the formidable names Zoro has given to his techniques: Tiger Hunt, Purgatory Demon Slash, Guitar Jade, 1080 Troublesome Winds, Azure Dragon's Roar, Water Flow. Each more impressive than the last. And then the rest that most verbose of techniques, the 3-sword style ultimate, 1 big, 3000, Great Thousand World. 9 mountains and 8 seas, constituting 1 world. Gathering 1,000 realms forms a small 1,000 worlds, this realm multiplied by 3, devoid of self, ceaselessly enduring. Each time Shiga hears this passage, he feels an exhilarating rush, almost yearning to confront a malevolent force head-on. It must be said that the names of Zoro's techniques are indeed distinctive. On another note, could his poor sense of direction stem from the fact that his mind is solely occupied with memorizing the names of these techniques? This presents a question worthy of contemplation. Frost Moon Village is situated by the sea, and the location of the Isen Dojo lies even further beyond its borders. Observing this geographic placement, Shiga grows increasingly suspicious that Jingsalang is specifically training talents for the Revolutionary Army. As he gazes upon the entrance of the Isen Dojo, Shiga's focus sharpens. He has 3 objectives for coming here. Firstly, he seeks to spar with Jingsalang to enhance his combat prowess. Secondly, he aims to guide Zoro in his early practice of the 3-sword style. Most importantly, however, he has come for Kuina. There is no doubt regarding Kuina's prodigious talent. By the age of 10, she was already capable of defeating adults. Yet, the physical disparity between males and females is stark. This very difference has led to an increasingly extreme disposition in Kuina. She aspires to become the world's greatest swordsman, but everyone, including her own father, insists that a female swordsman cannot achieve such a title. While Jingsalang may be unable to address the physical differences between genders, Shiga possesses a solution. The subtle enhancement of physical strength provided by the baby bottle fruit can undoubtedly mitigate this disparity. Suddenly, as Shiga is lost in thought, Luffy bursts through the door, exclaiming, "Green Algae Head, where are you? Green Algae Head, come out and give a name to my technique. Damn it, I came here for a friendly exchange, not to challenge anyone." In a state of utter exasperation, Siggy could not help but wonder who was calling him Green Algae Head. Within the dojo, a green-haired Zoro approached, brandishing a wooden sword in confrontation with Luffy. Luffy, upon seeing Zoro, chuckled merrily. Master was indeed correct. Your hair does resemble green seaweed. Fueled by rage, Zoro shouted. Do not call me green algae head. As he charged forward, swinging his wooden sword with a whoosh aimed at Luffy. As Zoro surged towards him, Luffy took a moment to glance back at Siggy and remarked, Master, he is quite weak. This only incited Zoro's fury further. You little brat, perish. To this. Luffy remained unmoved, allowing the wooden sword to strike him. Does it not hurt? Zoro gawked at Luffy, who stood there unfazed. Though it was merely a wooden sword, it should have caused some pain, he thought. How could the seemingly younger individual show no reaction at all? Luffy grinned widely. Oh, it doesn't hurt. Your strength is weaker than a woman's, so of course, it doesn't hurt. This statement struck a nerve with Zoro, who felt deeply wounded. The woman Luffy referred to as Dadan, though Zoro seemed oblivious to this nuance. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. The yellow loot has unlocked the skill swordsmanship. This skill has been learned and automatically converted into skill experience. The others in the dojo burst into laughter. This impudent little fellow has quite the discerning eye. Zoro indeed pales in comparison to women. Indeed, he has already lost to Kuina 2,000 times. Has he? Wait, I thought it was 2,001 times? Who cares? It's already 2,000 times. What difference does one more make? Faced with the teasing of his fellow disciples, Zoro's face flushed crimson. You annoying little brat. In response to Zoro's relentless onslaught, Luffy merely pressed his straw hat down, his figure becoming ethereal. Marine 6 techniques. Paper drawing. Zoro's earnest strike failed to land even a glancing blow on Luffy. Just as the wooden sword was about to make contact, Luffy seemed to evade it effortlessly. Almost as if the wind stirred by Zoro's sword was gently guiding him away, an astonishing sight indeed. Chapter 53, The Unremarkable Old Man as Shige collected the spoils. He remained attentive to the direction of the main hall, awaiting the arrival of Gungshiro. However, disappointment soon filled him. After a considerable time, Zoro was panting heavily. Barely able to remain upright, yet Gungshiro still failed to make an appearance. Not only Gungshiro, but even Kuina was absent. This is unjust. You must have mastered some form of agility. Zoro struggled to keep himself from collapsing, yet it was impossible to mount another attack in such a short span. He had reached his limit. His ability to stand was solely sustained by sheer willpower. You, just wait. Once I learn the swordsmanship from my master, a single slash will cleave you in two. Zoro gritted his teeth defiantly. Luffy grinned broadly, striving to mimic the expression he recalled. So, you mean to say I am bullying you with my agility? Shige paused momentarily, a sense of familiarity washing over him as he observed the scene. Could it be? You lads, who can only evade with your agility, just wait until I recover, and then we shall contest the strength of men. Zoro retorted without yielding an inch. The familiarity intensified, not just the scene, but even the dialogue echoed in his memory. Luffy pointed at Zoro. If that's the case, once you learn swordsmanship, you'll have to wait until I am the same age as you for it to be fair, right? After uttering this, Luffy himself seemed taken aback and turned to Nami. Nami, can you calculate how many years it will be before I am his age? Nami, exasperated, rested her forehead in her palm. You idiot, you will never be his age. Zoro's wooden sword had fallen to the ground, and he stared blankly at Luffy. Having grasped the essence of Luffy's message, ignoring the distractions, Luffy continued, the weak will always remain weak, forever seeking excuses for their own frailty. Shiga smiled bitterly, finally understanding why everything felt so familiar. Was this the very scene when he had once beaten Luffy in Windmill Village? Unexpectedly, this little brat had learned quickly, now turning to teach Zoro in the same manner he had once been taught. Captain, where on earth did Luffy pick up such impressive nonsense? He sounds like a little con artist, ha ha ha. Tom chuckled, but his laughter gradually faded to a mere whisper. This was due to Shiga's menacing gaze directed at him. Learned it from me. What, do you have any objections? Tom quickly covered his mouth and shook his head frantically. He certainly did not wish to compete with Luffy for the title of human punching bag. After finishing his words, Luffy seemed unsatisfied. Turning to face a tree in the dojo. Gum pistol. He struck the tree, which was as thick as Nami's waist, with a fierce punch. Crack. A profound silence enveloped the area, soon followed by an uproar. His arm had actually elongated. Was he even human? That must be the power of a devil fruit. He was a devil fruit user. Rather than focusing on the lengthening of his arm, shouldn't they be more concerned about the sheer power he wielded? That little fellow could not be more than 10 years old, yet his strength was terrifying enough to break a tree with a single blow. Zoro stared in shock at the unfolding scene, feeling an overwhelming sense of defeat wash over him. With a final sigh, he exhausted all his strength and collapsed to the ground. He had lost to Kuina countless times without feeling such despair, always comforting himself by reasoning that she was 2 years older. Yet now, this kid, younger than himself, was a different story. Even if he tried to console himself with thoughts like, he has mastered his techniques while I have yet to learn swordsmanship, or he possesses a devil fruit, whereas I do not, the reality remained that the other possessed such formidable strength. How could he possibly compete? A weakling was forever a weakling, merely seeking excuses for their own frailty. Zoro softly repeated Luffy's earlier words. I am always making excuses for myself, which is why I keep losing. Each time he lost to Kuina, He found reasons deep within himself instead of fighting with all his might to win the battle. Sparring could happen again. But what about life and death confrontations? Losing once could mean death. Well said. At that moment, an ancient voice suddenly resonated. Though faint, it echoed in everyone's ears. In the next instant, an elderly man, stooped and seemingly unremarkable, appeared before Zoro. However, his presence sent shivers down Shiga's spine. He had not even noticed how the old man had materialized. It was as though he had always been standing there. The elder looked down at the collapsed Zoro and remarked, just as this young lad said, those who make excuses for their failures are merely weaklings. In battle, one must harbor no distractions. Only by forging ahead and relinquishing everything can true strength be unleashed. After speaking, the old man slowly turned to Shiga. Is this little fellow your esteemed disciple? Truly astonishing, such power at such a young age. Moreover, it is not a result of exhausting talent and potential through rigorous training. He is not the first prodigy I have encountered at this age, yet those others attain their strength through brutal training, ultimately damaging their potential and hindering their progress. However, Luffy is different. I can see that his strength has been cultivated entirely within the limits of his physical endurance. The profound shock in Sig's eyes had yet to fade, as he seemed to have discerned the identity of the other party. In his childhood, an old man in Frostmoon Village had imparted to Zoro a mantra, abandon fame and wisdom. The interpretation of this phrase was straightforward. To abandon fame meant disregarding one's own existence, while to abandon wisdom signified emptying the mind, embracing death without hesitation. Coupled with the current scene and the elder's recent words to Zoro, everything became clear. The only uncertainty lay in whether the individual before him was the legendary Gung Sanlang or someone else entirely. After all, when Gung Sanlang fled the land of harmony over 40 years ago, he could not have been alone. Undoubtedly, there were other warriors from the Frost Moon family. He was merely my least skilled disciple. Despite the apprehension that lingered in Sig's heart, he knew he had to maintain an air of confidence and never show weakness. Moreover, it was not entirely pretense. Upon hearing Sig's words, even this enigmatic and formidable elder exhibited a look of astonishment, instinctively glancing towards Luffy. Even more astonishing was Luffy's nonchalant demeanor, clearly signifying his endorsement of Sig's statement. As for Ace, it goes without saying that even prior to acquiring the Flame fruit, Luffy was not his match. Regarding Sabo, it was difficult to ascertain who was stronger or weaker at present. Yet Luffy had always believed himself inferior to his two elder brothers. Observing the astonishment etched on the elder's face, Sig felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Your Excellency, you truly are a hidden gem. The elder couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. She could cast a glance towards the main hall, where Gung Sanlang still had not made an appearance. Are you here to seek Gung Sanlang? The elder perceptively sensed Shiji's intentions. If that is the case, I fear you may have made a fruitless journey, as Gung Sanlang has set sail and is unlikely to return in the near future. Set sail? Shigu was taken aback. The narrative seemed amiss. Calculating the timeline, Guyina ought to be nearing her demise. Moreover, Koshiro was setting sail at this moment. Could it be that he embarked on his journey alongside Guyina? Chapter 54. The Power of Imagination, the Strength of Shigu. Shiga increasingly found himself perplexed by the machinations of fate. That green-haired rascal, I heard you challenged a girl over 2,000 times, only to be defeated each time? Shiga inquired, directing his gaze towards Zoro. Zoro, with his hands resting on the ground, trembled incessantly. The cause unknown, whether it was exhaustion or the overwhelming strength of Luffy, it was 2,001 times. Upon hearing this number, Shiga could only let out a resigned sigh. It seemed that Guyuna was most likely not returning. Whether she had truly perished outside or if some secret lay hidden remained a mystery. In any case, the battle between her and Zoro would likely end at this figure. He had originally intended to seek out Gung Sanlang to exchange techniques and validate his swordsmanship, but now it appeared he would return empty-handed. Shiga remarked deliberately. Indeed. Upon hearing Shiga's words, the old man's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of light. If you merely wish to validate your swordsmanship, perhaps this old man could oblige. The elder gazed at Shiga and continued, however, I do have a humble request. Seigo suppressed the exhilaration swelling within him. This individual appeared to be at least as formidable as Gungshiro, a true boon indeed. If fortune permits me to grant you any advantage, might I suggest you take him as your disciple? The elder's gaze towards Zoro was noticeably different, filled with anticipation. This was unexpected for Seigo. He hadn't anticipated such a notion from his counterpart. It seemed that this place was about to transform into a sanctuary for the needy. Perhaps he should make another round and bring Sanji and Usopp along as well. Hey, old man, how dare you make decisions on my behalf? Was it you who guided me here, proclaiming that I could become a swordsman? Now you wish for me to depart. What does that mean? Seigo protested vehemently. I refuse to leave. I must await Kuina's return to exact my revenge. I have disowned how to defeat her. If I relinquish everything and fight with all my might, I can conquer her. The elder smiled serenely, his posture straightening. In that moment, he seemed to transform into another being, akin to a legendary sword poised for battle. Do you recall the sacrifice of name I taught you? It appears you have yet to grasp its true significance. Without strength, merely seeking death renders one a mere pawn, not a swordsman. If you aspire to become a swordsman sooner, then take him as your master. After speaking, the elder fixed his gaze intently upon Seigo. How do you wish to engage in a duel for validation? As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, enveloping Seigo. It was not the Conqueror's Haki. It resembled a murderous intent, or perhaps the essence of a specter. Under the weight of this presence, Seigo envisioned a hellish realm. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood surrounded him, and from the heavens loomed a colossal figure, 3 heads and 6 arms, its countenance dark and fiery with rage. It was none other than Ashura. As the tension in the air thickened, Shiga furrowed his brow, unleashing the formidable Conqueror's Haki to counter the malevolent aura of his opponent. It was no wonder that Zoro had honed the extraordinary 9-sword style. Transcending the limits of human capability, it was indeed this old man who had imparted such teachings. Previously, Shiga had been perplexed by the seemingly benign demeanor of Gungshiro, who appeared far from a ruthless killer. Logically, one would not expect him to engage in the deadly art of the 9-sword style. The Conqueror's Haki surged forth. The old man trembled, not from the sheer force of the Haki itself, but from the awe-inspiring mastery Shiga exhibited over it. Although its intensity seemed moderate, the level of control was truly remarkable. Even Nami and the others standing beside Shiga remained untouched by the overwhelming presence of the Haki. This was the advanced state of Conqueror's Haki. The old man instinctively concluded that Shiga had deliberately moderated its strength. Little did he realize that this was indeed Shiga's utmost limit. While his control was impeccable, the actual intensity of the Haki was merely at level 4. Your hidden depths are indeed profound. Forgive my lack of insight, the old man mused, retracting his malevolent aura. He had merely sought to test Shiga, and in his estimation, he had lost this encounter. The depths of his opponent's concealment were unfathomable. Even now, he perceived Shiga as somewhat weak. It was inconceivable that a practitioner of advanced Conqueror's Haki could truly be so feeble. There must be an exceptional method by which he concealed his true prowess. The old man shook his head, dispelling the doubts that clouded his mind. Observing the old man's fluctuating expressions, Shiga could surmise the tumultuous thoughts racing through his opponent's mind. The extent of the enemy's imagination mirrored the strength Shiga possessed in battle. As the old man's intensity diminished, Shiga too withdrew his Conqueror's Haki. Everything appeared as if nothing had transpired, with those around them oblivious to the fierce clash of wills that had just occurred. The only source of Shiga's dissatisfaction was the absence of any spoils of victory. It seemed that high-grade rewards were not easily attained. A true battle was necessary to procure them. Since we are here to exchange and validate our swordsmanship, let us engage purely in the art of the blade, Shiga said, gesturing towards Luffy with a cheeky grin. As for strength, let us maintain the level Luffy just demonstrated. He felt compelled to moderate their power. Otherwise, he feared he might be struck down by his opponent's blade. The principle of one force breaking myriad techniques was not to be taken lightly. Only under similar levels of strength could swordsmanship truly manifest its might. A vast disparity in power could not be compensated for by technique alone. Just as Zoro, even at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, would find it impossible to withstand Shiga's casual punch. Excellent. I wholeheartedly agree. The old man replied, enthusiastic about Shiga's proposal. It would provide a splendid opportunity for the younger ones to observe, perhaps gleaning valuable insights in the process. While he outwardly claimed it was for the benefit of all, his true interest lay solely with Zoro. He wished for Zoro to witness the exchange of sword techniques between the two. Agreed. Shiga exhaled a sigh of relief inwardly. His elaborate facade had been for this very moment. Finally, it was reasonable to engage in a pure exchange of swordsmanship. May I borrow 3 wooden swords? He inquired. The onlookers in the dojo were unfazed. They could easily discern the peculiar connection between the enigmatic old man and Zoro. Suspecting that Zoro's 3-sword style had been imparted by the elder himself, Shiga glanced at the crowd and requested, May I borrow your wooden swords? I need 6. The elder responded, Everyone, there is no need to engage in such competitive antics. Nami whispered a reminder, 6 swords, are you going to tuck them under your armpits? Luffy, however, was exceptionally excited, exclaiming, Wow. Master is truly remarkable. 6-sword style, it must be superior to the 3-sword style. Nami tugged at Luffy's ear, urging him to be quiet. You fool, be silent. This is a practice of swordsmanship, not a competition to see who has more swords. The elder gazed blankly at Shiga, who was clutching an assortment of wooden swords, ultimately letting out a helpless chuckle, realizing he could not fathom this man. My lord, are you ready? Before the elder could finish his sentence, one of the swords in Shiga's arms fell. As Shiga bent down to retrieve it, 2 more swords slipped from his grasp, leaving the onlookers speechless. If you don't need that many swords, there's no need to force it. Chapter 55, The 6-Sword Style Secret Art, The All-Encompassing Inferno. An extra update for every 1,000 collections. Shiga exhaled a breath of murky air and looked up to smile at the elderly man. It seems that 6 swords will not be necessary after all. The old man responded with a wry smile. Perhaps you might consider relinquishing a few? Absolutely not. Shiga cast aside the wooden swords he held in his arms, sending them soaring into the air. Simultaneously, he utilized the Fishman Experience card that Baroque had dropped. To the astonishment of the onlookers, 4 additional arms sprouted from his body. What on earth has transpired? How did he acquire 6 arms? My goodness, could he also be a user of a devil fruit ability? Wow, master, this is truly remarkable. Not only does he wield multiple swords, but he also possesses an abundance of arms. Grasping 6 swords, Shiga finally comprehended the terrifying power of a fully leveled attack skill. My lord, please. With this utterance, both of them sprang into action simultaneously. The 6 wooden swords in Shiga's hands traced intricate curves as they slashed towards the elder. The swords, devoid of any distraction, complemented one another, forming a formidable curtain of blades that pressed forward relentlessly. The elder's eyes sparkled with determination. Under the predetermined force and speed, he realized that evasion was futile. Each sword's trajectory bore an uncanny power, sealing off the heavens and the earth, leaving no escape routes. Retreat? The mere thought was swiftly dismissed by the elder. Retreating would only serve to plunge him into despair, drawing him into a rhythm dictated by his opponent, ensuring inevitable defeat. The world composed of swords in the elder's mind shook him profoundly. He sensed that his adversary was concealing something. Yet he never anticipated the depths of such concealment. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that the opponent's mastery of swordsmanship appeared to surpass his own. A bead of cold sweat silently trickled down. Ghost energy, 9-blade style. The elder dared not harbor any further concealment. Unleashing his ghost energy to manifest as a fearsome 3-headed, 6-armed Ajura. He had not foreseen that a mere probing attack would compel him to resort to the 9-blade style. Nevertheless, he remembered their prior agreement, ensuring that the intensity of his ghost energy remained within reasonable bounds. The sound of wooden swords clashing resonated as the two figures intertwined. This probing maneuver resulted in a draw. Zoro and the others were utterly transfixed, finding themselves incapable of comprehending the unfolding events. Despite the lack of exaggeration in speed or strength, every move was steeped in enigma, even as they perceived the actions clearly. When they attempted to reflect and savor the intricacies, they discovered their minds devoid of any lingering impressions. It seemed that their insufficient realms rendered them unworthy of such comprehension. This profound sense of mystery deeply stirred the souls of all present. Of course, there were those who were completely bewildered. What to do? What to do? What to do? Luffy exclaimed, clutching his head, frantic and leaping about. Master is going to lose. Nami glowered, delivering a punch to Luffy's head, roaring, I told you. This is a spar in swordsmanship, not a contest of who has more swords. Luffy, looking utterly innocent, protested, but he has 9 arms. Bang. It's not about who has more arms. Indeed, it seemed that Luffy had channeled all of his intellect and talent into combat instinct and willpower. The fervor of battle ignites within Shiga, a sensation that is truly exhilarating. So this is what genuine power feels like. The only lament is that, even now, no spoils of war have materialized. It seems I am still lacking, thus, I shall press on. As Shiga moved, he once again charged forward wielding 6 wooden swords. Although the elder felt a surge of alarm, he remained undaunted, letting out a thunderous shout as the 2 4-armed apparitions formed from ghostly energy solidified even further. The 2 combatants, wielding a total of 15 swords, engaged in a frenzied exchange of strikes, chopping, slashing, stabbing, and slicing, each blow sending the weapons flying in all directions. To an outsider, the spectacle was a dizzying blur that left the eyes aching from the sheer intensity. Yet, amidst the chaos, neither fighter displayed a hint of panic. They focused solely on each other, locking eyes rather than glancing at the swords. The clashing of wooden blades resonated, creating a singular symphony that drowned out all else. Minutes passed, 1, then 2. With a sharp crack, they both leapt apart, their wooden swords shattered in their hands or mouths. The swords come. They shouted in unison, their fighting spirit undiminished. The onlookers, initially taken aback, quickly reacted, hurling more wooden swords towards the dueling pair. With a swift whoosh, the 2 were once again locked in combat. Though Zoro and the others hesitated to abandon their contemplation, their eyes could bear no more. The relentless flurry of 15 swords posed an immense challenge to their vision. Tears streamed down their faces as they struggled to endure the spectacle. Watching others hone their swordsmanship could be an enjoyable experience, yet witnessing this duel felt akin to torment. As the battle raged on, the scene grew increasingly surreal, featuring 2 fighters engrossed in their struggle amidst a scattering of shattered swords and a crowd with tear-streaked faces. The sound of breaking wood echoed once more, a testament to the relentless clash. Siagu and the elder instinctively halted, simultaneously leaping backward. Draw your swords. Zoro and the others jolted, hastily tossing the prepared wooden swords to the 2, gazing at the barren ground before them. Zoro and the others were on the verge of tears. Those had been the wooden swords meticulously prepared by their dojo for at least 3 years. It had only been a brief moment, and they were all shattered. When Gungshiro returned, they were at a loss for words on how to explain the situation. Gentlemen, the wooden swords have been exhausted. The members of the dojo lamented, rubbing their sore and swollen eyes. As Shigu and the elder emerged from their reverie, they exchanged an awkward smile upon witnessing the countless shattered wooden swords strewn across the ground. They had been so engrossed in their spirited battle that they had completely forgotten everything else. In contrast to the elder, Shiji's gaze encompassed more than mere debris. He also beheld 2 purple trophies glimmering amidst the wreckage. Although there were no golden rewards to be found, Shigu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. My esteemed companion, how about we engage in another duel? The elder, still yearning for more, resolved to unleash his most formidable technique. Shigu shared the same sentiment. Splendid. A single move to determine victory. The 2 simultaneously inhaled deeply and spoke in unison. 9 mountains and 8 seas, for 1 world. The surrounding crowd was momentarily taken aback. The verses recited by the 2 were identical. How curious. What does this old man mean by imitating me? Shiga regarded his counterpart with mild dissatisfaction. The elder, equally perplexed, wondered why this fellow mirrored his words. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Though it was awkward for the onlookers, Shiga felt no such embarrassment. He was disinclined to engage in a dispute. As he had merely borrowed the incantation from the future Zoro, it appeared that Zoro had learned from this elder. If you present that, I shall offer an alternative. Shiga declared nonchalantly, waving his hand. The crowd murmured, and the elder exclaimed, is this a practice that allows for impromptu changes? Yet, Shiga demonstrated through action that it indeed was possible to alter the incantation. 3 realms and 6 paths, with 3 representing the lesser yang, and 6 embodying the ultimate Ein. By suppressing yang, one attains Ein. This is the netherworld divine fire. 6 sword style, essence of the all-encompassing nether fire. As the recitation concluded, 6 wooden swords in Shiji's hands suddenly erupted with flames. The ghostly white flames, upon their emergence, enveloped the surroundings in a chilling aura. Though they were flames, they bore no warmth. Rather, they exuded a coldness that sent shivers through the very soul, eerily unsettling. Chapter 56. The legendary figure. The elder regarded Shiga warily. For the first time casting his gaze upon the swords, specifically the ethereal white flames. What startled him further was that the ominous energy surrounding him seemed to waver with the appearance of the flames. 9 mountains and 8 seas, for 1 world. Gathering 1,000 realms forms a minor 1,000 worlds, this realm multiplied by 3, with no self to be found. The elder invoked, 9 sword style, Shura, world severing. Instantly, a colossal apparition manifested behind him, boasting 3 heads and 6 arms, reaching to the heavens and the earth. No one could discern the brilliance of this singular sword. As the ghostly white flames collided with the enormous apparition, the heavens and earth shifted in hue, and the wails of the tormented echoed. A force erupted from the point of impact, a fierce wind forcing the onlookers to retreat, rendering them unable to gaze directly upon the spectacle. All present were shaken, profoundly awed by a power that seemed beyond human comprehension. For the first time, they realized that humanity could indeed attain such formidable strength. With a resounding crack, the wooden swords could not withstand the magnitude of their clash, shattering into countless fragments. The myriad phenomena dissipated along with the splintered swords. As if the preceding events had merely been a mirage, Shiga laughed heartily. It seems we have reached a stalemate. He was indeed quite pleased, as a brilliant golden item had just fallen into his hands. With 1 gold and 2 purple items, this journey proved to be exceptionally rewarding. His efforts in consuming the Fishman experience card were not in vain. However, the expression on the old man's face was somewhat strained as he gazed into Shiji's eyes. Managing a forced smile, yes, let us consider it a draw. Others may be oblivious, but the old man was acutely aware of the reality. Although, from the perspective of the situation, it could indeed be deemed a tie. Had the wooden sword not shattered, he would undoubtedly have been the one to lose. That eerie white flame was remarkably strange, entirely suppressing his ghostly aura. If he were granted just a moment more, his ghostly energy would surely have collapsed entirely. The old man glanced at Zoro, who wore a look of admiration, and felt an urge to speak. However, he ultimately hesitated to voice his thoughts. Previously, he had marveled at Shiji's disciple's abilities and wished to offer guidance in swordsmanship, hoping to persuade Shiga to accept Zoro as a disciple. Yet now, the question of who was truly guiding whom was indeed open to debate, and he found himself reluctant to speak further. Shiga had carefully stowed away 3 trophies. Yet he refrained from hastily unveiling them and instead made his way directly to Zoro. Young lad, would you consider becoming my disciple? He inquired. After all, whether it was a troublesome child or a horde of them, the situation had reached a point where he might as well embrace it fully. The only concern was whether Dadan would be overwhelmed by the sight of so many unruly youngsters. The elder, witnessing this scene, despite his seasoned experience and calm demeanor, felt a stir of emotions within. Observing Zoro, who stood there in a state of confusion, the elder found himself more anxious than the young man. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, such an interminable stretch of time had elapsed, and the rascal still had not acquiesced, unable to contain himself any longer. The elder swiftly appeared behind Zoro and delivered a forceful kick. Struck on the backside, Zoro's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. The elder, undeterred, seized Zoro's head and made him offer 3 resounding kowtows to Shiga. Shiga, this scene feels reminiscent of an impending marriage proposal. Shiga did not linger. Departing with the others, he attempted to inquire about the elder's name, yet the man merely claimed that time had dulled his memory. Since the elder was reluctant to speak, Shiga chose not to press further. His mind was solely focused on returning to the welfare number to bathe and change, and to unveil the spoils of their venture. The most pressing concern, however, was the absence of the Fishman experience card. Should he find himself in dire straits, unable to wield the perfected 6-sword style, he would be left to escape like a dog paddling for its life. Although he had not encountered Gung Sailang or Gu Yuan Na on this excursion, he was content with the acquisition of these 3 high-grade spoils. Upon the welfare number, Zoro and Luffy were embroiled in a heated argument over who was the elder brother and who was the younger. Tom and Noki were busily tidying up, cooking, and washing clothes, preparing bathwater for Shiga. Nami, as always, was haggling with Belmir and the news-delivering Seagull, with the change of power in Dressrosa. Had Doflamingo already begun to take action? As he perused the newspaper, disdain filled Shiga's heart. In all honesty, Doflamingo was rather pitiable. Once a lofty celestial dragon. And not just any celestial dragon, but the son of the Don Quixote family head, he was a figure of prominence even among his kind. Yet, due to the choices of Don Quixote homing, he experienced the harsh realities of life during his formative years, feeling the warmth and coldness of the human condition. Not only were the celestial dragons disdainful of his family, but those who had suffered at their hands also directed their resentment towards them. The world had turned its back on him. However, this was merely an objective explanation. Ultimately, his transformation into a brutal, merciless creature, even capable of slaying his own father and brother, was a consequence of his own actions. Shiga harbored no affection for this thoroughly despicable individual. Doflamingo's humanity had been irrevocably extinguished the moment he took his father's life, leaving behind nothing but a beast. Scoundrel! I shall see you dead. Swish. The newspaper in Shigo's hands was cleaved in two by Zoro. You two little rascals, halt. Shigo felt overwhelmed. One Luffy was already enough to give him a headache. And now he had to contend with Zoro as well. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an orange loot. Speed 2. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a red loot, a wooden sword. After delivering a thorough thrashing, Shigo dusted off his hands and handed each of the two a giant milk bottle. No more mischief until you finished your milk. He bellowed like a fearsome deity. Turning his face, he smiled broadly at Nami and Nokigao, who had come to ask him for a bath. You two should have some milk as well. Drink up so you can grow tall. Luffy and Zoro protested while clutching their enormous milk bottles. Master, this is so unfair. Be quiet, you two. If you keep talking nonsense until we reach Gulbo Mountain, you won't be eating at all. Shigu ultimately decided against taking a detour to the Samba Sea to pick up Japu and Sanji, as the back and forth would be an utter waste of time. There was no rush, after all. It wouldn't be long before the legendary great figure would arrive in the East Sea. It would be imperative to pay a visit. A sly smile crept across Shiji's face. After meticulously planning his upcoming route, he summoned the system, preparing to unveil his spoils. Infinite heaven respect, Amaba, amen. I beseech Saint Maria, the Jade Emperor, and the victorious Buddha, Sun Wukong, to bestow upon me some marvelous treasures. It is truly arduous to maintain such an extravagant facade day in and day out. In a fit of frustration, Shiga recited the names of every deity he could think of, regardless of their efficacy, whether it bore fruit or not. He knew he would not express gratitude if fortune favored him. Conversely, should he find himself disappointed, he could vent his ire upon them. Chapter 57. This child defeats me. He decided to commence with a purple loot item, testing the waters cautiously. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a complete set of equipment enhancement from the purple loot. Ding. Congratulations, host. The indestructible and immaculate men's underwear now possesses an invulnerable defense. Ding. Congratulations, host. The indestructible and immaculate men's top now boasts an invulnerable defense. A torrent of information flooded Shiga's mind. His current attire now boasted a defensive capability rivaling that of steel plating. Ordinary bullets and blades would be utterly ineffective against it. With this new gear, he could essentially bid farewell to the perils of assassination or untimely misfortune. Could it be that the old man was indeed the legendary Yamagami Saburo, the forger of Yama Nhd Ikamanji? Shiga pondered this thought. The system's notifications continued to chime. Ding. Congratulations, host. The indestructible and immaculate signature weapon, the flip-flop, has been upgraded to the formidable blade, the flip-flop. Shiga found himself in a state of confusion, primarily unable to discern whether this loot constituted a gain or a loss. Logically speaking, it should be considered a benefit, disregarding the attire. Merely upgrading his flip-flops to a formidable broadsword was already a commendable return on the purple loot. Although his flip-flops might lack sophistication, their convenience and portability was undeniable. And the likelihood of theft was virtually non-existent. Who would be so idle as to steal another's slippers? Moreover, there was one crucial aspect that Shiga particularly admired, the element of surprise. Wielding the flip-flops in hand, akin to disciplining a child, no one would be overly cautious during their initial encounter. With a swift swing, the impact was direct and profound. Thus, he could claim another piece of purple loot. As Shiga silently offered a prayer, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. The purple loot has yielded the skill triple blade technique, which has been matched to your innate talents and will not fall below level 34. While Shigu was not particularly surprised by the emergence of the triple blade technique, he was taken aback by the guaranteed minimum level. According to the system's classification, levels 1 to 33 are considered beginner status, levels 34 to 66 represent intermediate status, and levels 67 to 99 denote advanced status. Thus, it implies that his triple blade technique will, at the very least, be of intermediate caliber, while the extent to which it can ascend will depend on his inherent abilities. Shiga found himself enveloped in a sense of unease. His talents were rather elusive. Certain haphazard skills, such as caring for children or swimming like a dog, were fully developed. Yet, his mastery of the Navy's 6 forms and the Conqueror's Haki was dismally deficient. To add insult to injury, upon awakening the Conqueror's Haki, he had even incurred a debt to the system, owing it a purple loot. However, if one were to argue that his combat aptitude was abysmally poor, It was rather paradoxical that his proficiency in the sixth sword style was at its zenith, reaching maximum level. Steady now, do not panic. Perhaps I possess a unique talent for these seemingly extravagant skills. Taking a deep breath, Shiga finally accessed his attributes panel. Host, Shiga Strength, 342 Speed, 338 Constitution, 311 Skills, Swordsmanship LV 35, Marksmanship LV 29, Conqueror's Haki LV 4. Hand-to-hand Combat LV 36, Navigation LV 26, Armament Haki LV 4, Dog Paddle LV Max, Culinary Arts LV Max. Dragon Claw Fist LV 26, Observation Haki LV 4, Navy 6 Forms, Sorrow LV 18, Teke LV 23, Shave LV 21, Moonwalk LV 24, Rank Yaku LV 19, Shurgon LV 26. 6 Sword Style LV Max, Fishman Karate LV 1. 3 Sword Style LV 34 Devil Fruit, Bottle Fruit, Mocking Fruit. The sensation of dreams shattering was palpable. Indeed, had it not been for the minimum requirement of level 34. Shiga surmised he would have been relegated to level 1. This loot was evidently a loss, although it had directly elevated his 3-sword style to an intermediate status. The nature of skill levels has always dictated that ascending higher becomes increasingly arduous. The experience required to progress from level 98 to 99 was effectively equivalent to the cumulative experience needed to rise from level 1 to level 98. Shiga estimated that the value obtained this time was, at best, comparable to that of a typical blue loot. A considerable loss. What should he do? Should he open the golden loot? Shiga now felt a sense of panic. The worth of the golden loot was indisputable, although it seemed like a shortcut. It essentially involved pinning down a formidable figure akin to the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, to extract it. Later, he had merely managed to impress Karp and yielded just a single purple loot. This implied that in the future, to acquire golden loot, he would need to subdue royal-level powerhouses or witness a life-and-death battle between 2 such beings. The golden loot was exceedingly precious, and Shiga began to feel anxious. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed through the room. Following that, Luffy's excited voice rang out. "Master, are you ready? Come join the banquet." "All right, I got it. I'll be out shortly," Shiga replied impatiently. While he was entangled in the dilemma of whether to open the golden loot, the bothersome little brat interrupted him yet again. It seemed that the training over the years had indeed borne fruit. Without a doubt, Luffy had managed to finish an entire bottle of milk in no time. Luffy, unfazed by anything else, continued to bang on the door, saying, "Tom said we could drink a little less champagne. So I came to ask if you want to open that bottle of purple one." There was only one bottle of purple champagne left, which Shiga had intended to reserve for mixing cocktails. "Don't touch the purple one. Open the golden one." Ding. "Congratulations, host, the golden loot has been opened." "What the hell?" At that moment, Shiga was overwhelmed with excitement. With a swift leap from the bathtub, he dashed to the door, disregarding his attire, and seized Luffy with fervor. "You little rascal. It seems you won't have the chance to savor champagne." The clatter of chaos ensued. Shiga delivered a vigorous beating to Luffy, culminating in a powerful kick, during which he casually thrust a colossal baby bottle into his hands. Shiga exhaled a breath of frustration, gazing at his attribute score of 3,311 points, feeling utterly despondent. To be fair, acquiring a golden loot that grants such a high attribute score of 3,000 points is not exactly a loss, though it hardly qualifies as a significant gain. The crux of the matter is that the attribute awarded was 3,000 to Constitution. Had this boon been allocated to strength or speed, Shiga would undoubtedly have embraced Luffy with joy. Yet, it was regrettably bestowed upon Constitution. With this additional 3,000 points, both the armament Haki and observation Haki would experience a remarkable leap, advancing from a rudimentary state directly to an intermediate one. Alas, this child is a bane to me. Shiga sighed helplessly. Well, it could be viewed as a premature investment. Once his strength and speed are enhanced, his Conqueror's Haki will naturally ascend as well. Constitution pertains to endurance, vitality, and resilience, among other aspects, and is arguably the attribute with the least impact on combat effectiveness. Nevertheless, there are merits to this. At the very least, he possesses robust health and formidable recovery abilities. Most importantly, Shiga felt an inexhaustible reservoir of energy within him. As if he could forego sleep for an entire month without succumbing to fatigue. Could it be? He suddenly recalled a certain individual. Could it be that Blackbeard was able to forego sleep for this very reason? Chapter 58. The milk is poisonous indeed. Those with the potential to become the Pirate King share an affinity for grand feasts. From Roger to Shanks, and now to the ever-energetic Luffy, who bounces about with a bottle in hand, there exists an extraordinary obsession with celebrations. Whenever momentous events arise, a feast must ensue. When guests arrive, a feast is in order. Before setting sail, a feast is essential. Upon arriving at an island, a feast is still required, regardless of the time available. They will carve out moments to celebrate. Shiga, this time, truly exhibited an unparalleled prowess, confronting a crowd of all ages with the prowess of a war deity. Drinking in copious quantities, he seized every opportunity to indulge. Moreover, he astutely discovered another remarkable advantage of his high endurance attribute, his ability to drink without succumbing to the urge to relieve himself. By the end of the banquet, he had consumed the lion's share of the alcohol, all while remaining unbothered by nature's call. Though Tom possessed a commendable capacity for liquor, he paled in comparison to the current Shiga. Beirumel initially matched Shiga drink for drink, yet once he fully unleashed his potential, she quickly succumbed. As for Zoro, this young lad began to reveal his potential. Despite it being his inaugural experience with alcohol, his capacity was astonishing. He downed 5 substantial cups from a vessel as large as his head. Ultimately, he collapsed, muttering, "Today's milk has a rather high alcohol content." Shiga looked at Zoro with a mix of amusement and exasperation, a quintessential example of stubbornness. Despite being clearly inebriated, he still insisted it was his mother's fault. Suddenly, Sigu caught sight of Luffy fervently sucking on a colossal bottle of milk beside him. His complexion had inexplicably flushed to a rosy hue, and his eyes appeared dazed and unfocused, his body swaying unsteadily. Were it not for the immense milk bottle supporting him, he would have surely toppled over by now. In that moment, it seemed he had genuinely succumbed to the intoxicating allure of milk. As Shige extended his hand, a bottle of milk materialized within his grasp. He brought it to his nose and was astonished to discern a hint of alcohol. Could it be that the milk transforms in response to what I consume? This revelation brought an expression of sheer ecstasy to Shige's face. If this were indeed the case, his milk bottle fruit might not be as unsatisfactory as he had once thought. If I were to drink poison, would it also permeate the milk? Of course. This bore a semblance of mutual destruction. The former Shige would never have contemplated such a course of action. However, the current Shige possessed attributes exceeding 3,000. The same poison would pose little threat to him, yet an ordinary individual would surely not withstand it. With a booming laughter that echoed into the heavens, Shige declared, "This technique shall be named milk bottle fruit. Poisonous milk." "Father, what did you say was poisonous?" Nami's cheeks flushed crimson as she raised a large cup of liquor, gazing intently at Shige. Upon seeing her, Shige momentarily froze, only to quickly realize that if anyone in their midst could truly drink, it was not the wine-soaked Zoro but this little girl. This had become evident during their encounters at Whiskey Peak and with Miss Monday and her crew. Moreover, at Fishman Island, Nami had bested Sharkstar, compelling the burly man to concede defeat. "Oh, it's nothing. You ought to drink less, little girl," Shige exclaimed, snatching Nami's cup away. "Take Noki to bed. What business do you have with alcohol?" With that, he turned to rouse Luffy and Zoro. "Hey, you two rascals. Wake up and keep drinking." Since the conclusion of this banquet, not a single mention of alcohol had escaped anyone's lips until the welfare arrived at the harbor of Galbo Mountain. They were genuinely intimidated by Shige's drinking prowess. This was no mere drinking. It was a reckless gamble with life itself. At the Dadan family stronghold, a throng of individuals crowded at the entrance, peering through the windows. "Takura, you stepped on my face." "Megura, you must realize that stepping on your face is not my fault. Your face is simply too large. Step aside, let me have another look." "Make way, it's my turn." Shiga and the others gazed in bewilderment at the crowd peering through the door and leaning against the windowsill. "Hurry up, it's my turn now. Make way." In the nearby woods, a figure hurriedly ran past, adjusting his trousers in haste. It seemed he was rushing to relieve himself. He dashed straight by Shiga, completely disregarding the gathering. Siege abruptly lifted the individual, exclaiming, "Hey, hey, hey, are you all blind?" "Ah, Mr. Siege, when did you return?" The person responded, seemingly awakening from a dream, with a look of astonishment. Shiga gazed at him vacantly and said, "Do not concern yourself with when I shall return. First, wipe the blood from your face. Is this not urgent?" The man casually wiped away the blood, which had even stained his shirt. "It is of no consequence. The recent fare has been sumptuous, causing a bit of heat." "What are they doing?" Shiga inquired, gesturing towards Digula and Magula. A pained expression crossed the man's face, as he appeared to be engaged in a fierce internal struggle. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and stamped his foot. "Mr. Shiga, since you have returned, I shall concede my position to you. Hurry and take a look. A stunning beauty has arrived. I have never encountered such a beautiful woman." "A stunning beauty? What on earth is happening?" With blood flowing so profusely, how beautiful could she possibly be? Could it be? With a sudden impulse, Shiga strode directly towards the entrance. "You worthless fellows, make way for me," he declared, forcefully pushing aside the individuals crouching at the door. "Mr. Shiga, when did you return?" They inquired in a remarkably synchronized manner, first wiping away the blood from their noses with their arms before expressing their astonishment. Shiga was rendered speechless, yet his heart was predominantly filled with schadenfreude. He was eager to witness the reactions of these individuals in the moments to come, Creek seemingly indifferent to their presence. Shiga pushed open the partially ajar door. Inside, a woman sat gracefully. Her long, auburn curls cascaded elegantly, complemented by a white blouse and dark green striped trousers. An enchanting smile danced on her exquisite face, and her captivating eyes sparkled with an alluring radiance. Yet, it was her skin, smooth as silk, that commanded the most attention. Bathed in sunlight, it bore no blemish. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the moment he laid eyes on her, Shiga found himself momentarily breathless, his heart fluttering uncontrollably. At that moment, the woman stood up, her gaze fixed intently on Shiga as she approached him with deliberate steps. Her alluring demeanor left him somewhat flustered. No. He must not succumb. He steadied himself. To mask the brightness in his eyes, he squinted slightly. As she drew closer, He could faintly catch the delicate fragrance that enveloped her. Slowly, she raised her arm and placed it on Shiga's shoulder. The smoothness of her skin caused her sleeve to slide down to her elbow, revealing her slender, fair forearm. "You must be Mr. Shiga," she said. "I am Kairi. Here specifically to seek you out." In the midst of envious gazes from all around, Shiga slowly raised his hand. Thud. His fist struck the top of the woman's head, causing her to cradle her head with both hands, tears welling in her eyes. Yet, this display only enhanced her charm, rendering her beauty even more striking. "Well, Mr. Shiga, how could you treat such a lovely lady this way? This is utterly outrageous. How could you strike such a beautiful girl?" gasped the onlookers, their astonishment palpable. Even Nami and the young Zoro appeared indignant, while Luffy remained unfazed, his expression one of confusion. "Huh?" Luffy tilted his head, looking quizzically at those condemning Shiga. "What is the matter? Isn't it normal for Master to hit Dadan?" As Luffy finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. As if the world had hit the pause button, the crowd stared incredulously at the woman, struggling to reconcile her beauty with the formidable Dadan. "Impossible!" Degwola scoffed loudly. "Luffy, have you lost your senses? How could this beautiful woman possibly be Dadan?" Laughter erupted among the crowd, echoing their disbelief. In his heart, Shige marveled. Indeed, Luffy's method of recognizing people remained as uniquely unconventional as ever. He now suspected that Luffy discerned individuals solely based on a few distinguishing characteristics. Much like when he mistook a skeleton clad in attire reminiscent of Nami for Nami herself during their time on Skypiea. His recognition of Marco was simply based on the pineapple atop his head. Strangely enough, after 2 years apart, he was still deceived by the fake Straw Hat Pirates, believing them to be his true comrades. It was no wonder this fool was immune to the sweet allure of the Empress's charm. This single-celled moron had utterly failed to appreciate her beauty. Dadan was in a frenzy, yet dared not unleash her wrath upon Shige, directing all her pent-up fury at Luffy instead. "You little brat, how did you recognize me?" At that moment, everyone was petrified. The stunningly beautiful woman before them was, in fact, Dadan. Especially for her family, they wished for nothing more than to find a crevice to hide within. What had they done? They had been so overwhelmed by Carly Dadan's beauty that they nearly bled out from their noses. "Let me perish. This is too humiliating. It's over. I am tainted. Woe is me." Shigu watched the spectacle with amusement, occasionally bursting into laughter. Sighing, Ace stepped forward from the side and gestured towards Dadan, saying, "See. I told you, you cannot deceive my foolish brother." He then turned his gaze to Shigu and added, "However, I must admit, I am quite surprised that you managed to fool this old lecher, or rather, did not manage to fool our master." Siggy's eyes widened in surprise. "Are you, little imp, feeling a bit too mischievous?" Ace shrank back, hastily retreating to the side. "Mr. Siggy, how did you recognize me?" Dadan pouted, attempting to appear adorable. However, in her current state, Dadan was not merely pretending. She was genuinely endearing. Shiga took a deep breath, slightly raising his head in a gesture of disdain, primarily to prevent the blood from trickling from his nose. The necklace, a string of red beads, was a constant adornment on Dadan, who had never been seen without it. It was rumored to be a keepsake from her mother. Upon hearing Shiga's words, Dadan momentarily froze, her face soon blossoming with the bashfulness of youth. "Indeed, Mr. Shiga, you possess a discerning eye for details." However, her expression swiftly shifted as she pointed an accusatory finger at Digula and Magula, berating them. "Wipe your noses clean. Do you wish for me to gouge out your eyes?" The group, in a flurry of embarrassment, scattered, too ashamed to face Dadan any longer. As the others took their seats, Shiga spoke first, his gaze fixed upon Dadan's exquisite visage. "It appears you have indeed secured the slippery fruit." Dadan covered her mouth with a smile, exuding charm and abundance. The nature of this slippery fruit was indeed remarkable. After consumption, one could easily maintain a slender form. After all, it transformed one into a slippery superhuman, automatically expelling excess fat and impurities, ensuring that no matter how one indulged in food, weight gain would be a thing of the past. Yet, what was the source of this enchanting allure? Shiga vaguely recalls that Yalida consumed the slippery fruit. Although she has become extraordinarily beautiful, she does not possess such charm. Could it be that she resembled this in her youth? Shiga felt himself becoming overwhelmed once again, and hurriedly strived to conjure an image of Dadan as he was before, managing to hold on by a slender thread. However, this was not a sustainable solution. As time passed, there would inevitably come a day when he would gradually forget the robust figure of Dadan. Shiga resolved to call Smog shortly, requesting a bounty notice for Dadan as a reminder for himself. Indeed, it was fortunate that Ace acted swiftly, otherwise, that portly woman would have devoured him. Dadan appeared somewhat apprehensive, gently patting her chest, which was full and rounded, causing Shiga's thoughts to waver once more. He sensed that if this continued, he would truly be unable to withstand it. Meanwhile, Luffy, with his cheeks bulging from simultaneously chewing 3 apples, did not refrain from commenting, "Portly woman? Dadan, aren't you also rather plump?" Ignoring Dadan's murderous glare, he sighed and continued, Dadan, I still believe you looked better in your previous form." Shiga shook his head in resignation, utterly perplexed by the inexplicable events that had transpired during the formation of this little one's aesthetic sensibility, leading to such a distortion. The trajectory of fate had once again altered, and this time, the changes were even more peculiar. Shiga, having merely provided a piece of information without any physical engagement, was taken aback when Dadan actually managed to seize the slippery fruit from your leader. Moreover, the timing of your leader obtaining the slippery fruit was also questionable. Nevertheless, it mattered little. One more instance was inconsequential. Shiga had truly adopted a carefree attitude. All right, everyone must be weary. It is best to rest early, he declared as he rose to his feet. You all should prepare yourselves mentally. Tomorrow marks the commencement of training, and I mean all of you. As the onlookers observed Shiga's imposing figure departing with a swagger, each harbored their own thoughts. Tom and Barummel remained calm, having already steeled themselves for the decision to join the old, weak, sick, and elderly pirates. After all, Shiga was a man with a bounty of 600 million. And they felt they ought to be worthy companions for such an individual. Luffy, Ace, and Zoro were brimming with excitement. For them, the opportunity to receive training from Shiga was nothing short of a blessing. In stark contrast, Nami and Nokigo wore grim expressions, having witnessed Shiga's rigorous training methods on the welfare ship with Luffy. As for Dadong, she propped her palm-sized face on her hand, gazing affectionately in the direction Shiga had departed. Mr. Shiga exudes such a sense of security. He truly is the man I deem worthy of lifelong commitment. Ace passed by her, offering a warning. With training commencing tomorrow, you should be cautious, lest you incur the master's wrath. Dadong chuckled lightly. You little rascal. What do you know? Mr. Shiga would never strike me. Chapter 60. CP9 takes action. Investment reaches 100 for additional Chapter 12, the following day. You may indulge in your breakfast. Simply heed my words. As per usual, Siggy distributed a bottle of milk to each individual. The group of little ones had long since grown accustomed to their morning milk, particularly Luffy, who specifically requested a larger bottle. Observing this, Zoro, with a stubborn tilt of his neck, also demanded an oversized milk bottle. While they took it all in stride, the others, like Dadan, seemed less comfortable with the situation. Even the youngest among them, Barummel, now 30 years of age, felt a tinge of embarrassment as she clutched a milk bottle. This was especially true for Tom, who, despite his advanced years, found himself sharing the experience of suckling from a bottle alongside the children, his aged visage flushed with shame. You must have had the slippery fruit for quite some time now, Siggy remarked, glancing at Dadan. Dadan, cradling the bottle, gazed at Siggy with a playful charm, her demeanor reminiscent of a docile kitten, and nodded in agreement. With great difficulty, Sig averted his gaze, silently inhaling a sharp breath as he eagerly anticipated Smoker's swift delivery of the bounty notice. The strain was palpable. You are likely familiar with the capabilities of the slip fruit. However, what you exhibited earlier was merely the most rudimentary of its powers. To truly harness its formidable strength, one must first comprehend the essence of the slip fruit. Sig drew the long blade from his waist, holding it firmly in his hand. The fundamental power of the slip fruit lies in the manipulation of friction. For instance, my ability to grasp this sword is solely due to the presence of friction. As he paced back and forth, he continued, moreover, my ability to walk exists for the same reason. If you were to eliminate the friction between my hand and the hilt of the sword, or that between my feet and the ground, I would be rendered incapable of wielding a weapon or even standing. This is the true power of the slip fruit. In this world, there are no worthless devil fruits. Only those who lack the capacity to utilize them. Just as the seemingly most useless human fruit can be extraordinarily potent in the hands of Chopper. Naturally, Sig did not expect Dadan to achieve the effects he described immediately. For a paramecia-type devil fruit to influence entities beyond the user, it must first be developed to a state of awakening. He merely aimed to guide Dadan along a path, ensuring she did not stray from her course. As soon as Sigo finished speaking, Ace eagerly gulped down the milk. Master, what is the essence of my burning fruit? Ace looked at Sigo with anticipation, yearning for guidance. The essence of flames is fundamentally a state, a manifestation of energy release. Shiga has already exhausted the limited knowledge he possesses, and he now finds himself regretting not having studied diligently. If one aspires to become stronger, one must find ways to amplify the intensity of this state of energy release. At present, Shiga is somewhat uncertain, as he remains unaware of the abilities that the awakening of the natural-type devil fruit may bestow. He can only offer Ace some advice based on his own understanding. You might consider maintaining the release of energy within a specific range, while continuously increasing the flames to elevate the temperature. This is the most rational approach that Shige could conjure. In his past life, during the ancient process of firing ceramics, raising the flame's temperature was achieved through the use of a regenerative furnace. Naturally, realizing this method poses considerable challenges. Firstly, controlling the temperature without allowing it to escape is a significant hurdle. Observing Ace lost in thought, Shige gently tapped his head and said, do not fixate solely on the combustion of the fruit. Your current training objective is defense, and you should strive to bolster your defensive capabilities as much as possible. Ace's talent is indisputable. At the age of 17, he set sail, and within just over a year, he established an impressive reputation. Even before challenging Whitebeard, the world government had extended an invitation for him to join the Shichibukai. Having obtained the Maramara Nomi in less than 2 years, he has already surpassed the likes of Crocodile and others. Moreover, he has acquired the Maramara Nomi a full 8 years ahead of schedule. Shiga held a firm belief in his capabilities, confident that he could attain a commendable level of skill without requiring explicit guidance. Thus, his training objective for Ace focused primarily on enhancing defensive abilities, ensuring he could withstand Akainu's onslaught without succumbing. Other aspects could be temporarily set aside. With that, the training commenced. Under Shiga's direction, the group embarked on their inaugural session. Zoro's current priority lay in cultivating strength and physical resilience. While the refinement of his swordsmanship could afford to be postponed, the adage sharpening the axe does not hinder the work resonated with him, emphasizing the necessity of patience in his training, particularly as he aimed to master the three-sword style, which demanded greater muscular development than that of his peers to maintain a firm grip on his blades. Luffy and Ace, on the other hand, required little oversight from Shiga. As their training had already gained momentum, his concerns were now directed towards Nami and no Kigo. The initial version of the weather stick had been crafted by Tom for Nami, consisting merely of heat bubbles, cold bubbles, and electric bubbles. Although superior to Usopp's creation, it remained inadequate in its current form. To forge a complete weather stick, the rare sky shell from Skypiea was essential, yet Shiga faced a dearth of resources to acquire it. After some contemplation, Shiga resolved to focus on training Nami in speed and evasion techniques. After all, she was destined to become a master of meteorological control, and offensive capabilities were not in short supply. As for no Kigo, Shiga found himself at a loss on how to proceed. For now, he decided to initiate standard training, hoping to uncover any unique talents she might possess, or perhaps seek a suitable devil fruit for her in due course. In Shiji's heart, a suitable objective had already taken shape. The bubble fruit was indeed a commendable choice. However, it would require a few years until Luffy and his companions reached Water 7. As Shiga contemplated the situation regarding Water 7, he mused that, considering the timeline, CP9 would soon be dispatched to infiltrate Water 7. Yet, he was left pondering the current circumstances of Iceberg and Frankie. Shiga vaguely recalls that Lucci and others had been undercover in Water 7 for many years. At this moment, a shipbuilding company named Conqueror has officially been established in Water 7. Almost simultaneously, 9 individuals, consisting of 8 men and 1 woman, quietly arrived in Water 7. Commander Spandam, we have arrived in Water 7. Please instruct us on our next course of action, reported a sturdy man with a pigeon perched on his shoulder, holding a transponder snail. Very well, do not reveal yourselves yet. Search diligently for any trace of the Pluton blueprint. Came a low and oppressive voice from the other end of the transponder snail. It was indeed Spandam. Hanging up the phone, a fierce expression crossed Spandam's face. Water 7. He gritted his teeth and slammed his fist on the table. Once I acquire the Pluton blueprint, everyone associated with Tom must die. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for this place and all those connected to Tom. His only beloved son, Spandam, had met a tragic end there. If possible, he even wished to unleash the same annihilation order upon Water 7 as he had once done to O'Hara. Chapter 61. Is she good treating? Investment reaches 100. Additional 22 updates. Within the Carrera company, Akiji stood before a large floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the entirety of Water 7. Mr. Tom, I have revitalized Water 7 once more. A nostalgic expression graced Akiji's face. Frankie didn't die. He has returned, albeit transformed. I wonder if you will still recognize him when you see him again. The occurrences of the water gods are becoming increasingly frequent, and the foundation of Water 7 is gradually sinking. Rest assured, I will save Water 7. And I shall also save you. One day, I will ensure that you can once again appear in this world under your true identity. And no one shall harm you again. Akiji's gaze grew resolute as Tom's teachings echoed in his mind. No matter the type of ship, there is no distinction between good and evil in its creation. Akiji is a genius, both in shipbuilding and business. After Shigu and Tom's departure, he set about constructing a submarine capable of diving beneath the sea. He, like Shigu before him, had seen the colossal ship supporting the entirety of the sunken ship island. After much effort, he finally managed to acquire a substantial piece of Adam's treasure wood. By selling this Adam wood, he rapidly expanded his influence, ultimately unifying all shipyards in Water 7. At last, he possessed the foundational strength to implement his audacious plan. Shiga has been enjoying a rather pleasant life lately. Each day he lies there, effortlessly reaping the spoils of victory. Although the majority of these treasures are of the common orange variety, occasionally he might stumble upon a rare yellow prize. Nevertheless, this existence of passive enhancement is quite comfortable. This tranquil life continued until the arrival of 2 individuals. Luffy, Ace. A voice rang out in surprise. You 2 have finally returned. The speakers were none other than the long-missed Makino and the village chief of Windmill Village, Yupashirabu. Luffy was utilizing 2 trees to enhance his stretching and elasticity when he heard Makino's voice. His already extended arms, akin to a bow, rapidly retracted, propelling him forward like an arrow. Zoro was practicing his swordsmanship when he suddenly felt as if he had been struck head-on by a cannonball. His mind went blank, utterly unaware of what had transpired, as he too was launched through the air alongside Luffy. Ah! Cries of alarm echoed around. Moments later, Luffy returned, with a furious Zoro in tow. I swear I will kill you, you scoundrel. Zoro, I'm sorry, it was unintentional. Everyone had grown accustomed to such scenes. It was unclear whether Zoro was simply unlucky or if Luffy had acted with intent. In any case, similar occurrences transpired several times a day. Ziggo, indifferent to the two individuals, seemed to have discerned the source of Zoro's formidable vitality. On the terrifying three-masted ship, he bore the brunt of all the fatigue and pain for Luffy, with blood staining vast expanses of land. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely succumbed long ago. Makino covered her mouth with a smile, as sweet as ever. Luffy appears quite spirited. Ace and the others had already gathered around. As Makino produced an array of food, drink, and newly crafted garments for Ace and Luffy, she inquired with curiosity, "Where is Dadan? Wasn't she with you?" Ace gestured towards Dadan, who stood beside him. "Isn't she right here?" In the astonished gazes of Makino and the village chief, Dadan approached and linked her arm with Makino's. "Just in time. How about making me a new outfit, sister? My old clothes are no longer wearable." "Of course. That can be arranged," Makino, momentarily bewildered, took a while to respond. She then picked up 2 bottles of wine and walked over to Ziggo. "Mr. Ziggo, you have returned. How wonderful. However, I brought a rather meager supply of wine this time. I shall bring more in a few days." Seated under the sun with his eyes squinted, Shige let out a grunt as he accepted 2 bottles of wine, saying, "Make sure to put these 2 on the tab." Nami whispered to Noki, "Did you see that? My father is so stingy, despite being incredibly wealthy, he still wants to keep a tab for 2 bottles of wine." Subsequently, Michino introduced herself to Tom and others while taking measurements for Dadan and Nami, intending to craft a few sets of fresh clothing for them. This little girl remained as gentle and considerate as ever. Suddenly, Luffy exclaimed with excitement, holding up a large piece of meat. "This meat is absolutely delicious. Zoro, if you're not going to eat it, this piece is mine." Without waiting for Zoro's response, he stretched out his arm, snatched the meat from Zoro's hand, and stuffed it into his mouth. "You annoying brat," Zoro exclaimed, gripping Luffy's neck desperately in an attempt to reclaim his meat. Michino chuckled as she separated the 2, saying, "If you both enjoy it, I will bring back more from the sea restaurant next time I come." Seigo was leisurely enjoying a cigar and sipping fine wine when he heard Michino's words, instantly sitting upright. "What did you say? A restaurant at sea?" Michino was taken aback by Seigo's reaction and stared blankly at the village chief. Clearing his throat, the chief finally found a moment to assert his presence. "Oh, it's at sea. When did you arrive, Grandpa Village Chief?" Luffy, disregarding Zoro's grip on his neck, curiously inquired after swallowing the last morsel of meat. The village chief reflected on the fact that he had been overlooked yet again. "What is this restaurant at sea like, and what is its name?" With a wave of his hand, Seigo summoned a bottle directly into Luffy's mouth. The village chief pondered for a moment before responding, "It seems to be called Baratai. It is an enormous ship that recently arrived in the waters near Windmill Village. The food aboard is exquisite, and thus the villagers frequently visit. Not only the villagers, but people from the nearby town and nobles from the kingdom have also rushed to savor the culinary delights." Michino added, "Moreover, it is said that His Majesty the King wishes to have the chefs from the restaurant cater for the palace banquets, but they declined." This was indeed unexpected for Seigo. He had thought they were comfortably situated in the Samba Sea. Why had they suddenly come here? Were they perhaps in search of him? However, after reflecting on the events at the restaurant, he dismissed this notion as he had never informed Zepp of his whereabouts. Seigo had intended to wait for a while before going to fetch Zepp and Sanji, but to his surprise, they arrived on their own much sooner than expected. The 3 formidable forces of the Straw Hat Pirates were about to unite. "Come, I shall treat you to a grand feast at the floating restaurant." With that, Seigo, weary of further speculation, decided to meet Zepp directly. As Shiji's words faded, everyone was left in stunned silence. For a moment, an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. All eyes were fixed on Shiga, filled with disbelief. "Master, are you truly inviting us to the seaside restaurant?" Ace exclaimed, his expression one of utter astonishment. As though he had encountered a ghost, Shiga had taken the lead and, noticing that no one was following, felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Is there a problem?" Ace quickly shook his head. "No problem at all. It's just rather sudden, and we are momentarily taken aback." The group nodded in agreement, astonished that in their lifetime they would witness Shiga treat them. "Mr. Shiga, the expenses at the seaside restaurant are somewhat steep," Markino whispered. With a grand gesture, Shiga dismissed the concern. Showing no interest, "There's no need to worry about that. I have no intention of settling the bill." Chapter 62, The Perils of the World. With a flourish, Shiga and his companions boldly arrived at the floating restaurant aboard the ship adorned with a pirate flag, the Welfare. The establishment was bustling with patrons, villagers from Windmill Village, ruffians from the port town, nobles from High Town, and even members of the Navy. Together with Shiga and his crew, the scene was a veritable medley of characters. Despite their diverse backgrounds, there was a remarkable absence of conflict among the crowd. This harmonious atmosphere could largely be attributed to the royal family of the Goa Kingdom. As the floating restaurant neared the waters, Sabo's rather dim-witted brother, Stelly, dispatched emissaries in a bid to showcase his supposed filial piety before their father, King Otluk III, in an effort to solidify his standing. After all, he was merely an adopted son, despite Sabo's tragic demise. There remained the possibility that their father might choose to adopt another. Following an incident where he arrogantly commanded Zeph to prepare a banquet for the royal family, he found himself unceremoniously cast into the sea. Since that day, few dared to seek their own humiliation, at least until now. Shiga, clad in an oversized black robe that enveloped his entire figure, stormed into the seaside restaurant accompanied by a throng of individuals. Welcome, esteemed guest, please follow me. Patty greeted with an ingratiating smile. He had indeed caught sight of Shiga and his companion's pirate ship. It was evident that Patty's cordiality stemmed not solely from their piratical identity, but rather from the unmistakable worth of their vessel. They were a band of affluent pirates. Please take a seat here, Your Excellency. Your devoted servant, Patty, is at your service. Siege, concealed beneath his voluminous robe, wore an expression of utter incredulity. This fellow remained unchanged from his former self. Please, kind sir, peruse the menu, he urged. Once Siege and his companions had settled, Patty hastily presented the menu. Luffy craned his neck to gaze at the offerings, nearly salivating at the sight. Meat, meat, meat. Master, I long to indulge in delectable meat. Shiga did not extend his hand to receive, but gently tapped the table. I do not wish to dine with the worthless. Let them depart. At once, a wave of astonishment swept through the restaurant. Particularly, the local thugs sprang to their feet, reaching for the weapons at their waists. You dare call anyone worthless? Shiga did not even spare them a glance. I apologize. I'm not targeting anyone. I merely assert that all present are worthless. The sound of unsheathing swords and loading firearms filled the air, and it seemed a conflict was imminent. Observing the situation, Patty cast a cold, sweeping gaze over the room. Do you wish to cause trouble here? It was evident that Patty's intimidating presence held considerable sway. Faced with such an atmosphere, those individuals fell silent, sheepishly returning to their seats. They were well aware of the chef's formidable prowess, having witnessed him shatter the heavily armored guards of the king with a single punch. Truly a human beast. One of the guests, daring to inquire, asked, Do you have any wealth? Patty turned, his expression transforming back into a radiant smile. Shiga suppressed a chuckle within, remarking, I have no money. The ruffians from Donghai had already gathered their food and drink, retreating to the side, clearly unwilling to suffer an undeserved misfortune. Patty paused momentarily, glancing towards the direction of the welfare vessel. It doesn't matter. Your ship must be quite valuable, I presume? The ship is rented, came the reply. Shiga deliberately teased his opponent. If you lack funds, then you are no guest. In a fit of rage, Patty swung his right arm, aiming a fierce blow at Shiga. Get the hell out of here, you bastard. Just as the onlookers anticipated that Shiga would be sent flying by Patty's punch, they were astonished to see that Patty's fist had unexpectedly halted midair. Not only did it stop, but his towering frame also trembled slightly, his face drained of color, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Patty felt as though his bones were being crushed. What a terrifying force this was. When he found himself utterly incapable of resisting, Shiga slowly took the menu from the other person's hand, placing it on the table without a glance. There is no need to peruse this any longer. I desire shattered entrails, congealed blood, contorted limbs, emaciated bodies, and crimson fruits. Upon finishing his statement, Shiga released Patty's hand. Patty's complexion shifted dramatically as he staggered back several steps, incredulously gazing at Shiga. You. Everyone, listen up, clear the place. The other patrons, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, were forcibly ushered out by the restaurant staff. Nami, Luffy, and the others widened their eyes in astonishment, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Master, do they find your choice of dishes too revolting? Ace remarked with a teasing grin. Before Sig could respond, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. Captain! Zep exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he beheld Sig, who had already removed his hat. He had not anticipated encountering Sig in this place. Sanji also shouted, rushing directly towards Sig with fervor. Shiga was taken aback, for he had not anticipated such an exaggerated reaction from Sanji upon seeing him. Indeed, this was the power of charismatic allure. Sanji dove headfirst into Dadan's embrace, nuzzling against her, relishing the incredibly smooth sensation, his face adorned with an expression of utmost pleasure. As if he had no regrets in this moment. Dadan, the crowd, Shiga, it appears that once Smoker delivers the bounty notice, it will be essential to let Sanji experience the perils of the world. Oh, here are two such delightful ladies. Is this paradise? Charming maidens. Might I invite you to share a luncheon with me? And to this beautiful lady, upon seeing you, I cannot help but be inspired to create a new dish. Please wait a moment. Your knight shall return shortly. As Shiga watched Sanji dash towards the kitchen, he opened his mouth to speak, but Sanji had already re-emerged, carrying a plate intricately carved into the shape of roses. Remarkably, he had even found time to don a sharply tailored suit and tidy his tousled hair. How on earth did he manage that? Zoro pondered in confusion. Luffy burst into laughter. Ha ha, this fellow is simply too amusing. Sanji approached Dadan and the others. Here is a dish infused with admiration. Please, lovely ladies, enjoy. Wait, what is that green seaweed doing here? Sanji exclaimed as he swiftly tossed the clump of green seaweed aside. Ah, I shall slay you, you lecherous cook. As Siggy rubbed his aching head, he pondered the oversized milk bottle fruit. The restaurant had finally descended into silence, with the formidable trio of the Straw Hat Pirates huddled in a corner, clutching the gigantic bottle. How did you come to be here? Siggy inquired at last. Zep, without hesitation, produced a newspaper and handed it to Siggy. Captain, have you been residing in this remote location? The flow of information appears to be rather sparse. Zep's words served as a wake-up call for Siggy. Indeed, his intelligence had been rather lacking. Previously, he had relied on his innate foresight, thus he had not paid much heed to this aspect. However, upon reflection, his foresight was merely limited to the perspectives of Luffy and his companions. Not to mention, the intelligence regarding the Straw Hat Pirates was best left unmentioned. Furthermore, numerous events had subtly shifted, amplifying the scarcity of reliable information. Upon receiving the newspaper from Zep and briefly scanning its contents, Siggy's brow furrowed in concern. Chapter 63, The Triumvirate of Strength of the Straw Hat Crew assembles. Dozens of pirate crews, led by the Krieg Pirates and the Black Cat Pirates, have united to declare war on Smoker. The vast waters near Lobetown have now become a stronghold for the Grand EC Pirate Alliance. This includes the waters of Sabaody, where the previous floating restaurant was situated. The area is now overrun with pirates, and with the impending outbreak of war, the floating restaurant can no longer sustain its operations. Siggy is experiencing a toothache, an unusual exaggeration for the otherwise tranquil East Sea. He has not reflected on the fact that this entire situation stems from his own actions, resulting in a butterfly effect. In the original trajectory of fate, although Smoker is formidable, he was not powerful enough to entirely blockade the pirates of the East Sea with the Navy from Lobetown at this juncture. However, Smoker's overwhelming strength now invokes despair. The pirates of the East Sea cannot breach his blockade and enter the Grand Line via Reverse Mountain, a feat unachievable in the other three seas, now made possible by Smoker. This is largely due to the inherent weakness of the East Sea and Smoker's extraordinary prowess. Furthermore, after the incident involving the Dragon Pirate crew, the world government, despite facing significant embarrassment, responded swiftly, altering reports of capturing the Revolutionary Dragon to instead state they had apprehended a key revolutionary officer. The identity of this officer remains a mystery. Upon receiving the news, the revolutionaries were taken aback, hastily contacting all members, even risking communication with their undercover agents within the world government. Ultimately, they were unable to ascertain which officer had been captured, leaving the matter unresolved. Meanwhile, Smoker, fortuitously benefiting from this blunder, was promoted from lieutenant commander to captain, becoming the head of the Lobetown Navy branch. Smoker was quite agitated by this promotion, as the capture was not his doing but rather Siggy's merit. The individual apprehended was not a revolutionary officer, merely a fishman pirate. Nevertheless, Smoker accepted the promotion, not for personal gain, but to more effectively seal off the East Sea pirates from entering the Grand Line. With newfound authority and his formidable strength, Smoker has become the nightmare of all pirates in the East Sea, particularly for crews like the Krieg Pirates, who believe themselves capable of conquering the Grand Line. After numerous failed attempts to breach Smoker's blockade, they realized the necessity of uniting for a chance at success. Hey, Crocodile, what exactly do you intend to do? Krieg, in a foul mood and with a grim expression, glared at the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Schemer Crocodile. Having gathered dozens of pirate crews, it is high time we confront that bastard Smoker, yet you still wish to wait. Crocodile adjusted his glasses with a flick of his wrist. Now is not the time. With a resounding crash, Krieg slammed his fist onto the sturdy table. Not the time? How many times have you uttered that phrase? So tell me, when shall we wait until? His outburst put both sides on edge, weapons drawn and tensions flaring, as a confrontation seemed imminent. Crocodile remained unperturbed. I understand your frustration. Those pirate crews must be nearing their breaking point. Upon hearing Crocodile's words, Krieg's anger began to dissipate slightly. Indeed, as the nominal leader of the Pirate Alliance, Krieg had been approached countless times by those captains, all insisting that their strength was now sufficient to challenge Smoker and break through his blockade into the Grand Line. Krieg himself shared this belief, especially as he had nearly exhausted his resources procuring new equipment from the black market, which had just arrived, bolstering his confidence. Crocodile signaled for his men to lower their weapons and stood, calmly stating, "You need only inform them that engaging in battle now would result in only a 60% chance of victory. With half of the pirate crews having no opportunity to escape, they should quiet down after that. After all, this was merely a hastily formed alliance, and no one wished to be a stepping stone for another, especially while remaining in the East Sea, facing the imminent threat of Smoker's purge. When do you intend to reveal your plans to me?" Krieg pressed further. Crocodile retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket. When this arrives, it shall be time for battle. Krieg was successfully persuaded by Crocodile. However, he remained unaware that Crocodile was orchestrating a grand conspiracy, one that would soon obliterate all pirate crews, including his own. To wrestle with a tiger, one must at least be a wolf. Krieg, however, was merely a barking husky. Stepping off the fearless battleship, Blade, Crocodile's expression turned fierce as he spoke in a low tone. "Zango, is everything prepared?" Zango, strolling across the deck, produced a boomerang tethered by a rope upon hearing Crocodile's query. "Hey, pay attention to this ring. When I say 1, 2, Zango, you will all fall asleep. 1, 2, Zango." On the deck, apart from Crocodile, everyone succumbed to slumber. Observing even Zango's self-induced hypnosis, Crocodile helplessly adjusted his glasses. If the hypnosis proved successful, everything else would fall into place. A glint of determination sparkled in Crocodile's eyes as he retrieved a transponder snail to make a call. "Hello. Everything is ready on my end. As soon as the items are delivered, we can commence our actions." Understood. The items will be dispatched shortly. After hanging up, Crocodile leaned back in his chair, gazing skyward. Power truly is intoxicating. Pirates? Huh. I have had my fill. What treasures, what one piece, could possibly compare to a nation? As for the conflict between the Pirate Alliance and Smoker, Siggy had no intention of intervening. Primarily, he found the spoils of war unimpressive. He would rather spend his time tormenting those little ones, like Luffy. To think they could breach Smoker's blockade was pure naivety. Tossing aside the newspaper, Siggy mused that the current Smoker was not so easily dealt with. Furthermore, even if they managed to penetrate the blockade and enter the Grand Line, what of it? With Creek's luck, he would merely linger in the Grand Line for a few years before encountering Mihawk and being forced to retreat to the East Sea in disgrace. Why bother? Siggo did not pay much heed to the matter. He merely instructed Zep to continue monitoring the situation before returning to Gulbo Mountain with Zep and Sanji. Thus, the formidable trio of the Straw Hat Pirates had gathered. Among the arrivals, none were more delighted than Luffy, who incessantly pestered Sanji for meat. In stark contrast, Zoro found himself in a state of vexation, perpetually embroiled in endless quarrels with Sanji, as if they were destined rivals. In a tailored approach to education, Sig decided to pair the two for training. Hey, directionally challenged Green Algae Head, your sword cannot reach me. Letter Chef, your legs are far too weak. This level of strength is barely sufficient to tickle me. Chapter 64, The Great Turmoil of the East Sea. As for Zep, the fact that he was able to navigate the Grand Line for an entire year and return to the East Sea unscathed speaks volumes about his prowess. Now, Tom has personally crafted a mechanical leg for Zep, embedding a piece of sea stone in the sole. Shiga further imparted to him the techniques of Arisher Foot and Shave from the Navy 6 styles, leaving the extent of his mastery to depend on his own efforts. Although Jipu has yet to regain the full strength of his prime, he is not to be underestimated. In the days to come, Shiga trained the others while leisurely collecting spoils of war and contemplating matters of intelligence. Luffy, blessed with the protagonist's aura, could charge ahead without a second thought, however. Shiga lacked such fortune. If he were to act recklessly like Luffy, he might find himself in peril without even realizing it. The primary concerns regarding intelligence were twofold. Jipu, having once sailed the Grand Line as a captain, was well versed in this domain. First and foremost, it was about manpower. In this regard, I have my own methods. Dadan interjected. In my heyday, I led the Dadan family with great renown, though I was ultimately hindered by a certain scoundrel. Meanwhile, Luffy, munching on a buffalo leg, innocently nudged Ace with his elbow, asking, who is Dadan talking about? Ace, veins bulging on his forehead, shoved another buffalo leg into Luffy's mouth, exclaiming, eat your meat. Dadan had indeed sacrificed much for Ace. Originally, she had gathered a formidable band of followers to rule the mountains, but with Ace's emergence, she dispersed the majority, retaining only the most loyal. I too have a few followers. Shiga recalled the subordinates he had sent to Windmill Village. Jipu nodded in agreement, stating, I also have some manpower available, sufficient for the current stage. If we need to expand our intelligence network later, we can recruit more on short notice. And the second aspect? Shiga continued to inquire. Money. A relaxed expression graced Sig's face as he remarked, it's just money. Can't we keep a ledger? Zep chuckled. Haha. I was merely jesting. I do possess a fair amount of funds. Would 200 million berries suffice? Sig, with his affluent demeanor, had amassed considerable wealth through years of plundering, with berries being the most abundant treasure. Within the confines of his System S space, there lay a sum of at least 200 to 300 million berries. Tom, observing from the side, was nearly astounded. This fellow could nonchalantly produce 200 million berries without a flicker of hesitation, yet when it came to his own affairs, he appeared exceedingly stingy. Zep nodded. With 200 million, coupled with the profits from the seaside restaurant, it should just about suffice. Goodness, Siggy exclaimed, taken aback. He had never been acquainted with such matters and was astonished by the exorbitant costs associated with intelligence operations. This was merely the East Sea. One could only imagine the staggering amount of berries required to establish an intelligence network along the Grand Line. The expenses would be astronomical, particularly if it involved information regarding the 7 warlords or the 4 emperors, or even the establishment of an intelligence organization on the Red Continent or in Mariewa. He began to comprehend why Don Quixote da Flamingo expended so much effort in arms dealing, underground mediation, and even human auctions. The financial demands of intelligence alone were no trifling matter. With the funds and manpower secured, Siggy need not concern himself with subsequent matters. The responsibility of building the intelligence network was wholly assumed by Zep. To Siggy's surprise, Noki was quite keen on this task, shadowing Zep and learning the intricacies of intelligence work. Before long, half a year had passed. The war between the East Sea Pirate Alliance and Smoker had escalated to a fever pitch, with casualties mounting on both sides. Yet both factions found themselves irrevocably ensnared in the throes of conflict, unable to retreat. Particularly for the Pirate Alliance, dispersing would only hasten their demise. Amidst this turmoil, an unexpected power emerged from the shadows, the Kingdom of Oikot. Siggy's understanding of this member nation of the world government was limited to the fact that it was where Bel Emri had once found Nami and Noki. The Kingdom of Oikot, however, did not directly engage in the war. Instead, it proclaimed its acceptance of surrendering pirates, granting them citizenship. Not all pirate crews followed the elite paths of Shanks or Luffy. Indeed, most pirate crews in the East Sea relied on sheer numbers. With over 80 pirate crews combined, they numbered nearly 100,000. What was even more astonishing was that the scattered members of these crews, whom one might assume would be reluctant to join the Kingdom of Oikot, were responding in droves. After all, if they desired to join, why would they have chosen the life of a pirate? Yet, it remained a mystery what conditions or methods the Kingdom of Oikot employed to garner such a response. Even more perplexing was that those who joined the kingdom did not speak of the conditions they had accepted, and their loyalty was extraordinarily high. Zep exhausted every means, even resorting to threats against their lives, yet he could not pry any information from them. Captain, this situation seems rather unusual. It feels as though their memories have been altered, Zep remarked, utterly confounded. Additionally, there were reports that Krieg and Kuro, leaders of the Pirate Alliance, had recently developed disagreements due to the stalemated war. From Smoker's side, word had come that he had requested support from the Navy headquarters several times. But it seemed the Navy was preoccupied with significant developments in the New World and could not spare any resources. Zep relayed all the intelligence he deemed necessary for Siggy to know, only to glance up and find Siggy had fallen asleep, snoring softly. Captain, Zep raised his voice, rousing Siggy from his slumber. Did you even hear what I said? As captain, you must grasp the most fundamental intelligence. With a look of utter bewilderment, Siggy gazed at Japu, utterly fatigued and having inadvertently succumbed to slumber. During this period, Siggy had been endeavoring to challenge himself by abstaining from sleep for a continuous 2 months. However, he faltered. After merely 1 month, he found himself utterly overwhelmed. He arrived at a conclusion that Blackbeard's ability to forego sleep was not merely a testament to vitality, but rather an extraordinary feat. Meanwhile, Luffy tilted his head in confusion, pondering, shouldn't he, the captain, be free from all concerns, solely tasked with fighting and feasting? Japu contemplated that he ought to take the time to instill a proper worldview in Luffy. Shiga ignited a cigar to awaken his senses and turned to Boromir, who had just shot off a portion of his cigar in an attempt to light it for him. By the way, what is the exact location of the Oikot Kingdom in the Eastern Sea? Boromir picked up the map drawn by Nami beside her. This entire area is the territory of the Oikot Kingdom, including the scattered islands over here. As Shiga observed the area Boromir indicated with her finger, particularly the islands she mentioned last, he suddenly became alert and sat up straight. Are there more detailed maps of these islands? The location of the Oikot Kingdom indeed surprised Shiga. Chapter 65. The Conspiracy of Klo. It turned out that the Oikot Kingdom was situated adjacent to the village of Cocoa West. How careless of me. I should have realized this long ago, Shiga lamented inwardly. When Boromir found Nami and Nokigo on the battlefield, Nami was suffering from a high fever. Boromir had been navigating a small boat, bringing the two back to Cocoa West to seek help, and from that moment on, they had remained there. Had it not been for the proximity of the battlefield to Cocoa West, how could the 1-year-old Nami have endured until that time? What truly astonished Shiga was the presence of 2 archipelagos near the Oikot Kingdom's coastline, the Gecko Islands and the Oregon Islands. Both of these island groups had been traversed by the Straw Hat Pirates. The Gecko Islands were precisely where Usopp's hometown, Syrup Village, was located. The Oregon Islands, even more intriguingly, were said to be the future base of a legendary figure, Orange Town. What intelligence did you mention earlier? Shiga inquired. Nokigo promptly recounted the information once more. The furrow in Sig's brow deepened. The inability of the naval headquarters to spare personnel for assistance was no trivial matter. Could it possibly be Shanks? The only reason Siggy could conceive was this. Shanks must be making a move to ascend to the throne of the 4th Emperor of the New World. This would explain why the Navy headquarters was unable to intervene. As for the discord between Krieg and Kuro, it was utterly normal. In Siggy's view, that fool Krieg was likely to be outsmarted by Kuro. All pirates who joined the Oikot Kingdom had their memories altered. A look of realization crossed Siggy's face. Indeed, it was most likely due to Zango's hypnotic powers. With this, everything could be connected. After listening to Siggy's analysis, Zep was astounded, and his gaze towards Siggy shifted dramatically. Luffy, you little rascal, do you see this? This is how a captain should be. Zep took the opportunity to shape Luffy's worldview. Luffy, however, appeared to be utterly bewildered. Nokigao, holding a pile of intelligence documents, quickly flipped through them, his face already displaying shock. Old man, are you saying that the war itself is a colossal conspiracy? That Kuro secretly allied with the Oikot Kingdom to recruit numerous pirates from the East Sea? This is utterly astonishing. If this is the case, Smoker has been completely used. But why would he do such a thing? Nokigao still couldn't comprehend. If they were ordinary pirates, the Oikot Kingdom might accept them, but with a pirate like Kuro, the Navy would never let him go. Even the Oikot Kingdom could not provide protection. Indeed, such an endeavor, which offered no apparent benefit, could only be undertaken by a fool. Shiga chuckled softly. What if he were to die? Noki raised her gaze to the intelligence regarding Zhang in her hands, her pupils constricting sharply. He must feign death. Observing Noki, Shiga nodded in satisfaction. Unexpectedly, Naka's talent for intelligence gathering proved to be quite remarkable. Originally, Keilu had hypnotized Minka with the aid of Zhang hypnosis, leading Minka to believe he had captured Keilu. In the process, Keilu had transformed into Kelabidal, the butler of Kia. The sole distinction was that Kailu's initial ambition was merely to seize Kia's wealth. However, it seemed that Kailu now sought something far greater. The Oiki kingdom had indeed allied with that venomous serpent, truly a case of playing with fire and inviting ruin. Shiga cast a glance at Japu and Wokigo, instructing them to gather all personnel to keep a close watch on the vice-captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Zango. Furthermore, he requested an investigation into a naval soldier named Manka. Japu and Wokigo exchanged bewildered looks, perplexed by Shiga's decision to divert their attention from Kailu and the Oiko kingdom, choosing instead to focus on these two individuals. Without explanation, Shige turned to Zoro, who was engaged in a scuffle with Sanji, and declared, "It's time to teach you the three-sword style." Zoro's heart soared with joy. He could finally commence his formal sword training. "You let your chef, just wait. Once I master the three-sword style, I'll chop you down." No sooner had Zoro's words left his lips than he caught a glimpse of a shadow hurtling towards him. Bang. Luffy collided with Zoro, sending him flying. "Oh, sorry, Zoro. I didn't mean to." Leaves cascaded down, burying Zoro, who had fallen to the ground after the impact. I'm going to kill you two idiots." Zoro exploded with rage. Meanwhile, Nami was diligently sketching a map when Luffy's reckless charge sent her meticulously crafted work swirling into chaos. "You three, stop right there." Nami cried in exasperation, brandishing her weather stick as she pursued them. Observing the playful chaos among the four, the onlookers erupted into laughter. Ace wore a smile as well, remarking, "It seems Luffy has found his companions. Now I can rest easy. Sabo, what about you? Have you found your partner?" Just then, a large hand rested upon Ace's head, tousling his hair. Ace looked up at Shige, his worries dissipating somewhat. "Master, you must be 13 now, right?" Shige did not meet Ace's gaze, but instead stared into the boundless sky, lost in thought. "Master, you've forgotten. I just celebrated my birthday not long ago." "I am already 14, Ace replied, beaming with anticipation. In 3 years, he would set sail. 14, you say? Shige murmured, reflecting on how swiftly time had passed since his arrival in this world. He faintly recalled first encountering Ace when he was merely a 10-year-old boy. Now, he had grown so tall. Ace had never seen Shige in this light, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. Indeed, he had been so focused on setting sail that he had overlooked other matters. However, once he departed, he pondered when he would next see Master and Dadan. "In 3 years, you will be 17 and ready to embark," Shige sighed, casting a glance at Ace. Ace pressed his lips together, uncertain of what to say. Yet, words became unnecessary as a fist loomed large in Ace's vision. Bang. A sharp pain surged through him as Shige's punch sent Ace sprawling. Shige twisted his neck and cracked his knuckles, a dangerous smile gracing his face. "Come now, let me see the fruits of your training." As Shiga and Ace prepared to battle, the crowd instantly grew excited. Luffy's face was contorted into an exaggerated expression as Nami tugged at him. "Nami, hold on. Look at how Ace is getting pummeled." In the next moment, a group of youngsters grabbed small stools and lined up, ready to watch. "Here we go," Dadan exclaimed, holding a large watermelon. With a single punch, he smashed it open. His hands, smooth as jade, remained completely free of any watermelon juice. Chapter 66, The Life Card Unfurled. Flame Fruit. Solar Flare. Ace's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit as he launched the first attack. In an instant, his arm transformed into flames, and a pillar of fire shot toward Shiga. Its speed was astonishing, surpassing that of a bullet by many multiples. Even more terrifying was the fact that as the solar flare neared Shiga, its tail suddenly erupted in a violent explosion. Propelled by the blast, the front half of the fire pillar accelerated exponentially. Boom. The solar flare detonated upon impact with the ground, creating a massive crater. The unexpected acceleration from the explosion caught everyone off guard, but it was still insufficient. Shiga stood there, hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of arrogance. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a yellow loot item that grants 8 strength. Ace was well aware that this tactic would not affect Shiga. With a grin, he said, "Master, do not be hasty, it is far from over." Flame ascend. With a mere thought, the sparks left by the sunfire surged forward with a gust, expanding like a colossal fiery beast, intent on engulfing Shiga. Yet, that was not the end of it. Almost simultaneously, Ace aligned his index and middle fingers, resembling 2 guns, and unleashed a barrage into the sea of flames. The concentrated flames, infused with overwhelming power, surged forth, enveloping the entirety of the Flame Ascend's reach. It seems my previous suggestion has begun to bear fruit. By compressing the flames, we can intensify the energy release, Shiga remarked, casually tossing aside the withered branch he had just picked up. Moments earlier, he had used that very branch to deflect all the bullets fired from Ace's flame gun. At that moment, the advantage of Shiga's mastery of armed color Haki became evident. Although his Haki level was low, his control was unparalleled, allowing even the feeble branch in his grasp to perform with the strength of steel. However, this was still insufficient. No sooner had the words left his lips than Shiga's figure vanished from sight, reappearing instantaneously behind Ace. With a fist enveloped in armed color Haki, he struck with formidable force. Whoosh! To his astonishment, Siggy's punch swung through the air, failing to make contact with Ace's body. How intriguing. For the first time, a satisfied smile graced Siggy's face. "You little rascal, when did you master the shave technique?" Ace, panting heavily, chuckled with delight. However, in his effort to evade Siggy's strike, he had exerted himself to the utmost, and this exertion weighed heavily on his current physical state. Ace felt as though his legs were cramping. Despite having only exchanged a few blows, the pressure Siggy exerted upon him was immense. Faced with Siggy, Ace felt as though he could scarcely breathe. Unbeknownst to Ace, Siggy too was experiencing considerable pressure. At merely 14 years of age, Siggy was already extraordinarily powerful. If he remained stagnant, in 3 or 4 years, Ace might well surpass him. Generally speaking, once an individual reaches the age of 16 and their physical development is complete, they begin to experience a rapid enhancement in combat capabilities. Ace, having set sail at 17, had remarkably reached a level comparable to Crocodile in just over a year. Come now, let me witness the extent of your current strength. Even without employing observation Haki, Siggy could discern that Ace's stamina was nearing its limits. He was still far too young, whether it was the devil fruit or the shave technique. Both demanded an excessive amount of energy. Ace took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, attempting to quell his trembling body. With a fiery resolve, Ace summoned the full power of the flame fruit, transforming his entire right arm into a towering inferno. Reaching several meters high, the fire fist was Ace's signature move, one that he would frequently employ in the future. Yet, at this moment, it represented the pinnacle of his strength. Siggy furrowed his brow, revealing a look of dissatisfaction. If it were merely this, he would indeed feel somewhat disappointed. The technique of the fire fist was undeniably formidable, boasting an extensive range and immense power, capable of sinking 5 ships with a single blow. However, due to its excessively broad coverage, it lacked precision and appeared somewhat ostentatious. This inefficiency was particularly evident in one-on-one combat, where it proved to be a considerable waste of energy. Ace, keenly perceptive of Siggy's discontent, chuckled softly, "Master, do not be anxious. It is not over yet." With Ace's words, the colossal fiery fist abruptly diminished in size by half. Yet, the total amount of fiery energy within remained largely intact, all compressed within. The originally dark red flames, interspersed with traces of deep crimson, had largely transformed into a fist of deep red and orange hues following the compression. Now this is more like it. Siggy finally cracked a smile, his fist enveloped in the aura of armament Haki, surging towards Ace's fire fist. With a thunderous roar, the flames erupted, scattering across the sky like a burst of fireworks. A crowd of onlookers, witnessing the spectacle, shrieked in surprise and hastily grabbed their stools to scatter in all directions. Puff, puff, puff. Luffy spat out all the watermelon seeds he had been hoarding towards Dadan. However, Dadan was no longer the same as she once was. The moment those seeds touched her skin, they simply slid off. "You little brat. How can you still be so rude?" Dadan exclaimed in exasperation, fleeing while simultaneously grabbing Luffy and raining down a flurry of punches upon his head. Sanji gazed upon the scene with utter envy, exclaiming, how beautiful Dadan looks when she is angry. Let me take Luffy's place. You want to see how I look when I am angry?" Zep kicked Sanji away with a swift motion. As the flames dissipated, Siggy's fist halted before Ace. With a flick of his finger, he struck Ace on the forehead, who staggered back, cradling his head and exclaiming, "Master, that hurt." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a life card. What is this?" Gazing at the life card that had appeared in the system space, Siggy's head buzzed in confusion. Is this thing measured in rolls? And why does it resemble toilet paper, complete with perforated lines for easy tearing? Shiga feared that a momentary lapse in attention might result in a perilous consequence, akin to using a life card for an unseemly purpose. Though his frustration was palpable, the life card bestowed by the system proved to be rather convenient. Simply bringing a fingernail close would allow it to integrate seamlessly. Overall, it was quite satisfactory. Shiga turned back and settled into the lounge chair, stating, "I have a task for you. Before we set sail, devise a defensive technique that rivals the earlier fire punch." Ace's expression soured, and just as he was about to speak, Shiga waved his hand, and a pacifier appeared in his mouth. "If you cannot accomplish this, the usual punishment applies. You will set sail with a baby bottle." Ace cast a pleading glance toward Dadan and the others, but they hastily averted their gazes, pretending not to notice. What a jest! They were all too aware that anyone who interceded on Ace's behalf would undoubtedly find themselves in possession of a baby bottle come embarkation time. Chapter 67, The Four Emperors. In truth, everyone was rather perplexed by Shiga's actions thus far. Siggy's guidance of the young ones, whether through instruction or mentorship, epitomized the principle of teaching according to individual aptitude. However, his approach towards Ace was distinctly unique, particularly for Zep. During his tenure as captain of a pirate ship, he was inevitably tasked with training novice crew members. He recognized Ace's unparalleled talent for combat, a talent predominantly inclined towards offensive tactics. Moreover, the incendiary properties of the Nomi fruit perfectly complemented Ace's innate abilities. It was perplexing to consider why Siggy consistently sought to temper Ace's aggressive instincts in favor of emphasizing defense. Perhaps the captain possessed insights that eluded others. As 3 months swiftly passed, the conflict between Smoker and the Pirate Alliance showed no signs of abating, having devolved into a protracted war of attrition lasting over half a year. Subsequently, a piece of news that sent shockwaves throughout the world emerged from the New World: the ascension of the 4th Emperor, red-haired Shanks. Siggy, however, was not taken aback by this revelation. He mused, that fellow has finally claimed the title of emperor. He also discerned the reason behind Smoker's unanswered pleas for assistance. The Navy headquarters was preoccupied with matters in the New World, leaving little bandwidth to address trivialities in the East Blue. The news of Shanks' elevation to emperor elated Luffy, who spent the day bounding about joyfully, humming an infectious tune. Shanks has defeated the king, he exclaimed. Nami, exasperated, attempted to clarify, it's the emperor, not the king. Are you even listening? Luffy, with his carefree laughter, clearly remained oblivious. It's all the same. He won. After all. Ace, gazing at Siggy with a mixture of astonishment and reverence, felt an overwhelming sense of awe. He had heard Luffy recount the tale of their first encounter with Siggy. If Shanks had become so formidable, how powerful must his master be? Could he rival his father? Ace had always set his sights on matching Siggy's strength. Initially, he believed that with the Maranomi, he would be able to confront Siggy directly within 5 years. Yet, it now seemed that goal was still a distant dream. Perhaps I should recalibrate my aspirations, he thought. I shall strive to defeat an emperor first, and then surpass my master. Ace's indomitable spirit left no room for despair. I've heard Whitebeard is called the strongest man in the world. I shall conquer him first. Master, let us hold a feast. Luffy suddenly proposed, donning his straw hat. The moment he spoke, Tom, Belmare, and the others gasped in shock. Rushing to cover Luffy's mouth, be quiet. Zep, puzzled by their intense reaction, questioned, as pirates, shouldn't we celebrate any worthy occasion with a feast? Dadan was already bustling off to fetch some wine. Oh no. Tom and the others lowered their heads at Siggy's eager demeanor. Dadan and Zep soon understood the reason for Tom's reaction. Captain, I'm over 50 years old and can't keep up with you youngsters in their 40s. I can't drink anymore. Zep lamented, having succumbed to drunkenness thrice, only to be hoisted up by Siggy each time. Watching Siggy's extravagant exchange of a bottle of wine for merely 1 cup filled him with trepidation. He vowed never to suggest a feast in Siggy's presence again. Dadan, with bleary eyes, leaned on the table, gazing at Siggy with a dreamy smile, lost in her thoughts. Fortunately for her, Siggy only lifted her once before releasing her. Shiga felt a profound sense of bitterness within. As soon as he lifted the bottle, Dadan lunged towards him, tipsy and reckless. In the past, he could have easily dealt with Dadan's advances with a single punch. However, the current Dadan, with her enchanting allure, was a formidable challenge he struggled to resist. He found himself conjuring countless images of her former self in his mind, just to hold his ground. Yet, he realized that those memories were starting to blur. Damn that smoker for not delivering the bounty notice. Shiga cursed silently, frustrated by the ineptitude of those pathetic pirates he had been battling for over half a year. Feeling utterly humiliated. No, he had to endure. Shiga rallied himself, reminding that he had yet to fulfill all his objectives. He couldn't act so rashly. This time, with Shippu's involvement, Shiga refrained from indulging the younger crew members. Nevertheless, they were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Ace, Luffy, and Noki were completely inebriated, while Nami, her cheeks flushed, still yearned for more drink, only to be decisively halted by Shiga. Zoro, though having drunk quite a bit, managed to remain somewhat composed. Sanji, on the other hand, had hardly touched a drop, preoccupied with preparing meals for everyone, perhaps out of concern for them. Miss Nami, this is a dish made especially for you by your most devoted knight, a tribute from the Sea of Love. Miss Noki, please accept this bowl of soup. Infused with affection, it may help you sober up. Upon hearing the mention of sobering soup, Zoro, dazed and confused, reached out for it, only to be kicked away by Sanji. This is specifically for Miss Noki. Hands off, you moss-headed fool. Zoro, struggling to stand, was about to retort when a wave of nausea struck him, and he stumbled toward the nearby woods. After emptying his stomach, Zoro felt the world spinning around him, and he leaned on his sword, trying to navigate back, only to find himself heading in the completely wrong direction. Had that directionally challenged mosshead reached such a level of incompetence that he could get lost in such proximity? As Sanji was about to fetch the lost Zoro, Noki, in a drunken haze, placed her hand on Sanji's arm. Wow, wow, wow. Sanji trembled with excitement, realizing that Miss Noki had taken the initiative to hold his hand. Was she confessing her feelings for him? What to do? Would Nami get jealous? As for Zoro, he had completely slipped Sanji's mind. Zoro, staggering and belching, was soon approached by Dogura, now the information officer under Shiga. Hey, Zoro, what are you doing here? Dogura hurried over upon spotting Zoro, who barely recognized him and was about to speak when he nearly toppled over. You little rascal, drink less. You're still growing. Zoro glanced down and noticed what Dogura was holding. Oh, this is from Frostmoon Village, meant for Mr. Shiga. Dogura, suddenly enlightened, realized, you got lost again, didn't you? Come on, I'll take you back. And for heaven's sake, don't throw up. Hey, you little brat, that's disgusting. Dogura, horrified by the mess Zoro had made, shoved the item into Zoro's arms. Take this to Mr. Shiga. Now go back straight, no detours. Zoro turned, clutching the long box, but having drunk too much, he tripped over a branch and fell, scattering the contents on the ground. Chapter 68. Everyone set sail. Sanji's dream of a romantic confession shattered. He found solace in not having to worry about Nami's jealousy. Noki, having drunk the sobering soup, had already nestled beside Shiga with Nami. Listen here, as a girl. You must learn to protect yourself, Shiga advised, glancing at Nami. Especially you, Nami. Remember this. Men are all brutes, except for fools like Luffy. Do not trust any man. Don't give them the chance to take advantage of you, even if they seem like mere children. If they are male, never let your guard down. Shiga began to caution Nami. The world is perilous. Some who appear to be mere youngsters could very well be lecherous old men nearing 30. So, always safeguard yourself. Sanji, eager to voice his opinion, was promptly kicked away by Shiga. Not you. It's obvious you're just looking for a chance. Nami and Noki nodded in understanding. Particularly wary of those who wore pink, regardless of age, labeling them perverts. Sanji, overhearing, resolved, I'm going to burn every piece of pink clothing I can find. Suddenly reminded of Zoro, Sanji thought, that foolish mosshead, despite his stupidity, still served a purpose. After all, they were in the forest, and despite Shiga's previous cleansing, one could never be too cautious of lurking beasts. Sanji hastily pursued the direction Zoro had taken, soon spotting him sitting on the ground, clutching something. Hey, mosshead. I thought you'd been eaten by a beast. Sanji, with a cigar he had pilfered from Shiga, approached disdainfully. He anticipated a heated exchange, but after a long wait, Zoro remained unresponsive. Peering down, Sanji saw Zoro slumped, holding a white sword. Sunlight glinted off a droplet falling onto the blade. Sanji's heart raced as he crouched beside Zoro, only to discover tears streaming down his face. Zoro bit his lip, drawing blood. Hey, directionally challenged swordsman, what's wrong? It's just a bowl of sobering soup. I can make you another. Sanji felt a pang of helplessness witnessing Zoro in such a state. He had never seen him like this, and for reasons unknown, it stirred a sense of sympathy within him. Kuina. Zoro's emotions erupted. Unable to contain himself any longer, he shouted, Damn it. You've defeated me 2001 times. I cannot allow this to continue. Watching Zoro's anguished outburst, Sanji stood frozen in shock. By the time Shiga arrived, Zoro had succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving the cause of his state ambiguous, whether it was the alcohol or the memory of Kuina. Upon receiving the letter from Sanji, Shiga sighed. Having suspected this moment since learning from the mysterious elder that Gungshiro and Kuina had set sail, he had left his address with the elder for this very reason. Yet he hadn't anticipated it would come to pass so swiftly. Indeed, as a pivotal figure in Zoro's relentless pursuit of strength, Kuina had not evaded this fate. Though the circumstances of their departures differed, the outcome remained eerily similar. Seago could not help but let out a sigh. As a trial that Luffy must endure, Ace's situation was indeed dire. The following day, after Zoro awoke, Seago engaged him in a conversation. By the time he stepped out of the room, the despondency that had once enveloped him had completely dissipated, replaced by an indomitable spirit. Kuina, I shall grow stronger along with you. Strong enough for my name to resonate through the heavens. Zoro declared fiercely, gripping his sword, Wado Ikamanji. I shall become the world's greatest swordsman. In the days that ensued, everyone was taken aback by Zoro's seemingly self-destructive training regimen. Aside from the essential time allocated for meals and rest, every remaining moment was dedicated to training. Consequently, Seago was compelled to provide Zoro with nourishment around the clock, otherwise, his body would not withstand the strain. Zoro's relentless training also inspired Luffy and the others, particularly Sanji. Determined not to be overshadowed by Zoro one day, Sanji persevered, even collapsing in exhaustion immediately after completing his training, yet he never wavered. Captain, these youngsters are destined for greatness. I can already envision them standing triumphantly at the pinnacle, Tom marveled more than once. Indeed, we old bones may soon be surpassed by them, Zeph remarked, his face alight with anticipation as he looked at Sanji. Oh, don't speak so recklessly, Seago corrected Zeph. You are the ones who are aging. I am still in my prime. Dadan giggled, covering her mouth. Yes, you two are the true old-timers, Mr. Seago and I are still quite youthful. Zeph's veins bulged as he retorted, You two should stop pretending to be young. Aren't you both 50? Nonsense. I am merely 49. Such tranquil days were soon disrupted by a piece of information. As he perused the report sent by Nokigao, a smile crept across Seago's face. The legendary figure, you are finally coming. Since leaving Frostmoon Village, Seago had been awaiting this esteemed individual's arrival, and now, the moment had arrived. However, it seemed that this time, luck was not on their side. Traveling from Lowtown to Orange Town was no simple task. It either involved taking a lengthy detour or becoming embroiled in warfare. Although the reports indicated that the conflict was nearing its conclusion, caution remained paramount. Moreover, according to Nokigao, the Creed pirates were rumored to be planning significant maneuvers. Would they dare to fight desperately, striving to break through the blockade and enter the Grand Line? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Seago found himself restless. It is time to test the fruits of the youngsters' training. Engaging solely in rigorous practice, even with frequent sparring among themselves, pales in comparison to the true crucible of battle. Determined, Siggy summoned everyone and set sail immediately aboard the Welfare, heading towards the battlefield. As pirates, how could they avoid shedding blood? Chapter 69. The man possessing the luck of Conqueror's Haki. The current state of the Samba Sea is far more chaotic than the intelligence report suggested. The intricate interplay of forces among the Kingdom of Oikot, the Navy, and the Pirate Alliance has become exceedingly complex. Unlike the initial circumstances, the Kingdom of Oikot has nearly declared its involvement in the war. They have blockaded vast expanses of the sea, capturing scattered pirates throughout. Moreover, with the insider claw on their side, they are always able to swiftly locate and apprehend incapacitated pirate crews, subsequently altering their memories through Zhang Yao's hypnotic abilities. As Siggy and his companions approached the Samba Sea, they encountered a warship from the Kingdom of Oikot. Pirate vessel ahead. You are surrounded. Surrender and accept your fate. 3 warships swiftly encircled them, cutting off all avenues of escape for the welfare. Shiga reclined upon the deck, too lethargic to even open his eyes. As he groped for a cigar beside him and placed it between his lips, suddenly, a gunshot rang out, igniting the cigar instantly. Although it did not shatter the cigar in half as it once had Shiga not held it tightly, it would have surely been sent flying. There was some progress, yet still a considerable distance to go. Shiga exchanged a few words with Balumel before adjusting himself into a more comfortable position. The memory of that fateful shot from Jasusbu lingered vividly in his mind. Were it not for the sound of the gunfire and the inexplicably ignited cigar, he might not have sensed any anomaly at all. Meanwhile, the Kingdom of Oikot continued to blare through their loudspeakers. Pirate ship ahead. You are now surrounded. Shiga originally had no intention of paying attention to the opponent. After all, their dilapidated warship could not catch up to the welfare, and at the current distance, it was not within cannon range. He merely needed to continue moving forward. However, at this moment, Sigo shouted at the raucous group on the deck. You little rascals, cease your antics and let them be quiet. Yes, master, Ace replied with a grin, his lower body transforming into flames. With one hand grasping Sanji's tie and the other clutching Zoro by the nape, he propelled himself towards the southern warship, utilizing the force of his fiery jet. Zoro and Sanji rolled their eyes in exasperation. Ace soared above the warship, casting the two down without a glance, while he continued his ascent towards the eastern vessel. That scoundrel, one day I shall cleave him in two. Before you do, I will have kicked him to death. This ship is mine to commandeer. You merely watch from the sidelines. Nonsense, algae head. Go find a place to sharpen your blade and stay out of my way. The two continued their quarrel even as they descended through the air. On the deck, the soldiers of the kingdom stared, dumbfounded, at the direction Ace had departed, struggling to comprehend what they had just witnessed. What was that? One soldier questioned. I don't know, I couldn't see clearly. He pointed to the two figures plummeting from the sky. And what is that? It seems to be two individuals. With a resounding crash, Zoro and Sanji slammed through the deck, landing inside the ship's hold. Are they dead? They should be. Falling from that height must have killed them. The crowd gathered around the breach, peering curiously inside. Three-sword style, demon slash, banquet table, kicking set. The simultaneous cries reverberated, sending all the soldiers who had approached flying, leaving them unconscious on the deck. Meanwhile, Ace was far more efficient. Fire fist. A massive fiery fist shattered the towering mast, which came crashing down in a blaze, prompting the soldiers to leap overboard in fright. However, a complication arose at Luffy's location. Upon witnessing Ace and the others take flight, Luffy firmly grasped the railing of the Going Merry and pulled back. Rubber, catapult. Ah, master, I misfired. Luffy. Upon seeing this, Dadan's heart raced with panic as she somersaulted into the sea. Tom, speechless, dove into the water, first tossing the troublesome Dadan back onto the ship before swiftly swimming towards Luffy. As a fisherman, his speed, while not quite as swift as that of a mermaid, still surpassed that of a human. Before Luffy could succumb to unconsciousness, Tom managed to catch him and flung him onto the northern warship, departing without a backward glance. Captain, are you truly certain that Luffy is ready to venture out to sea alone? Belmere inquired with concern. Luffy's demeanor starkly contrasted with Ace's. It wasn't merely a matter of combat ability, but rather their approach to tasks. While Ace could be reckless, he typically handled matters with thoroughness. Luffy, in contrast, was impulsive and prone to causing chaos. Fear not, he is destined to become the Pirate King. Though he knows little beyond eating meat and fighting, he has companions. Unlike Belmere, who harbored worries for Luffy, he was more concerned about Ace. Despite Ace's current strength, Seago believed it still fell short. Ding. Congratulations, host. Strength attribute has surpassed 400, and the level of armament Haki has increased. Ding. Congratulations, host. Speed attribute has surpassed 400, and the level of observation Haki has increased. Ding. Congratulations, host. All attributes have surpassed 400, and the level of Conqueror's Haki has increased. As he lay there, collecting the spoils of war, Seago's mastery of the three forms of Haki naturally ascended to level 5. Though still relatively low, he was now at least capable of engaging in normal combat without the previous concern of exhausting his Haki mid-fight. Having breached the outermost blockade of the Ikot Kingdom, Seago and his companions pressed westward, heading directly for the heart of the battlefield. The war had progressed to such an extent that it was nearly at its conclusion. Of the 80 large pirate crews, fewer than a third remained. Gazing at the latest intelligence, Seago was left utterly speechless. The illustrious figure that Siggy had been awaiting. The jester buggy astonishingly managed to breach the naval blockade and arrived in the Samba Sea. Remarkably, he did not take a detour, and the manner in which he circumvented the blockade was nothing short of unbelievable. Just as Smoker had driven Buggy to the point of having to reroute, a tempest suddenly arose, dispersing the naval vessels while a whirlpool propelled Buggy's pirate ship forward with great force. Could it be that this fellow truly possesses the luck of a conqueror? Siggy found himself at a loss for words. Yet, this turn of events was fortuitous, as he had long desired to meet Buggy. As a contemporary of Shanks who also served as an intern in the Roger Pirates, Buggy not only participated in the maritime battle between Roger and the Golden Lion at Eat Wall, but also engaged in a three-night clash alongside Roger and Whitebeard's pirate crews. Although he ultimately did not set foot on Raftel, this may not necessarily be deemed a misfortune. As Shige deemed the moment ripe, he promptly produced the telephone bug. The instant the connection was established, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from within. "Mr. Shige, what can I do for you?" I am currently engaged in a fierce skirmish with a band of pirates." No, there's no issue, Mr. Shige. You may call me at any time. However, please hold for just a moment, as a cannonball is hurtling my way. Boom. All right, Mr. Shige, you may continue. Chapter 70. I am here to end this war. I hear you have been battling these pirates for nearly a year? Shige remarked with dissatisfaction. It seems my previous counsel has yielded little effect. His words elicited a look of shame from Smoker on the other end of the line. Rest assured, Mr. Shige, I will soon ensnare them all. Smoker felt a sense of guilt for not living up to Shige's guidance. Yet he had not anticipated encountering such formidable pirates in the East Sea, with such strength, even venturing into the Grand Line. At least in the initial segment known as Paradise, they would be considered powerful foes. Nonetheless, Smoker refrained from offering explanations. After all, the opposing pirates possessed quite troublesome devil fruits. But he himself was not without his own formidable abilities. Well, I have arrived, Shige stated directly. This seemingly nonsensical declaration left Smoker momentarily bewildered. Mr. Shige, you should perhaps withdraw your men a bit. I am currently a pirate, and it would be wise not to associate with me. This was precisely why Shige had contacted Smoker. He wished to shield him from any repercussions stemming from his own pirate identity. Siggy slowly rose from the recliner, gazing at the distant artillery fire that seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky. With an air of calm determination, he remarked to the astonished expressions of Luffy and the others, I have come to bring an end to this war. It was time to unleash the power of the face fruit, though he pondered whether the opposing side would extend him the courtesy. Calculating the time, he realized that the turmoil instigated by the red-haired Shanks in the New World had largely subsided. The Navy headquarters must also be preparing to intervene, should the conflict persist. They would soon dispatch reinforcements. By that time, everything would slip from Siggy's grasp. Creek must not perish. Although he was no longer needed to bridge connections for Luffy and Sanji, this unfortunate soul still bore the burden of taunting the formidable Mihawk, the boss of all bosses. Shiga did not believe that he could continuously mentor Zoro. This responsibility would ultimately fall to Mihawk. Locke and Zango could not perish just yet, as Monka, Bellamy, Kobe, and even the formidable Usopp still required his guidance. On the Krieg pirate ship, a pirate rushed towards Krieg and the others. Using all limbs in a frantic manner, Captain Smoker has retreated. What? Upon hearing this news, Krieg was not filled with joy but instead roared in anger. Damn it. Why must he withdraw at this moment? He had painstakingly devised a plan to lure Smoker into a trap, having set up an elaborate snare that would ensure Smoker's demise upon boarding the ship. With this, he intended to break through the Navy's blockade and enter the Grand Line. He had sacrificed over 10 auxiliary ships to lower Smoker's guard. Just as success seemed imminent, the opposing side abruptly retreated. In stark contrast to Krieg's frenzy, the Black Cat pirates, led by Kuro, maintained a calm demeanor. Oh, a withdrawal at this juncture. Could reinforcements from the Navy headquarters finally be on their way? Kuro adjusted his glasses with a flick of his wrist. I had intended to control more pirates in this conflict, but it appears this will have to suffice. Hey, Zango. The plan can truly commence now. Upon hearing Kuro's words, Zango stood up, excitedly moonwalking as he exclaimed, Our captain, the ingenious Kuro, has devised an astounding plan. To be honest, I was taken aback when you revealed the entire scheme to me. I shall now hypnotize that foolish marine, making him believe he has captured you, allowing us to transform into the nobility of the Oikit Kingdom. When the time is ripe, the entire Oikit Kingdom shall be ours. After all, by then, even the Royal Guard will be under our command. Kuro's plan was finally set in motion. He first allied with the Krieg pirates to amass a multitude of pirates, then clandestinely colluded with the Oikit Kingdom. Utilizing Zango's abilities, he aimed to capture a significant number of pirates during this war for his own gain. Subsequently, he would feign death and live under the guise of an Oikit noble. This was the entire scheme envisioned by the Oikit royal family, for which they even offered a priceless devil fruit. However, this was merely a segment of Kuro's grand design. What he truly sought was the entirety of the Oikit Kingdom. Once he became a noble, he would continue to maneuver, step by step, placing the pirates hypnotized by Zango in significant positions throughout the nation. Once the entire Oikit Kingdom lay within his grasp, he could effortlessly claim dominion over the realm. As Kuro's plans progressed towards fruition, an unexpected event occurred. Captain Kuro. I am Eddie Man, the strategist of the Krieg pirates. We require assistance. Several strange little brats have appeared, and now there's an even stranger fellow with a red nose. Receiving the distress call from Krieg, Kuro was somewhat taken aback. Ah well, let this be the final battle before my retirement, he thought, dismissing it lightly. Meanwhile, aboard the immense flagship of the Krieg pirates, chaos reigned. Krieg and his crew occupied one side, while Ace and Luffy held the opposite. Buggy stood alone in the middle. The other members of the Buggy pirates lay incapacitated to one side, seemingly unconscious. As for Shiga, he remained on the welfare ship, not having come over. Who are you? And how did you end up here? Krieg brandished a massive battle spear, weighing over a ton, pointing it at Buggy. Just moments prior, the peculiar little brats had stormed aboard and swiftly incapacitated his crew. As he prepared to discipline these insufferable children, over a dozen individuals, including a lion, descended from above. Besides the odd red-nosed clown, the others lay motionless on the deck, uncertain if they were dead or merely unconscious. Shiga, observing through the image-transmitting snail, marveled at Buggy's dramatic entrance. He had not noticed how Buggy and the others arrived. They must have come on a raft after their ship sank in the waves, only to be thrust into the air by a current, landing fortuitously on the deck. Quite absurd. Buggy, equally perplexed, remained oblivious to the events unfolding, appearing dazed at his unexpected arrival. Noting Buggy's silence, Krieg pressed on. Hey, you there, big red nose, who exactly are you? If you're irrelevant, get out of my way. What did you say? Buggy's expression darkened, glaring fiercely at Krieg. Who are you calling big-nosed and red? In a corner of the deck, Buggy's pirate crew member, the acrobat Kabeji, whispered, what do we do? The captain is about to lose his temper. The beast tamer Machi squinted his eyes open a crack, urging, shut up. You idiot. Close your eyes and pretend to be unconscious. That is the leader of the East Blue's mightiest pirate crew, Admiral Krieg. If we get caught up in that battle, we'll need more than a few lives. At this moment, Buggy was in a state of furious rage. You can die? Splintering clown dagger. Buggy's hand, clutching the flying dagger, suddenly separated from his body, lunging towards Krieg. Chapter 71. The melee Buggy, now completely engulfed in his fury, loathed the notion of others commenting on his nose. You shall perish. Splintering clown dagger. Buggy's hand, wielding the dagger, detached from his body, aiming for Krieg. The sight sent shockwaves through the crowd. What is this? His hand can detach from his body. Who is this person? How impressive. Buggy, pleased with the effect he had created, smirked. Oomph. The weakest sea, intimidated by my power. The impact was remarkable, yet the outcome left much to be desired. The impenetrable Baroque appeared directly in front of Krieg. Clink. The dagger struck Baroque's newly forged shield, ricocheting harmlessly away without inflicting any damage. I am Baroque, the Iron Wall, impervious even to naval cannons. You think your trivial dagger can harm me? Before Baroque could finish his sentence, Buggy's hand, under his control, swiftly curved around to strike Baroque's face. Thud. Blood poured forth, dripping onto Baroque's shield-holding hand. Oh no. Akin's expression shifted alarmingly. Baroque had actually bled. The pirates sprawled on the deck struggled to reassure Baroque. Mr. Baroque, it's nothing serious, just a nosebleed. There's no danger to your life. Please, remain calm. Luffy and his companions were expressions of utter bewilderment, failing to comprehend why the members of the Krieg pirates were so agitated. Baroque was drenched in sweat, his pupils bloodshot, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. I am Baroque, the impenetrable wall that even the cannons on a naval warship cannot harm, and now I am bleeding. This is perilous. With a rapid series of knocks, Baroque began to strike the two small shields in his hands, the pearls embedded within clashing together. Danger to life. Danger to life. Krieg, with a look of resignation, quietly raised his formidable firearm. Boom. He reversed the gun, striking Baroque upon the head and rendering him unconscious. Akin, take him to the back. We cannot afford any disturbances at this moment. This was a reluctant decision for Krieg. His trap was meant for Smoker, and he had no desire to waste it on these individuals. It seems you are all in cahoots, devil fruit users. Just the opportunity one need to test my new gear. Krieg felt an immense confidence in the equipment he had crafted with all his resources. Upon hearing Krieg's words, the clown Buggy paused momentarily, then turned to gaze at Luffy and his companions. Where did this group of children come from? Buggy's attention was suddenly drawn to the straw hat atop Luffy's head. Hey, you little brat, the sight of that hat infuriates me. The mere sight of your straw hat ignites my anger. No sooner had Buggy spoken than 3 throwing knives appeared in his hands. Splintering cannon, with astonishing speed. His arm detached, flinging the knives towards Luffy. Seeing Buggy make his move, Krieg seized the opportunity to charge forward, brandishing his firearm toward Shigo. A burst of flames suddenly materialized, blocking Krieg's path. Your opponent is me. Krieg's gaze sharpened. Ah, devil fruit user? A mere child. What can a devil fruit do against me? With that, Krieg swung his massive firearm in a sweeping motion. Swish. The ton-weight weapon, accompanied by a fierce wind, struck Ace but passed through him without inflicting any harm. Ace wore a disdainful smile. Ineffective, flame pillar. A column of fire erupted, shooting towards Krieg. Meanwhile, others had already surged forward. Akin was directly intercepted by Sanji and Zoro, while Buggy became embroiled in a fierce duel with Luffy. The remaining crew members of the Krieg pirates attempted to launch an assault, but Zephyr, alongside Belmere and Dadan, swiftly halted them. You would do well to refrain from moving, or face dire consequences. With a powerful kick, Zephyr created a fissure several meters long across the deck. Belmere discharged a shot that obliterated the trigger finger of one pirate attempting to fire, the dark muzzle of the gun inciting terror. Amid such chaotic turmoil, the ability to keenly perceive even the slightest movements was astonishing, showcasing remarkable insight and marksmanship. Siggy leisurely observed the three battlefields, occasionally picking up spoils of war. Reveling in the spectacle. On the side of Ace and Krieg, the situation was relatively balanced. After all, due to their youth, Ace was no match for Krieg in terms of raw strength. However, Ace had the advantage of the Mara Mara no Mi, which allowed him to take the initiative. Victory in battle was merely a matter of time. Yet, Siggy's dispersed observation Haki detected an unusual aura emanating from Krieg. Could it be Sea Prism Stone? Siggy glanced at Ace, thinking, this could serve well, as we shall see how well you have honed your defensive techniques of late. As for Sanji and Zoro, there were no significant issues on their front. Though their time training under Siggy had been brief, they had made remarkable progress through their rigorous training regimen, able to contend equally with the kin. However, the situation on Luffy's side was rather dire. He was being thoroughly overwhelmed by Buggy. One must admit, the abilities granted by the split fruit were exceptionally formidable. The attacks were unpredictable, and in combat, one had to remain constantly vigilant against the limbs that the opponent could detach and use against them. In terms of defense, it was equally impressive. Just as Luffy's fist was about to land, Buggy executed a split, emergency escape, scattering his body to evade the blow. This was indeed quite the anomaly. Siggy, who was renowned for his extraordinary prowess, now found himself critiquing others for possessing such an overpowering ability. Should the fruit awaken, it could potentially shatter islands with a single strike. The only lamentable aspect was that Buggy lacked the fighting spirit one would expect from a strong adversary, fixating solely on treasures. An affinity for riches is commendable, Siggy mused, as he fondled the item he had prepared in advance, a treasure map that Nami had meticulously drawn for him. Of course, the map was a fabrication, yet crafted by Nami's hand. It appeared more authentic than the genuine article. Shiga resolved to emulate Shanks, exchanging this treasure map for the secrets of his counterpart, the clandestine revelations of the Battle of Idval, the cause of Roger's ailment, and most crucially, the enigma of God Valley. Although, during the fateful clash at God Valley, Buggy had yet to join the Roger pirates, having spent so many years aboard, he could not possibly have remained oblivious to the whispers of the sea. Chapter 72. You are not worthy of the captain's intervention. This tumultuous skirmish did not endure for long, as Shiga soon discerned something peculiar. Krieg had not employed the powers of Sea Prism Stone throughout the entire engagement. Not only Krieg, but also Akin exhibited the same restraint. It was as if they were anticipating something, particularly recalling how Krieg had intervened to thwart Iron Wall Balu's arson. Siggy lowered his head, contemplating something on the deck. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted as a cannonball pierced through Ace's body, embedding itself in the deck. Amidst the flying wood splinters, Ace seized the opportunity to appear directly above Krieg. You have lost. Ace's right arm was now ablaze with a vivid orange flame, the intense heat distorting the very air around him. Flame fist. Ace delivered a punch that, despite Krieg's sword cape bristling with spikes, could not withstand his might. The multitude of steel spikes on the cape had no effect on Ace whatsoever. With a resounding crash, Ace's fiery strike sent Krieg reeling, blood spewing from his mouth, as the already battered deck shattered beneath him, causing him to plummet into the abyss below, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, the battle between Zoro and Sanji reached its climax almost simultaneously. As Zoro engaged with Jin, Sanji launched himself into the air, spinning like a drill and sending Jin crashing into the ship's cabin. Observing the strikingly similar defeat of both Krieg and Jin, Siggy furrowed his brow. Just as he contemplated descending to investigate, a sharp gust of wind announced the arrival of a new presence on the deck. A man with slicked back hair and glasses appeared, most notably adorned with gloves that bore 10 slender blades at the tips, resembling the claws of a cat. It was none other than Kuro. Upon his arrival, Kuro adjusted his glasses and cast a sidelong glance at the two large holes in the deck. How embarrassing to be bested by such a group of youngsters, he remarked, before turning his attention to Siggy. If I am not mistaken, you must be the one who repelled the dragon pirates years ago. This revelation surprised Siggy, who had not anticipated that Kuro was aware of such history. Intriguing. Since you have discerned my identity, dare you to show yourself? Siggy observed him with keen interest, casually retrieving a cigar. This man indeed possessed remarkable intellect, yet he was tragically overconfident and had strayed down a misguided path. Otherwise, he might have been another figure like Ben Beckman. Kuro smiled, confidence radiating from him. In the past, I would have hesitated to offend you, but now. Before he could finish, Kuro vanished in an instant, launching a surprise attack on Siggy. Gasps of shock echoed through the crew. Even Ace could barely glimpse a fleeting shadow. The speed was comparable to the Zoro technique, yet it lacked the explosive sound that accompanied it. Silent step, Siggy scoffed inwardly. While Kuro's technique was undoubtedly unique, Siggy regarded it as merely adequate. Slowly, Siggy placed the cigar to his lips. Bang! The gunshot ignited the cigar, simultaneously forcing Kuro back. You are not worthy of prompting our captain's involvement, said Belial, shaking her gun with a grin. Kuro regarded Belial cautiously, then glanced at Siggy, who remained unfazed, smoking his cigar. In that moment, a flicker of panic crossed Kuro's mind. How could they be this formidable? After investigating the events in Cocoa Village, Kuro had spent considerable resources acquiring intelligence on the fishmen. He believed his assessment of Siggy's combat prowess was accurate, yet now it seemed he had gravely miscalculated. The woman who had just fired a shot posed a palpable threat. How strong must their captain be? Zep, engage him in a few exchanges. Siggy exhaled a puff of smoke, speaking nonchalantly. Belial was not yet Kuro's match. The previous gunshot had mainly been the result of Siggy guiding her with the cigar. Chafe. Zep heeded Siggy's command without hesitation, instantly appearing before Kuro, his mechanical leg, crafted by Tom, aiming a kick at Kuro's face. Though taken by surprise, Kuro adeptly employed silent step to evade the blow. However, his glasses were shattered, the shards sparkling in the air. Wiping the blood from his face with the back of his hand, Kuro slowly closed his eyes, his body beginning to sway. Claw strike. It was Kuro's most potent technique, utilizing the high-speed movement of silent step to launch indiscriminate attacks with his clawed hands. As Kuro vanished once more, cracks appeared on the deck, railings, and even the mast. Zep grew cautious. Here, he abruptly spun around, delivering a sweeping kick behind him. Clang. The sound of metal colliding echoed, yet Kuro's figure remained elusive. Being on the defensive was not Zep's style. He could not pinpoint Kuro's location. If so, he might as well render himself invisible to the enemy as well. The scene turned surreal, with both combatants seemingly vanishing from sight, yet the occasional clashing of mechanical leg and claw reverberated through the air. The rest of the crew, save for Siggy, found themselves disoriented, unable to discern who held the upper hand. Dadan rubbed her eyes and stepped forward. I shall check on Luffy. As she boldly approached the fray, the members of Krieg's pirate crew gasped in disbelief. This beautiful lady, be cautious. Do not go that way. That is Captain Kuro's claw strike. Crossing there could lead to your demise. Hey, why are you worrying about the enemy? Indeed, she is the enemy. Beautiful enemy lady. Be careful. Dadan, undeterred, even turned back to throw a flirtatious glance at Siggy. What transpired next left everyone astounded. Dadan actually made her way through unscathed, untouched by any attack. In that moment, they began to question whether Kuro had deliberately held back due to her beauty. Dadan was not immune to Kuro's indiscriminate assault, however. The power of the slip-slip fruit allowed her to evade even the sharpest blades, causing them to slide harmlessly away upon contact. Shiga paid no heed to the circumstances surrounding Luffy, for he was assured by the protagonist's halo, even a man like Buggy, who possessed the luck of a Conqueror-esque color, could not bring him down. His current concern lay with the whereabouts of Krieg and Akin. Previously, he sought to investigate their movements, but was momentarily interrupted by Kuro. Now, however, he found himself unable to trace the two of them. The observation of Shigo's observation Haki is undeniably inadequate, with a limited range. The formidable warship, the Sword, far exceeds the size of the Welfare. Chapter 73, Scythe Fruit. Ace, go investigate what those two are up to, Shigo instructed. Understood, Ace replied, leaping through the gap on the deck. Ding. Congratulations, the host has acquired green loot worth 250,000 berries. Ding. Congratulations, the host has gained yellow loot, speed 7. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained a special item, shrinking buggy bomb. The battle rages on. Yet the rate of loot drops is rather disappointing. Since the onset of the conflict, Shigo has lost count of how many loot items he has opened. The vast majority being orange and yellow, yet only 3 attribute items have emerged. Could it be that my strength has reached an overwhelming level? At that moment, a figure was hurled through the air, blood spewing forth as he collided violently with the mast. The mast, several meters in diameter, bore cracks from the impact, threatening to collapse at any moment. It was Kuro, who, having been outmatched, fell victim to Zep's opportunistic strike. On the deck, Machi, Kaka, and Baggy, hiding in a corner and feigning death, were now in a state of panic. They squinted at the swaying mast in the wind, their hearts racing. What do we do? It feels like the mast is about to fall, and it seems it will topple in our direction. I have no idea what to do. Where did the captain and that straw hat kid disappear to? I don't know. They were just around here a moment ago. I must have dozed off, and now I have no clue where they went. After a lengthy whispered discussion, they arrived at no conclusion, merely hoping that the mast would not crash down upon them. The situation was utterly terrifying. They had once thought Krieg was formidable, but witnessing the clash between Kuro and Zep revealed a new level of dread. You have lost, Zep stated calmly, observing the blood trickling from Kuro's mouth. Before their arrival, Shigo had instructed that Kuro and Krieg were not to be killed. As for the reasoning behind this, Zep did not inquire. To him, Shigo was shrouded in mystery. every action imbued with an inscrutable significance. Kuro expelled a mouthful of congealed blood, rising slowly, a sinister grin spreading across his face. What surprised Zep further was Kuro's deliberate removal of his clawed gloves. Lost? Kuro's ghastly smile, coupled with the blood staining his face, resembled that of a malevolent specter. No. Old man, this is merely the beginning. I shall dismember you. Kuro carelessly tossed the clawed gloves aside, extending his hand, aligning his index and middle fingers. And with a swift motion from over 10 meters away, he gestured towards Zep. Zep observed Kuro's peculiar movement, utterly perplexed by its intent. However, in the next instant, he comprehended the meaning. An invisible force surged towards his chest. Unfortunately, by the time Zep recognized the danger, it was too late. He attempted to evade, yet was merely a step too slow. Swish. A razor wind blade struck Zep's ribs, sending a spray of crimson blood into the air. This abrupt turn of events startled not only Zep but also Shigo. From a distance of over 10 meters, a mere gesture had inflicted harm upon Zep. This is the scythe fruit. Shigo immediately grasped the situation. No wonder Kuro had exuded such confidence, even knowing Zep's identity and daring to appear here. This was indeed his greatest asset. Scythe fruit, whirlwind blade dance. Kuro clearly intended to grant Zep no further opportunities, his hands moving with rapidity. As he gestured, countless invisible, colorless wind blades surged towards Zep, saturating the air and sealing all avenues of escape. The synergy between the scythe fruit and Kuro's inherent agility was indeed remarkable. His natural prowess and swift arm movements, now augmented by the scythe fruit's abilities, rendered him nearly invincible. Had this been over a year ago, it might have posed a significant challenge, however. Now, with a cold snort, Siggy's figure flickered and appeared directly before Zeph, confronting the torrent of wind blades that surged towards him. Just then, a figure suddenly flew in from the side, intercepting all the incoming wind blades. Observing the dismembered form of Buggy, who was not merely cut into pieces but rather sliced into thin shreds, everyone gasped in astonishment. Which scoundrel ambushed me? Buggy fumed, his irritation escalating as the Straw Hat Boy proved to be exceedingly troublesome. His flying daggers left countless scars on his opponent, yet the latter fought on with unrelenting ferocity. In a moment of carelessness, Luffy seized the opportunity to land a punch. Before Buggy could even touch the ground, he found himself under yet another surprise attack. Kuro, equally bewildered, gazed at the half-visible face floating in the air and muttered, "What on earth is this red nose?" Even though Buggy was in pieces, with his head split in half above the nose, he appeared utterly unfazed. "What did you say?" Buggy erupted in rage, directing all his fragments towards Kuro. "You scoundrel! Whose nose is big and red?" Kuro had unwittingly encountered his nemesis. No matter how he attacked, he could not inflict any harm on Buggy, who possessed the abilities of the Chop Chop fruit. The idea of being a swordsman's bane was no mere jest. Every strike aimed at Buggy proved utterly futile. Even Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, was powerless against him. Meanwhile, a bloodied Luffy rushed forward. Despite his countless wounds, the fighting spirit in his eyes burned ever brighter. "Red nose, I will send you flying." Without regard for the circumstances, Luffy charged ahead and landed a punch on Buggy. Thud. Buggy was struck hard and spat out a mouthful of blood. Witnessing this, Kuro, momentarily snapping out of his stupor, abandoned the use of his scythe abilities and clenched his fists to join the fray. The three became entangled in a chaotic brawl, the scene spiraling out of control. "Idiot! You're supposed to hit him!" Buggy cried out in pain. Kuro instinctively unleashed a wind blade that struck Buggy. "Don't hit me, hit him," Buggy shouted, pointing at Luffy. Kuro turned just in time to see Luffy's arm swinging towards him. Unwilling to back down, Kuro braced himself and took Luffy's punch while retaliating with a strike of his own. Luffy's face contorted comically from the blow but returned to normal almost instantly, continuing his relentless assault. Kuro was genuinely dazed. Despite his usual cunning, he found himself utterly confused by the antics of Luffy and Buggy. In a moment of bewilderment, he swung his fist at Luffy, but it had no effect, and Luffy countered with a punch that sent blood gushing from Kuro's nose. Dazed, Kuro saw Buggy lunging at him with a flying knife and instinctively used the powers of the scythe fruit to deflect it, only to be met with a counterattack from Buggy. Shiga now felt a twinge of pity for Klo. Fortunately, Klo soon realized the predicament. "You two scoundrels are truly toying with me." Chapter 74. Poison in the milk. However, before Klo could launch a targeted counterattack, a series of explosions suddenly erupted. The deck collapsed with a thunderous sound, and everyone, except for Bucky, who was precariously fighting with his feet on the deck, plummeted into the ship's hold. With a series of mechanical clicks, the original deck was sealed off by railings made of sea prism stone. Around the cabin, torrents of highly toxic gas began to emerge, spreading rapidly. "Ha ha ha, may you wretched power users meet your demise." Cleek, along with Akin and others, stood outside the cabin, laughing maniacally. "Witness the power of my MH6 gas bomb." As the toxic gas permeated the air, and with the sea prism stone sealing their surroundings, panic ensued among the group. "Master." In a flash of fire, Ace had already reached Shiga's side. "I understand their intentions now." Siggy cast a silent glance at Ace, inquiring whether a report was still deemed necessary. Captain Zep and others gathered around, awaiting Siggy's decision. At that moment, Klo panicked. "Crick, can't you see I'm here too?" Crick erupted in laughter, Haha, Chloe, you truly have underestimated me all along. You wonder why I sent someone to seek your assistance? Akin was right. Although I am unaware of your intentions, this war is undoubtedly your scheme. Chloe's expression darkened as he looked at Akin. I have indeed been careless. His excessive confidence had led him to underestimate others gravely. We're doomed. We're doomed. At this juncture, Machi and Kabaji ceased their charade of feigned death and looked up at Buggy, pleading, Captain Buggy, save us. Buggy, infuriated, shouted, you scoundrels, what were you doing just now? Hurry and throw my feet back up. He felt helpless. While he could fly with his feet off the ground, it was limited to a range of 200 meters. Beyond that, although he wouldn't be harmed, he would lose control. Had his feet not fallen, he would have fled long ago. As for splitting himself to enter the cage below, he was not foolish enough to do so, as it was filled with toxic gas. Entering would mean certain death. The poison gas rapidly spread throughout the cabin, prompting everyone to close their mouths and pinch their noses. Only Siggy remained unfazed, nonchalantly tearing off his robe to reveal a face adorned with a disdainful smile. Upon seeing Siggy's countenance, Crick and Akin's triumphant expressions vanished, replaced by sheer terror. Particularly for the Iron Wall Barrow, memories of past encounters rushed back, causing him to retract his head and limbs into a shield in fright. This is bad, he stammered. Captain, it's him. Crick, too, felt a wave of panic, instinctively covering his chest, where scars from Siggy's previous attack lingered. Still not improved, resorting to these despicable tactics. Siggy scoffed, showing no concern for the toxic gas permeating the air. With a physique exceeding 3,000 points, such poison was trivial for him. Everyone need not fear. No matter how strong he is, he cannot escape. Crick proclaimed loudly, uncertain whether he was reassuring others or himself. Continue releasing the toxic gas. Toxic gas? Siggy exhaled deeply and then inhaled sharply. It was as though a gust of wind swept through the cabin, drawing all the poison toward his mouth. In just 3 minutes, every trace of toxic gas was consumed, absorbed into Siggy's being. Crick and the others stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend how he had ingested enough MH6 gas to kill thousands. The most astonishing aspect was that he appeared entirely unaffected. The taste is quite pleasant, Siggy remarked with a grin, turning to Luffy, smash their gas masks. Rubber. Machine gun. Luffy's fist struck rapidly, breaking through the sea prism stone barrier and landing on Crick and the others' faces. With a series of cracks, all their gas masks shattered. The poison is quite agreeable. Let you all have a taste. As Shiga spoke, he waved his hand, and aside from Akin, the others, including Click and Chloe, found themselves with a baby bottle in their mouths. The bottle bore a fruit with a poisonous essence. At long last, Sig had the opportunity to employ this tactic. Although the scene was somewhat disconcerting, it proved to be remarkably effective. Alas, the milk harbored poison. They did not possess Sig's formidable constitution. One by one collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing uncontrollably. Ajin, open the door, Sig said calmly. Gazing at Ajin with an air of warning, do not test my patience. Beneath the facade of tranquility lay a relentless struggle for restraint. This was rash. My stomach aches. Shiga has begun to comprehend Magellan's intentions. You handle this. I have matters to attend to, he instructed Japu and the others before hastily departing. Where is the restroom? Goodness. Where could it be? After a quarter of an hour and expending the life cards of 6 individuals, Shiga finally emerged from the lavatory. Upon his return, however, he discovered that Baki had vanished. Japu presented his feet to Shiga, stating, suddenly, a fierce whirlwind arose. Shigu exclaimed in frustration, what on earth is happening? After such a long wait to finally meet him, and now, at this critical moment, he has been swept away by a hurricane. What kind of luck does he possess? It is utterly incomprehensible. Though I am at a loss for words, there is little I can do. I must first retrieve Baki's foot. Regardless, with the foot here, he will surely find a way to locate me. Initially, Shige instructed Creek and Kuro to contact other pirates and announce the dissolution of their alliance. He then left his address for Machi and Kabaji before departing with the others. Of course, before leaving, Shige casually shattered Creek's entire set of equipment and Baroque's shield with his dragon claw fist. Thus, this battle, which had lasted nearly a year, came to a definitive conclusion. Captain, are you truly letting them go? Zep couldn't comprehend Shige's intentions. After traveling such a great distance, the outcome was merely a lesson for them before departing. In his view, if Creek was spared, at the very least, Kuro should have been eliminated. Disregard those insignificant characters from now on. Leave the intelligence work to Nokigo and focus on your training, Shige remarked. Nokigo indeed possessed remarkable talent for intelligence work, although she currently fell short of Zep's capabilities. Given time for training, she would undoubtedly excel. As for Zep, while he was now the strongest aside from Shige, it still wasn't enough. Zep, fully aware of Shige's intentions, touched the injury on his ribs, his face flushing with embarrassment. He had never anticipated that after a year of venturing through the Grand Line, he would almost capsize in the East Sea. Furthermore, Shige pointed towards the restroom, saying, there is no paper left. Remember to stock up next time. Watching Shige's departing figure, Zep was filled with confusion. When I last checked, there seemed to be several packs. How could it disappear so quickly? Chapter 75, Baroque works in the ensuing 2 years. The East Sea regained its tranquility, albeit merely on the surface. The floating restaurant Baratai had returned to the Samba Sea, and in addition to Baratai, 8 subsidiary floating restaurants had been established across major regions of the East Sea. These 9 floating establishments not only generated revenue but also served as crucial relay stations for intelligence. Under Shige and the floating restaurant's financial support, Nokigo's intelligence organization flourished rapidly. She was even preparing to expand the network into the Grand Line. As for the Oikot Kingdom, it unfolded precisely as Shige had anticipated. Kuro, leveraging Zhang Yao's abilities, successfully orchestrated a ruse of his own demise. Moreover, Monka, having captured the Kuro, was promoted to the rank of Navy Branch Colonel, commanding Shell's Town. The once passionate youth, Monka, underwent a drastic character transformation due to Zhang Yao's hypnosis, indulging in excesses in Shell's Town. Everything returned to its original course, yet the whereabouts of Buggy remained elusive. The East Sea was simply too vast, encompassing nearly a quarter of the world's area, with countless islands dotting the ocean. Ultimately, Shige had no choice but to temporarily relent. After all, he still held Buggy's 2 legs and was not concerned about his return. Have we located Kobe, as well as the Aurita pirates? Shige inquired. Nokigo produced a photograph and handed it to Shige. Father, this is the Kobe you seek. He has been located, and we have sent someone to keep watch. Shige took the photograph, gazing at the small, plump figure with pink hair, and nodded. Indeed, it is him. Just send someone to keep watch. There is no need to disturb him. Inform me promptly of any developments. Nuachi nodded in response and continued, however, Father, there has been no news from the Urlita pirate crew. Do you think they might have perished in that conflict? Shiga was not entirely certain whether the other party was still alive, especially since the slippery fruit that originally belonged to Yalida had already been seized by Dadong. Aside from guiding KB to encounter Luffy, it served little purpose. Moreover, guiding KB was not a task that required her alone, if necessary. Shiga could find someone to impersonate a pirate. If no one could be found, it could simply be set aside for the moment, to be addressed later. Shiga did not place much importance on Yalita. Perhaps the individual truly perished in that war. At that moment, Nokigao presented a pile of intelligence. This pertained to the recent developments in the kingdom of Wicked. Indeed, as you discerned, Dad, Klo had begun to take action. He might genuinely be pursuing something. This matter can be left for Luffy and the others to handle, Shiga interrupted with a wave of his hand. But you, how is the intelligence work on the Grand Line? Have you managed to establish a solid foothold? Upon hearing this, Nokigao pouted. Everything was progressing smoothly until an unknown mysterious force emerged, uprooting the intelligence network I had painstakingly built. Over the past 2 years, Nokigao had been brimming with confidence, handling intelligence work with increasing adeptness. Even Zep had expressed admiration for her, lamenting his own aging. However, now, her first battle after leaving the East Sea ended in a dismal defeat. She did not even know who her opponent was, which undoubtedly dealt a significant blow to her self-esteem. Haha, little girl, it seems you have finally encountered a worthy adversary, Shiga laughed heartily. Over these 2 years, Nokigao's repeated successes had inflated her pride. Encountering a rival now was quite beneficial, as it would serve to temper her disposition. Nokigao scrunched her petite nose, glaring at Shiga with dissatisfaction. Dad, do you know the origins of that mysterious force? Certainly, Shiga was aware that in the kingdom of Alabasta, the only entity capable of surreptitiously dismantling the intelligence stronghold established by Nico Robin was none other than Baroque Works. He was cognizant of this fact, yet he could not divulge it. Shiga had closed his eyes. You, my dear, should take this opportunity to learn extensively. I shall set you a goal, as long as you can successfully preserve an intelligence outpost, even if it consists of just a single individual. It shall be deemed a triumph. This requirement may sound deceptively simple, yet the challenges it encompasses are far from trivial. Nico Robin's adversary is none other than Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Engaging in intelligence work poses dangers that rival those of direct combat. For Nico Robin, this represents an exceptional opportunity for both growth and learning. Only by overcoming this hurdle shall her capabilities and intelligence truly be deemed proficient. Observing Shigo's enigmatic demeanor, Nico Robin pouted and playfully tugged at his arm, imploring, Father, please just tell me. Even a hint would suffice. Shigu was fearless in the face of the world, except when it came to her. In the blink of an eye, even Nami had begun to mature, and Nojiko had blossomed into a young lady. If it weren't for the fact that he had watched them grow up since childhood, Shigu could not be certain he would not harbor other thoughts. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, igniting the cigar held between his fingers. You little rascal, your father undoubtedly does this for your own good. Do not cause trouble here, Barumir remarked, tapping Nojiko on the head. Humph. Upon hearing Barumir speak, Nojiko could only relent. Barumir then sat beside Shigu and sighed. Captain, will she be able to handle the Grand Line? Having once been a member of the Navy, Barumir was well aware of the dangers that lurked within the Grand Line. Sig exhaled a puff of smoke, remarking, Do you still regard them as mere children? Norki must be 17 this year. She is already at the age where she can stand on her own. Do not fret excessively. Endeavor to place your trust in them. Balumal paused, slightly taken aback. Indeed. She is 17. However, Captain, your words come rather easily. Have you not also retained the view of them as children? Ace has also reached the age of 17. Shiga turned to look at Beru and said, "It was Ace who asked you to come, wasn't it?" Beru smiled without a word. "You little rascal, come out." Shiga suddenly raised his voice. From within the door, Ace emerged with a grin that radiated eagerness. Beru shrugged. "See. I told you it wouldn't escape the captain's notice." "Master, when will I finally set sail?" "It's been over 3 months since my 17th birthday," Ace lamented. He had expressed his desire to embark on a journey immediately after turning 17, but Shiga had stopped him. Thus, over 3 months had passed in waiting. With a fierce glare, Shiga exclaimed, "What's the rush? You haven't even turned 17 yet." Meanwhile, Luffy and Zoro, along with others, were crouched in a corner, stealthily observing the scene. "Do you think my master will be like this when I turn 17? Luffy pondered, a hint of anxiety creeping in about his future self. Chapter 76. Ace set sail. Upon hearing Shige's words, Ace grew increasingly anxious, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Master, you ha-ha-ha, the little fellow is truly in a hurry." Tom bellowed with laughter as he approached from a distance, tossing a massive toolbox onto the ground with a resounding thud, sending dust swirling around. "The captain has long instructed me to craft you a magnificent pirate ship. How could I possibly deny you the chance to set sail?" Tom remarked, patting Ace on the head. "Really?" Ace's eyes sparkled with delight. "Thank you, master." "Humph." Shige snorted dismissively. "Don't celebrate too soon. Whether that ship is truly yours remains to be seen. Remember what I told you before." Rising from his seat, Shige continued, "Show me your defensive techniques, otherwise you'll be setting sail with a baby bottle tomorrow." Ace's face radiated confidence. "Thank you for the ship, master." As he spoke, flames suddenly erupted around him, soaring several meters high. The vibrant orange flames quickly contracted under Ace's control, clinging tightly to his form, their hue shifting to a subtle yellow. In an instant, the flames compressed entirely, forming what resembled a suit of armor. "Master, what do you think of my Emperor of Flames armor?" Ace declared proudly. To avert the tragic fate of sailing with a baby bottle, Ace had exerted immense effort to develop this technique. As Shiga's eyes brightened, he remained silent and slowly approached Ace. With each step, his armed Haki enveloped his palm. He placed his hand on Ace's shoulder and unleashed an overwhelming force. Dragon Claw Fist, Breath of the Dragon. A resounding crack echoed as the fiery armor of the Flame Emperor bore the brunt of Shiga's terrifying assault, fracturing under the pressure, nearly shattering completely. Ace let out a muffled groan, his shoulder almost obliterated. A visible shockwave erupted violently, toppling the surrounding colossal trees and causing the structures of the Dadong outpost to creak under the immense strain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring Amen's code of legendary defensive quality, which has now been imbued with attributes that render it impervious to decay, dust, and wear. With a swift motion, Siggy cast a lingering glance at Ace before turning away. "Get lost, and make sure you're gone before I awaken tomorrow." Although Siggy was somewhat satisfied with Ace's defensive technique, the Flame Emperor's armor, he could sense that Ace was on the brink of awakening his Haki. Once that awakening occurred, the technique's defensive capabilities would ascend to an even higher echelon. At the break of dawn the following day, Ace departed amidst the farewells of the crowd. Dadan wept uncontrollably, offering Ace her cherished red necklace, a keepsake from her mother. For Dadan, Ace was as dear as her own son, having been entrusted to her care by Garp since infancy. "You little rascal, if you find it hard to survive out there, come back to us." Ace provided her with comforting words, which eventually quelled her tears. He now found himself reminiscing about the former Dadan. The Dadan before she consumed the slippery fruit would have been far less emotional, likely urging him to leave with a look of disdain. Gazing into the distance, Ace searched for Siggy, but a row of trees obscured his view, concealing Siggy's presence entirely. Nami approached, carrying a package, and handed it to Ace. "This is from Dad. He probably won tea come to see you off." A look of disappointment crossed Ace's face as he opened the parcel to reveal a long robe, Siggy's ever-present cloak. Clutching the robe, Ace's pupils dilated in shock. He recognized the garment. Though its material was a mystery to him, its defensive prowess was extraordinary. Once donned, it could withstand blades and even ordinary bullets without a scratch. Ace was utterly astonished that Siggy would gift him such a treasured item. Raising his arms, he donned the robe and adjusted the necklace around his neck, a radiant smile illuminating his face. With these two possessions, the prospect of venturing into the sea felt less solitary. He inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "Master, I will return to see you through to the end." In the depths of the jungle, Siggy stood atop a tree, observing Ace from afar. In that moment, he comprehended the truth behind Dragon's words in Rogue Town. What reason could there be to hinder a man from setting sail? Just as Dragon would not obstruct Luffy from becoming a pirate, Siggy would not deter Ace from confronting his tumultuous fate. "You little brat. Don't expect me to send you off in style." With that, he leaped down from the tree, returning to his slumber. Unbeknownst to Siggy, at a considerable distance, another figure perched upon a tree, watching Ace. "This little rascal has indeed chosen the path of a pirate. Alas, I do not desire for you to become a marine. It is only through that path that your grandfather can protect you openly." 3 months after Ace's departure, the stronghold of No Kigo and the Grand Line S. Alabasta was uprooted, leaving behind nothing but inconsequential intelligence. The kingdom, save for the capital of Alyabarna, had not seen rain for several months, and signs of civil unrest among the populace were beginning to emerge. Shiga understood clearly that Crocodile's Paradise plan had already commenced. The Kingdom of Alabasta, with an expanse exceeding 1 million square kilometers and a population surpassing 100 million, boasted a standing army of nearly 600,000. Such a colossal entity is indeed rare in the world. Its vast territory and populous nature signify immense wealth, as the intelligence organization set its sights on the Grand Line. Shiga increasingly felt that his current funds were somewhat constrained. Establishing a restaurant, or venturing into any other industry within the Kingdom of Alabasta would undoubtedly yield substantial riches. Indeed, at least one piece of intelligence had been relayed back. He encouraged himself to continue striving. His praise naturally ignited envy in Zoro and Sanji, who had followed Shiga in training for an extended period without ever receiving even a word of commendation from him. This was, however, inevitable. As Shiga firmly believed in raising sons through hardship while pampering daughters, boys must endure the trials of adversity from an early age, while girls, being so lovely and charming, were too precious for him to chastise. What are you two doing here instead of training? Shiga shot a glance at them. Where has Luffy run off to? Sanji sighed in resignation at Shiga's swift change of demeanor. He mentioned wanting to eat the meat you grill, so he must be off hunting. During this time, Shiga had taken full responsibility for cooking. It was not that he had suddenly grown conscientious and diligent, but rather that the day after Ace's departure, he felt a resurgence of that sensation of breakthrough within him. The third devil fruit was on the verge of manifesting. Post, Shiga strength, 486 speed, 525 constitution, 3377 skills, swordsmanship LV 35, marksmanship LV 29, hand-to-hand combat LV 37, navigation LV 26, dragon claw fist LV 26, navy 6 styles, shave LV 22, iron body LV 26, paper drawing LV 24, moonwalk LV 28, storm leg LV 23, finger gun LV 26, fishman karate LV 9, three sword style LV 34, conqueror's Haki LV 5, armament Haki LV 5, observation Haki LV 6, dog paddle LV max, culinary arts LV max, six sword style LV max, devil fruits, bottle fruit, mocking fruit. He currently possessed 3 maxed out skills, dog paddle, culinary arts, and 6 sword style. However, the likelihood of breaking through with 6 sword style was approaching 0, and Shiga held no grand hopes for it. The skills most likely to advance were dog paddle and culinary arts. Consequently, during this recent period, he had been either cooking or practicing dog paddle in the sea, seeking an opportunity for breakthrough. Yet, that opportunity remained elusive, while Luffy had been utterly captivated by Shiga's grilled meat, incessantly clamoring for it. Chapter 77. Taken advantage of. All right. You all eat. I shall step out for a moment. Shiga roasted an entire wild buffalo that he had captured and then turned towards the sea. He decided to visit this island first, estimating that he could return in time for a midday nap. After determining his direction, he placed the map on the ground, securing it with a stone. Without hesitation, he leaped into the water. Activating his maximum dog paddling skills, Shiga instantly vanished from sight. The speed of his paddling was such that Rayleigh felt a sense of inadequacy, while the mermaids were left in tears. As the splashes of water from Siggy's leap into the sea had yet to settle back into the ocean, his figure had already vanished without a trace. In pursuit of a breakthrough, Siggy exhibited an unusual diligence. Aside from experimenting with a variety of culinary creations, he scurried about in a frantic manner. Of course, his endeavors were not without purpose. The Eastern Sea, near the Kingdom of Goa, is dotted with countless islands, both large and small. During this period, Siggy had nearly explored them all. Now, he found himself once more upon a deserted isle. This island bore no signs of human activity, and judging by the condition of the shore, it had likely been frequently ravaged by tsunamis. Not to mention humans, even beasts and insects could scarcely survive here. Only an array of avian species made their home in this desolate place. Caw. Shiga was wandering around this modest island when suddenly, a colossal bird swooped down. Oh, are you intending to feast upon me? With lightning speed, Shiga extended his right hand, reaching directly for the bird's talons. Just what I needed. Come down here, you beast. With a sudden force, Siggy slammed the large blue bird to the ground. He had long since grown accustomed to such scenes, as various beasts and birds alike would inexplicably launch attacks against him. It remained uncertain whether this was due to the nature of the chow chow fruit or a result of his ostracism from this world. Gathering some dry twigs, Siggy kindled a fire and began to roast the meat right there. Wisps of smoke curled upward, and the savory aroma of the meat spread through the air. As Shiga was about to place a substantial piece of meat into his mouth, an overwhelming sensation of imminent breakthrough enveloped his entire being. At that moment, the voice of the system suddenly resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your extraordinary talent in culinary arts has successfully transcended its limits and transformed into a devil fruit. Shiga was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the roasted meat in his hands, utterly perplexed. What was happening? This was simply too bewildering. Previously, the child observation technique had transcended its limits, transforming into the milk bottle fruit, all because Shiga had gifted a pirate ship to Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. The taunt skill had also surpassed its boundaries due to his mockery of that enigmatic being of unknown identity. Yet now, merely roasting a bird had led to such an extraordinary breakthrough. Just as Shiga pondered the potential significance of this bird, the din-din mushy suddenly rang. "Old man, there's a peculiar fellow looking for you," Nami's voice chimed in. "He just appeared out of nowhere, asking for roasted bison meat, and he expressed a desire to meet you." A flicker of realization coursed through Shiga's mind. He vaguely sensed that his impending breakthrough might not stem from the bird before him, but rather from the peculiar individual referenced by Nami. Just as he was about to inquire about the stranger's name, Luffy's voice echoed through the air. "Hey, old man, that piece of meat is mine." Luffy's arm extended, forcefully seizing the hand that reached for the roasted meat before him, his voice booming in protest. It had always been he who pilfered others' food. He never anticipated that today someone would dare to snatch his. The stranger turned to Luffy, stating, "I haven't eaten for an entire year, and once I finish this meal, I may have to wait several years for the next." Stunned by the words, Luffy released the stranger's hand. "How pitiful. Then you can have this piece of meat." Sanji facepalmed, exclaiming, "Idiot, he's deceiving you. Who could possibly go an entire year without food?" "Right." Luffy suddenly grasped the situation, but it was already too late. The stranger had promptly stuffed a generous chunk of meat into his mouth, savoring it slowly. An entire year without food. Upon hearing these words, Shiga was taken aback. His entire body frozen in place. Connecting it to the recent breakthrough in his culinary skills, he suddenly stood up. "Nami, what is his name?" He called out. "Hey, old man, what do they call you?" After a brief silence, a languid voice reached Shiga's ears. "A name, you say? It's too cumbersome to recall. So I've forgotten. Just call me grilled beef instead." Nami, exasperated, exclaimed, "Hey, old man, it's just a name. What is so troublesome about that?" "Father." "He refuses to tell his name, doesn't he? Father, can you hear me? Why did you hang up?" At this moment, Shiga is desperately paddling back. Green Bull. That fellow is undoubtedly a green bull. Shiga was filled with unwavering certainty. A year without food, and merely due to his roasted beef. His culinary skills had transcended all limits. Apart from the future Marine Admiral Green Bull, Shiga could hardly envision any other possibility. If that were the case, everything began to make sense. Green Bull, who had always despised troublesome matters, had chosen abstinence from food simply because he found eating too cumbersome. By the time he was exceptionally promoted to the rank of Admiral during the Marines' world recruitment, he had not consumed anything for 3 years. Such a person, remarkably, had taken the initiative to request roasted beef, even going so far as to feign vulnerability in front of Luffy for a piece of meat. This clearly aligned with the system's recognition of a breakthrough opportunity. 15 minutes later, Shiga hurried back to the base of Dadong. Where is he? Shiga scanned his surroundings but found no trace of Green Bull, sending a wave of panic through him. The others were perplexed by Shiga's apparent anxiety. "He left right after you hung up, old man," Nami replied. "Which direction did he go?" "I don't know. He just vanished suddenly," Zep said, his expression grave. The arrival of the other party had been rather strange, appearing suddenly in the vicinity. Even Balumel, who had awakened the observation Haki, was completely unaware of how the individual had materialized. Initially, everyone had been on high alert, but upon realizing that the individual seemed merely intent on acquiring food, they gradually began to relax. Shiga was filled with immense frustration. Such a splendid opportunity to acquire loot had slipped through his fingers. How infuriating. His teeth clenched in anger. He lamented the day spent in vain, only to have someone else reap the benefits, after indulging in his own roasted meat. That scoundrel had fled without leaving behind a single trophy, though uncertain if he had attained the combat prowess of an admiral at the Navy headquarters. He surely could not be significantly weaker. At the very least, he ought to have been able to yield a purple loot. Shiga swiftly resumed grilling the meat, hoping to lure the other party out. However, despite Luffy devouring the food voraciously, the individual never reappeared. Reluctantly, he had to abandon the endeavor. This incident became the second source of lingering regret for Shiga. As for the first, it was that individual who had berated him amidst the whirlpool currents. Given the opponent's strength, if they chose to remain hidden, Shiga would be utterly incapable of locating them. Well, at least he had obtained a third devil fruit, which he attempted to view as a consolation. He poured himself a drink and lit a cigar to calm his frayed nerves before finally inspecting the newly acquired devil fruit. Chapter 78, Dissecting the Fruit Splitter. Upon comprehending the capabilities of the third devil fruit, Shiga inadvertently sprayed Luffy, who was approaching with an insatiable appetite for grilled meat, with a mouthful of wine. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a yellow loot item, a wind shell. This was indeed an unexpected delight. The wind shell was a specialty of the Sky Island, and even there, it was exceedingly rare due to its extinction, leaving behind only a limited number of shells. As for its power, it was nothing short of astonishing. Just 200 wind shells could elevate Annals' colossal arc maxim. This would be perfect for Tom to install on the Thousand Sunny as an emergency power source. It was far more efficient than the wind cannon Frankie had crafted for the ship, as it required no cola and could significantly reduce expenses. Damn system. Treating me like a beggar. Shiga cursed internally. Don't think that gifting me a wind shell can compensate for the devil fruit situation. Under normal circumstances, the emergence of a wind shell among the spoils would have brought him joy. Yet now, he found himself devoid of any such sentiment. Siggy gazed at Luffy, who was wiping his face, and inquired if he still wished to indulge in roasted meat. Luffy, cradling his round belly, nodded vigorously in affirmation. Go on. Seek your own sustenance, but remember, it must be alive. Siggy was eager to experiment with his newly acquired devil fruit, the anatomy fruit. Luffy, filled with delight, bounced off into the dense forest, clutching his ample abdomen. Before long, he returned, triumphantly shouldering a wild boar. Despite the creature's frantic struggles and anguished cries, it could not escape Luffy's grasp. With a resounding thud, Luffy hurled the boar to the ground, firmly pinning it down with both hands. Siggy waved at Luffy, signaling him to release the wild boar. Freed from Luffy's grasp, the boar swiftly turned and attempted to flee the scene, perceiving the surroundings as perilous. The recent encounter with the human who had captured it was particularly daunting. Not only was the individual's strength formidable, but their arms could astonishingly extend. As the boar made its escape, Siggy extended a hand, palm facing downward. Room. A unique force emanated from Siggy's palm, instantly spreading to envelop a space of several dozen meters, forming a closed spherical domain. Shiga's mood has improved slightly. Regardless of its power, this is, thus far, the most striking technique he has displayed. It bears an uncanny resemblance to the abilities of the surgery fruit, at least on the surface. Shiga smiled faintly and gently snapped his fingers. Room. The bone removal chamber puff. As soon as Siggy's voice faded, a frantic wild boar collided with the spatial barrier. It pierced through as effortlessly as a droplet of water shattering a soap bubble, soaring forth without any impediment. Oh no, Siggy exclaimed, seizing Luffy and hurling him in the direction of the fleeing boar. Bring it back to me. The initial experiment had failed. According to the system, the dissecting fruit could only affect creatures incapable of resistance. Though he held little hope for these devil fruits birthed from the life skill, the outcome was utterly disheartening. If they were truly powerless to resist, one could simply squash them with a sandal. Why bother employing the power of the dissecting fruit? Nevertheless, adhering to the belief that only the user is worthless, not the devil fruit, Siggy persevered with his trials, even if it only worked on defenseless beings. He was keen to ascertain the precise extent of their powerlessness. Logically, since the wild boar had been captured alive by Luffy, it should qualify as unable to resist. Yet, the reality proved otherwise. It was not sufficiently helpless. I refuse to believe this. Siggy waved his hand again, signaling Luffy to release the boar. Master, please trust me. It won't escape again. Though reluctant, Luffy complied and let the boar go. As it attempted to rise and flee once more, Siggy unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Under his exceptional control, the Haki merely intimidated the boar, rendering it motionless without causing it to faint. Room. Bone removal zone. Siggy once again harnessed the power of the dissection fruit. The wild boar grunted a few times, yet its instinct for survival ultimately triumphed over its fear of Siggy, prompting it to flee in a frenzy once more. With a swift motion, Luffy, who had been prepared for this moment, effortlessly captured the boar again without Siggy needing to utter a word. Master, shall I slay the pig and allow Sanji to perform the dissection? With sleeves rolled up and veins bulging from his forehead, one could only wonder how utterly powerless one must feel to evoke such a reaction. Bang. Without further ado, Shiga delivered a single punch that felled the wild boar. Room. The bone removal arena. In his heart, Shiga could hardly contain his fury. He had succumbed to unconsciousness, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Should this continue, the dissected remains would serve not but as a macabre spectacle. Fortunately, this time it finally conformed to the standards of helplessness. Amidst Luffy's astonished expression, the wild boar was instantaneously severed. Fur, teeth, bones, blood, fat, lean meat, pig liver, pig lungs, small intestine, large intestine, and the excrement within the large intestine, each lay in its own pristine heap, entirely untainted by any mixture. Even the most skilled chef could not possibly butcher a pig with such meticulous precision. Sieg is utterly astounded, and indeed, the power of the devil fruit is remarkable. However, one must ponder its true utility. It appears to serve merely for the preparation of food. If it could render adversaries powerless to such an extent, would it not be more efficient to eliminate them outright? The effort required to dismember is rather grotesque. If one cannot overcome their opponent, then what value does this fruit truly possess? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through Shige's mind. That foolish giant who loves bungee jumping without a cord, if he truly wishes to perish, he can come over. I shall grant him that. Of course, this was merely a form of self-comfort. Kaido is merely infatuated with the act of suicide, when death looms. How many can genuinely let go? Perhaps only Roger and the future Luffy. Yet, even those two are not devoid of fear. They are merely prepared for death at any moment, which allows them to smile even before their demise. Time swiftly passes. After enduring countless failures, Noki-Gal finally establishes an intelligence station in the Alabasta Kingdom. Although it consists of only 3 individuals, it is nevertheless a success. Ace had long departed the East Blue, venturing into the Grand Line. In Lobetown, he engaged in a fierce battle with Smoker. The outcome saw Smoker slightly triumph, yet Ace, though injured, successfully entered the Grand Line. In the East Blue, Alrita has finally made her appearance. Kobe set out to fish but inadvertently boarded Alrita's ship, becoming a deckhand for the pirate crew. As for the Grand Line, due to the lack of an established intelligence network, the news gleaned from newspapers reported that Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, was leading all his crew members on an expedition. On May 5, 1522 of the Sea Circle calendar, it is Luffy's birthday, his 17th. In Chapter 79, The beginning with a barrel, Luffy had not slept a wink all night. As dawn approached, he tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Zoro, Sanji, and Master must be thinking like they did about Ace, not allowing us to leave. Surely there must be a way? Don't worry. It may only delay us a few months. Zoro is indifferent to this. His dream is to become the world's greatest swordsman, though achieving this goal requires training. He does not mind a few months' delay. Luffy grasped his hair in frustration. No, I cannot wait any longer. Ace has been at sea for 3 years. I cannot postpone any further. Moreover, I still need to find Sabo. Zoro, deep in thought, finally spoke. There is only one solution: sneak away. Sneak away? Luffy's interest was piqued at this suggestion. Even Sanji looked at Zoro with anticipation. Do you have confidence? Absolutely. Zoro patted his chest. I know a concealed path. Let us forget it, Luffy and Sanji said in unison, entirely abandoning the idea of sneaking away. How grand would it be to let Zoro lead the way? Unexpectedly. The next morning, before they could fully awaken, Shige yanked them out of their beds. Gazing at the three, who were still lost in slumber, Shige scoffed. The beautiful swordsman has brought meat. Beautiful? Meat? Swordsman? The trio instantly awoke, hastily dressing. It was time to set sail. Even as they boarded the welfare, they remained bewildered. They had lost a night's sleep over this matter, never imagining Shige would be more eager than they were. Early in the morning, he had urged them to embark. Upon receiving word, the village chief and Noki Gao, along with the villagers of Windmill Village, came to bid farewell to Luffy. After many years apart, Luffy seemed to have grown quite robust. Indeed, time flies. Who could have imagined that the little fellow from 10 years ago is now truly setting sail? One cannot help but wonder if Luffy will return from this journey, as I have heard that being a pirate is perilous and fraught with danger. What are you saying? He was trained by Mr. Shige himself. These years, despite the chaos outside, Windmill Village, and indeed the entire Goa Kingdom, has remained untroubled. This peace is all due to Shige, and the villagers are grateful for this bond. However, not everyone shares this sentiment. It is indeed a disgrace for our Windmill Village to have a pirate among us. The village chief has long been troubled by this matter. After bidding farewell to the village chief and others, Luffy took the package containing spare clothes from Noki Gao and leapt onto a small boat. Master, am I to go alone? Standing on the small boat, Luffy looked up at Shige on the welfare, expecting him to have Zoro and the others join him as crew members. Shige rested his chin on one hand, leaning against the railing. Otherwise, what? Zoro and the others had their own matters to attend to. Shige endeavored to restore Luffy to his original state when he set sail. However, before Luffy could articulate his thoughts, Shige abruptly interrupted him. There are no buts. If you had encountered them prior to entering the Grand Line, perhaps they would have consented to join your crew. As for now, you should venture out on your own. Luffy scratched his head and replied, No, master. What I meant to say is that this little boat is simply too dilapidated. 3 years ago, when Ace set sail, Shige had commissioned Tom to construct a ship specifically for him. So why was Luffy left with such a rickety vessel? In truth, Luffy had completely misunderstood Shige. The small boat beneath his feet was, in fact, also crafted by Tom at Shige's behest, and the effort invested in it far surpassed that of Ace's ship. It was truly a tall order to ask Tom, the world's foremost shipwright, to create a subpar vessel. From his elevated vantage point, Shige cast a glance at Luffy's humble vessel and suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Oh dear, I almost forgot. Here, take this. He tossed a wooden barrel to Luffy, feeling a sense of completeness at last. With the beginning marked by a barrel, the crew would have to rely on scavenging. As he watched Luffy's small boat set sail into the vast ocean, a growing anxiety gripped Shige's heart. His gaze fixated on the undulating surface of the sea. King of the Near Seas, I have awaited your arrival for 8 long years. In the midst of Shige's tense anticipation, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. A towering wave, nearly 10 meters high, suddenly surged forth, threatening to engulf Luffy's tiny craft. It's here. Shige's heart leaped with excitement, even causing him to momentarily hold his breath. Yet, in the next instant, disappointment washed over him. It was merely an ordinary wave. The small boat, along with Luffy seated atop it, was lifted into the air by the swell, only to crash heavily back onto the surface of the water. The already dilapidated vessel could not withstand such brutal force. With a resounding crack, the boat splintered in two. Luffy panicked, hastily opening the wooden barrel Shige had previously provided and leaping inside. Captain, is this really all right? Tom expressed his concern, unable to bear the sight. Dadan and the others looked anxiously at Shige. This was the vast ocean. How could a mere broken barrel suffice? Moreover, Luffy was a devil fruit user. Should the barrel be shattered by the waves, his fate would be sealed. As Siggy gazed in the direction where the barrel had vanished, the last remnants of hesitation in his eyes dissipated entirely. He had received the answer from fate. Now, his survival depended solely on his own abilities. Do not concern yourself with him. Rest assured, even if I perish, he shall not meet the same fate. With these words, Siggy commanded the ship to set sail, heading straight towards the town of Shells. The original welfare ship was already swift, but with the addition of the wind shell, it soared to new heights. In less than 10 days, they arrived at Shells. This location was under the dominion of Monka and also the site where Luffy encountered Zoro. The East Blue, particularly several significant locations, had long been infiltrated by Noki Gao's intelligence personnel. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that Monka, despite being the ruler, possessed less knowledge about shells than Nokigao did. As they passed through, Siggy did not even halt the ship. He simply kicked Zoro off and walked away without looking back. At the Sea Restaurant Baratai, the establishment had undergone a remarkable transformation. The entire vessel had been refurbished and 2 new ships had been added as auxiliary restaurants. One was an underwater dessert ship, allowing patrons to savor sweets while admiring the underwater scenery. The other was a dedicated teppanyaki ship, specializing in open-air barbecues. You all go wait at Coco West Village. Siggy instructed Tom, Dadan, and Balumal, while he, Zep, and Sanji remained at the sea restaurant to await the arrival of Luffy and Zoro. The whereabouts of the clown buggy remained elusive, and Siggy found himself at an impasse, compelled to abandon the search for Orange Town in the Wind Oregon archipelago. Crick. Do not let me down. Shiga was to wait here for that unfortunate fellow, Click, to lure the final boss over. Chapter 80. Sword God, Sword Saint. Had it not been for the anticipation of his arrival, Shiga would have departed from the East Sea long ago. He held great expectations for this powerful and enigmatic man, hoping for the emergence of golden loot. As Shiga busied himself with his tasks, his thoughts wandered. The impending battle between the future world's greatest swordsman, Zoro, and the current champion, Mihawk, surely could not conclude without yielding some golden treasures. Although their strengths were vastly disparate, Zoro was undeniably far superior to the version of himself from Windmill Village. Golden loot, he did not wish for too much. A few thousand points in strength attributes would suffice. And a decent amount in speed attributes would be welcome as well. Mr. Shiga, could you please hasten a bit? The guests are urging us, urged Patty, the chef of the maritime restaurant. Business at the seaside establishment was thriving beyond measure. Upon their return, Siggy and his companions were immediately conscripted by Patty. Observing the myriad of meats amassed within the operating room, Siggy extended his hand, invoking the power of room and anatomical domain. Under the influence of this extraordinary ability, the towering piles of food were effortlessly dissected. Not only were the various cuts of beef and lamb meticulously prepared, but even the fish had been expertly cleaned, with every minuscule bone extracted without marring a single scale. For chefs, the meticulous preparation of ingredients is often the most arduous and taxing endeavor, as the infusion of blood can taint the meat, imparting an unpleasant odor. However, for Siggy, this posed no challenge. With a mere snap of his fingers, all ingredients were rendered pristine. This was indeed a godlike ability every chef dreams of possessing. Thus, it became evident that the powers of the anatomical fruit were not as inferior as initially presumed. With continuous application of this ability, Siggy's comprehension deepened, revealing that the anatomical fruit was merely a diluted version of the surgical fruit. Indeed, Siggy mused, the surgical fruit is rightfully dubbed the ultimate devil fruit for good reason. As a paramecia-type fruit, it possesses the capacity to affect even the corporeal forms of Logia-type users, which is already quite extraordinary. Moreover, the surgical fruit encompasses abilities related to space and the soul. Within the confines of room, both individuals and objects are akin to patients placed upon an operating table. The wielder of the surgical fruit can sever and reassemble the flesh of their adversaries, even delving into their very psyche. The true merit of the surgical fruit, earning it the title of ultimate devil fruit, lies in its capacity to fulfill humanity's age-old aspiration, immortality, an existence transcending the constraints of time. Shiga posits that the anatomy fruit is merely a diluted version of the surgery fruit, rather than an imitation. Indeed, the powers of these 2 devil fruits are remarkably similar. Firstly, the surgery fruit can create a spatial realm, a capability that the anatomy fruit also possesses. Secondly, within the room space, the surgery fruit allows for the dissection, exchange, and reassembly of any object, a feat that the anatomy fruit can also accomplish, albeit with greater restrictions. The target must either completely relinquish their will to resist or lose consciousness entirely. Thirdly, the surgery fruit can strike the physical forms of Logia users without the aid of Haki, provided the opponent does not resist. The anatomy fruit is likewise capable of this. Most importantly, the surgery fruit can perform the immortality surgery at the cost of the user's own life. The anatomy fruit can perform a removal surgery as well, but it consumes the fruit itself rather than the user's life. Once the removal surgery is executed, the anatomy fruit shatters entirely, disappearing forever. As Shiga murmurs about the removal surgery, he reflects that perhaps this is the best outcome. In East Blue, in the town of Shells, no unforeseen events transpired. Zoro, in a bid to save a young girl from the town, killed the pet wolf of Balloonbar's son. Balloonbar, using the girl's life as leverage, captured Zoro. What surprised Shiga the most was that the girl Zoro saved had 2 pirate hunter cousins. Upon discovering this, Shiga's mouth fell open in astonishment. Cousin Balloonbar truly courts disaster, allowing a pet wolf to bully the sister of the sword god Joseph and the sword saint Johnny. Eventually, Johnny and Joseph encountered Zoro. They had set sail to hunt pirates, returning empty-handed only to learn of the entire situation, their righteous indignation boiling over. The 2 impassioned individuals stormed into the Navy's 153rd branch base. And then, there was no further development. Next to Zoro's cross, 2 additional crosses appeared. Upon seeing the photograph of the 3 bound to crosses, Shiga nearly burst out laughing. Indeed, it is quite symmetrical. Naturally, it was symmetrical. Zoro stood in the center, flanked by Joseph and Johnny on either side. The tattoos on their faces were particularly striking. One bore the word pirate on his left cheek, while the other had it on his right. The trio, bound together, appeared remarkably harmonious. Shiga was well acquainted with the two. Despite their lack of skill, their loyalty was unwavering. When Mihawk merely labeled Zoro as weak, they boldly drew their swords against him. This loyalty was evident against the Arlong pirates as well. Upon hearing Nami's story, they resolutely teamed up to confront Arlong. Zoro, will anyone truly come to save us? Johnny weakly inquired. They had been bound for 3 days, while Zoro had endured captivity for nearly a month. Hey, you two, how many times must I tell you not to call me big brother? You both look older than I do. Zoro's condition was far superior to theirs. While they appeared on the brink of death, Zoro remained vigorous, seemingly unaffected. His years of training had fortified his physique immensely. Even if bound for another month, he would remain unscathed. All right, Zoro, big brother. Yes, Zoro, big brother. Meanwhile, Luffy, through a series of fortunate mishaps, encountered Arlita and Kobe. After defeating Arlita, he made his way toward Shell's town. Originally, Luffy could have easily bested Arlita, and now his strength had only grown. Arlita had already faced a beating from Ace, and now she was at the mercy of Luffy. Should she encounter Sabo next, her misfortunes would reach a crescendo. At this moment, Shiga received intelligence that the Krieg pirates had returned to the Grand Line. Of the more than 50 ships, only a single battered flagship remained, and the crew was equally decimated. Once a formidable crew of nearly 5,000, they now numbered barely over 100. Their plight utterly tragic. With a sense of relief, Shige realized that the Krieg pirates had returned, that man could not be far behind. When it comes to sheer determination, aside from Kaido's formidable subordinate, the calamity known as Jack the Drought, Shige held only Krieg in high regard. Chapter 81. Hypnosis. In the kitchen of the seaside restaurant, Shiga was diligently preparing chickens, slaughtering cattle, and dissecting live fish when Carney, known as the rogue duo alongside Patty, entered. Mr. Shiga, the fellow you mentioned has arrived. He is finally here. Shiga had previously instructed them to keep an eye on Finbuti, Iron Fist Finbuti, a lieutenant at the Navy headquarters. Following the near-total annihilation of the Creek pirates, he fortuitously captured Akin. With such an accomplishment, he should have been promoted to at least the rank of major. However, in a twist of fate, he foolishly chose to pursue romantic interests at the seaside restaurant. After being thoroughly defeated by Sanji, he was demoted to the position of commander of the Outer Fleet. Nevertheless, this misfortune led to unexpected fortune, as he and Zango were taken under the wing of Black Cantina, and they participated in the Paramount War. Eventually, he even joined the escort team for the World Conference, paving a smooth path for his future career. All right, I understand. Since Finbuti has arrived, Akin should be appearing shortly. Shiga did not disclose this matter to Sanji, for it was evident that with Sanji's disposition, he would never stand idly by while Akin faced starvation. Consequently, everything unfolded in a manner that seemed almost predestined. Finbuti, humiliated before the fairer sex, deliberately overturned the food, only to be met with a fierce beating from Sanji. Seizing the opportunity, Akin managed to escape from the warship. He had endured over a week of hunger, mustering the last of his strength to enter the floating restaurant. Upon spotting Sanji, he was immediately struck with terror. Spinning around to survey his surroundings, the presence of Sanji implied that the esteemed elder was likely nearby as well. However, Akin was in such a frail state that, with the ominous shadow of starvation looming over him, merely remaining upright was a remarkable feat. As he abruptly turned, he felt the entire restaurant whirl around him. Thud. Observing Akin collapse, Sanji stood in stunned silence for a moment before shrugging and heading towards the kitchen. As for Finbuti, he had already been unceremoniously kicked into the sea. Sanji never showed leniency towards those who lacked reverence for food. Allowing him to live was a gesture of remarkable mercy. Master, it is that fellow who previously opened the door on the Krieg pirate ship, Sanji remarked to Shiga. Shiga nodded. Oh, and then? Sanji extinguished the cigarette in his mouth and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Master, I cannot allow him to starve to death before my eyes. Smack Siggy directly placed a plate on the table, stating that the ingredients were prepared for him. Observing Sanji in his culinary endeavors, Siggy felt a profound sense of empathy. This man, while cooking, invariably exudes an air of melancholy. He channels all his longing for his mother into his culinary creations. In a bid to prevent her child from becoming an emotionless combat machine, Sanji's mother, Vinsmoke Sora, surreptitiously consumed a potent drug that affected the genetic factors. However, she ultimately succumbed to the side effects of the medication, leading to her gradual decline and eventual death. Fortunately, her sacrifice was not in vain, as both Sanji and his sister Reija retained their human emotions. After finishing the seafood fried rice prepared by Sanji, Akin left, overwhelmed with gratitude. Zijbin believed that it would not be long before Krieg arrived. However, he overlooked a crucial detail. Upon encountering Sanji, Akin presumed that Zijbin was also at the floating restaurant. Consequently, after locating Krieg, he bypassed the restaurant entirely and proceeded to another destination. What was that? He went to Xylov village. A well-crafted narrative has now descended into chaos. Prepare the ship. We must depart. If you happen to spot a fellow seated in a small boat, adorned with a large sword on his back and an air of arrogance about him, please inform him that Krieg and his crew have ventured to Xylov village in the kingdom of Oikot. Shiga instructed Potty and the others to accompany Sanji and Jipu as they departed. Meanwhile, Luffy and Zoro arrived at Syrib Village. Similar to Windmill Village, Syrib Village is situated on a modest island. This island, along with many surrounding islets, is collectively known as the Gecko Islands, which fall under the jurisdiction of the Oikote Kingdom. Years ago, a fierce battle erupted between the East Blue Pirate Alliance and the navy led by Smoker, leaving a profound impact on the entire East Blue. Firstly, on the side of the pirates, the average bounty across the East Blue surged significantly due to that conflict, escalating from 3 million to 5 million berries, nearly doubling. This increase occurred because many lower bounty pirates were incorporated into the Oikote Kingdom, with those hindrances removed. And with Shiga being recognized as a bounty criminal in the East Blue, his bounty alone reached an astonishing 600 million, equivalent to over 100 lesser pirates, thus raising the average considerably. The name Mysterious ? Became widely known throughout the East Blue. Some inexperienced pirates even claimed to be the Mysterious ? Attempting to convince others by mimicking the appearance of the bounty poster, covering their heads with their shirts. Of course, such behavior had its pros and cons. The Mysterious ? Wielded significant intimidation in the East Blue, making adversaries flee in terror whether during robberies or conflicts with other pirate crews. However, while foes might escape, the Navy would inevitably arrive shortly thereafter. Over the years, the East Blue Navy had apprehended countless individuals claiming to be the Mysterious ? The ramifications of that war extended beyond the pirates. They also profoundly affected the Oikote Kingdom. A year prior, the former king of the Oikote Kingdom unexpectedly announced his abdication in public, passing the throne to the right minister, Kralbatel. Although this revelation astonished everyone, Kralbatel had served diligently as right minister for several years, achieving notable political success. With the former king's efforts to placate numerous ministers, the transition did not incite major turmoil. Upon ascending the throne, Kralbatel promptly contacted the world government, declaring the Oikote Kingdom's rejoining as a member state. When Shiga first received this news, he was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated Kuro's ambitions were limited to the Oikote Kingdom, only to realize that the latter's aspirations were far greater than he had envisioned. In terms of redemption, Kuro was indeed in a league of his own. From a pirate with a bounty of 16 million berries to becoming the Oikote Kingdom's right minister, and eventually inheriting the throne, his transformation was truly remarkable. Of course, none of this would have been possible without the contributions of a certain individual, Zhang Yao. Over the years, Shiga had not allowed his intelligence network to focus excessively on Kuro. Instead, he directed Noki to investigate Zhang Yao thoroughly. In this world, many possess the ability to hypnotize. Brooke could perform hypnotic melodies after 2 years of training, while Polka from the Foxy Pirates mastered flower hypnosis, and even Lafitte from the Blackbeard Pirates employed hypnotic techniques. Yet, in Shiga's eyes, if one were to evaluate purely by hypnotic prowess, Zhang Yao, despite being rather inept in combat, was the strongest. Chapter 82. The man who realizes lies one by one. Although this fellow was indeed lacking in combat skills and often forgot to shield his eyes, falling victim to his own hypnosis, his hypnotic abilities were rather peculiar. It was not merely a matter of simple hypnosis. Rather, his techniques could linger in a person's subconscious, influencing their temperament. The once passionate youth, Monka, underwent a drastic transformation due to his hypnosis, evolving into the brutal Axe Emperor Monka. This capability was akin to Charlotte Brule's memory fruit, which alters and replaces memories. What further captured Shiga's attention was that Zhang Yao's hypnosis extended beyond mere influence. He could even hypnotize his subordinates into believing their wounds had healed, empowering them further. Remarkably, those under his hypnosis truly became stronger. This surpassed simple hypnosis. Resembling the inspirational abilities of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army commander, the chest-exposing maniac, Bello Betty. Initially, Shiga considered Zhang Yao merely a comedic figure who walked backward with a space step. However, as his investigation deepened, Shiga found himself genuinely astounded by Zhang Yao's hypnosis. The more thorough the inquiry, the more peculiarities emerged. Before becoming a pirate, Zhang Yao had been a wandering dancer, leading a disheveled life due to his unsuccessful artistic career. One fateful day, after sleeping too long on the grass, he developed striped mold on his chin. Famished, he consumed the mold, inadvertently acquiring the power of hypnosis. Had he not possessed the ability to swim, Shiga might have suspected that the mold was indeed a devil fruit. Shiga has instructed Nokigo to arrange for the rescue of Zhang Yao from the Navy once Luffy has successfully recruited Usopp, this sharpshooter with exceptional talents well suited for intelligence work. Whether it be subverting foes or conducting interrogations, he excels in both. When Shiga, accompanied by Zepp and Sanji, arrives at Syrib Village, Luffy is engaged in a boastful competition with Usopp. I am Captain Usopp, the brave warrior of the sea, commanding an army of 8,000. Luffy's eyes gleam with admiration. Incredible! You have that many followers? Seeing Luffy's gullibility, Usopp's eyes sparkle with excitement. He has finally found a fool. With arms crossed and a condescending stance, he inquires, "And how many followers do you have?" Luffy counts on his fingers. Zoro, Sanji, Nami. No, wait, Sanji and Nami don't count yet. I currently have one companion. Hey, would you like to join me? Let us set sail together. Usopp trembles with intrigue. Hey, I am the great Captain Usopp, with 8,000 followers. Surely, You should be my crew member. Ah, impossible. I am the captain. Your 8,000 followers wouldn't be enough for Zoro to take down. Usopp gazes at Luffy in disbelief. I underestimated him. I didn't expect this guy to be a bigger braggart than I am. No, I cannot allow anyone to outdo me in the realm of lies. Hey, Straw Hat Kid, you just set sail, right? Yeah, how did you know? Haha. Usopp rejoices inwardly. Such an inexperienced newcomer is too easy to manipulate. Because I am a brave warrior of the sea, I once circumnavigated the globe. Returning here for a peaceful life after growing weary of bloodshed. Wow, that is amazing. Did you find the One Piece? Usopp discreetly turns away. The One Piece? Although I could have obtained it by reaching that island, I was afflicted with the disease of death upon seeing the One Piece, so I refrained and left it for future adventurers. While I did not claim the One Piece, I did slay a gigantic golden fish nearby, clearing a safe route for those who come after me. Luffy listens, mesmerized. His mouth agape at Usopp's tail. That fish was enormous, its waist akin to a landmass. After killing that fish, I cut it into pieces and brought it to the land of little people, where they probably still have not finished it. They call me God Usopp. Luffy is left speechless, while Shiga, from a distance, shares the same astonishment. The difference lies in Luffy's naive belief. While Shiga recognizes that Usopp's exaggerated claims would eventually manifest as reality. Indeed, a colossal fish exists in the gardens of the ancient island. And beneath the vast forest of Greenbit lies the kingdom of Donghai. After defeating Doflamingo, Usopp was hailed as God Usopp by the Donghai tribe. If Shiga were not aware that Usopp was merely spinning tales, he might have suspected that Usopp had cultivated his observation haki to an extraordinary degree, enabling him to glimpse the distant future. Despite his penchant for fabrication, the true essence of Usopp lies in his uncanny ability to bring his own fabrications to fruition, earning him the title of the King of Desperation. Luffy, what are you doing here? Shiga, along with Zepp and Sanji, interrupts Usopp's boasting. Upon seeing the trio, Luffy leaps with excitement. Wow. Master, you're here. Master, come quickly, let me introduce you to an elder. He is amazing. Just as Luffy is about to introduce Usopp to Shiga, he turns around to find Usopp has hurriedly departed. Straw Hat Kid, time's up. The great Captain Usopp has other matters to attend to. I shall return shortly. Judging by his demeanor, it seems he is off to find Kaya. Sanji scans the surroundings, particularly the green underbrush, but does not spot Zoro. Hey, Luffy, where's the moss-headed one? Only then does Luffy recall, where is Zoro? Where did he go? Oh no, Zoro is missing. This indeed presents a significant predicament. Finding that guy again will prove to be no easy task. Shige gazed at Luffy and inquired, how did you arrive here? He had felt a sense of perplexity earlier, for there were no vessels along the coastline, leaving him bewildered about how the two had made their way. Oh, well, just before our ship reached this location, it collided with a hidden reef. I brought Zoro here by flying, Luffy replied nonchalantly. Shiga, he has finally discerned the reason behind Zoro's disappearance. It is most likely that upon noticing the ship taking on water, Luffy utilized the abilities bestowed by the gum-gum fruit to propel himself and Zoro onto this island. It is not the first time Zoro has been launched by Luffy. While Luffy successfully landed, the exact whereabouts of Zoro remain uncertain. Regardless of where he may have ended up, Zoro's notorious lack of direction renders it improbable for him to navigate back correctly. Nevertheless, Shiga decided to set aside his concerns. Perhaps, in his disoriented state, he might inadvertently stumble into the finals. Chapter 83, A Minor Mishap. Zoro. Who would not be Zoro if he did not get lost a few times upon arriving at a new location? Yet, despite his frequent misadventures, he often encounters unexpected fortunes. Such was the case in Skypiea, where, despite his disorientation, he miraculously became the first to reach the finals. At times, Shige pondered whether he should simply bestow upon him a ship, granting him the liberty to sail wherever his heart desired. What need was there for crimson signposts or the mention of the four emperors? Perhaps, in a state of delightful confusion, they might stumble upon Laugh-Tale and crown themselves as the Pirate King. Let us be off to find Usopp, Shige declared. Initially, he harbored no intention of involving himself in this affair, wishing instead for Luffy and his companions to resolve their own matters, thereby marking a conclusion to their journey in the East Blue. After all, the East Blue, as it stood now, was devoid of the Dawn Creek pirates, leaving Luffy and his crew with little more than this locale and Mihawk for their training. However, contrary to his intentions, he found himself drawn into the fray. Originally, Krieg had grand designs for the Baratai. His combat style revolved primarily around ambush tactics. He often hoisted the flag of the Navy aboard his warship, the Mistral, seizing the opportunity to infiltrate unsuspecting ports and plunder their treasures. Alternatively, he would feign surrender under a white flag, only to launch a surprise attack on his adversaries. Thus, the Baratai seemed a perfect match for his methods of warfare. After all, what malice could one expect from a floating restaurant? Yet, as fate would have it, Krieg did not attempt to seize the Baratai. Instead, he arrived here. Shiga does not believe that Kellic changed his mind solely because of Akin. He must have certain intentions for coming here. Could it be for Cluo? In his heart, Siggy speculated that the previous ability of the Creek pirates to silently traverse from the East Sea into the Grand Line bore the shadow of the Oikete Kingdom. Perhaps there truly existed a connection between the two. The most plausible scenario was that Krieg had obtained some leverage over Kuro. However, he was indifferent. If Kuro were to fulfill his duties as king, Siggy would have no interest in interfering. Should he dare to stir trouble? The Oikete kingdom would likely find itself in need of a new sovereign. Over the years, Nokigao's intelligence infiltration into the Oikete kingdom had been nothing short of pervasive. If action were to be taken, Siggy was confident he could hold the kingdom's main forces at bay for at least half a day, though half a day may not seem long. It would suffice for Luffy and his companions to execute a decapitating strike. After all, the Oikete kingdom was merely a small nation, not even comparable to the vast expanse of Alabasta, which spanned over 1,000,000 square kilometers. As Siggy and his companions made their way to the large house in West Rob village to find Kaya and Usopp, Zoro's remarkable navigational skills manifested once more. The island on which West Rob village was located bordered the land of the Goya kingdom, featuring a narrow strait. With sheer cliffs on either side and chaotic currents along with hidden reefs, few ventured into these waters. Yet now, a colossal vessel lay anchored here, or rather, it was aground. This ship was so immense that even if it were to take on water, it would take quite some time before it succumbed to the depths. On the deck of that dilapidated ship stood 5 individuals. One among them, adjusting his glasses with a flick of his wrist, remarked in surprise, "I didn't expect you to return so soon." This was none other than Kuro, once known as the 100 Plans, now the king of the Oikete kingdom, Clabater. Standing behind him was Zango, whom Siggy had long been intrigued by. However, due to his status as a bounty criminal, Zango had not joined the Oikete kingdom but instead continued to lead the Black Cat pirates. Nevertheless, he had rarely strayed far from the kingdom, clandestinely assisting Kuro in resolving the kingdom's issues. Kuro's ability to stabilize the Oikete kingdom so swiftly was largely attributed to Zango's efforts. Those subjects that Kuro could not deal with directly were discreetly handled by Zango and the Black Cat pirates. After all, as pirates, it was quite normal for them to occasionally raid ports and capture a few individuals. Moreover, with Kuro's presence, they would have already fled by the time the kingdom's forces arrived. Krieg displayed no signs of despondency. Regardless of his strength, his mindset was commendable. He dared to take the initiative against Mihawk and even fired a shot after witnessing the latter's terrifying power. This was no longer a matter of mere attitude. It was a quintessential display of recklessness. The title of second most stubborn in the pirate world was certainly not a baseless accolade. A minor mishap, he stated casually. Kuro glanced at the fearless warship, the blade, beneath his feet and could not help but twitch his lips. Losing an entire fleet was hardly a minor mishap. Tired of banter, Kuro cut to the chase. "What do you want this time? Remember, this is the last time I will assist you." "Aha, now that you agree." "I'm delighted," Krieg exclaimed. "Of course, you are my good brother. Rest assured, I have a comprehensive plan. Once I acquire the One Piece, I will certainly not forget you." Kuro silently scoffed. "That one be necessary. You may keep the treasure for yourself. Now, tell me what you desire. Do you want me to assist in getting you to the Grand Line?" "Of course I wish to go, but before that, I require a substantial amount of berries." Krieg pointed to his tattered gear in the sinking ship. Kuro frowned, feeling somewhat troubled. Although he was indeed king, it did not grant him free reign over the kingdom's finances. "I can offer you 50 million berries," he stated, reaching his limit. Any more would raise suspicion. And if it were discovered that he had ties to Krieg, it would spell disaster. 50 million berries? Krieg scoffed. "My good brother, that is far from sufficient. I require 500 million berries." Upon hearing Krieg's audacious demand, Zango interjected, 500 million berries? What do you need so much for? That's merely the starting point. I need to completely replace my equipment. This gear suffices in the East Sea, but it falls short in the Grand Line. Additionally, I have my eye on a devil fruit in the black market." Kuro remained silent for a moment before finally responding, 500 million berries is far too much. I cannot procure that amount right now. However, I can inform you where to find it, but you will need to retrieve it yourself." Kuro gestured towards a direction, the very direction of West Rob village. Upon hearing Kuro's words, a cruel smile spread across Krieg's face. Just as his smile lingered, a voice from above interrupted. "Hey, that fellow down there, I've seen you somewhere before." Startled by Zoro's voice, Kuro quickly adjusted his ample robe to conceal himself and whispered, "I must take my leave. Handle this matter." Chapter 84. Zoro, stay close, don't get lost as Kuro departed. Krieg was about to respond to Zoro when Akin quietly advised, "Captain, that's him." Krieg paused, looking up at Zoro in a daze. He recognized him as one of the disciples of a past mentor, that swordsman. Only then did Krieg snap back to reality. Observing Zoro's distinctive green hair and the 3 swords at his waist, memories of that exceedingly strong young lad began to resurface. "Ah, it's you, little brat. I didn't expect you to still be alive after all these years." Akin felt a surge of anxiety, yet Krieg remained unfazed. Though his strength was average, his audacity was considerable. "Whereas your master? Bring him out to speak with me." Despite having his equipment destroyed twice by Siggy, he felt no fear. At this moment, Zoro also recalled who they were. "Oh, it's you all. No wonder you look familiar." He had merely wandered here and had not overheard the conversation between Kuro and Krieg. "My master isn't here. But what about you? What are you doing here?" Zoro looked down and noticed the fearless warship, the Blade, was sinking. Hey, your ship is taking on water. Wait a moment, I'll be right back. Upon finishing his words, Zoro's figure vanished from the cliff. Hearing Zoro mention that Shigo was not present, Akin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That man instilled an overwhelming sense of terror within him. In his presence, Akin felt as though even breathing became a laborious task. Creek, however, reacted differently. Upon learning that Shigo was absent, a look of disappointment crossed his face. This expression nearly shattered Akin's composure. He involuntarily recalled the first encounter with Shigo and the words he had once spoken to him. It is commendable to understand the importance of gratitude. But one must also consider the character of those to whom they owe it. Is such an arrogant and inept individual truly deserving of such loyalty? Over the years, this question often resurfaced in Akin's mind. He had asked himself countless times, is it worth it? He was uncertain how to respond. Perhaps it was not worth it. Nevertheless, had it not been for Creek back then, he would have perished long ago. Worth or not, who can truly ascertain the answer? He decided to assist him one last time. Once they returned to the Grand Line, they would part ways. Akin resolved within himself. Just as Akin and Creek were pondering Zoro's intentions, several long vines swung down from above the cliff, hanging invitingly. Hey, grab onto this and climb up. As a swordsman, Zoro would never stoop to kicking someone while they were down. He would not only refrain from treating his opponent as a rival now, but even if a life-and-death battle loomed ahead, he would wait for them to ascend before making a move. This was the honor of a swordsman. Akin grasped the vines and successfully climbed up, but Creek found himself in a predicament. His heavy equipment proved too cumbersome. Halfway up the slope, he snapped the thick vines. Had Akin not advised him to discard most of his gear, Creek would have surely drowned in the sea by now. What brings you here? Zoro inquired. With the majority of his equipment lost, Creek's arrogance had noticeably diminished. We came to meet an old friend, but our ship accidentally ran aground, Akin replied. Then countered Zoro's question. And you, how did you end up here? Zoro, not dwelling on the matter, replied, Oh, I set sail with Luffy, that straw-hatted fool. But he got lost. Just as Creek had inexplicable confidence in his tattered gear, Zoro possessed an odd confidence in his navigational abilities. He never considered the possibility of being lost. Upon hearing Zoro's words, Akin finally felt a sense of relief. So, you are pirates now? Akin asked as he exchanged glances with Creek. If that's the case, we might as well collaborate. What do you think? Zoro remained non-committal. I'm just a crew member. Let our captain decide. Let's go. I need to find our captain. Stay close and don't get lost, Zoro said confidently, leading the way. Creek and Akin found themselves inexplicably compelled to follow Zoro. Meanwhile, Kuro issued orders to Zhongyao, assist them, attack the nearest port, and draw the attention of the troops stationed in West Rob Village. None of this, including Shigo, had any inkling of the unfolding events. They were currently indulging in the pleasures of life within the luxurious estate of Koya. Shigo was aware that Koya's parents had bequeathed her a substantial fortune. Yet he had not previously grasped the full magnitude of this wealth. To illustrate, the mere upkeep of this opulent mansion was nothing short of extravagant. Routine maintenance and cleaning alone necessitated dozens of servants. Coupled with gardeners, chefs, guards, and others, the total number swelled to nearly 200. Such a vast estate was indeed a tempting target, and it was no wonder that Kuro harbored intentions towards it. Willing to spend 3 years as a steward to seize the opportunity for plunder. Before him stood Koya, her shoulder length. Light golden hair framing a face that radiated innocence and warmth. Shiga instinctively glanced at Usopp. This fellow's fortune rivaled that of Buggy. It was clear why both had earned the title of Great God. Among 10 little girls, 9 were wealthy, and the last was extraordinarily affluent. Clearly, Koya represented that exceptionally rich girl, having lost her parents, yet possessing a gentle disposition that made her the epitome of an ideal partner. Welcome, everyone. This is my home. And since you are all friends of Usopp, you are also my friends. Please, make yourselves comfortable, Koya said with a sweet smile, instantly elevating the group's affection for her. This girl was undeniably charming, as evidenced by Sanji's reaction. From the moment he laid eyes on Koya, his gaze towards Usopp transformed entirely, as if he wished to consume Usopp whole and take his place. Usopp, evidently a familiar face in this abode, waved his hand nonchalantly, urging everyone to relax as if they were in their own home. Siggy jestingly remarked, You invite us in so casually. Are you not afraid that we might be rogues? Usopp felt a sudden jolt of alarm, yet he bravely replied, With the illustrious Captain Usopp by your side, how could one possibly fear any villains? Indeed, master. You have no idea. Usopp once circumnavigated the globe, and at the tender age of 5, he battled a colossal goldfish, whose excrement was as large as an island. Hey, Luffy, doesn't that sound like an utter fabrication? Luffy gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, is that true? Have I been deceived? The three of them fell silent, realizing that this fellow was truly beyond redemption. Chapter 85, Usopp's Dilemma. You curly-browed fool, do not underestimate me. I have a full battalion of 8,000 men under my command. Even if you are villains, the great Captain Usopp shall protect this place, safeguard the entire village. Who are you calling curly-browed, you long-nosed liar? I say you lecherous curly-browed scoundrel. Don't think I can't see through your intentions. You surely harbor improper thoughts about Kaya. Their banter brought a lively atmosphere to the otherwise desolate mansion. After a while, Sanji volunteered to prepare lunch. Once the meal concluded, Shige did not wait for Zoro and Mihawk. Instead, he was met by Nami and the others. Miss Nami, upon seeing them, Sanji rushed into the kitchen to prepare an elaborate spread, firmly keeping Luffy at bay, preventing him from approaching the dining table. Old man, Nokia sent us here, along with this intelligence for you. Nami was astounded by Kaya's mansion, but her intrigue waned upon learning of Kaya's background, now devoid of the tragic experiences of her childhood. Nami, though still fond of money due to Belmir's influence, was not as obsessed with it. As Shige received the intelligence from Nami and glanced over it, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. He had thought that without Kuro's covetous gaze, Kaya could lead a tranquil life. But unexpectedly, Usopp, here are some intriguing matters for you to peruse. Shige extended the intelligence towards Usopp, since the latter had just claimed he would protect this place and the village. This was the perfect opportunity to fulfill that promise. Usopp, bewildered, accepted the intelligence. His pupils dilated, and he trembled slightly. In that moment, he seemed to envision Kaya and the villagers of Syrup Village wailing amidst the cannon fire of pirates. Usopp, is something amiss? Kaya, who was whispering with Nami, noticed the unusual demeanor and inquired. Nothing at all. Usopp hastily concealed the intelligence behind him, feigning calmness. Though Kaya sensed something odd about Usopp, she merely smiled gently and did not dwell on it. Hey, all you men, come with me. I wish to take you to a splendid place. Usopp fought to suppress the fear swelling within him as he shakily proceeded outside. Tom and Zeph exchanged questioning glances with Shige, awaiting his command. Let us go. It won't hurt to take a look. Shige shrugged and stepped outside first. Zeph and Tom promptly followed, while Sanji yanked Luffy's hand away from the food, dragging him along. Just let me have a bite, you stingy chef. No way. Sanji bellowed, his grip unwavering. This is for Miss Nami and the others, you have no share. Miss Nami, Miss Kaya, Miss Dadan, Miss Belmir, please enjoy your meal. We shall step out for a moment. Belmir tossed an apple that struck Sanji's head. You little brat. How many times must I tell you to call me auntie? Dadan giggled, her laughter a delightful melody, even throwing a flirtatious glance at Sanji, leaving him utterly smitten. Dadan was simply too enchanting. Outside, Usopp pressed himself against the wall, desperately trying to stave off the paralyzing fear gripping him. Yet, no matter how much he concealed it, his trembling legs betrayed his terror. What, are you bidding us farewell to confront the pirates alone? Shige chuckled. Usopp opened his mouth but could only silence himself, his legs shaking even more violently. Pirates? Zeph and the others looked at Shige in confusion, still unaware of the unfolding events. Usopp quickly handed over the intelligence. After reading it, Zeph frowned deeply. The Krieg pirates, defeated on the Grand Line. This is quite troublesome. Zeph had sailed the Grand Line for a year, and his words held considerable weight. Those who returned from the Grand Line as defeated foes typically bore two mindsets. The first, utterly defeated, would avoid mentioning the Grand Line for the rest of their lives. The second, having endured calamities and suffering beyond their limits, would attempt to inflict that pain upon others. Sanji, appearing contemplative, remarked, Oh, no wonder, old man. You must be the second type, projecting your suffering onto me. Zeph's forehead veins bulged as he kicked Sanji away. You little brat. I am not a defeated foe. I withdrew of my own accord. Tom nodded. So you mean to say they become even more ruthless because they are defeated foes on the notorious Grand Line? Indeed. It's not merely cruelty. It is devoid of humanity. Thud. Upon hearing this, Usopp's legs gave way, and he slumped against the wall, paralyzed by fear, his pupils dilating and his mind blank. Shiga, trembling with trepidation, urged fervently, brave Captain Usopp, valiant warrior of the sea, hasten to thwart the enemy. Should they breach the village, doom shall befall us all. Will you not rally to my cause? This is an unparalleled opportunity to join the Usopp pirates, a chance that countless dream of. Seago cast a glance at the other party, stretched lazily, and turned to walk inside, expressing his disinterest. Usopp immediately shifted his focus. Looking expectantly at Zepp, old man with a disability, I saw your kicking skills just now. The mention of a disability caused Zepp's expression to shift, and with a scoff, he turned away. Usopp then redirected his gaze to the towering Tom, that you may not be as formidable as the old man with a disability. Your size should be intimidating enough for those little pirates. What? I am a man of great renown. Do you suggest I am only fit to scare others? Usopp's words stemmed from his current fear, rendering him somewhat incoherent. Taking a deep breath, he opted for silence, fixating his gaze on Sanji and Luffy. Sanji remained quiet, patiently waiting. Despite his occasional flirtatious demeanor, Sanji possessed a keen insight. In the past, he would have followed Seago or Zepp without hesitation. However, now he considered himself a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Therefore, in such moments, he would stand alongside his captain, Luffy. Noticing Sanji's silence, Usopp clung to a glimmer of hope and turned to Luffy. What about you? Will you follow the brave sea warrior, Captain Usopp? After a brief silence, Luffy adjusted his straw hat and replied, No, I have no interest either. Cowards. You are all cowards. Usopp muttered to himself. Nevertheless, even though the reports indicated that the guarding forces had left the village, it was possible that news of a pirate attack would soon return. Moreover, even if pirates invaded the village, there were still dozens of guards present. Usopp consoled himself and proceeded into the room. Chapter 86. The Redemption of a Liar Inside the Room. Seigo observed Usopp through the use of Kinbunchika Haki. The reason he had shown Usopp the intelligence was to test him, to ascertain whether he was worthy of becoming Luffy's companion. Everything had changed now. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and even Nami were no longer who they once were. Due to Seigo's presence, they had grown significantly stronger. Nowadays, Luffy could stand toe-to-toe with Lucci without hesitation. This was still without Seigo revealing to Luffy how to activate Gear Second. Given Luffy's current physical condition, he was entirely capable of utilizing Gear Second. The reason Seigo refrained from sharing this information was due to the severe side effects Gear Second imposed on the body. Frequent use could even shorten one's lifespan, resulting in irreversible internal damage. In essence, Gear Second transformed the body into a steam engine, increasing internal pressure to accelerate blood flow, and thereby enhancing physical strength. For anyone else, possessing the Gum Gum fruit would have resulted in catastrophic consequences from such high blood pressure. At merely 17, Luffy was at an age where his combat capabilities were rapidly advancing. By the time he faced Crocodile and Enel, he should reach a level where the side effects of Gear Second would be negligible. It would not be too late to inform him then. The same applied to Zoro and Sanji. Even Nami, under the subtle influence of Seigo's bottle fruit, had long surpassed the average in terms of physical prowess. Of course, Seigo placed greater emphasis on nurturing Nami's intellectual growth. To this end, he had specifically instructed Noki to gather vast amounts of precious literature and books. Everyone had grown stronger. Yet Usopp remained unchanged. This was precisely why Seigo sought to test him, to see if he possessed the qualifications to become one of Luffy's companions. Should Usopp fail this test, even without Seigo's intervention, Luffy would likely not extend an invitation to him. Seigo held firm confidence in this, despite Luffy's seemingly foolish demeanor. He was, in fact, a true sage cloaked in simplicity. Furthermore, he possessed a unique insight when it came to discerning character. The legacy of discerning talent was not a mere reputation. That straw hat has been passed down from Roger to Shanks, and then from Shanks to Luffy. The three of them were remarkably alike, sharing an uncanny ability to perceive potential. Roger once recognized a street urchin wandering the East Blue, who later became the Dark King. Rayleigh. Shanks saw promise in the unemployed Ben Beckman, who eventually became a vice captain. Luffy, too, had an eye for talent. Having spotted the young Zoro back in Frost Moon Village. Outside, Usopp's hand grasped the doorknob. With a gentle twist, he could enter the room. Seigo awaited the outcome of the trial, while Luffy similarly anticipated Usopp's decision. With a soft click, the door creaked open slightly. A figure entered, pushing the door ajar. Oh, gentlemen, what brings you here? Please, do make your way inside. The dessert has been prepared. Mary, sporting a whimsical sheep-like hairstyle, waved her hand as a chef entered, artfully presenting an array of delicacies. Seigo smiled, and Luffy also grinned. The elderly, the weak, the ill, and the disabled from the setting sun group departed, heading off to indulge in desserts. Without a glance back, Seigo made his way toward the castle. Jipu and Tom hurried to catch up, saying, Captain, can't we consider adopting a different name? Indeed, I believe we ought to choose a more resounding title. The old man concurred. The three of them departed. Yet Luffy and Sanji remained still. Master, we will step out first, Luffy called out, reaching out to grab some desserts. However, before his hand could touch the plate, it instinctively drew toward his chest. A baby bottle suddenly appeared in Luffy's mouth. Without turning his head, Siggy remarked, reduce your intake of sweets and consume more dairy. How foolish have you become to still desire sweets? Meanwhile, Luffy, despite his attempts to resist, was already being carried away by Sanji, heading towards the outside. The trial set forth by Seigo for Usopp was deceptively simple, courage. He did not demand that Usopp possess the formidable might akin to that of Luffy. Yet he sought sufficient bravery. If Usopp lacked the valor to fight for the village and for Kaya, Seigo found it hard to believe he would ever risk his life for his comrades. The village of Syrup was perched high, and the only accessible route from the sea was either through steep cliffs or a sharp incline. This advantageous geography bestowed upon Usopp a semblance of resistance. In a flurry, he darted through the village, exclaiming, Andishandian, I need oil, more is better, I want it all. Uncle Brook, do you have any scrap metal today? Give me extra. Lurking behind him, Luffy and Sanji watched as he scurried from shop to shop, ultimately amassing an eclectic assortment of items, oil, small metal scraps, beans, and nails. Filling a cart to the brim. Struggling, he pushed the cart towards the village's slope. Hey, Sogeking, what are you up to? Questioned a villager, bemused. Yeah, you little liar. What's with all this stuff? The villagers, curious, inquired. Usopp, suppressing his trepidation, forced a smile. Pirates are coming. The brave Captain Usopp is going to confront them and protect the village. Initially met with skepticism, his declaration ignited their indignation. You scoundrel, always spinning tales. Didn't you already lie about pirates coming today? What is this nonsense? They laughed heartily as Usopp fled, cart in tow, their jeers ringing in his ears. Yet they failed to notice the determination etched upon Usopp's face. They still think I'm lying, huh? Fine, let that be the cost of my deception, he mused. Upon reaching the slope outside the village, he was surprised to find two figures awaiting him. You too? Usopp stammered, taken aback by Luffy and Sanji. Luffy stood, adjusting his straw hat. You deliberately lied to keep them away, didn't you? Usopp said nothing, instead unloading his cart and setting up a defensive position. Why are you doing this? There are over 100 of them. You can't hold them off alone. Luffy pressed. How can I know unless I try? Don't underestimate me. I am the brave warrior Usopp. He roared, more for his own sake than theirs. After his outburst, he collapsed. Clutching his face as tears streamed through his fingers. I lie every day, and I enjoy it. So, I will face the pirates by the sea and turn this into a tale as well. This is the price of my lies, the only path a liar can tread. Chapter 87. Consequences of being lost. Luffy shook his arms and stretched. All right. We'll help you. Sanji lit a cigarette. Since the captain said so, count me in too. Usopp looked up, disbelief in his eyes. You were willing to fight alongside me? Why? This isn't your battle, and if pirates do come, you could escape easily. He struggled to rise, but his legs trembled uncontrollably. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Usopp pounded his quaking legs in frustration. He despised his own cowardice. How could he ever hope to be a brave warrior like his father? You seem quite frightened, Sanji remarked, observing Usopp's demeanor. Yes. Terrified. I am so afraid I can barely stand. He lamented. The opponent is the cruel Krieg pirates, who retreated from the Grand Line. Shouldn't I be scared? Am I not allowed to be? You can mock me all you want, ridicule this boastful liar. So when you said you'd fight with me, it was only out of pity, right? Just leave. I don't need your sympathy. Go away. His desperate cries echoed along the empty shore. Only after Usopp had exhausted himself did Sanji crush his cigarette beneath his foot. We're not here out of pity. We think you're remarkable. And that's why we're helping. Luffy nodded. No one fights for another out of sympathy. Hidden in the distance, Seago grinned, then quietly turned away. He had witnessed what he wished to see. This matter no longer required his intervention. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the resolve to advance despite it. Doflamingo. Your Usopp is ready. And those flamboyant women in Lolas? Your nightmare is upon you. Seago felt an exhilarating rush. As the saying goes, with the wind at your back. A rubber band, against the wind, a knife, in dire straits, it all relies on the sharpshooter's prowess. The great Usopp, a specialist in overcoming all things flamboyant. Especially the ostentatious Lolas and women. What nonsense about ghost fruits, childish fruits, and lucky fruits, they were all trivialities before him. Filled with gratitude. Usopp wiped his tears and continued crafting his battle plan. Banners were secured with ropes, positioned on either side of the slope. Ready to be raised at the pull of a lever. Buckets of oil, nails, and scrap metal were meticulously arranged, awaiting the enemy's approach. Sanji reclined against a tree. Hey, didn't I tell you not to bother with all this? Usopp dismissed him, wiping the sweat from his brow. Better safe than sorry. Luffy yawned, stretching. I wonder where Zoro has wandered off to. He still hasn't returned. Sanji sighed in resignation. Once we handle this, we'll track down that troublesome, directionally challenged mosshead. Achoo. Zoro suddenly sneezed, glancing back at Krieg and Akin. Hurry up. You too. Stay close. If you get lost, I want to come back for you. They exchanged glances. And Akin finally spoke. Even though it's our first time here, it feels like we've passed through this area before, and not just once. Zoro looked around in confusion. Nothing seemed familiar. Impossible. I don't recall being here. Moments later, they emerged from the forest and stood before a cliff. Gazing at the vines hanging precariously over the edge and the half-submerged warship, the Mistral, with only its mast visible above the waves, silence enveloped the trio. Akin took a deep breath, attempting to calm his fraying nerves. Let me give it a try. Perhaps I can remember the way. The situation could no longer be sustained. They needed to hasten their arrival at Zilliba Village. The remnants of their adversaries were likely approaching swiftly. And it was imperative for the two of them to take command personally. At this very moment, at the nearest port to Zilliba Village, the Blackcap pirates, under the leadership of Zhang, had commenced their operations. Prepare to land, my crew. Their mission was straightforward, to wreak havoc in this area and draw the station troops near Zilliba Village, thereby facilitating Krieg and his men in their plundering of treasures. Zhang's actions proceeded smoothly, and soon, the station forces were lured in by their rampant destruction. Crew, aboard the ship. Do not sail too swiftly, let them follow us closely. Zhang directed. Meanwhile, the remnants of Krieg's pirate crew had also reached the vicinity of Zilliba Village. They're here. Usopp was on edge. Gazing at the pirate ship on the horizon, he struggled to calm himself. Usopp, believe in yourself. I am destined to become a brave warrior of the sea. This trivial spectacle is nothing. A quarter of an hour later, Usopp, managing to suppress his fears, looked up and noticed that the enemy had yet to commence their landing. They seemed to have no intention of approaching the shore. Sanji, feeling bored, stared at the distant pirate ship. Luffy, turning over, opened his sleepy eyes and remarked, They haven't arrived yet? Then I'll continue my nap. On board the pirate ship, the formidable Baroque was also feeling somewhat at a loss. Hasn't the captain and Akin returned yet? Why are they taking so long? Time passed incrementally, and soon it was evening. Due to Zoro's inexplicable sense of direction, what was once a solid plan had turned peculiar. Luffy and his companions grew restless with the wait, while Baroque became increasingly agitated. Only Zhang's crew endured a tormenting wait. They had been pursued by the kingdom's troops for half the day, and their endurance was waning, yet no news came from Krieg's side. Hold on, my crew. Zhang suddenly sensed that this mission was not as straightforward as it had initially appeared. He removed the iron ring from around his neck and commanded, "Focus on this ring. When I say 1, 2, Zhang, you will grow stronger, and your wounds will heal completely, making you even more formidable." After prolonged combat, the Black Cat pirates found it challenging to withstand the kingdom's attacks, and Zhang Yao was compelled to employ his ultimate technique. 1, 2, Zhang Yao. He swung the iron ring, lowering his hat to shield his eyes from the potential self-hypnosis. With Zhang Yao's hypnotic influence, the Black Cat pirates managed to withstand the onslaught from the royal army once more. However, Zhang Yao was not overly optimistic about how much longer they could endure. Luffy had already taken 2 naps, while Sanji had seized the opportunity for a brief rest. Usopp, though somewhat drowsy, clung to his fears and sense of responsibility to hold on. However, it was evident that he could not maintain this for much longer. The pirate ship had been drifting in the coastal waters for an indeterminate period, yet there were no signs of landing. During this time, Kaya had inquired about Usopp multiple times, but under Shigo's direction, Nami had devised means to divert her attention. Just when the atmosphere grew unbearably tedious, Luffy and Sanji abruptly sat up, their gazes fixated on the dense forest behind them. Faint rustling sounds echoed through the air. Noticing their sudden alertness, Usopp followed their gaze. The footsteps grew louder, and moments later, 3 figures emerged from the woods. Upon recognizing the trio, Luffy leaped up in excitement. "Zoro, you finally returned. I thought I would never see you again." As Luffy darted towards him, Zoro, with a look of disdain, sidestepped. "Hey, is that really necessary?" Sanji let out a scoff. "Is it exaggerated? I think Luffy's point is quite valid. If this were not an island, who knows where you would have gotten lost. You lecherous cook. When did you arrive?" "Luffy, perhaps we should refrain from bringing aboard such useless people." "You're the useless one," Ma said. Their encounter quickly devolved into bickering, neither willing to yield. Luffy laughed heartily before suddenly noticing Creek and Akin. "You two are the Uncle Gorilla and Uncle Monkey, huh?" Shiga hit aside, nearly bursting into laughter. Luffy's memories were invariably unique. To be honest, there was indeed some resemblance, perfectly capturing the characteristics of the 2 individuals. Upon noticing that they were with Zoro, Shiga finally understood what had transpired. These 2 audacious fellows dared to follow Zoro. It seemed likely that they had indeed led the way. If they continued trailing Zoro, they would have starved before ever discovering this place. Krieg was seething with rage, but after glancing at the pirate ship anchored offshore, he ultimately refrained from acting out. "Straw Hat Kid, I've heard you're a pirate now. Since we VE crossed paths here, how about we collaborate?" Luffy tilted his head, utterly perplexed. He failed to comprehend Krieg's intentions, yet Usopp understood immediately. The moment he laid eyes on Krieg and Ajin, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Upon hearing the word pirate, a thought exploded in his mind. It was Krieg. Usopp yearned to take action, but his legs trembled uncontrollably once more. Even his tongue felt stiff, rendering him speechless. Shakily, he attempted to retrieve his small slingshot from his shoulder bag, but his numbed hands could not manage it. Noticing Luffy's bewildered expression, Ajin began to explain, "Our captain wishes to partner with you." "To absolutely not." Luffy interjected, cutting Ajin off before he could finish. Krieg's expression darkened. "In that case, I shall not insist. However, you better not interfere with what follows, or you will become our enemies." With that, Krieg turned and strode toward the edge of the cliff. With the sound of a mechanism clicking, a barrel emerged from his right arm. Whoosh! A signal flare was launched into the evening sky, illuminating it brilliantly. The pirate ship drifting in the nearby waters immediately sailed toward the shore. It truly was him. Usopp observed everything intently. As he stood less than 10 meters away from Krieg, the trembling in his legs abruptly ceased. In that moment, a surge of courage welled up from within him. He reached into his bag, retrieved a marble, and, without a hint of hesitation, drew back the slingshot and released it with precision. Ultimate technique, gunpowder star. Boom. The marble struck Krieg squarely in the back. Caught off guard while gazing into the distance from the cliff's edge, Krieg was propelled downwards by the explosion of the gunpowder star. In that instant, everyone was taken aback. Zoro and Sanji halted their skirmish, staring in astonishment at Usopp, who lay sprawled on the ground. At this moment, Siggy felt a tinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that Usopp, who had been so frightened just moments ago that he could barely stand, would suddenly take action. What astonished Siggy even more was the effect of Usopp's strike. It is important to note that Usopp's explosive star, while powerful, was not particularly devastating. If it were to explode near an ordinary person, it might inflict some harm. However, Krieg was no ordinary individual. His immense strength allowed him to wield a massive weapon weighing over a ton with ease. Furthermore, adorned with an array of firearms and ammunition. As well as his dark armor, Krieg's total weight was extraordinarily substantial, at least 2 tons. Such a considerable mass should not be susceptible to a mere explosive star. Even if Krieg had been entirely unguarded and simply standing there, he should not have been sent plummeting off the cliff by the blast. That slingshot had struck precisely at the critical point, with impeccable accuracy. Although the skills in the art of marksmanship may not be exceptional, one has nonetheless achieved a level of 29, managing to discern some nuances. However, upon introspection, one acknowledges that while it is possible to accomplish similar feats, it would not be executed with such ease. There is indeed something intriguing about the keen eyesight and the somewhat astonishing accuracy of this slingshot. Usopp's talent for shooting is truly commendable, despite the limitations imposed by his own strength and the weapon's power. The precision displayed is remarkably impressive. Siggy couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, he was worthy of being the son of Jesus Burgess, possessing remarkable talent. In a flash, Sanji reacted first, sprinting to position himself protectively in front of Usopp. His gaze fixed intently on Ajin. Ajin had instinctively prepared to strike, but upon seeing Sanji, he halted abruptly, standing silently. It was true that Creek had shown him kindness. Yet Sanji had also rendered him a favor. Seize him quickly, Creek has already been eliminated by me. Usopp cried out, his voice trembling. It was uncertain whether his quaking was due to fear or excitement. At that moment, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The pirate ship, which had been approaching the shore, suddenly split in two. Although this vessel was not as colossal as the fearless battleship, the sword of the military, it was still sizable enough to accommodate over 100 individuals. Now, the entire ship had simply bifurcated. The break was as smooth as a mirror. Had it not been for the tumultuous sea separating the ship, no one would have noticed anything amiss. The two halves of the severed ship tilted precariously, and the once menacing pirates on deck were now thrown into disarray, plunging into the sea, frantically thrashing toward the shore. As everyone scrambled for their lives, they wailed in terror, "It's that demon. He's coming for us." Chapter 89. The momentum must not wane. The pirates had scarcely swum a short distance when a series of explosive sounds erupted behind them. Clearly, the ship's ammunition store had detonated due to the violent upheaval. The sea surged, flames soared high into the sky, where water met fire. Billowing steam enveloped a vast expanse of ocean. Amidst the severed ship, a delicate small boat glided effortlessly through the chaos. Regardless of how the waves roiled or how the flames raged, that exquisite little vessel remained untouched. What just transpired? Sanji gazed incredulously at the unfolding scene. Luffy, equally astonished, gaped with his mouth agape, struggling to close it. Zoro stood transfixed, observing the small boat shrouded in mist. Upon that coffin-like vessel sat a figure. Could it be Hawkeye Mihawk? Zoro stared in disbelief at the spectacle before him, the tumultuous waters, the rising flames, and the coffin boat traversing through the inferno. There, reclining with one leg crossed over the other, fingers interlaced upon his knee, sat the man. Indeed, he was Hawkeye, the world's foremost swordsman. As Shigo quietly appeared and stood beside Zoro, he spoke softly. His heart was equally shaken. This marked the first time Shigo had witnessed the true pinnacle of power in this world. Although he had previously encountered figures such as Shanks, Garp, and the enigmatic elder from Frost Moon Village, and even engaged in a fierce battle with the latter, none had truly unveiled their formidable strength. Thus, Shigo's perception of these top-tier warriors remained confined to his memories. Master, how much of his strength did he employ in that strike? Zoro inquired, pressing his dry lips together. Even he felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. This question posed a challenge for Shigo. If it were anyone else, he could deduce a few details from the names of their techniques. However, with Mihawk, the disparity between him and Zoro was stark. One was inclined to bestow grandiose names upon every technique, even the most mundane slashes, while the other, even when launching a powerful attack against Whitebeard, did so without a name. It was utterly impossible to make any conjectures. As Shige turned his head to gaze at Zoro, he smiled enigmatically. Do you not yearn to discover the answers for yourself? A disciple for 1,000 days, yet a master for but a moment. After consuming so many years of nourishment, it is high time to lay a golden egg, a prize of victory. Over these years, aside from Luffy, only Zoro has feasted so abundantly. Alas, Zoro's self-destructive training, if not for Shige's nurturing through the power of the milk bottle fruit, would have greatly diminished his lifespan, even if he appeared unscathed in the short term. Upon hearing Shige's words, Zoro's entire being trembled. The astonishment deep within his eyes vanished, replaced by an infinite will to battle. Master, I shall confront him in combat. Should I perish, do not seek vengeance on my behalf. Without waiting for Shige's response, Zoro strode down the steep incline. Observing Zoro's retreating figure, Shige felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Even in the face of such terrifying power, Zoro's fighting spirit remained unscathed. After this battle, he would surely not suffer a second defeat. Sanji watched Zoro, wanting to utter something, yet ultimately found himself unable to speak. After a moment of bewilderment, Luffy broke into a broad smile. Master, Zoro is incredibly strong, isn't he? Indeed, he is quite formidable. Therefore, you little rascal should not spend all your time indulging in food. Should Zoro surpass you, I wonder how you will continue to call yourself captain. Luffy's face fell in dismay. Master, eating is also a form of training. Usopp, who had just exhausted all his strength and courage in attacking Creek, suddenly recalled something as he watched Zoro's silhouette. Hey, that green-haired guy, be careful. Before he could finish his warning, Zoro felt his foot slip. The beans concealed under the loose soil of the steep slope scattered in all directions as he lost his footing. With a loud thud, Zoro fell backward and slid down the slope. Ha 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 ha. Sanji and Luffy were nearly in tears from laughter, doubling over as they exclaimed, you were so cool just now. Green-haired guy, I mustn't laugh. I am the elder. I must maintain my composure. Shiga exerted every ounce of restraint, yet his violently trembling body betrayed him. At the foot of the steep slope, Zoro staggered to his feet, his face ashen and nearly the same hue as his hair. Which scoundrel buried these beans here? I shall slay him. Usopp, who had been laughing to the point of breathlessness, recoiled in fear upon hearing those words. On the shore, the pirates struggled to reach land, their endurance waning. Some were on the brink of collapse, for their once formidable pirate crew, boasting over 50 warships, had been decimated by this man. After narrowly escaping with their lives back to the East Sea, they were now being pursued once again. Damn it. What deep-seated enmity do you hold against us to warrant such relentless pursuit across the world? The exhausted survivors shouted in despair. Mihawk, the Eagle Eye, approached the shore aboard his coffin-like vessel. As he drew nearer, Shiga and the others finally discerned his features: short black hair, a neatly trimmed beard, and a black top hat adorned with white fur. A small cross-shaped knife, meant for tormenting foes, hung at his chest, while the formidable black blade, Yoru, rested at his back. Most striking were his piercing yellow eyes, sharp as an eagle's, seeming to penetrate the very essence of all around him, instilling a sense of dread. Before the frenzied inquiries of the pirates, Mihawk did not spare them a glance. Instead, he lifted his gaze towards Shiga and his companions. Killing time, he stated. A maddening reason that utterly consumed their last vestiges of sanity. Killing time. Go die. They screamed in despair, their hands wildly firing at Mihawk. Yet, Mihawk remained unmoved, simply drawing Yoru from his back. None could comprehend the actions or techniques that followed. Shiga, unable to employ the six-sword style, was equally bewildered. He merely sensed that the once unyielding Yoru had transformed in that moment, becoming unexpectedly gentle, devoid of any murderous intent. Instead of brutally cleaving the oncoming bullets, he merely redirected their trajectories with the blade's edge. Thus, the truth unraveled. Shiga understood everything within his heart. At this moment, Zoro, who was staring intently at Haki, also displayed a contemplative expression. He murmured to himself, so this is the realm that Mr. Gungshiro spoke of. If one does not wish to strike, is it even possible to sever a mere piece of paper? Noticing Haki's piercing gaze fixed on him, Shiga refused to yield, maintaining his unwavering stare. Regardless of the outcome of their confrontation, even if his eyes were about to water from the intensity, he could not afford to lose his momentum. After all, I am the man who has even bested your dear friend Shanks. How could I possibly be intimidated by you? Chapter 90, A Small Blade's Triumph Over the Weak. Certainly, Shiga is not reckless. He possesses a sense of awareness. Haki, with his composed and aloof demeanor, remains emotionally unperturbed even in the fiercest of battles. Perhaps it is due to his penetrating gaze that perceives the essence of things, which contributes to his extreme calmness. Such a man, while never shying away from a challenger, also refrains from striking without cause. As for Creek and the others, who can fathom how that fool managed to offend Haki? It seems implausible that it was merely to pass the time, as Haki suggested. Observing Shiga, Haki is also filled with curiosity. He vaguely senses a formidable power within the man standing at the cliff's edge, though this power is so subtle that even he can only barely detect a trace of it. If Shiga were to learn of Haki's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly be astounded. The power sensed by his opponent is undoubtedly the pinnacle of the six-sword style, something even the old man from Frost Moon Village, who is suspected to be Gung Sanlang, failed to perceive. Remarkably, Haki, from such a distance, has already caught wind of it. As their gazes met, the coffin boat drew ever closer to the shore. At this moment, everyone finally beheld the full visage of the coffin boat. Not just the others, but even Shige's lips twitched slightly. He had been quite curious. After all, the individual was seated on the boat without employing the black blade, Yoru, to navigate. Moreover, Haki's coffin boat appeared to be a small sailboat, devoid of any visible propulsion mechanism. How he managed to control the boat's advance was truly perplexing. However, Shige soon understood. It turned out that this lofty and dignified coffin boat was equipped with oars, which were indeed being used at this moment. Two familiar yet unfamiliar heads emerged from either side of Haki's back. They were familiar because they bore somewhat recognizable features, but unfamiliar because their heads were currently swollen to the size of pig heads, making it quite difficult to identify them without a closer look. Oh! Those two also spotted Zoro waiting on the shore and immediately exclaimed with delight. Zoro, brother, what a coincidence to run into you here. Why are you two here? The ones rowing the boat for Haki were none other than Johnny and Joseph, who had been previously tied to a cross alongside Zoro in Shell's town. After Luffy rescued them, the four of them together had defeated Monka, although it was primarily Luffy and Zoro who engaged, while they played more of a cheerleading role, shouting encouragement from the sidelines. Following that, they had parted ways. It was unexpected that these two would encounter Haki, and it appeared they had been compelled to row the boat after receiving a beating. Upon seeing Zoro, Johnny and Joseph, fueled by some newfound courage, tossed their oars aside and patted Haki's shoulder, laughing heartily. Look here, that is the great swordsman we mentioned before, our brother Zoro. Your luck has run out. Now that we have encountered Zoro, he will surely take revenge for us. Zoro, it was this guy who attacked us without warning and left us in this state. Exactly. If it weren't for his sneak attack, we wouldn't have suffered a defeat in one move and been captured to row this boat. Shiga, Zoro, the crowd, there must be a limit to boasting, right? They even dare to claim a narrow defeat. And it's absurd that they have the audacity to say it. Such exaggerated claims would even put Usopp to shame. Zoro is prepared to risk his life to challenge Mihawk, but he envisions a dignified and honorable battle to the death. However, at this moment, he feels as though he is being forced into this situation. Nevertheless, it matters not. For Zoro, Merely having the opportunity to face this challenge is sufficient. As Mihawk approaches, Zoro feels his blood boil with anticipation. He slowly removes the bandana tied around his arm and places it upon his head. With a clang, he unsheathes his sword. Pointing it at Mihawk, "It seems you have some free time. If so, let us determine our fates in battle." His tone, though calm, cannot conceal his exhilaration. The members of the Krieg pirates gasp in astonishment as Zoro dares to challenge Mihawk. Luffy and the others are also taken aback. Although they were aware of Zoro's intentions, the reality of the moment still leaves them in shock. "Master, that guy." Sanji looks at Shiga with concern, hoping to persuade him to intervene and prevent Zoro from engaging in this seemingly suicidal endeavor. At this moment, a sense of unease stirred within Shiga. Yet he shook his head resolutely. This is his dream. What justification is there to impede a man's aspirations? This is an experience that Zoro must undergo, as it presents him with the opportunity to gain a clear understanding of the disparity between himself and Mihawk. Shiga would neither obstruct nor find reason to do so. However, he remained ever ready. Should Hawkeye harbor intentions of murder, he felt confident in his ability to rescue Zoro. The milk bottle fruit was unlikely to suffice, for with Shiga's current strength, it would scarcely affect Hawkeye. Yet, the taunt fruit could indeed serve as a means. Nevertheless, taunt fruit, no change needed, would likely lack the necessary force, compelling him to resort to his trump card. Taunt fruit, come hit me, you fool. This particular move had never been employed by Shiga, primarily due to its shameful nature. It required him to turn his back on the enemy, bend over, and gesture with a raised middle finger to activate. Should he ever utilize this technique, it would irrevocably seal his social demise. Thus, Shiga would categorically refrain from employing it unless absolutely necessary. In response to Zoro's challenge, Hawkeye merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, deeming him a pitiful weakling. If you consider yourself a true swordsman, you ought to sense the vast disparity in our strengths without even crossing blades. If you are not a genuine swordsman, you have no right to challenge me. Zoro did not contest Hawkeye's words. Instead, he clenched Inma between his teeth and drew his other two swords. "I am indeed aware of the difference in strength, yet I still wish to challenge you." Hawkeye stood with arms crossed, the hilt of his black blade, Yoru, towering behind him like a crucifix. As a true swordsman, you must recognize the inequality of power. Is your audacity to challenge me born of ambition or ignorance? Zoro had assumed an offensive stance, awaiting Hawkeye's draw. "Neither. Defeating you is my dream and a pledge I must fulfill. So draw your sword." "Draw my sword?" Hawkeye shook his head, glancing at Shiga. Perched high atop the cliff, "You are not yet worthy of my blade. If it were him, perhaps then it would be different." Shiga chose to feign ignorance, jesting that he did not require any guidance. The crux of the matter was that he currently lacked the Fishman experience card. Had he possessed one, he would have undoubtedly rushed forward to display his prowess. Of course, this was contingent upon Mihawk willingly restraining his strength to engage in a mere contest of swordsmanship. Noticing Shiga's silence, Mihawk quietly removed the small crucifix pendant from around his neck. Chapter 91. Ghostly Aura. 9 Sword Style. As he observed the small crucifix knife held by his opponent, a surge of fury erupted within Zoro. "Hey, what does that mean?" Mihawk casually waved the small knife. "Oh, my apologies, this is indeed my smallest knife." Zoro was on the brink of a meltdown. It was not only understandable, but Shiga, watching from the sidelines, also felt a surge of indignation. He had prided himself on being the unrivaled king of mockery, only to encounter a worthy adversary now. Damn it, I should get myself a small knife too. Shiga began to appreciate the allure of the small blade. If he weren't currently clutching the Wado Ikamanji in his mouth, one could certainly hear the sound of his teeth grinding in frustration. There ought to be limits to disdain. As Zoro's words faded, he charged forward, initiating his attack. 3 Sword Style. Ghost Slash. Zoro crossed the 2 blades in his hands, the Wado Ikamanji sealing any potential escape routes, and aimed to strike directly at Mihawk. However, this fierce onslaught bore no fruit. Ding! The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed as Zoro abruptly halted. Alongside him, his 3 swords came to a standstill. Mihawk's small knife, akin to a toy, was now poised against the edge of Zoro's left blade. It was this mere point of contact that brought Zoro's assault to an abrupt halt. He could not move. A cold sweat broke out on Zoro. Why? Why can I not move? A wave of defeat surged from the depths of his being, threatening to engulf him like a wild beast. Impossible. Zoro trembled, not from fear of Mihawk, but from fear of himself. Fearful that he might fail to fulfill their pact. Impossible. The disparity could not be this vast. Zoro let out a frantic roar, yanking his sword back and launching himself at Mihawk in a frenzy. I refuse to believe it. Such a gap cannot exist in this world. Yet, no matter how he attacked, Mihawk's absurdly small knife consistently found its way to Zoro's blade, inducing despair. Impossible. At such a distance, it cannot be. Zoro continued his frenzied assault, shouting in defiance. He understood the considerable gap between himself and Mihawk, but never had he imagined it would be this insurmountable. Zoro's eyes widened in fury. In that moment, he seemed to glimpse Kuina. He saw his younger self, who had made a promise with Kuina, witnessed her demise, and recalled his vow to ensure his name resonated in the heavens. The feeling of defeat and helplessness vanished instantaneously, replaced by an unwavering resolve. If the gap was indeed this great, he would close it step by step, until he caught up. In that instant, Zoro transformed entirely. Mihawk's sharp gaze gleamed as it bore into Zoro, as if perceiving something hidden from ordinary sight. What burdens do you carry? Allow me to witness how far your burdens can propel you, weakling. Upon hearing Mihawk's words, Zoro remained unresponsive, yet nearby, Johnny and Joseph were incensed. The two simultaneously raised their swords and charged at Mihawk. How dare you call our brother Zoro a weakling? Let us show you who the true weakling is. Shiga had long anticipated the actions of these two reckless youths. Upon hearing Shiga's words, Luffy leapt off the cliff, extending his arms to pull the two back and pin them to the ground. Do not interfere. This is their battle. Are you two all right? In his fervor, Luffy applied too much force, causing both of their heads to collide with the ground, rendering them unconscious. What I bear is enough to surpass you. Zoro's aura shifted dramatically. And to Hawkeye's surprise, the vitality emanating from Zoro quickly diminished, transforming into an overwhelming aura of death and malice. This sudden change caught even Hawkeye off guard. With a ghostly presence, Zoro crossed his twin swords and appeared to retract his arms slowly. However, the sluggish motion left behind an afterimage. Ashura. The afterimage remained as Zoro's voice echoed the name, and he truly transformed into a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. 9 blades encircled him, exuding a chilling aura that unsettled the senses. Behind him loomed a phantom of a demonic entity, faint yet discernible, enduring endless suffering without weariness. This is the path of the Ashura. Ashura, one misty silver. Seeing the apparition of Ashura, Shiga was taken aback, unaware that Zoro could execute such a technique. A crisp sound resonated as Hawkeye's knife tip was severed by Zoro's strike. Though it was less than a centimeter, it was still a severance. The blade pierced flesh with ease, even without a tip, effortlessly embedding itself in Zoro's chest. Why do you not retreat? Hawkeye inquired, an unusual expression gracing his face as he regarded Zoro. Did you not also fail to pierce my heart? Despite being gravely wounded, Zoro exhibited no sign of pain, instead flashing a grin. Blood stained his attire, mingling with his smile and the lingering Ashura apparition, rendering him a fearsome sight. Hawkeye slowly withdrew his knife, stating, "It is not that I did not pierce your heart, rather, you saved your own life." Sheathing the knife with a missing tip, he unsheathed the black blade. Very well, it has been a long time since I encountered such an intriguing challenger. Therefore, I shall conclude this with the utmost swordsmanship, wielding my strongest blade. As Hawkeye grasped the massive black sword, Zoro smiled for the first time, joyfully exclaiming, finally, he has drawn it, the sword that cleaved the great ship. He has unsheathed it once more. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Blood flowed from Zoro's mouth, yet he remained oblivious, fixated on Hawkeye. 3-sword style, Purgatory Demon Slash. This was Zoro's strongest technique available, requiring him to channel his malice to experience profound suffering before unleashing it. Now was the moment. Hawkeye's pupils contracted as he recognized that this challenger was enduring unimaginable torment, pain that stemmed from the depths of hell. As he had previously stated, enduring endless suffering without weariness. I have seen the burdens you carry, excellent. You've witnessed the gentlest of swords, now you are qualified to perceive the other side of this blade. With a single strike. Merely one blow, the dual blades in Zoro's hands shattered, and Yor descended upon Zoro's chest, leaving a ghastly wound. As they passed each other, Zoro turned abruptly. Arms outstretched. What do you mean by this? Hawkeye inquired without attacking. The wound on my back is the disgrace of a swordsman. Chapter 92. How does one row a boat? After uttering those words, Zoro felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, struggling to remain upright. The injuries to his body were secondary. The chaotic malice within him was the true threat to his life. He understood that even if Hawkeye chose not to kill him, the malice would eventually claim his life. He had overextended himself. With his current strength, he was insufficient to master the malice. Well said. Hawkeye regarded Zoro with appreciation. Young man, that statement has saved your life. Yor fell again, carving a massive wound across Zoro's chest. Simultaneously, the malice within Zoro surged, threatening to overwhelm his mind. But a powerful force suddenly emerged, swiftly quelling the chaotic energy. A golden light erupted, his golden spoils. Zoro. Upon witnessing Zoro being struck twice by Hawkeye, Luffy and Sanji could no longer contain themselves. They would not interfere in Zoro's battle, yet with the fight concluded, it was their turn to avenge their comrade. You two brats, stand down. Shiga commanded, swiftly positioning himself before Zoro. He had witnessed everything clearly when Hawkeye aimed to pierce Zoro's heart with the knife. He genuinely intended to eliminate this audacious challenger. However, the subsequent strikes with Yoro were meant to save Zoro. Mastering malice was no simple feat with Zoro's current strength. Merely employing malice would inflict great bodily harm but not lethal damage. However, this was under the condition that the malice was properly vented. Throughout the battle, Zoro had been relentlessly pressured, with no opportunity to release his malice. Coupled with the severe injury to his chest, which nearly pierced his heart, the malice erupted, backfiring within him. Yet, Hawkeye's strikes, though seemingly devastating, had suppressed Zoro's malice, ultimately preserving his life. Clang. Zoro lay there, raising the Wado Ikamanji toward the sky. Master. Luffy. I will never lose again. As he spoke, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Shiga inserted a bottle of milk into Zoro's mouth, aiding him in recovering the stamina depleted by his use of Haki. All right, I understand. You won't lose again until you defeat him and claim the title of the world's strongest. Now, drink up and refrain from talking too much. Observing that Zoro was not in dire straits, Shiga finally rose and turned to Mihawk. Thank you, my lord. You must be on your way to find Shanks. If you encounter him, please convey my gratitude and congratulate him on becoming one of the 4 emperors. Upon hearing Shiga's words, Mihawk, despite harboring numerous questions, refrained from probing further. He merely nodded silently and glanced at Zoro, who was lying there sucking on the bottle. Young man, tell me your name. I'm Zoro. Zoro mumbled indistinctly around the nipple. His name is Roronoa Zoro. Seeing that Zoro was still alive, Sanji felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, Zoro's response nearly choked him on the milk, almost causing him to lose consciousness. Roronoa Zoro, I shall remember this name, Mihawk acknowledged, nodding slightly before casting his gaze at Luffy and Sanji. A commendable team. I hope you grow stronger swiftly. I shall await your challenge from the throne of the world's strongest. With that, Mihawk offered a slight nod to Shiga. Rest assured, I will convey your message. Farewell for now. While I am somewhat eager for a duel with you. It seems this is not an opportune moment. As he watched Mihawk and his coffin ship recede into the distance, Shiga's expression turned grave. While gathering the golden spoils, he turned to Luffy and Sanji. What do you think? How does he manage to row that boat? Even Siggy was somewhat perplexed by Hawkeye's maneuvers. At that moment, Johnny and Joseph, who had been inadvertently knocked unconscious by Luffy, slowly regained consciousness. Alongside them, the bewildered Krieg, who had tumbled down the cliff, also began to stir. His heavy armor had proven too cumbersome, shattering the hard stones beneath him. Dazed, Krieg glanced around, clearly disoriented by the fall. Hey, what are you all doing? Did you not hear my orders? Attack. Hurry up and attack. Oblivious to the surrounding circumstances, Krieg shouted at the top of his lungs while producing a piece of paper. Quickly help me seize the treasure. Once we obtain this devil fruit, your captain will lead you back to the Grand Line. Initially, Shige had no intention of allowing Luffy and his companions to intervene, nor did he plan to pay them any heed. However, upon hearing the words devil fruit, his eyes sparkled with interest. In an instant, he vanished from his location and reappeared beside Krieg, swiftly snatching the auction list from his grasp. To his astonishment, it was the very devil fruit he sought. As Krieg urged his subordinates to launch their assault, he suddenly realized that the list in his hand had vanished. With the sound of mechanisms clicking into place, several gun barrels emerged from Krieg's shoulder and side. He whirled around, ready to retaliate against Shige. Without even casting a glance in his direction, Sigil extended his right hand, poised to crush his armor once more. This marked the 3rd occasion, and Sigil had become adept at the act. Before he could exert his strength, a sudden sound of an approaching shell pierced the air, hurtling directly towards him. It remained uncertain whether Sigil had drawn it in or if it had been attracted by Krieg. As Siggy vanished with the auction list inscribed with the names of the devil fruits, he left Krieg alone in the chaos. A thunderous explosion erupted, causing the cliff to crumble, and debris cascaded down, burying Krieg with only his head exposed. Moments later, several warships approached swiftly from the opposite side of the island, and battalions of soldiers from the Oikote Kingdom surrounded them entirely. Covered in blood, Krieg was consumed by fury as he gazed at the soldiers loyal to the Oikote Kingdom. The flames of betrayal incinerated his reason. It was no wonder that Krieg was so enraged. His knowledge of the situation was exceedingly limited. Just after reaching an agreement with Klo, he encountered Zoro. Not only had he nearly drowned after falling into the sea, but he also lost his way in the forest under Zoro's guidance for the better part of a day. Finally arriving at the village of Zillabu to gather his subordinates for a treasure raid, he was ambushed and sent tumbling off a cliff, losing consciousness. Awakening now only to face an assault from the soldiers of the Oikote Kingdom, he seethed. Damn it. That scoundrel Klo. In his eyes, all these misfortunes were part of Klo's scheme, luring him here only to secretly assemble an army to ensnare them all. You forced my hand. Krieg leapt from the rubble, producing a transponder snail. Now, immediately deliver the evidence to the Navy. He hurled the transponder snail to the ground, crushing it beneath his foot. Listen well. Your king, Krabatel, is in truth the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Mastermind Klo. Your entire nation has been deceived by that scoundrel. I have ensured that the evidence reaches the Navy. Soon they will come to apprehend him. The soldiers of the Oikote Kingdom stood frozen, guns in hand, bewildered and at a loss. Akin was utterly stunned. The events unfolded too abruptly. On the warship, Zango and the rest of the Black Cat Pirates were bound on the deck, listening intently to Krieg's fervent declarations. Chapter 93, Experience the Malice of the World. Hey, Zango called to the soldier guarding them. Watch my head. When I say 1, 2, Zango, you will unlock our handcuffs. 1, 2, Zango. Meanwhile, Klo was indulging in an opulent feast when the transponder snail rang unexpectedly. Everyone, leave. He waved his hand, signaling all servants to exit before answering the call. Captain, no. Your Majesty, trouble is upon us. Krieg has delivered evidence of your identity to the Navy. With a resounding crack, the massive dining table before Klo was cleaved by a blade of wind. Rising with a countenance as dark as the stormy seas, Klo released an aura of unrestrained malice. Summon all troops and march with me at once. He had not yet been defeated. A flicker of hope remained. If he could eliminate the approaching Navy and all who were aware of this revelation, he could still salvage his plans. The world government had the demon-slaying order. So too did his kingdom. Meanwhile, in Rogue Town. Hey, Dasky, you're in charge here. Hurry and gather your team. Smoker commanded. his lower half transforming into smoke as he soared towards the village of Zillibu. Yes, Colonel Smoker. Wait, aren't you coming with us? I'll head there first. You all need to move swiftly. Chloe's significant maneuvers did not escape the watchful eyes of Noki's intelligence network. Before the 80,000 troops of the Oikote Kingdom could fully assemble, Noki had personally arrived at Zillibu to provide Siggy with critical information. Upon her arrival, Siggy was tending to wounds with Zoro back at Koya's mansion. Luffy and Usopp remained vigilant at the steep slope, ensuring no movements from the army or Kriegskrew. Sanji, at Luffy's insistence, returned to prepare dinner for them, yet his mind had completely drifted from Luffy's earlier predicament. Miss Noki, your most devoted knight is preparing a delightful midnight snack for you. Miss Nami, have you grown weary from reading? Would you care for a bowl of eye-soothing soup to cherish those captivating eyes that stir my heart? Miss Koya, Miss Dadan, Miss Balumel, bang. An apple struck him. You little rascal, call me Aunt Balumel. At this moment, Siego was seated with Tom and Zep, observing the attentive Sanji. Tom turned to Zep and remarked, his demeanor resembles yours, doesn't it? Zep, filled with indignation, retorted, you old fool, what made you think that scoundrel learned anything from me? You dare to label the illustrious me as an old man while you should take a good look in the mirror at your nearly toothless grin. Even without my teeth, I could still bite you, you wretched old man. In comparison to the esteemed me, I could easily crush your brittle bones. Shiga felt a dull ache in his head, with his temples throbbing rhythmically. Let the young ones make a fuss. How could these two old fellows be so unreliable? With a flick of his wrist, Siggy bestowed upon Tom and Japu an additional milk bottle. Shiga conveniently handed a bottle to the noisy Sanji, while also providing a bottle to the slumbering Zoro, who was bleeding yet snoring and grinding his teeth. All right, my frail and ailing comrades of the setting sun. Now that Smoker has departed from Rogue Town, let us hasten forth towards our grand destination, the Grand Line. Shiga swiftly concealed the intelligence and, without further delay, led his companions to flee. Previously, he had hesitated between circumventing the windless zone to enter the Grand Line or using Luffy and his companions as a diversion to slip in amidst the chaos. He did not wish to create unnecessary difficulties for Smoker. As a Navy officer, Smoker had his own path to tread, and their interaction should remain minimal. Seizing this opportunity to quietly infiltrate the Grand Line was, indeed, an impeccable plan. As for Kuro, he had already instructed Noki Gao to take action. They activated the intelligence operatives in the Oikote Kingdom to sow discord and impede the main forces of the army. Although this would only delay them for less than half a day, it would provide ample time for Luffy and his crew to resolve their own matters. After years of rigorous training, if they could not handle someone as minor as Kuro, it would be better to refrain from embarrassing themselves in the Grand Line. Father, I will accompany you, Nami said, feeling a pang of reluctance as she saw Balumel and Noki Gao preparing to follow Shiga. Master, please take me along. I can cook. Sanji, noticing that Dadan, Nami, Balumel, and Noki Gao were about to abandon Luffy, felt a surge of indignation. Zapu kicked Sanji away, exclaiming, you insolent brat, get lost. It is I who taught you how to cook. Siegu reached out and tousled Nami's hair, saying, you know, keep a watchful eye on those little rascals. Luffy and the others. If any of them misbehave, don't hesitate to give them a good thrashing, and let them know it was at my behest. By the way, take good care of this life card. Do not give it to those little troublemakers. You've grown into a fine young lady now, so dry your tears. It's not as if we want to see each other again. We shall be waiting for you on the Grand Line. After a heartfelt consolation from Shige and Barumel, Nami finally wiped her tears and nodded. Dadan pondered for a moment before retrieving a string of red bead necklaces from her pocket and handing them to Nami, saying, little Nami, please give this to that brat Luffy. With a discerning gaze, Sigurd expressed his confusion, exclaiming, isn't this the necklace your mother bequeathed to you? Was Tia given to Ace back then? Could it be that these trinkets are mass-produced, with one for each individual? I divided that necklace into two. Daradin shot Sigurd an exasperated glance, her enchanting demeanor still able to affect him even after all these years. He quickly turned away, discreetly retrieving a bounty notice to glance at, which instantly lifted his spirits. Herein lies the conundrum. Daradin divided one necklace into two, gifting one to each of the brothers. But what would become of her after this? After a moment of contemplation, Sigurd lowered his gaze and removed a shoe from his foot, only to reconsider and retract one. Nami, please deliver this sandal to Luffy on my behalf. Nami and the others protested, hey, what is with that disdainful expression? This sandal is no less valuable than the coat given to Ace. Sanji, noticing Nami's refusal to depart, also lingered. Leaning in with a shameless grin, he approached Zep. Hey, old man, do you have anything for me? Zep scoffed. I am far more generous than the captain. I can part with this pair of shoes. Do you want them? The group erupted in laughter, which alleviated much of the sorrow surrounding their impending separation. Sanji stepped forward. Here, take this. We'll examine it once we've departed. Sigurd placed an item into Sanji's hand and threw him a knowing glance. Instantly, Sanji's face flushed, and his breath quickened. Master, you truly understand me. Without delay, Sigo and his companions stealthily departed from the village of Silab and set sail aboard the Welfare towards the direction of the Grand Line. Sanji quietly slipped outside, his heart racing with excitement as he retrieved the item Sigo had entrusted to him. Trembling, he unfurled it under the moonlight. In the next moment, his eyes widened in shock, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. I refuse to believe it. I cannot accept this. Under the moon's glow. The paper in Sanji's hand fluttered to the ground. It was a bounty notice, the one issued before Dadan acquired the slip fruit. Chapter 94. Insufficient skill. Desperation leads to improvisation. On the boundless ocean, the welfare cut through the waves, propelled by the wind. At this moment, Shige sat regally in his exclusive seat at the bow of the ship. Under Shige's persistent entreaties, Tom ultimately succumbed and crafted a chair proportionately designed for ostentation. Based on the void throne of Mariewa, placing it at the ship's front, Zep pointed towards the horizon, exclaiming, "Look at that beam of light." Amidst the tumultuous waves, a faint glow pierced the darkness far across the sea. "Is that a lighthouse?" Balumel inquired. "Indeed," Zep replied, a nostalgic expression gracing his face. "The entrance to the Grand Line lies just before that light. At long last, we have returned to this coveted destination. I once believed I would never have the chance in this lifetime, yet now, everything is within reach." Dadan, Balumel, and Noki were equally exhilarated. None of them had ever ventured into the legendary route. The Grand Line was truly within their grasp, evoking a sense of longing. Tom gazed towards the unknown journey ahead, a flame igniting within his heart. The Grand Line was no stranger to him. Whether it was Fishman Island or Water 7, both lay within its expanse. However, now he approached it as an adventurer, and that sensation was entirely different. The era of great pirates had commenced over 20 years ago, with countless ruthless villains, freedom seekers, and brave souls in pursuit of truth recklessly diving into the Grand Line. Now, they too were poised to embark on their own adventure. Everyone brimmed with ambition. Their journey was about to unfold. What marvels would they create together? Tom retrieved a large wooden barrel from the cabin and placed it on the deck. "Captain." The welfare had no launching ceremony due to the haste earlier. "Now, let us conduct a grand ritual to mark our entry into the Grand Line." With a series of mechanical clicks, Shige and his void throne began to rotate slowly. "Hey, do you guys feel that the captain looks rather foolish like this?" Zep whispered, covering his mouth. "I've sensed the absurdity for some time now," Tom replied, trying to stifle his laughter. However, the captain insisted on this design. Laughter erupted from Balumel and Noki as they observed Shige's appearance, shaking with mirth. Only Dadan, instead of laughing, supported her chin with one hand. Gazing at Shige with a tender look, "You two old fellows don't understand. Don't you think the captain looks rather dashing like this? It's quite charming." The four unanimously shook their heads, unable to reconcile the terms dashing and charming with Shige. After a prolonged minute, the void throne finally completed its turn. At this moment, Siggy was reclining with his leg crossed, waiting for the void throne to come to a halt. Only then did he brace himself on the chair and rise slowly. His bare right foot touched the deck, and after having rested his leg for so long, a tingling sensation coursed through his body. Unfazed, he limped over to the wooden tub and placed his right leg upon it. With a rhythmic thump, as Siggy set his leg on the tub, Zep and the others followed suit. "I wish to discover Alelbiayi." Zep's heart brimmed with hope. He believed that one day, he would witness the legendary sea that possessed all the ingredients from the four great oceans. "I desire for all fishmen and mermaids to have the right to live resplendently under the sun." Tom's heart was equally filled with ambition. Zep smirked, blowing on his whiskers. "Isn't your dream to save Water 7? His laughter echoed, "Ha ha ha." Tom chuckled heartily. "I have two remarkable apprentices. They can handle that small dream for me. I seek to master the intelligence of the entire world." Nojiko's aspirations were not surprising, for she indeed possessed a talent in that realm and had been diligently working towards it. "I wish to become strong enough to protect those I care for." In the sea breeze, Balumel beamed brightly. Since discovering Nojiko and Nami on the battlefield, these two daughters had become her dreams. She longed to shield them from any harm. With a hint of melancholy, the woman murmured, "I wish to see those three little ones realize their dreams." Shiga was also somewhat moved. These two mothers were truly magnificent. Their children were not biologically theirs, yet they devoted all their love to them. "Do not worry," Shiga reassured, "that little rascal Luffy is of no concern. He already has splendid companions. As for that little fellow Sabo, it won't be long before we see him again." Shiga hesitated when mentioning Ace. He has always been the most reassuring, hasn't he? Observing Shiga's expression, Dadan felt a sudden tightening in her heart. Just as she was about to speak, Noki, with a face full of curiosity, urged Shiga, "Father, it is your turn. What is your dream?" Everyone looked at Shiga with eager anticipation. "Shiga, my legs have gone numb. Could someone please massage them?" The crowd, as we approach the upside-down mountain. The winds and waves grow ever more tumultuous. Everyone stands at the ready, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. "Father, it's bad. The lights have gone out," Nuwa Chigao exclaimed, a hint of panic in her voice as she rushed over. At present, the welfare vessel was hurtling towards the summit, propelled by the swift currents, its speed alarmingly rapid. If they failed to navigate the ship accurately into the canal, a collision with the upside-down mountain would be inevitable. "We are in dire need of a navigator." Shiga found himself utterly lost, his meager navigation skills, barely exceeding level 20, woefully inadequate for this pressing crisis. "Tom, take the helm." Though a navigator was absent, Shiga possessed the rudimentary skill of dog paddling. Lacking the necessary expertise, he resorted to his dog paddle. He leaped directly into the sea, and with the force of the currents, his paddling reached an unprecedented, terrifying velocity. In an instant, he vanished from sight. This sudden acceleration was overwhelming, and Shiga struggled to maintain control, nearly crashing headlong into the mountain. The entrance is right here. Siggy swiftly discerned the entrance and swam against the current. It was fortunate that he possessed a fully mastered dog paddle technique, along with an extraordinary physical attribute exceeding 3,000 points. Otherwise, navigating against such a formidable current to reach the mountain summit would have been nearly impossible. I have discerned the direction, Tom. Hard to port. Siggy exclaimed as he leapt onto the vessel, gesturing towards the left. Aye, Captain. Tom's immense strength, coupled with the resilience of the welfare, revealed its advantages in such dire circumstances. The welfare surged rapidly with the current, racing towards the pinnacle of the upside-down mountain. Meanwhile, Siggy had taken his seat upon his void throne. As he swam against the current, he felt once more the exhilarating sensation of impending breakthrough. Chapter 95, The Silence Fruit. It seemed fortune smiled upon him today, a harbinger of great luck, perfect for unearthing treasures. Initially, he had reservations about the potential animal-type fruits that could emerge from his mastery of the dog paddle skill, such as the sea dog fruit. However, as the years progressed, Siggy increasingly yearned for practicality. In this light, the sea dog fruit appeared rather appealing. Should he be fortunate, he might conjure an animal-type phantom beast, which would indeed signify a stroke of great wealth. The more Shiga contemplated, the more elated he became, ultimately deciding to unveil the coveted golden spoils he had hesitated to open in recent days. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unveiling the golden spoils, proclaimed the system's voice, resonating with remarkable clarity even amidst the tumultuous waves. Gazing at the newfound items within the system space, Shiga was rendered utterly speechless. Unexpectedly, the welfare ship surged forward, propelled by the current, directly ascending the upside-down mountain. Oh, we've made it. The Grand Line. I can see the Grand Line. At last. I have returned to this enchanting realm. Ha ha ha, this sea still bears the familiar visage. The crew was filled with exuberance, particularly Zep and Tom, who were joyfully animated like children. Only Shiga remained seated, gazing blankly at the object in his hand. Captain, we're descending. Where shall we head next? In the midst of the conversation, the welfare ship had already crested the summit, beginning its plunge downwards. Shiga rose to his feet, waving the permanent log pose in his hand. Shall we head to Raftel? This permanent log pose was one of the treasures he had acquired from the golden spoils. The reason it was referred to as one of many is that the system's space was still filled with a plethora of permanent log poses. He possessed the log poses for all the islands along the Grand Line, including, of course, the ultimate destination, Raftel. Although it did not bestow attribute points or skills to enhance his own strength, this golden treasure was undeniably a significant gain, indeed, an extraordinary one. While the other log poses might be of lesser value, the mere possession of a log pose for Raftel was an invaluable asset. The Grand Line is an exceptionally unique maritime expanse, where geomagnetism, celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and atmospheric flows are in disarray, rendering it impossible to ascertain one's location without the reliable guidance of log poses and permanent log poses. To navigate aimlessly without adhering to a log pose is akin to courting death. From Reverse Mountain, 7 magnetic forces extend outward, resulting in 7 distinct routes through the first half of the Grand Line. Once a journey begins, the path cannot be altered. With the possession of permanent log poses for all islands, Shiga was assured that he could travel anywhere without the fear of becoming lost in the vastness of the Grand Line. The howling wind scattered Shiga's voice, and Japu and the others could only glimpse the permanent log pose in his hand, unable to discern his words clearly. Captain, where does that log pose point to? Is it far? Shiga chuckled softly, lifting his gaze towards the Grand Line that lay before him. In a voice only he could hear, he mused, indeed. It is a great distance, a realm where the vast majority shall never tread. With that, he exerted a sudden force with his right hand, directing countless streams towards the eternal pointer that indicated the location of Raftel, the fabled resting place of the One Piece. He stowed it away and replaced it with another eternal pointer. Let us proceed, first to seize that intriguing devil fruit. Shiga shouted loudly, his voice piercing through the storm, resonating in the ears of all present. Previously, he had received a clue about the devil fruit from Clyke, and this intriguing fruit was precisely what he required. This was the Grand Line, albeit merely the first half known as Paradise, yet the prowess of Barumel and no Kigo had become somewhat inadequate. Although both had diligently engaged in training, they still fell short, necessitating the devil fruit to expedite their enhancement of strength. It is time to set sail. The crowd echoed in unison, commencing the adjustment of the ship's heading in accordance with the eternal pointer. Shiga smiled faintly, just as he was about to return to his designated seat, when suddenly the entire world fell silent. The howling wind and crashing waves ceased their tumultuous cacophony. In the profound stillness, a voice, seemingly echoing from the annals of time, softly murmured, "Is it on this vessel, our king? I sense the presence of the king." Albeit faintly, yet undeniably. Our king has finally arrived. This time, it should proceed smoothly. Let us go forth to welcome our sovereign. It will not be long before he meets our other king. What is this? Shiga trembled. It is the colossal sea kings who acknowledge the White Star as their ruler. He was not unfamiliar with these enigmatic creatures. They appeared near Fishman Island when the White Star was about to be born, heralding her arrival. When Roger and his crew reached Fishman Island, they also manifested, leaving behind words regarding the imminent birth of 2 kings, originally Luffy and his companions had inadvertently strayed into the edge of the calm belt while traversing Reverse Mountain, only to encounter several enormous sea kings. It now appeared that these beings were here to welcome Luffy and his party. As for the aura they spoke of, it was likely the lingering essence left by Luffy and his crew aboard the Thousand Sunny over the years. Alas, it was not that fellow. Shiga had been prepared the moment the state of listening to the voices of all things manifested. As soon as he confirmed it was the one who had initially scolded him, he would not hesitate to retort in kind to relieve his frustration. However, it was fortuitous, as Shiga had inquiries for them. With this thought, Shiga entered a state akin to when he communicated with the Atom Tree on the derelict ship, maintaining his connection to the voices of all things, silently contemplating. You are sea kings, are you not? Have you encountered a diminutive sea king, measuring merely over 10 meters in height, with a pair of blood-red eyes? Although the near sea king is small, standing at just over 10 meters, it is still a sea king. Being of the same kind, they should possess some clues. It was a ruse. It was not our king, but rather an irritating presence. Away with it. The state of listening to the voices of all things abruptly dissipated, and the sounds of wind and waves once again filled Shiga's ears. Shiga, I shall inevitably bring ruin upon you fools. You are all nothing but imbeciles. The art of mockery has transformed into a mere fruit of derision. As time has elapsed, it has been quite some time since anyone felt compelled to take action upon encountering him. Shiga believed he had successfully mastered the art of suppressing his sarcasm. Yet to his astonishment, these sea creatures seemed to be susceptible to his mockery. It was utterly baffling. Captain, did you perceive anything peculiar just now? Inquired Barrymore, who was stationed at the lookout. Moments ago, while she was atop the lookout, she had felt a strange tremor, as if the currents beneath were attempting to lift the entire ship. However, before she could issue a warning, that sensation had vanished. Shiga was simmering with frustration, dismissing the situation as that of a group of fools, urging the party to move onward. Although Baroque and the others found the atmosphere peculiar, they chose not to dwell on it and continued their journey towards the permanent pointer. This destination would mark their first landing on an island since entering the Grand Line, a location also noted on the auction list obtained from Creek. With the auction imminent, the centerpiece of the event was a devil fruit, the Silence Fruit. Chapter 96. Clearing the field. The Silence Fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit, possesses the remarkable ability to create an imperceptible soundproof barrier that nullifies all noise. It can also silence the wielder themselves, along with anyone or anything they touch. This fruit belonged to Corazon, a savior and life mentor to Law. When Siggy first received the news, he was quite taken aback. He had been wavering on whether to venture to the Sky Island. After all, he was not like Luffy, who could withstand the perils of lightning strikes. If he could successfully acquire the Silence Fruit, then perhaps a journey to the Sky Island would indeed be worthwhile. However, prior to that, he needed to find a suitable place to gather some spoils. As they continued their voyage, it was the first time that Dadan and the others truly grasped the terrifying nature of the Grand Line. One moment, the sky was clear and bright, and the next, it transformed into a tempest of dark clouds and torrential rain. In the blink of an eye, it even began to snow. There were instances when the sea appeared calm, yet the ship would inexplicably veer off course. Everything was so unpredictable, leaving one in a state of uncertainty. Fortunately, with the seasoned navigator Zeph at the helm, and aboard the Welfare, although there were minor disturbances, the journey remained relatively smooth. Of course, what he considered minor disturbances was solely his perspective, as the others were now utterly exhausted, sprawled out on the deck. At this moment, the formidable physical attributes of Seago, exceeding 3,000 points, were fully manifested. Hey, wake up. We've arrived. In the distance, shrouded in a thin mist, an island gradually came into view. The group, mustering their strength, approached the edge of the ship, where they beheld a modest island crowned with several towering mountains reminiscent of cacti. Could this be Whiskey Peak? Although Zep had never set foot here, he was somewhat aware of its reputation. Back when he traversed the Grand Line, this place was notorious as a haven for lawlessness. It was a refuge for pirates who had narrowly escaped defeat in the Grand Line, reveling in the hunt for newcomers who had just ventured into these treacherous waters, a veritable graveyard for the inexperienced. The mountains, which bore a striking resemblance to cacti from afar, concealed the remains of countless souls. Each thorn on those cactus-like peaks symbolized a life extinguished. However, that was all a tale from over a decade ago. During their journey, he had heard Noki talk about the current state of Whiskey Peak. On the surface, it appeared prosperous, yet it was, in truth, governed by a mysterious organization. Although Naka's intelligence network had managed to establish a tenuous foothold in the Grand Line, it could only provide rudimentary information. She certainly could not fathom that this enigmatic organization was a subsidiary of the Baroque works. As the welfare ship drifted along the small river that coursed through the town, it was met with a bustling array of vessels, all pirate ships. It seemed they had arrived a bit late. They should still make it to the auction. Observing Seago leap off the ship, Noki hastily advised, "Father, perhaps we should find a place to buy you some shoes first." When they departed from Syrup Village, Seago had left his flip-flops behind for Luffy. After days of travel, there had been no opportunity to acquire new footwear. Seago waved his hand dismissively, stating that there was no need to waste money. By the way, what happened to the clown buggy's feet? Remove his shoes. Balummel, filled with admiration, remarked to Norki, "You always call me stingy, but look, the captain is the true miser." Seago slipped on buggy shoes and took a few strides, surprisingly finding them quite fitting. Moreover, these shoes were custom-made by Buggy, with hidden daggers concealed in the soles that could be deployed with a swift motion. Isn't this rather suitable? Let us proceed, Seago declared. Picking up his flip-flops and fastening them at his waist like a sword, striding boldly toward the town. Norky, with teary eyes, murmured, I shall endeavor to be more frugal in the future. The others responded. As the auction was fast approaching, the town was bustling with pirates from various regions. To facilitate management and minimize significant conflicts, the area was divided into two zones, one for pirates who had been navigating the Grand Line for some time, and another for those newly embarking on the journey. Furthermore, the newly arrived pirates were subdivided into 3 areas, each representing the southern, western, and northern seas. Captain, where shall we head next? Shiga's face darkened, revealing his disdain as he failed to prepare a venue for Donghai. Was he truly so contemptuous of others that he believed the people of Donghai were unworthy of patronizing this establishment? Yet, on the other hand, it was evident that Shiga had no intention of engaging in any consumption himself. Wherever you go, I have set my sights on this place. Clear it out for me, he commanded, gesturing towards the opulently decorated bar nearby. In the moment that Tom and Noki were momentarily taken aback, Zep, Balumel, and Dadong had already sprung into action. Bang! Without uttering a word, Zep delivered a powerful kick, sending half of the heavy door crashing down. Click, click. Balumel, with a cigarette dangling from her lips, loaded her weapon and aimed its dark muzzle at the pirates inside, announcing, Listen up, scum within. You are surrounded by the 3 of us. You have 10 seconds to vacate the premises. Meanwhile, Dadong stood beside Balumel, her disproportionately large sword resting on her shoulder, casting a provocative gaze towards the individuals inside. Despite Dadong's earnest attempts to adopt a challenging demeanor, it was difficult to evoke any sense of animosity. This stood in stark contrast to Shiga's demeanor. Even when seated with an impassive expression, Sig exuded an air of provocation. Observing the trio, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Zep's recent kick mirrored his own legendary actions from years past at the bar in Windmill Village. As for Dadan, there was little need for elaboration. Despite having refrained from banditry for many years in deference to Ace, she remained no stranger to such undertakings. What truly pleased Sig was the remarkable performance of Bellamel. He had not anticipated her swift and seamless transition into her role. Inside the bar, dozens of pirates were gathered, indulging in drink and feasting. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and all rose in unison to gaze at the trio at the entrance. Who is this old man with such an unsightly appearance, yet blessed with 2 exquisite daughters? Hey, old man, leave your daughters here. You may as well seek out a grave on the mountain for yourself. This bounty is our Captain Hashijai's gift for your coffin. Upon seeing Zep and his companions, the pirates' initial trepidation dissipated, erupting into raucous laughter. They had expected formidable adversaries but found merely an old man accompanied by his daughters. With an unchanging expression, Bellamel spoke, You have 5 seconds. Seeking death. One pirate roared in fury at her words. With a resounding bang, he drew his weapon and fired at Bellamel's shoulder. She remained motionless, not even flinching. A figure swiftly emerged from the side, positioning itself protectively before her. What just happened? The pirates were bewildered, seemingly thwarted by her presence. Dadan smiled faintly, brushing off non-existent dust from her shoulder. 3 seconds remaining. Mere bullets posed no threat to Dadan, the user of the slippery fruit. The projectile merely glanced off her form upon contact. Chapter 97, Vivi. She is indeed a devil fruit user. The pirates, having experienced the extraordinary, quickly recalled this possibility. They were well aware of the immense power wielded by such individuals, having traversed the Grand Line for some time. It was precisely this reason that had compelled them to journey so far. They sought to acquire the devil fruit up for auction and thus enhance their strength. Dadan playfully twirled a lock of hair with her finger, declaring, You are correct. I am indeed a user of the slippery fruit. In this world, aside from Mr. Sig, no man may lay a hand upon my smooth skin. The allure of Dadan's captivating demeanor left all in a stupor. At that moment, Zep suddenly sprang into action. Time's up. Since you refuse to leave, I shall escort you out. With a resounding sonic boom, Zep vanished from his position, reappearing amidst the crowd. Raging wind, shattering kick. Ah, my waist, my neck, my backside. Within mere seconds, Zep had dispatched dozens of adversaries single-handedly. All but the pirate who had fired at Bellamel were sent sprawling outside the bar, groaning in agony upon the ground. You, the remaining pirate, trembling in fear, inadvertently pulled the trigger. Almost simultaneously, Bellamel's weapon discharged, intercepting the bullet fired at her. Bang! Without hesitation, she squeezed the trigger again. Blood erupting from the pirate's shoulder. Consider yourself fortunate. You aimed only for my shoulder. The overwhelming might of Zep and his companions left the surrounding pirates in shock. A crew of over 40 had been vanquished by just 3 individuals. How utterly absurd. Amidst the hurried footsteps, a contingent arrived. Who are you to cause such commotion here? Do you not recognize this area is under the jurisdiction of Miss Wednesday and myself? A man clad in a green suit, adorned with a golden crown and wielding 2 metallic baseball bats, executed a backflip into the bar's entrance, facing away from Sig and the others. Mr. 9, you're mistaken. Ah, they're behind you. A girl with long blue hair, seated atop a dock, zipped past the bar's entrance. Hey, Karu, you've gone too far. The onlookers were left bewildered by the antics of the peculiar duo, unsure of their intentions. They appeared to possess rather low intelligence. Upon witnessing their arrival, Sig smiled. As he had anticipated, Vivi was indeed present. The reason why Shigo incited Japu and others to create a disturbance was to attract the attention of the Baroque Works personnel, thereby leading him to Vivi as the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom and the future queen. She had risked her life to infiltrate this place in a bid to save her nation. Given the timeline, her identity should have already been exposed. It would not be long before the boorish fellow and his partner arrived to eliminate the traitor. The only aspect that puzzled Shigo was the bustling nature of Whiskey Peak, which did not appear to lack sustenance. If there was no scarcity of food, then Vivi and her companion, Mr. Nine, had no reason to venture to Reverse Mountain to hunt Laboon for provisions. If they did not go to Reverse Mountain, they would not encounter Luffy and the others. This truly perplexed him. Hey, which of you is the captain? Did you not hear my question? Mr. Nine said, pointing his metal baseball bat at Shigo and the others. Crack. With a swift motion, Siggy extended his right hand and unleashed the dragon claw fist, crushing the solid gold baseball bat into fragments that scattered across the floor. Observing the small remnant of the bat in his hand, Mr. Nine's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Siggy. The bat was no ordinary metal. Its hardness was sufficient to shatter regular weapons without leaving a trace. The fact that it had been crushed by mere hands was truly astonishing. Sir, have those ruffians disturbed you? Mr. Nine's demeanor shifted dramatically as he inquired politely. A man of adaptability, he recognized the value of both firmness and flexibility. Siggy held a favorable impression of Mr. Nine, the self-proclaimed prince, who, unbeknownst to him, was overshadowed by his partner, the true princess of a formidable nation, Alabasta. Though Mr. Nine lacked significant prowess, his loyalty was commendable. When Vivi was pursued by the nose-picking man, he valiantly stepped forward to buy her time for escape. Even more remarkable was his subsequent marriage to the muscular Miss Monday, with whom he had a child. Their domestic life must be harmonious. This place offers no respite for us. We must seek our own, Siggy declared, leading the way into the bar. His blunt reasoning left everyone momentarily stunned, and those pirates who had been expelled by Zeph nearly spat blood. Wait a moment, sir. How can there be no resting area for you? We have made the most elaborate arrangements to welcome our esteemed guests for the auction. Mr. Nine suddenly recalled a possibility. Sir, are you from the East Blue? The surrounding pirates, who had gathered to observe the spectacle, began to murmur among themselves. The East Blue. The weakest sea with an average bounty of only 300,000 berries? Your information is outdated. 300,000 is a thing of the past. The current average bounty in the East Blue has reached 500,000. Ha ha ha. What difference does it make? 500,000 still marks it as the weakest sea. What do you know? Though the average bounty remains low, those who can traverse from the East Blue to the Grand Line are no ordinary foes. Moreover, how about a bounty of 600 million? At the mention of 600 million, the crowd was taken aback, mouths agape as they held their breath, listening intently as the speaker recounted tales of the East Blue and a mysterious individual. Little did they know that this enigmatic figure was present among them in the very bar. We apologize for this oversight. Please forgive us. To express our regrets, we shall cover all expenses for the guest before the auction begins. Mr. Nine was adept at social niceties, though he clearly underestimated the spending habits of Siggy and his companions. Very well. Siggy's previously stern expression transformed into a broad smile. In that case, we shall indulge without hesitation. Friends, let us commence our feast at sea. As Siggy filled the bar counter with various bottles of liquor, Zeph and the others cast him murderous glares, genuinely wishing to eliminate this fool. Chapter 98. Free wine is the best wine. However, it was too late for words. Siggy had already opened all the bottles and was beckoning them to celebrate. Hey, young lady, care to join us for a drink? He called out to Vivi, who was about to turn away. Miss Wednesday, why not share a couple of drinks with them? I will inform Mr. 8 of the situation here. Vivi had no intention of acknowledging Siggy, finding him rather distasteful for casually inviting a stranger to drink. However, upon Mr. Nine's suggestion, she reluctantly took a seat. Come. Since we are celebrating, let us drink freely. Siggy cheerfully thrust a large bottle of liquor into Vivi's hands, exclaiming, Do not be so restrained as when you were a princess. Fear not. It is on me. Vivi was at a loss for words, bemused by this odd man. Mr. Nine had just stated that all expenses would be covered by them, yet Siggy claimed it was his treat. What kind of invitation was that? A sudden realization struck her. Princess. Vivi, tilting her head back to drink, closed her eyes to conceal her astonishment. Had he unwittingly spoken out of turn? When she opened her eyes to look at Siggy, he was already raising a bottle to toast with Zeph. Vivi chuckled bitterly, shaking her head. He must have misspoken. He is from the East Blue and could not possibly know me. As an undercover agent, any exposure could spell danger for her life, especially now that she was aware of the identity of the Baroque Works mastermind. Vivi understood that while others might hesitate to act against her due to her status as a princess of Alabasta, Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, would certainly not spare her life because of it, particularly as he sought to incite chaos and overthrow Alabasta. If she were to be discovered, he would undoubtedly eliminate her without hesitation. The words spoken by Shiga were, of course, intentionally directed at Vivi, however. It was evidently not the opportune moment to reveal her identity. He was preoccupied with consuming alcohol, particularly the complimentary kind. Meanwhile, Mr. 8, the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's guard, the curly-haired man Icolum, was in a state of utter disarray. As a mid-level agent of the Baroque works and the mayor of this town, his responsibility was to maintain order before the commencement of the auction. This was no simple task, especially with the rampant presence of ruthless pirates in the town. Managing the numerous pirates had already overwhelmed him. Not to mention the more pressing matter at hand. The true intent behind this auction was merely to amass wealth. The operations of Baroque works within the Alabasta Kingdom were excessively draining in terms of financial resources. They were now facing a deficit, which is why this trap was laid. Once the pirate crews arrived laden with treasures for the auction, they would ensnare all the pirates and plunder their vast riches to support the Paradise Operation plan. Mr. 8. 2 pirate crews are at a standoff in Area A1. Isn't Miss Monday over there? Have her quell the discord. If persuasion fails, she may take appropriate action, Icolum instructed. Mr. 8, those pirates in Area A3 are pressuring us to commence the auction swiftly. Inform them that it will begin shortly. If they cannot wait, they may leave now. Leaving was, of course, not a viable option. Should they decide to depart, they would be pursued by Baroque works operatives the moment they set sail. Those with bounties would be handed over to the Navy, while those without would be cast into the sea to feed the fish. All treasures aboard their vessels would be thoroughly plundered, leaving nothing behind. Mr. 8, there is a shortage of food in Area B1, and it requires resupplying. Upon hearing the terms B1, food, and resupply, Icolum felt a throb of pain in his temples. How could there be a shortage again? Hadn't they just replenished the supplies? Enough said. Send them another supply and inform them that once it is consumed, there will truly be no more. After his subordinates departed, Icolum rubbed his temples beneath his cascading curls, lamenting, what a headache. The provisions were ample, yet that individual nearly devoured them all. Thankfully, the time is nearly upon us. Those who were meant to arrive have come, and it is time to cast the net. Just as Icolum thought he could take a breather from the tasks at hand, Mr. 9 burst in. Mr. 8, we need to reinforce our numbers. A troublesome group has arrived from the East Sea. Instantly, Icolum's heart sank. Mr. 9, you have done well. I shall report this to superiors and request assistance from those with higher titles. Before Icolum could finish, a bounty hunter responsible for the B3 region, where Shiga and others were located, hurried over. Mr. 8, the wine has been consumed by them, or rather, by him. Icolum waved his hand dismissively. It's merely a bit of wine. The food may be scarce, but we have plenty of alcohol. Do not report such trivial matters. Give them whatever they desire to drink. Yes, Mr. 8. With that, Icolum proceeded to dial his superior, seeking to request additional personnel. Shiga truly indulged in drinking this time, seizing the opportunity to quench his thirst with fervor. It had been ages since he had savored such uninhibited revelry. Jipu and the others had succumbed to inebriation long before. Sprawled across the table, utterly incapacitated, Shiga even struggled to pour more liquor into their mouths. Meanwhile, Weiwei, though spared from Shiga's relentless toasting, found herself nearly intoxicated by merely observing his exuberance in drinking. Was this truly human behavior? Here they were, in this unfamiliar setting, intoxicated beyond measure, seemingly oblivious to the potential perils that could arise. However, their audacity to drink so freely stemmed from their faith in the peculiar old man, who remained sober and capable of handling any situation. As Weiwei pondered these thoughts, Shiga once more attempted to pour liquor into Jipu and Tom's mouths, only to be met with failure. Hey, you folks outside, whoever you are, come in and share a drink, he called out, brandishing the bottle towards the hesitant crowd lingering outside. They had already been petrified by his single-handedly crushing Mr. 9's metal bat, and now they were utterly intimidated by his formidable capacity for alcohol. Upon hearing Shiga's invitation, the onlookers instinctively dispersed like startled birds. Once the crowd had fled, Shiga turned to Weiwei with a grin. Blue-haired girl, would you care to join me for a drink? Weiwei, taken aback, stood and retreated toward the door, exclaiming, I've already had quite enough. I can't drink anymore. Shiga did not insist, merely shrugging his shoulders. Indeed. Someone like you must have received an aristocratic education from a young age, unlike us who indulge in excessive feasting and drinking. Vivi was momentarily taken aback. Her heart filled with astonishment, yet she maintained a facade of composure. What do you mean, uncle? Chapter 99. The pair of drunken buffoons. Just as Shiga was about to clarify his thoughts, he abruptly halted and gazed toward the entrance. It's nothing. The sound of footsteps echoed, and Mr. 9 executed a backflip, landing at the doorway. Please wait a moment. The fine wine will be served shortly. Weiwei, standing beside her oblivious partner, reminded him. Mr. 9, you flipped again. It's this way, over here. Mr. 9 turned around to continue his previous discourse. Ladies and gentlemen, may I inquire where the others have gone? Weiwei pointed to Jipu and the others who had slipped under the table. They are over there. Do you require more wine to be served, my lord? Mr. 9 inquired. Glug glug. Siggy tilted his head back and drained an entire bottle of wine, then slammed the empty bottle onto the table with a resounding thud. In that very moment, he managed to refill his glass, pouring the wine into his mouth with a series of loud gulps. While drinking, his right hand busily searched the table for another bottle to continue the revelry. His action served as a vivid response to the inquiries posed by his companions. Mr. 9 watched in astonishment as Siggy effortlessly switched between bottles, surrounded by a chaotic array of empty ones strewn across the table and floor. He had never witnessed such a reckless approach to drinking. This was not merely imbibing, it was akin to a reckless gamble with one's life. As the fine wine was promptly delivered, Mr. 9 felt an unsettling premonition. The manner in which Siggy consumed alcohol struck him as strangely familiar. The way he drank with both hands, in a relentless assembly line fashion, was eerily reminiscent of a certain pirate from Area B, one who had traversed from the South Sea to the Grand Line. However, while that individual was known for their gluttony, Siggy was renowned for his insatiable thirst. Meanwhile, as Siggy indulged himself, Luffy and his crew had arrived in the vicinity of Rogue Town. Thanks to the intelligence network established by the skilled Noki, they had completed their skirmish before Smoker even arrived. Over the years, Kuro had adeptly harnessed the powers of the scythe fruit, presenting considerable challenges to Luffy, yet ultimately becoming little more than a tool for Luffy to enhance his experience. By the time Smoker reached the scene, Luffy and his crew had already departed aboard the Mary, courtesy of Kaya. Initially, Smoker had intended to remain and handle the aftermath in the Oiki Kingdom, but upon learning that Luffy and his crew were responsible, he swiftly delegated the task to his subordinates and hastened back to Rogue Town. The Straw Hat Boy was finally setting sail. Smoker held a keen interest in Luffy and Ace. Despite Luffy being Siggy's disciple, he was determined not to allow him an easy passage to the Grand Line. Just like 3 years prior with Ace, he would see whether Luffy had the capability to escape his grasp. Luffy and Ace were a constant source of frustration for Smoker. However, Ace had joined the Whitebeard Pirates and risen to the rank of 2nd Division Commander. Smoker found himself powerless against them, constrained to obstruct Luffy's access to the Grand Line. His decision to have his subordinates manage the affairs of the Oiki Kingdom inadvertently led to the Navy headquarters concealing the truth surrounding Luffy's victory over Kuro. As a result, Smoker was unexpectedly promoted from Colonel to Rear Admiral, as this incident posed a threat to the authority of the world government. It was scandalous that a notorious pirate had been allowed to reign as a king of a world government-affiliated nation for so long, all while the government remained oblivious. If this information were to leak, it would render the Navy and the world government the laughingstock of the world. Luffy, on the other hand, had been unjustly branded with the accusation of attacking the Oiki Kingdom, leading to a bounty of 30 million berries. Smoker was infuriated by the world government's actions yet felt utterly helpless. 3 days later, Siggy had lost track of just how much he had consumed. At one point, Japu and the others had awakened only to be subjected to another round of drinking by Siggy. They learned quickly to find a comfortable spot and remain there, unwilling to rise again. More wine. Hurry and bring more wine, Siggy urged, waving his empty bottle. Over the course of 3 days, waves of pirates had arrived, including those from Area A who had been sailing the Grand Line. Witnessing Siggy's drinking prowess left them in a state of disbelief. For 3 continuous days, he had remained awake, drinking incessantly, save for the occasional trip to the restroom. His extraordinary feat had shattered their previous notions of drinking. Of course, they had not only come to witness Siggy's indulgence in Area B3, but also made a detour to Area B1 to indulge in meat. The wine bag and rice sack duo had become legendary throughout Whiskey Peak. The bounty hunters employed by Baroque Works, responsible for the tavern, were on the verge of tears, having spent 3 days merely transporting alcohol from various locations on the island. After a moment of waiting without any wine being delivered, Siggy glared. What is this? Was it a promise that all expenses would be waived? You're not even allowing me to drink in peace. This auction is lacking sincerity. At this point, the bounty hunters were genuinely distraught. They felt wronged, having labored tirelessly to transport alcohol only to face complaints about their lack of sincerity. Who could have anticipated Siggy's unparalleled capacity for drinking? The stock of alcohol prepared on the island had been completely depleted. Did others not wish to partake as well? Mr. Siggy, at that moment, Mr. 9 and Vivi entered the scene. Mr. 9 was in no mood for joviality, having just been harshly reprimanded. Unfortunately, Siggy's excessive drinking had resulted in a staggering bill, amounting to no less than 1 million berries. With no profits earned and losses incurred, the situation felt exceedingly frustrating. Oh, it's you too, Siggy remarked lightly, tapping the table with his empty bottle. Mr. Siggy, I'm afraid we have run out of wine. Mr. 9 replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. He had previously promised that all expenses would be waived, yet now he could not even provide wine, which contradicted his obligations as a man. Shiga casually tossed the wine bottle onto the table. Let's leave it at that for now. Upon hearing Shiga's words, Mr. 9 felt a surge of embarrassment, his face flushed with shame for failing to uphold his promise. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards Shiga, as if he had resolved to make a firm decision. Rest assured, Mr. Shiga, once the auction concludes, I shall treat you to a splendid drink. Chapter 100, The Man Who Grows Stronger While Reclining. Upon hearing Mr. 9's declaration, Miss Wednesday's expression subtly shifted as disbelief washed over her. She understood the implication behind Mr. 9's words. He intended to spare Shiga's life. Mr. 9, with my title, I believe it would not pose a problem for you to invite Mr. Shiga for a drink after the auction, Vivi interjected, her tone steady. After all, Mr. 9 was the 9th-ranked agent of the Baroque Works. It should be manageable to ensure a single life is preserved. Throughout the encounter, neither Mr. Nine nor Vivi believed that Shiga and his companions could survive this ordeal. Despite his impressive display of strength, it was still insufficient in the eyes of their organization as higher-ranking members. Observing their expressions, Shiga let out a hearty laugh. Haha, this is quite amusing. I find you somewhat likable now. Since you wish to treat me to a drink, I cannot be stingy. Should you encounter peril in the future, I shall safeguard your life. Shiga appeared to utter this casually. Mr. Nine and Vivi dismissed his words, even pondering the irony of who would truly save whom. However, Shiga's next remark left them both momentarily stunned. Little blue-haired princess, I find you quite charming as well. Consider your life spared as well. Princess? Mr. Nine glanced at Shiga, then turned to Vivi. A storm of emotions surged within her. This was not the first time he had referred to her as a princess. Did he speak thoughtlessly, or did he possess deeper knowledge? Indeed, Shiga pointed at the crown adorning Mr. Nine's head. Are you not a prince? Your partner is a princess. Is there any issue with that? Ah. Mr. Nine erupted in laughter. Mr. Shiga, you truly possess keen insight to recognize my noble demeanor as a prince. No issue at all, you are absolutely correct. Mr. Nine took Shiga's words lightly, fully immersing himself in the persona of a prince. He even abandoned his previous demeanor, striding with an air of nobility as he made his way outside. Yet, Vivi committed Shiga's words to memory, glancing back at him as she walked. Noticing no peculiar reaction from Shiga, she finally departed. Siggy rose and stretched lazily, then lifted his foot to nudge Jipu and Tom. All right, enough of the charade. We've run out of alcohol. Jipu and the others quietly opened their eyes, first surveying the room filled with empty bottles, before letting out a sigh of relief. Heh, the captain can certainly hold his liquor. Sigo cast a displeased glance at them and said, let us proceed to the back and have something to eat. Within the room, he first unleashed his observation Haki to gauge the surrounding circumstances before stating, the auction is about to commence. Let us assign tasks. Upon hearing Sigo's words, everyone hurriedly straightened up and listened attentively. No Kigo, the next opportunity belongs to you. It is time to establish the intelligence network thoroughly, Sigo declared. No Kigo paused momentarily, somewhat bewildered. Father, they are currently too fearful to act freely. Any movement will surely alert that mysterious force. Do not worry, soon there will be a great commotion. And they will lack the time to thwart you, Sigo reassured him. In an instant, no Kigo grasped his father's intent. Father, are you suggesting that this place is that mysterious force? You are correct, though not entirely. The people here are merely a faction of that power, Sigo clarified. No Kigo, filled with excitement, leaped up and planted a kiss on Sigo's cheek. Thank you, father. Sigo, usually thick-skinned, felt a flush of embarrassment. Go away, you little rascal. Despite his words, he felt a swell of joy. It was a pleasant sensation. Look, the captain is blushing. Balumel led the teasing. Zapu and Tom stifled their laughter, not daring to make a sound. Dadong stood up, playfully rubbing no Kigo's cheeks. You little imp, daring to take advantage of Mr. Sigo. I shall contend with you. After a brief bout of playful banter, they resumed their seats. Zapu, the enemies are entrusted to you, Sigo said, as Zapu assumed his role as the principal enforcer. No problem. It is time for the youngsters of paradise to witness how I earned the moniker Redfoot, Zapu replied, his long-dormant fervor beginning to simmer. Tom, you will assist Zapu in combat and ensure the acquisition of that devil fruit. Also, remember to gather the treasures and transport them to the ship. With no Kigo's intelligence work already stretching our resources thin, we will need to manage our finances wisely in the future. Balumel, you should have already identified a suitable location. You are responsible for providing long-range support to those two old fellows. Do not let them falter in the gutters. Balumel smiled confidently. Rest assured, Captain, as a competent sniper, I have already found an ideal spot for sniping as soon as I set foot on land. As a sniper, one must have a perfect understanding of the terrain and utilize it effectively in battle. All right, Dadong, your task is to protect no Kigo and Balumel. Ensure that the three of you remain together and do not stray. Sigo had no worries regarding Dadong, who, with the abilities of the slippery fruit, was impervious to harm aside from explosive attacks. After assigning everyone's tasks, Sigo found a comfortable spot to lie down and prepare for sleep. Hey, Captain, we all have assignments. What about you? What will you do? Tom inquired. As Shiga turned over, he could hardly muster the energy to open his eyes. I'm simply waiting for you all to complete your tasks. The others exchanged knowing glances. Fully aware that Shigu was about to begin his well-rehearsed charade of indolence, they refrained from questioning further. Knowing all too well that any inquiry would lead to the same refrain he had repeated countless times, this captain can grow stronger even while lying down, can you? If not, then exert yourselves in training. The notion of becoming stronger while reclining seemed utterly ludicrous, a blatant excuse for laziness. Naturally, the others did not believe Shigue's fanciful claims of effortless strength. They were united in their conviction that he was an extraordinarily powerful individual, deliberately concealing his true abilities for reasons known only to him, gradually revealing them over time. The rationale was simple. They had all heard from Luffy and Makino about the circumstances surrounding Shiji's initial appearance. He had encountered none other than Shanks the Red-Haired, one of the 4 emperors of the New World and the youngest among them. If the evidence from Windmill Village was insufficient to attest to Shiji's might, Then the sparring match he had engaged in with the enigmatic elder from Frost Moon Village left no room for doubt. Although Zep had not witnessed the battle firsthand, he could deduce from the accounts of others that the elder's swordsmanship was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of mastery. The fact that Shiga could match him, perhaps even gain the upper hand, was simply astonishing. Even more remarkable was the reality that swordsmanship was not the entirety of Shiji's combat prowess. He possessed the powers of at least 2 devil fruits and was unperturbed by seawater. This was a chilling revelation. Chapter 101. The arrival of the elite operatives. While Shigu slumbered, a small boat carrying 6 eccentrically dressed individuals arrived at Whiskey Peak. They stirred no one and directly sought out Akaram. "Gentlemen, you have finally arrived. Now I can breathe a little easier," Akaram exclaimed as he hastily rose to greet them. The newcomers were the elite operatives of Baroque Works, Mr. 4, Mr. 5, Mr. 7, along with their partners. These 3 pairs of elite operatives, alongside Mr. 8 Akaram and his partner, Mr. 9, and Vivi, were all agents with single-digit codes, indicative of Crocodile's high regard for this auction. "Mr. 8, it has been a while. You can leave the command to us. Focus on preparing for tomorrow's auction," the booger-nosed man said as he nonchalantly picked his nose. Everyone's gaze was fixed on him, aghast at his uncouth behavior. Observing this, Akaram quickly produced a din mushi, cradling it in his hands. "The boss has designated one of you to oversee operations. This is the din mushi for contacting the elders. Please keep it safe. They are currently hidden in the nearby waters, and with this din mushi, we can summon them promptly." The booger-nosed man continued his unsightly habit as he reached for the din mushi. "Of course, the boss wants me to be in charge. Would he entrust the command to that Mr. 4? By the time he finishes a sentence, the battle would already be over. Then it falls to you, Mr. 5. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave," Akaram stated, eager to escape the unpleasant scene. Just as he turned, he heard a voice from behind. "Hey, Mr. 8, wait a moment." Akaram paused, turning back to see Mr. 5 had finally removed his pinky from his nostril. However, before he could feel relieved, Mr. 5 suddenly flicked his finger. A small black object, resembling a piece of booger, flew toward Akaram. His face turned pale as he desperately tried to evade the impending attack. Not just him. Everyone, with the exception of Miss Valentine, who possessed the float fruit, and the slow-witted Mr. 4, recoiled in terror. Mr. 4's partner, Miss Merry Christmas, promptly utilized her devil fruit powers, transforming into a hefty mole, burrowing into the ground to evade the impending explosion. The others swiftly followed suit, leaping into the pit to escape the anticipated blast. To their astonishment, however, no explosion ensued. Mr. 5 chuckled, addressing Akaram. "Mr. 8, do not be alarmed. That was merely a booger. We are colleagues from Baroque Works. Why would I attack you without cause?" Akaram slowly rose, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped disaster. "Haha, indeed. But Mr. 5, let us refrain from such jokes in the future. I'm not as young as I once was and cannot endure such antics." Mr. 5 disregarded Akaram's concerns and inquired, "By the way, where is Miss Wednesday?" Akaram's heart skipped a beat, though he detected no unusual behavior from Mr. 5. "Miss Wednesday and Mr. 9 have been handling Zone B. They should be resting now." "Good. That is well. Now, if there is nothing else, Mr. 8, you should rest early. We will handle things here," Mr. 5 instructed as he watched Akaram depart. Miss Valentine, holding her umbrella, giggled mischievously. "Are we just going to let him leave?" The squat Miss Merry Christmas emerged from the hole, exclaiming, "Yes, just like that? Should I go and kill him instead? How about it? Shall I kill him?" Mr. 5 beamed, his white teeth gleaming against his dark skin. "Do not rush. The show has only just begun. We need manpower now. We can act after the auction concludes." Miss Merry Christmas paced anxiously. "What a bother. Let us kill them now. Let me do it." She directed her frustration at Mr. 4, clearly dissatisfied with her partner's inaction. "Ah, if I could speak, Miss Merry Christmas." Mr. 5's demeanor darkened, his tone becoming more serious. "Do not think your rank grants you the right to question my decisions. If it weren't for our organization's rule that only vacancies permit promotions, you two would not dare to challenge me." Miss Merry Christmas's mole-like visage flushed crimson as she hopped in indignation, wanting to retort. "Do not forget, this is the boss's command." Mr. 5's words silenced her, leaving her speechless. For reasons unknown, Akaram felt a surge of unease. Had he been compromised? A troubling thought crossed his mind. Surely not. If I had been exposed, I would not have walked away just now, though he did not believe he and Vivi had revealed their identities. The keen instincts he had honed over the years as the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's guard urged him to remain vigilant. After all, he was tasked with the protection of Princess Vivi. On Whiskey Peak, amidst the graves, 2 figures emerged. "Princess Vivi, our plans must be altered," Akarlam solemnly expressed. "Tomorrow, when the auction concludes, should conflict arise, it is imperative that you seize the opportunity to escape and return to the kingdom. Inform His Majesty the King about the Baroque Works and the insidious schemes of Crocodile, and announce it to the world." Vivi's heart trembled with shock, her confusion palpable. "Uncle Akarlam, what is happening? Leaving now is not the opportune moment. Our evidence is still insufficient. That scoundrel Crocodile is currently regarded as a hero by the people of our kingdom, even if my father believes me. The populace and the rebels will undoubtedly doubt my words. Contemplating this, Vivi clenched her fists tightly. Were it not for her own eyes witnessing the truth, she herself would find it hard to believe that the mastermind behind the plot to overthrow the Alabasta kingdom was none other than the kingdom's so-called hero, Crocodile. Princess Vivi, let such matters be for now. Your safety is of utmost importance. As for the evidence, I shall procure it myself. After you depart from here, wait for me near the Twin Cape at the entrance of the Grand Line. Once I have gathered the necessary evidence, I shall seek you there. Although Vivi wished to voice her concerns further, a Karlum knelt before her, pleading, Princess Vivi, please adhere to my plan. If anything were to happen to you, the kingdom would stand no chance of survival. Think of the subjects of the kingdom. Consider your family's legacy. Reflect upon your father. Please do not act recklessly. In a shadowy corner, Seago quietly returned to the bar in Area B3 where they had been resting. He had anticipated that the agents of Baroque Works would seize this moment to eliminate a Karlum and Vivi. To his surprise, they remained patient and did not take action. The purpose of Shiga's journey is rather straightforward. Primarily, he seeks the Silence Fruit, a devil fruit he is determined to obtain, for it is crucial to his forthcoming plans. Whether it involves venturing to the Sky Island, navigating the terrifying three-masted ship, or eventually reaching the New World, the power of the Silence Fruit would greatly facilitate his endeavors. The second objective revolves around Vivi, or more precisely, the Kingdom of Alabasta. Shiga holds this formidable nation, which stands prominently along the first half of the Grand Line. In high regard, spanning over 1 million square kilometers and boasting a population exceeding 100 million, it represents a formidable force that cannot be overlooked. Moreover, it is rumored to harbor one of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluton. The Nefertari family, to which Vivi belongs, was one of the 20 royal families that established the world government 8 centuries ago. However, unlike the other 19 royal families, the Nefertari family declined to relocate to the Holy Land of Mariehua, choosing instead to remain in Alabasta to safeguard the ancient weapon Pluton. The arrival of the senior agents from Baroque Works has not gone unnoticed, as another individual, aside from Shiga, has detected their presence. Have those damned bastards come? This is troublesome. Where on earth have they hidden the devil fruit? As she spoke, the slender, enchanting figure illuminated by the moonlight took a large bite of the meat in her hand. Her crude demeanor starkly contrasted with her delicate form. In a matter of moments, she devoured the meat, and suddenly, she underwent a significant transformation, changing from a young woman in her 20s to a girl of merely 12 or 13. The night passed in silence, and soon dawn broke. Mr. Shiga, the auction is about to commence. Early in the morning, Mr. Nine sought out Shiga and his companions. Mr. Shiga, if there are any unforeseen circumstances, do not act rashly. I shall handle everything, Mr. Nine advised, flicking the crown atop his head. Once the day is over, I shall treat you to a fine drink. By the time Shiga and his party arrived at the auction hall, it was already teeming with people. They took their seats according to their numbered cards, and before long, a woman with voluminous wavy hair, Icolum, stepped forward. The auction officially begins. I kindly ask everyone to maintain silence and refrain from wandering about. Enough with the pleasantries, let us get started, shouted a pirate, slamming his gun onto the table. Indeed. If there is time for chatter, the auction would have been completed ages ago. I am here to spend, not to listen to your inane ramblings. Exactly. If you must talk, at least bring out a beautiful girl, preferably unclothed. Then we might have some interest in listening. The auction hall erupted into chaos as the attendees, clearly lacking decorum, found it difficult to remain seated. Observing the uproar, Icolum refrained from further delay and waved her hand. Immediately, someone appeared carrying a rectangular tray covered with red cloth. Very well, let us commence the auction. Icolum unveiled the first item. Behold, the Hanajo, a renowned quality sword. One of the 50 finest. As a sword renowned for its exquisite craftsmanship, its blade bore beautiful patterns reminiscent of flames, with a slight curvature and no fuller. It was extraordinarily sharp, capable of slicing through an elephant with ease. A murmur of surprise swept through the crowd. They had not anticipated that the first item would be of such high caliber. The renowned quality sword ranks just below the supreme great swords in craftsmanship, each valued at no less than 10 million berries. Upon hearing the name Hanazu, Shiga furrowed his brow, finally recalling its familiarity. Was this not the sword of the infamous Dasky, companion to the ancient moon number 2? Yet, as he pondered, he realized that this blade was seized from Mr. 11 after Dasky pursued Zoro into the Grand Line. Baroque Works truly exhibited a level of stinginess, orchestrating an auction with agents cobbled together. Their intent was clear, to assess the financial capabilities of all present. When the time came, they would seize the treasures and deliver the individuals as bounties to the Navy. The auction for the Hanazo commenced with a starting bid of 5 million berries, with increments set at no less than 200,000 berries. Finally, a renowned quality sword. My prolonged wait has not been in vain. This is splendid. I am in search of a suitable blade, and this one is perfect, worthy of accompanying me to the New World. Do not compete with me. My bounty stands at 18 million berries. And I fear you may possess the means to buy but not the life to enjoy it. Before the man could finish his sentence, Shiga had already placed his bid. 20 million berries. Although the voice of Shige was not loud, it instantly silenced the entire auction house. All eyes turned towards him. He began with an impressive bid of 20 million berries, prompting the crowd to speculate about his origins. In a room behind the auction, Mr. 5 and his associates were observing the proceedings through a monitoring device. Who is this person? One of the subordinates hurriedly rifled through a thick stack of bounty notices. No. There was no bounty notice for this individual. Mr. 5 was already preparing to pick his nose in frustration. Upon noticing this, a nearby lackey trembled in fear. Mr. 5. There truly is no bounty for him. Anyone participating in the auction with a bounty exceeding 10 million should have been recorded. Perhaps his bounty simply has reached that threshold. Mr. 5 pondered for a moment, retracting his finger from his nose. That is indeed a possibility. He may just be a fortunate fellow. The 20 million bid wielded a significant intimidation factor. At least the majority of those eager to bid fell silent upon hearing that figure. How dare you compete with me? The pirate who had just boisterously proclaimed his bounty to be 18 million sprang to his feet, brandishing his sword and charging at Shige. Without a word, he launched into an attack. This was the true nature of piracy, far more brutal and realistic than what Shige had witnessed in comics before his journey. The long blade sliced through the air with a piercing sound, aimed directly at Shige's head. Throughout the entire ordeal, the auction house personnel did not intervene. As long as there was no widespread chaos, they were indifferent to the fate of individuals. The only concern was ensuring that the treasures remained intact. Siggy did not even lift his eyelids, allowing the assailant's blade to descend upon him. With a resounding thud, the attacker was sent hurtling backward at a speed surpassing that of his advance. As he soared through the air, torrents of blood spewed forth, while his chest caved in completely, compressing against his heart. Before he even touched the ground, he had already drawn his last breath. Chapter 103. May the great god Baki bless us. Zep returned to his seat, stroking his long beard, his piercing gaze sweeping across the assembly. Should you dare to lay a hand on our captain, you're welcome to try. The notorious pirate, with a bounty of 18 million, had been dispatched with a mere kick, instantly instilling fear in the hearts of the majority present. Who was that old man, possessing such formidable strength? Surely, he could not be an insignificant figure. Unbeknownst to them, did you not notice that he is a crew member of that individual? Within the control room, without waiting for Mr. 5 to inquire, a subordinate had already unearthed Zep's bounty notice. The one who struck was Redfoot Zep, the captain of the chef pirate crew, who had been missing for over a decade. Upon delivering this information, he looked at Mr. 5 with an air of expectation, eager for commendation. He secretly reveled in his accomplishment. Surely, this display of swift intelligence would not go unnoticed, perhaps leading to his elevation to the rank of special agent? The thought of ascending to such heights filled him with overwhelming joy. Mr. 5 retracted his fist, stating, thus, while that man has a bounty of less than 10 million, his crew member's bounty stands at 50 million. How poorly is your intelligence operation being conducted? Make him a priority target. 20 million berries for the first time. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher bid? 20 million berries for the second time. 20 million berries for the third and final time, sold. Under the imposing presence of Zep, no one dared to challenge Siggy further. Among the attendees, swordsmen were already a rarity. And since the majority had come seeking the ultimate devil fruit, they naturally did not wish to engage in a deadly contest over the first item up for auction. Very well, this Wajo shall belong to this gentleman. Once the auction concludes, he may claim it upon payment. Shiga remained unfazed, fully aware that the other party was attempting to exploit him shamelessly. Coincidentally, he had always been accustomed to taking advantage without cost. The exquisite flower-patterned blade caught his eye, perfectly suited to become one of the 6 swords in his arsenal. Though he was presently unable to wield the 6-sword style, it did not hinder him from preparing weapons for its eventual mastery. His ultimate aspiration was to acquire 6 renowned blades of the supreme Great Blade 12 craft caliber. However, this goal was somewhat unrealistic, and he could only settle for 6 good blade 50 craft swords as a makeshift solution. Shiga harbored a complex relationship with the 6-sword style, both love and resentment intertwined, particularly after experiencing its terrifying prowess in Frost Moon Village. He had spent years devising clever strategies to master it, yet he remained unable to gain the system's approval. To properly execute the 6-sword style, one must wield the swords with their hands. Using other body parts, such as feet, mouth, or even binding blades to one's armpits was deemed unacceptable. Moreover, methods akin to those employed by Krona, such as wearing gloves equipped with sharp blades, were also prohibited. In summary, he had exhausted every conceivable approach. Regardless of its reliability or absurdity, all methods were thoroughly tested. Ultimately, he concluded that only hands could be used, and each hand could wield but a single sword. Subsequently, a plethora of bizarre auction items were displayed. These included firearms, similar to those carried by celestial dragons, capable of unleashing bullets with the destructive force of cannons, toxic rocket launchers, specially crafted shells akin to Baki bombs, and potent drugs that temporarily enhanced combat prowess. The assortment was vast and varied, all serving a singular purpose, to ascertain the financial capabilities of all attendees for the forthcoming endeavors. Naturally, Shiga found such trivial items beneath his notice, to the extent that he had begun to snore softly, his body gradually leaning towards Japu. Dadan, keenly observant, noticed this and felt a surge of excitement, urgently signaling Japu to switch seats with her. Closer, closer. With a discreet exchange of positions, Dadan watched as Shiga leaned ever so slightly onto her shoulder, her heart racing with exhilaration. The anticipation of Mr. Shiga resting against her was both thrilling and blush-inducing. As the distance between them diminished, her excitement grew, imbued with the sense that a long-held wish was on the verge of fulfillment. However, just at that moment, on the auction stage, Ikelam reached for the newly presented item. This item, rumored to originate from a mysterious island, appeared to be merely a small shell, yet even the mightiest hammer could not shatter it. Suddenly, Siggy awoke. His gaze fixated on the flat, red shell with concentric circles of holes held by Ikelam. It was astonishing. It was a rebound shell. This revelation took Siggy by surprise. He had not anticipated encountering such a rare specimen, even in the floating islands where it was nearly extinct. As I mentioned earlier, this peculiar shell has the ability to absorb power and subsequently release it. However, the backlash from its recoil can be equally formidable. I shall refrain from demonstrating this here, as several individuals have already met their demise, their bodies exploding from the force of the recoil. Ikelam elaborated on the rebound shell in his possession, oblivious to the individual in the audience who was glaring at him with clenched teeth. Dadan nearly shattered her silver teeth in frustration, wishing to yank out each of Ikelam's curly locks, as Siggy appeared ready to lean against her shoulder. A mere slight manipulation of her slippery fruit powers would allow him to rest upon her lap. Yet, at this critical moment, the wretched shell in the other party's hand disrupted her intentions. Shiga failed to notice Dadan's behavior. He now harbored doubts as to whether his prolonged association with Luffy had caused him to inadvertently acquire the protagonist's halo. Encountering a skyfish here was akin to winning the lottery. Even though skyfish might fall for a myriad of reasons, they would invariably plunge into the depths of the sea. The likelihood of someone discovering one and recognizing its extraordinary nature was exceedingly slim. Yet now, he had stumbled upon a rare specimen of a nearly extinct skyfish. The odds of this occurrence transcended mere lottery wins. It was akin to winning the lottery consecutively for an entire year without interruption. No, this could not merely be attributed to a protagonist's aura, could it be? Shiga lowered his gaze to the shoes adorning his feet. Indeed, it must be the fortuitous blessings bestowed upon him by the illustrious god of Bucky, granting him an unexpected stroke of luck. Ever since he donned the shoes of the great Bucky, Shiga felt as though fortune had truly begun to smile upon him. With little effort, he could dispatch a group of pirates and revel in the generous offers of complimentary libations, and soon after, he acquired one of the renowned flower prefectures, a prized blade among the 50. And as if that were not enough, he unexpectedly encountered the rare repelling shell. His luck was nothing short of extraordinary. Cursed be the thought. Suddenly, Shiga experienced a pang of regret. Why had he not considered this earlier when opening the golden loot? He should have worn the shoes of the great Bucky first. Observing Shiga clutching his left chest, Dadan felt her spirits lift slightly. It became evident that Mr. Shiga was keeping his distance out of concern for being unable to withstand her allure. Ah, she had indeed not misjudged him. Mr. Shiga was a true gentleman, a man worthy of trust. Chapter 104. Starting bid. One shell. The crowd exhibited a palpable lack of enthusiasm for the repelling shell, an item notorious for its excessive side effects, with only a handful daring to bid. Yet, it was a rather intriguing trinket. I shall bid 150,000 berries. The starting bid for the repelling shell was a mere 80,000 berries, a stark contrast to its genuine worth. As it appeared that no one was willing to raise the bid, Shiga calmly declared 200,000 berries. Upon witnessing Shiga's immediate increase of 50,000 berries, the other competitor shrugged, opting not to contest further. 200,000 berries, first call. 200,000 berries, second call. 200,000 berries, third call. Sold. The gavel in Akaram's hand came down decisively. This shell now belonged to the gentleman. Once the auction concluded, he would tender his payment. With a resounding thud, 2 stacks of berries landed squarely on the table before Akaram. There was no need to await the auction's end. Noki, go fetch my auction item, will you? No further delay. Shiga would never wait. The previous hwaja was intentionally brought out by the opponent, before the appearance of the silent fruit. Shiga was disinclined to cause any trouble. It is far more reassuring to hold onto the Paiji shell. If a conflict arises later, and he cannot locate the Paiji shell, it would be a devastating loss for him. Each time Tom sees Shiga in such a state, he cannot help but take out the coin he carries with him. What madness is the captain up to now? Zep quietly inquired of Tom beside him. Tom, in a rather foul mood, recalled once again the scene of Shiga purchasing the ship for a mere bailee. Humph. Naive. Do you really believe that a captain as notoriously stingy as he is would spend money frivolously? Zep looked at Tom in confusion. Shoo. Tom glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before continuing. Have you forgotten about the power system on the welfare? Zep suddenly understood. He had witnessed the effects of the wind shell on the welfare. Such a small shell could indeed power the vessel, and remarkably, it required no energy consumption, only a periodic replenishment of wind. Under Shiga's anticipatory gaze, Nokigo approached the stage and extended his hand towards Ikelam. Ikelam, taken aback by Shiga's unexpected action, hesitated briefly before handing the Paiji shell over to Nokigo. It was merely a trinket, not an auction item of the same significance as Hwajo. The opponent had already paid in bailies, so refusing would indeed be rather unreasonable. Here, father, Nokigo said, facing Shiga, poised to press it down. Shiga was taken aback. His concern was not for himself, but for Nokigo. Currently, Shiga possesses a remarkable physique with attributes exceeding 3,000 points, endowing him with extraordinary resilience, endurance, vitality, and stamina far beyond that of an ordinary person. In summary, he possesses a robust constitution. Although the backlash from the is formidable, it remains well within Shige's capacity to withstand. However, the same cannot be said for Nokigao. Given her physical limitations, the use of would likely result in her arm shattering completely. Observing Shige's demeanor, Nokigao playfully stuck out her tongue and placed the end to his hand. "You little rascal!" Shiga feigned a strike, causing Nokigao to duck her head and seek refuge beside Dadong. This minor episode did not stir much commotion, as everyone's attention was soon drawn to the peculiar red shell, for the main event was about to commence. Next, the final item of the auction was to be unveiled. Icolum skillfully heightened the atmosphere, directing everyone's gaze toward a maid emerging from the side door, cradling a small box. Behold, the treasure of the ocean, the embodiment of demons, the devil fruit. The small box was placed upon the auction stage, and Icolum retrieved a key from his person to slowly unlock it. Before everyone lay a devil fruit, its surface adorned with spiraling patterns, resembling an orange. All eyes fixated upon the fruit, each individual lost in reverie, envisioning the dominion they would wield over the seas and the prospect of venturing into the new world. An orange? Shiga smiled as he gazed at Balumel and Nokigao. "It truly seems quite fitting for the two of you," he remarked. "Can such a trivial object bestow extraordinary abilities upon a person? Indeed, it does not appear to possess any formidable qualities." The devil fruit. A mere single piece valued at over 100 million berries, a treasure of the vast sea. Hey, that curly-haired fellow, hurry up and commence the auction. My time is exceedingly precious. Yes, indeed, expedite the process. I have squandered far too long for this trivial item. I could have reached the new world by now. All eyes gleamed with anticipation as they beheld the silence fruit within its box. In a corner, a young girl with long pink hair beamed widely, shoving an entire pizza into her mouth. Finally, it has appeared. Amidst the crowd's urgings, Icolum remained unperturbed. He simply stood there, awaiting the gradual quieting of the crowd before he spoke. The starting bid for the silence fruit is 1 piece. This declaration incited a stir among the attendees. What is this trickery? With so many people present, even if the starting bid were 0, it would undoubtedly escalate to a staggering price. Some astute individuals detected the peculiarity in Icolum's words. 1 piece? What does that mean? If the starting bid is 1 berry, why not just say so? Icolum surveyed the pirates below with an expressionless countenance, patiently waiting. The silence fruit's starting bid is 1 piece, and each subsequent bid must exceed 2 pieces. All right. Now you may commence the auction. As soon as he finished speaking, someone from the crowd called out, "I bid 100,000 berries." No. Icolum shook his head. "You may have misunderstood. This silence fruit does not accept berries. Then perhaps it is measured in diamonds. I offer 100 diamonds. Icolum continued to shake his head, pointing to his own head. "You still do not grasp my meaning. This silence fruit must be purchased with this." Everyone fell into stunned silence, staring blankly at the silence fruit on the stage. "You mean to say we must pay with human heads?" A clamor erupted below. "You scoundrels. Are you mocking us? If heads are required, surely that damned mop of hair of yours counts as well." A hot-headed pirate stood up, gun aimed at Icolum. However, before he could pull the trigger, another pirate nearby sprang into action. With a swift swing of his sword, blood spattered. He caught the severed head that soared through the air, disregarding the blood as he held it aloft. This method of auction is truly intriguing. "I bid 1 head." A brief silence ensued, and then everyone brandished various weapons. Particularly, the comrades of the recently deceased charged forth with fury. "Eyes ablaze, scoundrel! How dare you kill our comrade?" Chapter 105. Identity exposed. The expansive auction hall had descended into utter chaos. Everyone was in motion. Some began to slaughter those beside them, while others, sensing the peril, sought to flee. Of course, many remained on guard, wary of potential attacks that could erupt at any moment. Siggy observed the chaos with a detached gaze. Knowing full well that the first assailants were undoubtedly from the Baroque works, they initiated the attack, completely disrupting the scene. The reasoning was simple. The initial aggressor, after dispatching several individuals, made a hasty escape, appearing to have no intent to seize the devil fruit at all. However, apart from Siggy and a select few, no one paid heed to this revelation. While remaining vigilant against others nearby, they fixated on the box containing the silent fruit on the stage. With a decisive click, Icolum locked the box containing the silent fruit once more. What is the meaning of this? The crowd turned to Icolum, who stood outside the cage, demanding answers. "Please, do not misunderstand," Icolum said, adjusting his curly hair. "You all witnessed the perilous situation. It is too dangerous here, and I must take my leave. However, fret not, for the devil fruit remains here. Those who wish to claim it may come to the central square of the town to request the key. So now, each of you must rely on your own abilities." With that, Icolum began to exit. "You bastard! How dare you employ such despicable tactics? Forcing us to slaughter each other here. You shall perish." The closest individual to Icolum swung a massive axe at him. "Seeking death, are we?" Icolum swiftly turned, pulling at the rope around his neck. A gun barrel emerged from his curly locks. Boom. The assailant was sent flying, drenched in blood, already lifeless before hitting the ground. "Fool, I care not for your schemes. This devil fruit is mine." Seizing the opportunity, someone dashed toward the small box containing the devil fruit. Bang! A gunshot rang out. and the individual's head was gruesomely penetrated. You idiot. Do you truly believe you are worthy of the devil fruit? He slowly retracted his gun, believing he could intimidate the others. You don't seem particularly clever yourself. At that moment, a sharp blade pierced through his back, the tip emerging from his chest. Such scenes were commonplace in the grand auction venue. Before the devil fruit, valued at over 100 million berries, the darkest sides of every individual were laid bare. Captain? Zep kicked away a pirate attempting to ambush Siggy and turned to him with a questioning glance. Shiga cast a disdainful glance at the people surrounding him, finding the scene utterly repugnant. Indeed, it was evident that each profession had its own expertise, as he had never anticipated that the individuals from the Baroque Work Society would resort to such tactics. He had expected their elite agents to storm in and overpower everyone with sheer force. To his dismay, they had chosen to engage in this grotesque spectacle reminiscent of a gladiatorial arena. It truly revolted him. I shall step outside for some fresh air. This is in your hands now. Having finished speaking, Shiga turned and walked outside. He had other matters to attend to, and he deemed it sufficient to leave this in the hands of Jipu and the others. As for the silent fruit, there was no cause for concern. The fellows from the Baroque workshop were far more meticulous than Shiga could ever be. That seemingly unremarkable little box was crafted from sea stone. Even if someone were to seize it, it would be utterly impossible to open. Certainly, Siggy is not merely slacking off. He is on a quest to find Vivi. It is imperative that no harm befalls her, as Siggy is counting on her to facilitate his business endeavors in the kingdom of Alabasta. If he could also adopt her as a goddaughter in the process, that would be even more splendid. Wait. Why do I find myself contemplating the notion of taking her as a goddaughter? Although Vivi does not fit the type that Siggy is typically drawn to, such a habitual inclination to adopt others in this manner should not be entertained. As Shigo pondered, he made his way towards the square, the essential route leading to the port, where the elite agents of the Baroque Works were likely gathered. Meanwhile, at the port, a multitude of Baroque Works members had sealed off the area, brandishing firearms and preventing anyone from leaving. This extensive blockade effectively extinguished any hope of escape from Whiskey Peak. In the square, Mr. 9 was haggling with Mr. 5, declaring, "This achievement belongs to you. I only wish to spare one life." Mr. 5, taken aback, replied, "Oh? This fundraising effort is quite significant. You must be aware of Mr. SIX's predicament. After this mission, you and Mr. 7 will be formidable contenders for Mr. SIX's title. Are you truly willing to relinquish the credit to me?" Without hesitation, Mr. 9 responded, "So, you agree? However, he may not take any treasures, including his pirate ship. Everything must remain here." Mr. 9 failed to notice the oddity in Mr. 5's words, but Icolum did. Even in the competition for Mr. SIX's title, he should have had a share, yet he was not mentioned as Mr. 8. Reflecting on previous events, Icolum grew increasingly suspicious of whether he had truly revealed his identity. A jolt of realization struck him, but he maintained a composed exterior, casting a discreet glance at Vivi. "Mr. 9, since Mr. 5 and the others have consented, let us seek out the gentleman." Vivi inferred Icolum's intent and spoke accordingly. Mr. 9 brightened, exclaiming, "Indeed, my wonderful partner Miss Wednesday, your timing is impeccable. Let us proceed." Watching Vivi's departing silhouette, Icolum exhaled a sigh of relief. "Princess Vivi, take advantage of the chaos and leave this place swiftly." Just then, Miss Valentine floated gracefully down from above, her umbrella shielding her as she positioned herself in front of Vivi and Icolum. "Do not be in such a hurry to depart. There is still time to deal with the traitor. After all, the auction has concluded, and they are of no use now." "Traitor?" Mr. 9 sensed the peculiar atmosphere. Mr. 5 resumed, picking his nose. "You all should understand that our company's creed is mystery. No one's background within the organization may be investigated. This is a rule even the boss must abide by. Yet now, someone dares to probe into the boss's identity." Miss Valentine laughed exaggeratedly. "Thus, with the boss's permission, we conducted an investigation. The results were truly shocking. A significant figure from a certain kingdom has infiltrated our Baroque works." Mr. 9 stammered, "Wait, although I wear a crown, I am not the true king." One hand still picking his nose, Mr. 5 produced 2 photographs. "Certainly not you, fool. The traitors are Icolum, the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's Guard, and the missing princess, Nefertari Vivi." Chapter 106, Jewelry Bonnie Curling Cannonball. "You shall perish," Icolum declared, vowing to protect the honor of the Alabasta Kingdom's captain, refusing to let any harm come to the Lord. Without hesitation, he launched an attack. A specially designed cannonball concealed within his curls, aimed at Mr. 5 and the others. "Run!" Icolum screamed frantically. He no longer hoped for survival but wished to sacrifice himself for Vivi's sake. "Oh dear, how futile. Your cannonball is far too weak for me." "Who possesses the explosion fruit?" Mr. 5 retorted, exhaling smoke from the explosion, having swallowed Icolum's specialized cannonball. "The taste is lackluster. Allow me to treat you to my bomb," he said, flicking a piece of mucus from his nose. Nasal blast. The mucus exploded, enveloping Icolum within its cloud. As the explosion dissipated, Icolum had vanished. "What's this?" Shigo intended to intervene, but before he could act, a graceful figure appeared, rescuing Icolum. It was none other than the supernova, the gluttonous Jewelry Bonnie, who had entered the Grand Line alongside Luffy. "You disgusting fiend. To attack with such a repulsive method." Bonnie scornfully glared at Mr. 5, turning to Icolum. Hey, curly-haired uncle. Where's the key? Hand it over. Bonnie was not there to save Icolum. She merely sought the silence fruit. Who are you to meddle? Mr. 5 retorted. And just as he spoke, one of his subordinates, clutching a stack of bounties, chimed in. Sir, she is Jewelry Bonnie, a newcomer from the South Blue. With a bounty of 20 million berries. Humph. A mere newcomer dares to cause trouble here. Mr. 11, take care of this one, he commanded before charging at Vivi. With a resolute expression, Mr. 9 stood protectively before Vivi, declaring, though I know not the circumstances, our partnership has endured, and as a prince, I cannot allow the princess to perish before my eyes. Flee, Miss Wednesday. Despite his cowardly demeanor, Mr. 9 exhibited the valor of a true prince. How delightfully ludicrous. Miss Valentine leapt lightly, reducing her weight to merely 1 kilogram. Floating in midair, supported by her umbrella, she declared, in that case, allow me to bury her, and you. 1,000 kilograms, crushing weight. She suddenly adjusted her weight to 1,000 kilograms and hurtled down towards Vivi. As Miss Valentine descended rapidly, Vivi's pupils dilated in fear, her face paling. Yet, at that moment, a figure appeared before her, casually extending a hand palm upward. The anticipated scenario of broken arms and collapsing ground did not transpire. Everything remained eerily peculiar. Shiga stood there, grinning widely. The repulsion shell proved unexpectedly effective. With a force of 10,000 kilograms descending from such a height, the impact was indeed formidable. However, the repulsion shell instantaneously absorbed all that terrifying force, to the extent that even Shiga himself felt little of the impact. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a yellow loot granting 9 in power. Meanwhile, Mr. 5 had already dashed in front of Mr. 9, launching a fist imbued with explosive energy towards him. In an instant, Shiga vanished from his original position. With a sharp crack, the individual known as the nose picker was propelled backward, his mouth agape, as all his gleaming silver teeth were sent flying. His face bore the unmistakable imprint of a shoe sole. Lying there, he gasped and spat out blood. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the skill theft from the yellow loot, tailored to match your innate talent at the initial level. Seigo cast a disdainful glance at Mr. 5, expressing his contempt. Such a fine devil fruit, yet you, a worthless fool, have sullied it so disgracefully. The explosive fruit could indeed be deemed highly suitable for combat, possessing the remarkable ability to transform any part of the body into an explosive, even allowing the air expelled from one's mouth to detonate. In the hands of a skilled martial artist, with proper development, it could rival the prowess of Doflamingo's subordinate, Gladius, and his Boom Boom fruit. Yet, in his possession, it was a mere waste of this extraordinary devil fruit. Were it not for the fact that the dissection procedure could only be performed once, he would have considered extracting this devil fruit to bestow it upon Zepp. You. Miss Valentine gazed at Seigo in terror. Previously, through Zepp, they had gathered that Seigo was no ordinary individual, but never could they have anticipated such formidable strength. In an instant, he had repelled both of them, with Mr. 5 sustaining severe injuries from a single strike of Seigo's shoe. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Seigo smiled at Mr. 9 and Vivi, saying, I promised to spare your lives, and now I have fulfilled that promise. Vivi's mind was a whirlwind of confusion at that moment. She thought of many things. Recalling Seigo's seemingly casual remarks and the subtle hints he had dropped regarding her identity, it dawned on her that he had known her true nature all along. How could someone from the East Blue be aware of her identity? Vivi found herself unable to comprehend it all. Yet she realized that it was unnecessary to unravel every mystery at this moment. The fact that she sensed no malice from Seigo was more than sufficient. Shiga struggled to suppress the urge to blurt out, become my daughter, then turned to face Jolie Bonnie. Let him go. The key is not in his possession. As soon as the words left Siggy's lips, Mr. 5, lying on the ground and coughing up blood, reached into his pocket. Ha ha, he speaks the truth. The key is in my possession. You would be wise not to act rashly, or I shall destroy the key, understand? But where is my key? He had distinctly placed the key in his pocket. Why had it vanished? Shiga opened his left hand, revealing a small and exquisitely crafted key nestled within his palm. He had just acquired the skill of theft and decided to experiment with it casually. To his astonishment, the results were remarkably effective. Host, Shiga strength, 610 speed, 673 constitution, 3421 skills, swordsmanship LV 35, marksmanship LV 30, unarmed combat LV 38, navigation LV 30, dragon claw fist LV 29, navy 6 techniques, Saro LV 33, Tekai LV 29. Jeppo LV 26, Shave LV 30, Rankyaku LV 26, Shurgon LV 28, Fishman Karate LV 11, Three Sword Style LV 34, Conqueror's Haki LV 7, Armament Haki LV 7, Observation Haki LV 7, Dog Paddle LV Max, Six Sword Style LV Max, Theft LV 34 Devil Fruits, Baby Bottle Fruit, Taunt Fruit, Anatomy Fruit upon acquiring the skill of theft. Shiga could discern the most valuable possessions of an individual with merely a glance. Yet, that was merely the beginning. More importantly, he could identify the contents within a person's pocket by the subtle bulges and distortions. Chapter 107, The Human Measurement Instrument. Even more intriguingly, When paired with Shiga's innate talents, the theft skill allowed him to skin effortlessly. Vivi, 905978 Jewelry Bonnie, 956085 Miss Valentine, 916,179 Shiga could not help but feel a surge of excitement. This skill of theft possesses immense potential for development. He could already perceive the three dimensions. If mastered to its fullest, perhaps it would grant him the ability of X-ray vision. Just as Shiga was reveling in his secret delight, he suddenly felt a firm grip on his feet. Miss Christmas, unbeknownst to him, had appeared at his feet. Utilizing the capabilities of her monumental fruit, her hands tightly clutching his ankles. Simultaneously, her partner, Mr. Four, had drawn forth the weapon he bore upon his back, a gun fashioned from the dog fruit, in the shape of a sausage dog. Achoo! With the sound of a sneeze. That ambiguous entity, neither wholly a dog nor entirely a gun, unleashed a baseball bomb. Seething with rage, Siggy could hardly believe the audacity of the old woman who dared to launch a surprise attack against him. Her recklessness was truly astounding. With a sudden surge of force, he kicked out violently, uprooting the frail figure from the ground, directly into the path of a baseball bomb. The explosion reverberated with a thunderous boom. The old woman was caught squarely in the blast. Had it not been for the enhancements granted by her zone-type devil fruit, her body would have been utterly obliterated. As she reflected on her narrow escape, Siggy was already in motion, vanishing from sight in an instant. With the technique known as Stormfoot, a razor-sharp blade of wind sliced through the air, extinguishing her final flicker of life. Congratulations. The host has acquired a yellow loot upgrade. Speed 10. Siggy let out a cold snort, reappearing beside Mr. Four. With a mere touch of his finger, he pierced through the man's heart. Until the very last moment of his existence, Mr. Four remained oblivious to how Siggy had materialized next to him. Congratulations. The host has acquired a yellow loot upgrade. Strength 9. After claiming 2 lives, Siggy's ferocity instilled a profound fear in the onlookers. Miss Valentine's Day, who had been propelled into the air by the force of the explosion, initially intended to coordinate an assault with her companions against Siggy. However, upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, she immediately halted her ascent, ready to flee at the slightest misstep. The repercussions of mission failure were indeed terrifying. Yet they paled in comparison to the prospect of dying here. Do not attempt to challenge me again. The consequences are beyond your capacity to bear, Shiga coldly remarked. Then turned to Mr. 11. That is my auction item, Mr. 11 trembled and hurriedly returned the huazhou to its sheath, offering it to Shiga with both hands. Come with me. Accepting the huazhou, Shiga walked towards the auction hall without looking back. As he passed by the body of Mr. Four, his Conqueror's Haki loomed over the sniveling dachshund lying there. You come with me too. Idleness was not an option. Having a dog that neither consumed food nor shed fur, yet could unleash timed explosions, was rather advantageous. Vivi, Ikelum, and Mr. 9 hurried to keep pace with Shiga. Joeli Bonnie was intimidated by Shiji's formidable presence. Even she could barely discern Shiji's movements, if she were in his position. She realized she could only manage to avoid critical strikes. The extent of his power remained an enigma. Hey, uncle, Bonnie called out, contemplating briefly before following suit. The others exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Coughing, Mr. 5 spat blood and tossed a din mushy to Miss Valentine's Day. Tell them to act swiftly, seize the treasures, and leave this place immediately after. With that, Mr. 5 succumbed to unconsciousness. His decision was, after all, quite rational, given his inability to fulfill the mission of eliminating Vivi. It was wiser to redeem himself by accomplishing the task of pillaging treasures. When Shiga and his companions arrived at the auction hall, the battle had already concluded. Those who remained standing had sheathed their weapons, gazing fearfully at Zep and his crew. The skirmish was on an entirely different level. To continue fighting would be tantamount to courting death. The woman with a cigarette had an astonishing marksmanship, capable of hitting targets with her bullets. The extraordinarily beautiful woman was even more outrageous, disregarding any attacks as she wielded her blade with lethal precision. And then there was the towering figure clad in armor, whose strength was inhuman. Yet, what truly instilled dread in them was Zep. His already impressive kicking technique, augmented by the Navy's 6 styles, dispatched small pirates with ease. He had once again asserted the dominance of the red foot. Both his intact left foot and the prosthetic right were stained with blood. Captain, it's in our hands now. Upon Shiji's return, Zep tossed a small box to him. With a thud, the box opened, and Shiga handed the silence fruit to Noki Gao. Girl, you should eat this. After much contemplation, he concluded that Noki Gao was the most suitable candidate for the silence fruit. This fruit was particularly advantageous for stealth or surprise attacks, lacking efficacy in direct confrontations. As an intelligence officer, Noki Gao's compatibility with it was undoubtedly higher. Of course, Shiga had another thought in mind. He wondered how Law would react upon seeing Noki Gao with the silence fruit of Corazon. Noki Gao showed no hesitation and took a small bite. Ugh, it's so awful. Shiga smiled indulgently. If it tastes bad, then don't eat it. Just throw it away. After all, one only needs to consume the first bite of a devil fruit to acquire its corresponding powers. As for the remaining portion, it will revert to an ordinary fruit. Once everything settled, Shiga finally turned his attention to Bonnie. What brings you here? Bonnie pressed her lips together. I desire the power of the silence fruit. Shiga chuckled. You truly are an amusing little girl. Since you desire it, why didn't you attempt to seize it earlier? I cannot overpower you, Bonnie candidly replied. Moreover, I have already consumed a devil fruit and cannot in just a second. Indeed. The other party had acquired the powers of a devil fruit, the ability to manipulate herself and even alter the ages of those she touches. So what? Shiga remained intrigued by Bonnie. After all, she was the princess of the Salb Kingdom and the daughter of Bartholomew Kuma. In Shiga's view, her voyage was likely in search of her father. Bartholomew Kuma had probably been transformed by Vegapunk, though Shiga was uncertain about the extent of that transformation. I wish to form an alliance with you, one day in the future, when I am in need. I hope you will lend me the powers of the quiet fruit as allies, Bonnie stated earnestly, extending her hand towards Shiga. Haha. Shiga laughed lightly. What an interesting young lady. I am unsure whether to call you Navi or simply foolish. Bonnie's expression shifted, her outstretched hand freezing midair. What do you mean? With a resigned shrug, Shiga remarked, my intention is quite straightforward. You require the power of our silent fruit, thus, what can you offer us in return? After a moment of contemplation, Bonnie replied, I can provide assistance during your perilous times. Unnecessary, Shiga stated, leading the others towards the exit. Bonnie hurriedly followed, treasure. I can bestow upon you all my riches, not just those I possess now, but any treasures I acquire in the future as well. Not interested. The footsteps of Shiga showed no signs of halting. Chapter 108, Compulsory 50-50. On the welfare channel, Jipu was meticulously polishing his prosthetic limb. Bairumir and Nokigao, mother and daughter, were engrossed in studying how to utilize the silence fruit in combat. Tom was engaged in research with his dachshund, Ras. Contemplating the perplexity of how a firearm could possibly consume a devil fruit, Shiga found himself perplexed, sensing that such a use of the devil fruit was indeed a waste. The Inu Inu no Mi, in its dachshund form, may not possess the formidable prowess of ancient or mythical varieties. Yet it was far more beneficial for a human to consume it than for a mere firearm to do so. A person could at least experience some growth. However, at present, Leisu exhibited an intellect comparable to that of an ordinary dachshund, which felt like a significant squandering of potential. The subordinate of Kaido, the president of the Addiction-Free Society and super VIP member of the No-Rope Bungee Club, was still indulging in the inferior artificial devil fruits invented by Caesar. Meanwhile, Vegapunk had reached a level of extravagance where actual devil fruits were being fed to weapons. Indeed, it was advantageous to be supported by a formidable entity like the world government, which possessed ample resources. Vivi and her companion stared vacantly at the undulating waves, uncertain of what to do next. As for Dadan, she concealed herself behind the mast, vigilantly observing Shiga and Bonnie on the deck. Humph. That little girl surely harbors ulterior motives. Dadan clenched her finely crafted silver teeth, convinced that the girl had taken a liking to Mr. Shiga, and resolved to keep a watchful eye to thwart her schemes. No one knew what conversation transpired between Shiga and Bonnie, but ultimately, Bonnie chose to remain aboard the welfare. 3 days later, at Twin Cape. You may disembark here. Take care of these items. Gazing at the bounty notice and the life card in her hands, Vivi opened her mouth as if to speak but ultimately refrained. In recent days, both she and Icolum had extended multiple invitations to Shiga, seeking his assistance for the Alabasta Kingdom. Yet, in the end, Shiga merely presented her with these 2 items. The bounty notice depicted a boy wearing a straw hat, appearing to be merely 17 or 18 years of age. As for the life card, Vivi had no knowledge of whose it was. Shiga merely instructed her to present this life card to the individual depicted on the bounty notice upon their encounter. Father, do you truly believe that Luffy and the others can succeed? Nokigao inquired with a hint of concern. She had already gleaned information regarding the Baroque works from Shiga. Crocodile, after all, was one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Given the strength of Luffy and his companions, they would undoubtedly be no match for him. Each individual has their own moment to shine, and Alabasta serves as their stage. Shiga left behind a rather ambiguous remark. The battle between Luffy and Crocodile is intricately linked to the impending war at the summit. Furthermore, Crocodile is far from being a mere foe. Over 2 decades ago, when Crocodile was merely 20 years old, he encountered the then 19-year-old Douglas Barrett, and the two engaged in a fierce clash that ended without a clear victor. It was this very confrontation that catapulted Crocodile into the limelight, leading to his swift invitation by the world government to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The formidable strength of Douglas Barrett is beyond doubt. Even members of the Roger Pirates have referred to him as a monster. The fact that Crocodile could hold his ground against him speaks volumes. Of course, one could argue that Barrett had not yet reached his peak at that time, while Crocodile's growth lagged behind. However, during the Summit War, Crocodile seemed to possess an almost unnatural vigor. His performance against formidable opponents such as Akainu, Mihawk, and Doflamingo was simply unacceptable. Thus, Shiga leans towards the notion that Crocodile's body may be experiencing some peculiar condition. After sending Vivi and the others on their way, Shiga intended to seek out Bonnie for further inquiries, but he noticed that Dadan had already draped an arm over Bonnie's shoulder, leading her towards Nokigo. Before departing, Dadan cast a lingering glance back at Shiga. That fleeting look sent a chill racing from his feet up his spine, startling him to his core. For reasons unknown, Shiga harbored an ominous premonition. He wished to eavesdrop on their conversation, yet Nokigo had already employed the powers of the silence fruit to erect a soundproof barrier. Shiga could only observe from a distance the expression of terror on Bonnie's face, alongside Dadan's demeanor of everything is under control. Hey, Jipu. Did you just hear what those two were saying? As Shiga's unease grew, he approached Jipu, who was engrossed in examining a prosthetic limb. Sighing, Jipu lamented. The damage is quite severe, isn't it? Captain, what did you just say? Judging by his expression, it was evident that Jipu had heard nothing. Shiga, losing interest in further inquiries, asked, what troubles your prosthetic? Noticing Jipu's strained demeanor, Shiga crouched down to inquire. It's nothing, merely some significant wear, Jipu replied. Gesturing towards the deformed components of the prosthetic, Shiga scrutinized the situation, his brow furrowed. The human foot comprises 26 bones, 33 joints, 20 muscles of varying sizes, and 114 ligaments, forming an extraordinarily intricate structure, often hailed by physiologists as an anatomical marvel. Tom had devoted considerable effort to crafting a prosthetic limb for Jipu. Yet even after several years of labor, he could only partially replicate the foot's capabilities. While the prosthetic appeared indistinguishable from a natural foot during walking or running, the slightest deviation could spell disaster in combat, particularly against formidable opponents. Tom had exerted his utmost, yet the foot's intricate design, coupled with the need to account for stress during battle, rendered perfection unattainable. As they crouched in contemplation, Tom arrived with his dachshund, La Su. What's the matter? Do you need a replacement for your prosthetic? Fear not, old cripple, for I have prepared a splendid new limb for you, he declared. Jipu cast a glance at Tom and, appreciating the thoughtfulness, chose not to hold a grudge for the moment. However, he lamented that, much like the current model, the limitations of materials prevented him from unleashing his full potential. Tom sighed in exasperation. You, old cripple, are truly a remarkable fool. With no food available, why must you insist on consuming feet? Jipu, standing on one leg, met Tom's gaze defiantly. What else is there to eat? As a chef, I cannot very well dine on my hands. Foolish old cripple, you could always feast upon the flesh of your rear. As a dull ache throbbed in Sig's head, he promptly thrust 2 milk bottles into the mouths of the 2 old men. If it's merely a matter of materials, perhaps I possess a solution. Upon hearing Sig's words, Tom's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he swiftly consumed the milk. Captain, do you truly have a plan? Under different circumstances, Tom would have scoffed at anyone else's claims. Yet, Sig's words held a glimmer of genuine possibility. Chapter 109, The Man Who Ascended to Greatness Through Sustenance. Shiga truly possesses a remarkable solution. It is indeed the nature of the materials that has hindered Tom from crafting an almost perfect prosthetic for Jipu. Shiga naturally contemplated a remarkable material, Weibo alloy. It was this very alloy that enabled the creation of General Frankie, fulfilling the unaccomplished dreams of Vegapunk. This metal, characterized by its extraordinary toughness and hardness, even possesses a memory function, thus perfectly aligning with Tom's requirements. However, at present, Weibo alloy has yet to come into existence. After all, even Vegapunk, hailed as 500 years ahead of human technology, could not devise a similar alloy. To acquire Weibo alloy, one must seek out Wapol, who, despite appearing to be an emotionally and intellectually deficient warrior, possesses an extraordinarily powerful devil fruit, the Munch Munch fruit. This fruit allows him to consume anything, whether living or dead, even including himself. More astonishingly, anything he ingests becomes a part of his body or is transformed into something new. During Luffy and his companions' journey to Drum Island to cure Nami, they encountered him. After being sent flying by Luffy, Wapol was pursued by the Navy, forcing him into a life of wandering. In desperation, he resorted to scavenging for food beneath bridges. To earn money, he crafted toys from the discarded refuse he consumed, which he then sold to nearby children. Consequently, his business flourished, ultimately leading scientists to discover that the toys he produced contained alloy components, specifically Weibo alloy. Shigu was determined to lend a helping hand, enabling his companion to amass wealth swiftly and marry a beautiful and affluent woman, thus ascending to the pinnacle of success. Come here, girl, he beckoned to the distant Nuwa Chigao, who wore a wary expression. Dad, don't even think about eavesdropping. Furthermore, I've specifically constructed soundproof barriers for the two of them. I have no idea what they are discussing inside. Child, do you truly believe I am the sort to eavesdrop on women's private conversations? He retorted. I summoned you for a matter of significance. How are things progressing in terms of intelligence? Upon hearing Shigu inquire about the intelligence operations, Nuwa Chigao's demeanor shifted dramatically. In an instant, she transformed from the typical neighboring girl into a formidable queen, possessing extensive knowledge of the intelligence landscape in the East Sea. Taking advantage of the turmoil within the Baroque work society, I have facilitated their swift arrival from the East Sea. Their identities are impeccable, allowing for a direct passage from the Red Earth continent, which should expedite their journey. As Nuwa Chigao elaborated on the intelligence matters, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she could hardly contain her enthusiasm. Shiga stood by, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why Nuwa Chigao was so captivated by intelligence gathering. The thought of sifting through an overwhelming multitude of trivial matters to extract useful information and then correlating it all was enough to induce a headache. Overwhelmed, Shiga hesitantly interrupted Nuwa Chigao, inquiring, by the way, how's Zhangao faring? Initially, Nuwa Chigao felt a twinge of annoyance at the interruption, her lips pouting slightly. However, upon hearing the mention of Zhangao, her eyes sparkled with renewed enthusiasm. Ah, my dear friend, I was just about to discuss this matter with you. You are truly astute. Although that fellow may seem unreliable at times, he possesses remarkable skills when it comes to intelligence work. The temples of Sig were throbbing rhythmically, and his mind was in turmoil. He resolved that he would no longer inquire about matters of intelligence. After a long wait, when Noki had a moment to catch his breath, Sig seized the opportunity to interject. Very well, if the chance arises, please ask him to visit. I have certain matters I wish to discuss with him. Shiga wished to inquire about certain matters with Zhang, yet he could not find an opportune moment to do so. Meanwhile, Nuachi was still sulking due to Shiga's 2 interruptions during her speech. Additionally, instruct your subordinates to gather as much metal as possible, with a diverse range of varieties being preferable. After pondering for a moment, Shiga felt uncertain and quickly replied, do not spend money on it. It must be the kind that can be salvaged from a garbage heap. Nuachi remained silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke, Father. Is it really necessary to be so miserly? It's merely some metal, and the quantity you require is not substantial. It won't cost much at all. Shiga was too lazy to explain, primarily because such metaphysical matters were beyond his comprehension. Who could ascertain if that scoundrel Valpo could only synthesize Valpo metal from refuse? It was anyone's guess. Simply follow my instructions. Your subordinates have yet to arrive, haven't they? It would be fortuitous for them to collect some refuse from the uncertain material terminal outside the Kingdom of Goya. After all, nothing goes to waste. The Kingdom of Goya is never short on trash, even though they had once incinerated the entire uncertain material terminal to welcome that celestial dragon whom Shiga had beaten. However, many years have elapsed, and the refuse at that terminal has since accumulated once more. Captain, you aren't planning to craft prosthetics from that refuse, are you? Jipu looked at Shiga with a pitiful expression. Is our economic situation so dire now, despite having recently come into a substantial fortune? Shiga patted Jipu's shoulder and reassured him. Do not underestimate the seemingly worthless items. They may yet yield unexpected surprises. His tone was lighthearted, yet the quest for Walbo posed a significant challenge. Over a year ago, the Blackbeard pirates had launched an assault on the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Walbo, it seemed, had scarcely offered any resistance. He abandoned the entire nation and fled to the seas, embracing a life of piracy with his crew. As for his current whereabouts, who could say? It was imperative to swiftly gather intelligence. Otherwise, the situation would become exceedingly inconvenient. Having grown accustomed to life in the East Blue, Shiga found himself disoriented upon arriving at the Grand Line, where apart from the route he was familiar with, everything else was shrouded in mystery. Moreover, he possessed a permanent log pose for all islands, and to squander such a resource would be a grave misstep. However, developing intelligence required a substantial financial investment. Fortunately, Shiga had a few avenues for generating funds. The Sky Island was the most suitable locale. Renowned as the legendary land of gold, Skypiea was said to be abundant in riches. Yet, venturing to Skypiea was still premature. Shiga needed to first gather spoils from the Little Garden. Unlike Luffy, who was immune to the attacks of the Rumble fruit, Shiga was acutely aware that Enel possessed at least the strength of a warlord, with the profound capabilities of the Rumble fruit and an extensive range of observation Haki. He was nearly akin to a deity. In a fair confrontation, Shiga knew he would struggle against Enel, the formidable Pikachu of the seas. Thankfully, Shiga had never entertained the notion of engaging him in a fair fight. Enough dawdling, let us set forth. Our destination is the Little Garden, Shiga proclaimed, as he produced a permanent log pose and handed it to Jipu. After Shiga finished speaking, he contemplated returning to the cabin for a brief slumber. Yet the corner of his eye caught sight of Dadung and Bonnie approaching him. Introduction. This time, a narrow defeat. I am currently in the Windmill Village of the East Sea, and I am destined to undertake a significant endeavor, one that shall be etched into the annals of pirate history. If this venture succeeds, I shall ascend to the rank of Emperor Shiga. The new world awaits. Should it fail, I shall be reduced to Little Shiga, meeting my fate in the belly of the Nearshore King.